Spike.
Theory Underground exists to cultivate the conditions necessary for a working-class intellectual renaissance that goes beyond old political categories or other identitarian niches. At TU, autodidact workers with earbuds and professionals who see no future in existing institutions or movements are able to challenge their doxa and develop an understanding of the situation we are in.
If you subscribe at theoryunderground.com, you'll get access to a package of courses, including my Intro to Fault Line Theory, which includes Intro to Nick Land and Intro to Slavoj Žižek. These courses are being woven with the 3 courses that take place on a month-to-month basis, spread out throughout the year of 2025. Those courses are 12 Core Concepts and the Fundamental Problems with the Situation Today with social theorist David McGowan, 12 Essential Political Thinkers with political theorist Benjamin Studebaker, and The Philosophy of Nature with philosopher Nina Power.
The way these all get woven together at a deeper and more meta level is through the ongoing research seminars led by David McGowan, Benjamin Studebaker, and Michael Downs, where they engage with one another's work by sharing developments from their own perspectives, theory, and research.
If you subscribe at higher levels and support our work, we'll support your development with bespoke teaching. Alone and unaided, we struggle to grasp our situation in its fullness and formulate a meaningful response. By working together and pooling our energies, we can do better. Join us at theoryunderground.com/subscribe.
There'll be 2 kinds of people in 10 years. Those who said, I knew all along Theory Underground was going to make this huge difference. Those are the people that are like Nance, who were on the sidelines at one point and then said, nah, I'm going to get in. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and I'm going to go hard. And then there's another kind of person, a person who waits in the wings, collects receipts, and who will say in 10 years, oh yeah, I was there. I saw that happen. And then they'll gossip monger. Listen, if you want to get involved, get involved. But if you're going to sit there in the bleachers, well, here's some popcorn. I hope you have fun.
Yeah, I love
good.
this.
All right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Where are we?
Popcorn.
I don't know why this isn't working. Like, everybody, what's up? How's it going? How's it going, internet? Yeah, no, we're here now. I'm getting cut off. Let me fix it, everybody.
Oh.
All right, now you can see us. Dude, Nance, doesn't that shit go hard?
Dude, that's dope. I love it, man. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Today,
PSA?
or not today. Yeah, this year, we talked about it. 2025 is going to be the year of the commercial intervention at Theory Underground. Like, we have so many dope ideas for these PSAs, for these commercials. Like, I don't know if you guys watch other streams or other podcasts or whatever. They regularly have, like, sponsored by Magic Spoon, sponsored by BetterHelp.com, and whatever. You guys tolerate that. But at Theory Underground, we put a lot of thought, a lot of heart, and a lot of intention into our commercials, our PSAs. And for the most part, I think they're received well, but there used to be a lot more chatter around people being upset about it. So I feel like
we weeded them out.
I think maybe that's normalized a little bit, but I'm actually extremely excited about the commercial intervention.
Yeah. Like, if you all pay attention and follow us through this morning, you'll actually get to see a new special commercial. It's the one for the G pen, the G2 pen, the Pilot pen, not sponsored by Pilot. But okay, with that all said, everybody, welcome to the January EMSTU. I am David McGowan, and this is my co-host, Nance. We have done over 500 hours of what some people would derogatorily refer to as podcasting, but we are not podcasters. We have podcasts, but what we do is upstream of podcasts in terms of cultural production. Other people sit around and try to predict the future. We write the future. And so we are future writers, both in terms of narrative, theory, fiction, and also in terms of actual direct interventions and social engineering, and organizing. Ultimately, what we're about right now is putting together the 2024 tour here, everybody, 2025 tour. Yeah, across the United States. People are already asking us where we're going to be. Well, you shouldn't be saying, where are you going to be? Like some passive consumer. You should be trying to convince us why we should come to you. So reach out, get a hold of us ASAP, and we're going to the people who have the sickest, sweetest, swankiest setups. Nance, what would you say about the Agora and bringing us to a city near you? Like, what do people need? Well, they need venues. They need guest houses, guest rooms. We need people who have the conditions for real privacy and solitude for us so that we can actually get away from people. We need people who can show us around on the town, but not over talk or over determine what we're going to do while we go around the town. We need people who understand that we are going 100 miles an hour and they are sitting and they can get up and walk with us. Yeah. But if we're going 100 miles an hour and then we need a break, you have to get on our level. We're so tired of people trying to act like we have to get on their level. And that's a very big thing with internet people, bro.
I almost lost my shit on the US tour at one of our stops. And I don't like to get overly invested because I understand people are broken, communication is broken, the world is broken, everything's broken. Like I understand that. So I assume that when things aren't working out, it's like usually a structural issue. Like I really do believe this, but there are times when I get invested with people and I get angry and I'm like, I want to fight this dude right now. Like I'm beyond thought. I'm emotionally invested. I want to fucking fight this dude. And that happened on our tour in California. And it fucked me up, dude. I shut down for 2 whole days, basically. Yep. Like I didn't even talk to you and Ann for like 2 whole days almost.
Yeah, I know, it sucked.
And I don't want to run into that this time. I feel like after that, I feel like the European tour, we didn't have any of those incidents where there was tempers flaring or anything like that. But it takes a lot. It takes an awful lot. And we do want to come to a city near you, and we want to check out the scene, get in the pit, open up the pit. We want to do all this stuff. But also we want to do that with and for people who are here for it and who are down for the cause.
With that said, everybody. Oh, no, sorry. You have a conclusion to that thought. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, I don't want it to appear like, I don't know, some type of elitism, but also it's like, yeah, this is a big ask. And we have, I think, really reasonable expectations, but we're not just internet people. We're not just here on a screen. Like, we're living, breathing human beings. We have metabolisms. We need food. We need comfort. We need privacy. We need all these things. We need energy. We need lots and lots of energy.
Yeah, give us energy. Don't take our energy, or we won't come back. It's pretty much that simple. Unless you're going to give us $50,000. Yeah, then I'll give you some energy. Anyway, all right, everybody. So that's the Agora update. The other thing is, yesterday we did this ill-advised, according to some people, stream. It's already got 1,800 people in the room, which means that at least 50 of them watched it all the way through. Comment section review. What's us and what, or why us and what's right review. Why left's Musk's, Sieg Heil, and dog whistles in the PCFM episode. Well, I don't expect most people to watch this. It's what is it? It's 4 hours and 15 minutes. Most people don't care about comment reviews. And the people who do care probably care for the wrong reasons, and they're not here for theory the way that we are. And at the end of the day, we just had to respond. And if we didn't respond, you know what would have happened? The person who's over here pretending to be Nance would have gone unchecked. If we didn't do a comment review, then this person who's impersonating Nance, even using his literal photo, oh wait, sorry, it's not on this one. It's on the one we're responding to, right? So I'll pull it up here, but basically this 3 billion Nances is not Nance. And we discovered that this was actually existing impersonation in the process of reviewing, because it was a newer comment. It happened while we were asleep, basically. Like, so we you know, in the morning we were like, let's do the comment review. We had no idea this was here. So let's scroll down to it. and I'll just pull it up. I'm not going to read it because it's trying to be divisive. It's trying to drive a huge wedge between all of us, especially between the Theory Underground core and Benjamin Studebaker. People do not understand our dynamic with him. And then people come along and then they try to take a side, and then they try to like really mess things up. And it's like, well, you guys don't get to ruin it. We have our own relationship with him. You guys don't get to tell me that I'm too emotional in a conversation with him. He knows me well enough, and he knows what he's here for. And guess what? Nobody cares about the comment section less than Benjamin Studebaker. He does not respect any of you unless you are paying it to you. He has said this repeatedly, over and over and over again. You either subscribe to TU or he will not pay attention to you. He doesn't give a fuck about you. But look, this person, if we didn't respond to the comment section, then this person over here who's saying that Benjamin is working for sublation and he doesn't take us seriously and he doesn't respect me and he's doing, well, that would have flown under the radar. It would have gone unaddressed. We had to address that and a bunch of other shit that people were bringing up. And so we did, but we get emotional, and most people, especially PMC people, especially anyone who's not blue collar, has a little meltdown emotionally if they hear Nance and I being honest. And so what we'll do is let Anne communicate with you all, since you guys are all too sensitive. So we'll go ahead and play it from yesterday, because she gives this summary an hour and a half in.
I think the main thing is just like, yeah, everyone on the left wants to go, no, it was just a Nazi salute, end of conversation. And it's like, I feel gaslit by that. Like it's obvious. Like it feels kind of like Boy Who Cried Wolf situation right now. Y'all have been calling people Nazis for the last 10 fucking years. I don't take anything you say seriously when you say, this is a Nazi, this is a white supremacist. So it's like, yeah, I'm really glad that Dave and Benjamin hashed this out and talked about this publicly, because this is like the thing right now. It's like, if you defend him, if you say it was this, get the fuck out of my life. Unfollow me right now. Is like what I'm seeing from everyone.
People are taking it to that extreme level, even back to like 2016 or 2020, where it's like, oh, if you're a Trump supporter, I'm going to stop talking to you totally, completely. It's absurd. And it is important. It is worth engaging with. Like, my perspective on the whole thing was like, I don't care. Like, there's no truth is truth. Nothing is true anymore. Like, truth is a category that has been kind of precluded by the media.
Like we should be less in this one sense, less postmodernist, and just say we care deeply about the truth and the good, but we don't assume that we understand it, because our intelligibility and our ability to make meaning together or to find meaning together is based on a certain perspective concern of the conditions of intelligibility.
What are you doing, man? How about reclaiming the Roman
nothing
salute?
about it.
Up and face off in alleys. This is.
I keep balking at the idea that Benjamin thinks.
I hope I'm using these terms correct, but
Did somebody AI this?
David makes me want to stop watching.
Count me out. No. These Trump are just.
This is not the part that I thought it was. Where's Anne going off?
I'm not saying he has to be. I'm not saying he has to be. I'm saying the dynamic of the podcast. And the whole point of it is that he brings a certain kind of approach. I bring that a video that I made has sex and
close to 2
and was
hours.
smiling most of that discussion. Yeah, it's true. These people join the EMSTU at the postgame. Just saying.
Hell yeah. Who is? So if you have a well-known and understood disorder that makes you do insane unfortunate things from time to time, you shouldn't be a politician. You can
After this.
No one is up here being ableist. That's why not just take it at face value.
Emotional bursts because they're fucking snowflakes.
So division. Dave and Ben.
To spend 40 seconds
point.
They would have little meltdowns if they had to talk to my mom. Jesus Christ.
Tiny and mighty. I do have to get going here in a few minutes, though.
Okay, Anne, take the floor.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what I want to say so much, because there's a lot here. This is like an ongoing conversation. I think the main thing is that, like, yeah, stop being in the comments trying to sow division. Dave and Benjamin are allowed to have disagreements. That's the dynamic. That's been the dynamic from the beginning, is that, like, Benjamin, brings this kind of level-headed, Dave brings these counterpoints, and they both have to think about each other's side. And it is kind of like lots of agreement between them, but also some contradiction. I don't know. I don't know what else. Like, I don't know what else to say. I'm feeling frantic that I have to leave soon.
So that's part one, because whenever a person starts running out of something to say, but I know that they have a lot to say, what I like to do is just interject something And then they always come right back with a bunch of new energy on whatever it is that they're saying. Here's Ann coming back in.
We're dealing with right now what I don't remember what theorist it was, but some like anthropologist or theorist like theorized this idea of hyper-normalization, where basically, Dave, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but like basically we all like our lived experience, what we are seeing and experiencing is that this shit ain't working. Or like it's basically when you experience or feel something one way, but then everyone's acting like, oh, it's fine, it's normal. So like when we think about like the system right now, it's like conservatives or kind of Trump's party, for example, are all saying, oh yeah, this is going to be great. We're going to make the price of gas go down and eggs go down, and America's the greatest country in the world and everything's going to be just all right and America's going to be great again. Like they're acting like everything's fine. And then everyone's lived experience right now is that everything is not fine. Like everyone is struggling to get by. Everything's expensive. The internet and the algorithm and the medium is fucking insane. Is actually insane. That's another one. Everyone goes, oh, comments don't matter. Oh, comment sections don't matter. Oh, the internet doesn't matter. When we all spend most of our fucking day on the internet scrolling, like being altered by the algorithm. So it's like this hyper normalization that people are kind of saying one thing, oh, it's fine. Oh, the internet's whatever, when we all know and are experiencing that that's not true, that that's not the experience we're having. So there's like this cognitive dissonance of like, we know one way to be true, we know it's fucking crazy, but everyone's like, it's fine, it's fine. It's like, what is going on? And so the vibes are feeling off. Like that's the vibes feeling off. And I just think that's really true. Yeah.
And thank you. Now, the last thing before you go, Benjamin, 2 hours after, that's a and then she's gone. Okay, everybody, that was, I don't know, what I consider to be the most important sort of summary of everything. But then in the B-side, Rebecca came in and shared her take on the situation. And this is also the episode, as far as like Rebecca goes, where you like kind of get to meet her. So she's been around. I already talked to her a bunch. I mean, I met her at Pomona. She's one of the main people I talked to after that event. Did she come with us to drinks after? I think she was, no? No. It would have, drinks after would have been a lot more fun, actually. Instead, we had a bunch of people who were just touristing
Not
around.
that cool.
Yeah.
Mind blowing.
So let's listen to Rebecca here. Been here longer is all I'm saying. So,
I'd like to. I'm always anxious and nervous about speaking because I feel like I'm constantly going to like not say something that's like actually interesting or relevant. But yeah, I don't know. All I can say is this. Oh my God, looking at some of these comments is just kind of infuriating. Just the lack of awareness of where you guys are coming from is like mind-blowing. Though I suppose it's not so surprising if you think about the fact that a lot of people are probably just popping in and haven't been consistently following the threads. You know, anyone who has any serious investment in what you guys are doing, they are going to understand where you're coming from, at least enough to not make the kind of comments that we're seeing here. And like, for instance, someone being like, oh, it sounds like Dave's being really aggressive to Benjamin. I'm like, have you watching Dave? Have you been watching Benjamin? Do you know the kind of like
it's so like legitimating or validating to hear someone who's so feminine and soft-spoken and reserved sit there and be like, oh, you think Dave's emotional? You think Dave's like doing an outburst? Have you heard Dave? Do you know? Like, I was like, if I say that, it doesn't mean anything. If you say that, it doesn't mean anything. When a woman says it, it means something. When a trans woman says it, it means something. So when we have people around who are stereotypically put off by our entire approach, but they're not put off by it, and actually they get something from it that they can't get somewhere else, it's like, well, listen to Anne, listen to Rebecca. That's what it comes down to.
The way in which the people, like, this project has entailed being able to handle like an intense conversation that really gets into what's going on, that interrogates, that's critical, that doesn't expect your interlocutor to agree with you, that questions their assumptions. Like, that's something that anyone who has been watching you guys for a while should understand, that you guys are about, raising contradictions, about embracing a certain level of antagonism between interlocutors, but in a respectful way, and in a way that ultimately is trying to get to some deeper understanding of the situation. And that's what I have been consistently seeing. And anyone who doesn't see that, I think, is really, really out of the loop and is here for reasons that just aren't on board with the overall project. Like, they're here to watch and be spectators and to comment and to have an opinion, and they're not here to actually learn anything. And that's evident in that kind of response.
So what happened right after this? Well, we had an amazing experience, didn't we, Nance? We did something that no one has ever done before. Of course, that's a lot. We do have quite the following of people who watch us just to get ideas for their own media projects, because we're out here doing things nobody else is thinking about on a daily basis. We're constantly inventing new things. But the Proto-Agora event, where the Theory Underground alien anthropology research cohort, including Rebecca and Galen here, and Nance, got to meet my students in Sociology 101 and 122. That was a very special occasion. But how would you even attempt to begin describing that, Nance? Like, what would, like, for the, we got to keep it short and get to the next guest here, but I guess we want to give people a quick sense for what happened this week, and this was something special.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say the research cohort, that is this like hybrid assemblage of both Theory Underground students, researchers, fellow travelers, and actual university students, kind of came together, did a little interface, met each other, and kind of worked out a bit of the method, or came into contact a little bit more with the method, taking alien anthropology and confronting it with standard sociology students, or at least these students' perceptions of standard sociology, and kind of showing or forcing the contradiction in I don't know, in an amazing way. I think that these university students are extremely privileged to be a part of your class, as well as Theory Underground is. I mean, privilege doesn't even cut it.
What I would say about that is, it's one thing for us to say it because we like to toot our own horn. We don't to. We just feel like we need to, because if other people won't do it, But eventually we won't have to. But right now, what I'm going to say is, like, don't trust us. Trust the fact that all the students in this class room stuck around for 15 minutes after class was out of session. All of them. Not a single one of them grabbed their backpack, got up, and walked out. Not a single one of them started to wrap up until 15 minutes after. Several of them stayed for an extra hour. So, and what kind of things were they saying? They were saying nobody's going hard enough, no one's serious, no one's challenging them. This is the only class that they're taking that's serious. And listen, so many times, but I'll probably ask you 5 more times, Carson. Yeah.
So at least for me, sometimes there has been times where it's like, oh yeah, read this book, it's mandatory for my class, etc. You got to pay like $150 for it, so it must be important, right? And then they're like, yeah, so just like read it, and then they have the lecture on it the next day. So it's kind of like, why do I even read it to begin with? But then there is also the classes that they're like, oh, this is not a mandatory book. You can read it if you're really interested. And then when they actually teach it, it actually makes sense to me. So I'm like, oh, actually, I love this. Like, this was something I didn't think I'd like. And then now I'm finding myself reading a book that was completely optional. So like in some cases, when at least when I see like the passion of a professor or whatnot, or a professor who's not just reading off the slides and stuff, then that sparks a passion within me to kind of keep that going and keep my learning going, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I have an was Olivia on before or after Carson? Because Olivia, I think she might have been like first, but I'm like, where was that? Because she was just like, yeah, nobody is challenging me. Like, this is really ridiculous. Like she said college is easier than high school right now. Like, and that's what Anne said. Same exact thing. Oh, here she is. So let's listen to women. No, I'm just kidding. Don't. But these ones, we'll tell you which ones to listen to.
These ones.
We know the ones to listen to. Trust us. Unless you can show us the women in your life and I can get to know them, I don't trust the women in your life. I just want to say, listen to the ones in our life.
It was about like if we think college is is like more than just a job certificate. And I think for a long time, I always thought that it was like this more intrinsic thing growing up as like an honors student and like striving so hard and thinking that when I got to college, I was actually going to get pushed. And then my first semester, I was like, this is easier than high school. I don't feel like I'm getting intellectually pushed until I got into this class, and it's like so different than all of my other classes. Like all my other classes are slides and we go through it and it's so hard to get through. And like I find myself not paying attention or doing other classwork or anything else. And so like actually being pushed in a different way has really made me more inclined to like do other things and like be more productive.
And so all of these students were saying that they're getting inspired and they're excited and they got a lot out of meeting Rebecca and Nance. These are people that they may have never met, may have never heard from. But right, what I have up on the screen is something that we put together to pull the Theory Underground audience during the last hour of the stream that we did yesterday, the one that happened before we went to the classroom. It's called Pulling TU About Musk to compare against Soc 122. And so I asked one of my Soc classes, and I am going to ask the other Soc class, but I asked these Soc classes about Elon Musk, but I also ask other questions so that we can kind of have some kind of an idea about you. Well, everybody, we put this together for you. We are very curious to hear about you. Now, a lot of you like want to be seen and heard in the comment section. You think that there's a real community down there. That's hilarious. I've got people like Nance to filter you guys out of my life. He'll let me know if anybody says anything that I need to hear. He'll know when to say it. He has the discernment. He has the prudence, or at least he's developing it. It's none of us ever have it. We're always developing it. It's a muscle. And so prudence as far as like when to tell me about a comment during a live stream, for instance, or after, you know, that's on him. Well, there is one way that you can be heard, and it's right here. Answer the questions we have about you. That's a great start. If you want to start us getting to know you, well then, here you go, folks. I just dropped the link to this form right here into the live chat. Now, in a few minutes, we're going to be joined by a very special guest, and we'll have Benjamin with us. So that's in 10 minutes. This special guest is somebody, maybe some of you already know about him, but the chances are a lot of you just have no idea what's coming. But it's Tay Reed. That is Dr. Adolph Reed Jr.'s son. And Touré is not just his son, he's also like a friend of our, someone we've collaborated with before, Jason Miles, over there at This is Revolution. Of course, we're over here like the opposite. This is not Revolution. And Touré is going to be joining us today, and it's going to be a lot of, if not fun, it'll at least be super educational. And because we got a lot out of it. We met with him, Nance, Benjamin, and I met with him, last week? Met him for the first time. Talked for a couple hours. Had a great conversation.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great conversation. And I'm not just saying that. I think I have just said that in the past, maybe. Although maybe not. I tend not to do that.
Yeah.
Like I tend to try to keep it real, guys. But no, it was great. Like I love him. And I don't love him. I don't know him that way, but it was great. I had a blast. He's a fucking great guy. And the feeling seemed to be mutual. There was some follow up after the meeting that was encouraging. He's a great guy. I'm excited to talk to him.
I made the mistake of looking at the chat. Evie, please be respectful to our guests. Evie said ACP is a joke, Kevin. Better to have nothing. Yeah, ACP, the American Communist Party, Haz's party, as people are trying to cancel it, they are saying it's neither American nor communist nor party. It is none of these three things. Yeah, well, the thing is Haz knows more about cyber history than you do. Haz knows more about the medium than you do. Haz has experimented with cyber history more self-consciously than any of these other bigger streamers. And he's trying to do something different. And we might say, well, yeah, it's too Soviet, or it's too Maoist, or it's too Stalinist, or it's too whatever. We can say it's whatever we want. I don't care, though, what your opinion is about the ideology at the explicit level. You should be thinking about this like a critical media theory brained or pilled person, which is to say, think about what he is doing with the medium and stop worrying about the explicit level of ideology. I swear to God, man, people would be more interested in hearing somebody just say something that they already think in a slightly smarter way than actually learn about how people are using the medium and stretching it, pushing it, experimenting with it. And it's just like, I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how you guys take yourself seriously or how you think what you're doing matters, because I can tell you it doesn't. It's bullshit. We're here to save you a lot of time. Stop wasting our time. Get CMT pilled or get out.
Yeah.
All right, now we're going to be right back after Nance says his final thought.
I don't know. Keep it simple, guys. The medium is broken. The medium is turning us all into brainless zombies. We're not here for that. And we've said over and over and over again, we're not here for that. And there has been a market change in the quality of the comment section of the live chat over the last several months. For that, we thank you. But also recently, there's been an influx of, I don't want to call them newcomers, but there's been an influx of people who we're not familiar with, who are kind of missing the point. It's very frustrating. We put a lot of heart and soul into all the things we've done over the last 2 years, over the last decades leading up to the last 2 years. And I don't know. Look, we're always going to be misrecognized. That's a feature of the medium. We're here on the internet, blah, blah, blah. I can say all these things, but also you get to speak up in the comment section and say, notice me, notice me, notice me. I also get to speak up here and say, we're not going to notice you if you act that way. Don't make it personal. Keep it simple. We're all trying to secure a human future. Let's not make it about you. But again, just to reiterate, in general, you guys do a pretty damn good job, and we thank you for that.
We'll be right back with Touré right after this.
Rating? What's that?
Oh, this? This is a G2 pen. It might be the best pen in the entire world because the price point is perfect for working class people like us. More importantly, cartridges are replaceable. The ink, it glides, but it doesn't smudge too bad. And most importantly, you can do that. And it's really fun.
That's pretty cool.
We at Theory Underground are not sponsored by Pilot, nor does Pilot endorse this commercial. Theory Underground is funded by contributions from viewers like you. Thank you.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Theory Underground exists to cultivate the conditions necessary for a working class intellectual renaissance that goes beyond old political categories or other identitarian niches. At TU, autodidact workers with earbuds and professionals who see no future in existing institutions or movements are able to challenge their doxa and develop an understanding of the situation we are in.
If you subscribe at theoryunderground.com, you'll get access to a package of courses, including my Intro to Fault Line Theory, which includes Intro to Nick Land and Intro to Slavoj Žižek. These courses are being woven with the 3 courses that take place on a month-to-month basis, spread out throughout the year of 2025. Those courses are 12 Core Concepts and the Fundamental Problems with the Situation Today with social theorist David McGowan, 12 Essential Political Thinkers with political theorist Benjamin Studebaker, and The Philosophy of Nature with philosopher Nina Power.
The way these all get woven together at a deeper and more meta level is through the ongoing research seminars led by David McGowan, Benjamin Studebaker, and Michael Downs, where they engage with one another's work by sharing developments from their own perspectives, theory, and research.
If you subscribe at higher levels and support our work, we'll support your development with bespoke teaching. Alone and unaided, we struggle to grasp our situation in its fullness and formulate a meaningful response. By working together and pooling our energies, we can do better. Join us at theoryunderground.com/subscribe.
There'll be 2 kinds of people in 10 years. Those who said, I knew all along Theory Underground was going to make this huge difference. Those are the people that are like Nance, who were on the sidelines at one point and then said, nah, I'm going to get in. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and I'm going to go hard. And then there's another kind of person, a person who waits in the wings, collects receipts, and who will say in 10 years, oh yeah, I was there. I saw that happen. And then they'll gossip monger. Listen, if you want to get involved, get involved. But if you're going to sit there in the bleachers, well, here's some popcorn. I hope you have fun. All right, everybody. Really quick on the live stream side, a quick point of order before I hit the record button and introduce our guests. I shared a link in there. It's a survey, it's a question, it's a form, it's a series of questions on a form for you to fill out so that we can get to know you a little bit and cross-reference you as we do some alien anthropology within and between institutions across this country over the next 6 months. We're doing a pretty big research project and you get to be a part of it. And this is the first part of it. So click that link, fill it out, and we'll be off to the races. Getting to know you a little bit. All right, and with that said, I'm going to hit the record button in 3, 2, 1. And welcome to Theory Underground. We've got Tay Reed in the house with co-hosts Nance and Benjamin Studebaker. Welcome, Touré. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Trying to stay warm, which is hard to do in Illinois in January.
Awesome. So right before we came on stream, you were saying we should talk about why Better Call Saul is better than Breaking Bad. And I want to ask you and Benjamin both think that. I want to ask you both a couple questions about that. But folks who are tuning in, we're going to talk about race reductionism. We're going to talk about lots of really interesting stuff. But basically what Touré is doing is at the intersections of history, politics, economics, and critical social theory. And so he's a beast. If you have read him, you already know that. Most of you should know that, but sadly, a lot of you probably don't just yet, because Toward Freedom Against Race Reductionism is a book that I have talked about a lot over the last several years. But how many of you guys actually get the memo on these things? I don't know. So before we get into the Breaking Bad thing, really quick, Touré, anything else you would like to add to the introduction as far as stuff that you've done or are currently working on that you want people to know about?
Well, first, thanks for having me, Dave, and it's been great to chat with all three of you, Nance and Benjamin. We met, well, the audience doesn't know this, but we met a week ago or a few days ago or something like that via Zoom, and I had a blast. So really looking forward to doing this. I'm not very good talking about myself, but I would say, yeah, read Toward Freedom. What struck me, though, about at least some of the themes that I discuss in that book, which is my second, was even as that was published in early 2020, the issues that I pointed to that would bear the kind of fruit that we didn't want to bear have come to pass, right? I mean, predictably. So it is worth, I would say, if not reading me, reading the likes of comrades, fellow travelers, I guess is the phrase I'll use, like Barbara Jean Fields, who's she and her sister Karen Fields had written the book Racecraft, and I had the great pleasure of TAing for Barbara Fields back when I was in graduate school at Columbia University in the late 1990s. Likewise, check out Rogers Brubaker's work that on he's a sociologist on race, ethnicity as categories rather than groups. The work of sociologist named McGowan. She has a wonderful piece on nonsite.org, which is open source, so you don't have to subscribe or pay any money to read this. But it's on race and the problem of history, race the way that sociologists have talked about it, and she historicizes Booker T. Washington and Chicago School of Sociology interpretations of race, linking the two, of course. And for those interested in working in a hospitable workplace, the work of sociologist Frank Dobbin would be really useful to check out, because it's critical of some of the dominant approaches to encouraging camaraderie, we'll call it, in the workplace, but offers very reasonable and useful alternatives to the likes of someone like Robin DiAngelo.
And so for people who are very outside of the whole discourse on race, I've only done a few episodes on the topic with a few guests over the last few years. So I'd just like to maybe step back. What are people's assumptions about that whole conversation, right? We have an audience of people who are not necessarily left or right. We have people who are not necessarily political. We have people who are just into philosophy. They might have normie Democratic or Republican sort of assumptions coming into some of this stuff, because they're here for Kant and Heidegger. They're not thinking about politics, and of course they are getting politically pilled by us as we hystericize the political situation. But Barbara and is it Catherine Fields? Karen, Barbara and Karen Fields, as well as the work of you and your father and these other people that I need to research that I don't know about, and other guests we've had like Walter Ben Michaels. You're all doing something so important, right? And I've been a huge fan of Renewing Black Intellectual History, like a very underrated anthology of key interventions from the standpoint of political economy, challenging these identitarian approaches to race. But people who don't even know about these identitarian approaches to race, except for kind of as bystanders, at this point, everybody, are you familiar with Robin DiAngelo? Please let us know down in the chat. You should, since 2020. I mean, she was on the bestseller list for at least a year, 2 years? What do you think, Touré?
Years. She blew up, of course, after the summer of George Floyd. I think that book had been out for a couple of years prior to that, maybe, and became the it person, if you will, for social justice. And among the interesting things about DiAngelo and others of her and her crew, I'll say, is that they tended to imagine what were practically individualist solutions to societal problems. They often used constructs like systemic or structural, but when you look at, and they would say systemic racism, structural racism, or whatever, but then when you look at the details of the cases that they actually made, the project for improving social relations, race relations, whatever we want to call it, came down to transforming individuals. And so for them, training individuals to not be jerks, these are individualist solutions, right? Would translate into societal transformation. And part of the problem with that project, I would say that it's transparently alienating. And it's transparently alienating in a lot of ways. But one of the problems, I think, is that it proceeded from a wrong-headed understanding of how the great social movements of our time, before our time, in all likelihood, actually succeeded when they succeeded. Abolitionism before all of our times, for sure. And I was born in the 70s. So that means that if I'm the oldest person in the room, in the virtual room, that means that for all of us, the civil rights movement was before our times, too. But there's a tendency, and I see this with students or random people that I talk to imagine that abolitionism succeeded when it succeeded, and the civil rights movement succeeded when it succeeded, because they were presumed to be campaigns for mass consciousness elevation. When in fact, in both cases, the successes of anti-slavery, and it's anti-slavery that won, not abolitionism, for what it's worth, and certainly the successes of the modern civil rights movement were really quite political. Again, when we think of them as consciousness episodes of mass consciousness elevation, that comes down to imagining them to be moral awakenings. And again, while there were people in the anti-slavery movement and absolutely the civil rights movement who understood the charge of ending slavery or creating opening access in public spaces to non-whites, however we were to define them, certainly understood those as moral imperatives. They didn't win as moral imperatives, though, right? They won as political projects, and those political projects centered on, wait for it, coalition building. And so what that meant practically is you had constituencies that were committed to anti-slavery, not abolitionism per se, but anti-slavery, for different reasons. They thought slavery was wrong and needed to go for overlapping but distinct reasons. And they came together in common cause to elect an anti-slavery president, Lincoln, after a series of crises in the 1850s, which we're going to just gloss over. And that triggered secession, which opened up the possibility of 11 of the 14 slaveholding states, which opened up the possibility of abolishing slavery. And the abolition of slavery was off the table because slavery was constitutional. It was protected by the Constitution from its inception all the way to, wait for it, the ratification of the 13th Amendment in 1865. So truthfully, from a political and legal standpoint, whatever the moral limitations of slavery, and there were plenty, right? I mean, slavery was wrong in every possible way, my humble opinion. That's a bold statement. I don't like slavery. Yeah. Let's hope that we can all agree that that was terrible. But as awful as slavery was, if it was in fact protected by the Constitution, then even the righteous couldn't abolish it because it was what it was. And so political coalitions, principally out of the North, of course, came together again in common cause, not simply because slavery was morally unjust, some certainly believe that, but because it created impediments to economic development, it posed threats to democracy, and likewise, in addition to that rhetoric, anti-slavery sentiment as conceived by the Republicans was bound up with positive policies that would nurture the growth of a free labor, a non-slave economy, right? Which fortified the opposition politically to slavery. That tells you why both anti-slavery sentiment succeeded, and it also tells you why it only succeeded as far as it did, or as much as it did. And a version of the same thing happens with the civil rights movement, right? The civil rights movement is a confluence of, is an expression of a confluence of political and philosophical and social issues that go back to the New Deal, if not a little earlier, but certainly I think it's very safe to date the origin of the civil rights movement back to the New Deal. And a number of things happened during the New Deal that are foundational to the modern civil rights movement. One, there was a pushback against eugenics because of the horrors of Nazi Germany in the 1930s. And that's a necessary precondition, I would say, for anything on the spectrum of a civil rights movement to happen, because you have to believe that Black people are fundamentally equal and that the inequalities are not inborn or an expression of inborn deficiencies. as eugenicists would have argued. You have to believe that the inequalities are fundamentally social, about social relations, right? So again, the pushback against eugenics that begins in the North among liberal intellectuals and then eventually politicians and the like in the 30s. Similarly, a related matter, popular front politics. So the role that communists and trade unionists played in promoting class solidarity during the New Deal as a factor. The Great Migration, which precedes the New Deal, ensured that there were Black constituencies in the North who could now vote, and they shaped local politics and began shaping local democratic politics in cities like New York before you even get to Franklin Roosevelt. But certainly the so-called Black vote shifts Democrat in national elections by 1936, because Blacks were also receiving dividends from New Deal policies, even if they didn't receive equal treatment under New Deal. They actually benefited from New Deal policies. Hence, again, I'm going to stress this, the flip that takes place among Black voters in national elections by 1936. And of course, on top of all of those things, New Deal liberalism changes, it transforms the way that Americans think about democracy. And that means their expectations of what the state can and cannot do, not just vis-a-vis public actors like states, like Connecticut or Mississippi or fill in the blank, but also vis-a-vis private actors. And this is the era in which the state can intervene for the public good in private affairs, initially for unions, right, in support of kind of class-oriented politics, since the New Deal's overarching objective was to right a listing capitalist economy, and the way that New Dealers saw that project translated into ensuring that workers fared more equitably or shared more equitably in capitalism, and thus they could be consumers that would stimulate growth, right? And on top of all of those things, World War II further amplifies the growing discomfort in the 30s about eugenics, right? Because Nazis were eugenicists. Likewise, the Cold War, decolonization now is going to shape these sensibilities, and Americans now already believe the state can intervene in public and private affairs for the public good, initially for class-oriented politics, but now for race and sex by the 1960s. And these coalitions that form in opposition to de jure segregation, Jim Crow, formal barriers broadly to access in the public sphere, from a right to a quality education to access to a job, right? And of course, before the New Deal sensibilities kick in, and certainly before the Cold War, but I'll say this, before the New Deal sensibilities kick in, there's really not much of a concept of employer discrimination. It's the boss's job, right? The job is the boss's property to dispense as the boss sees fit, right? It's only with the New Deal that there's a broad understanding that employers, it's not so simple as it's the boss's job. Well, that preconception, and that's again a public good oriented understanding of the employer-employee relationship. That framework that's really about writing a listing capitalist economy, making capitalism more fair and more compatible with democracy, then also spills over into how we think about employer race-based discrimination too. And that you can see very clearly happening in the 1940s, even before the Cold War. But once you get to the Cold War, it's on like Donkey Kong, as Gen Xers used to say, with respect to an understanding of the appropriateness of the government to intervene in workplace matters of workplace discrimination. But all of these things are part of the mix, right? The coalitions coalesce around all of these kinds of issues that will translate into a reasonably broad base of support for racial equality in the public sphere between the 50s and 1960s. One more time, it is really important to stress that the Cold War plays a major role in this, positive and negative. And this is how you get the civil rights movement, right? And the successes that it is capable of spurring policymakers to follow through on. It's an awkward way to frame it, but it's bottom up history still requires the up. It's not enough, right, to just focus on the bottom. You have to think about the bottom shaping the people at the top to do what's right as the people on the bottom see it. And this is a very long-winded way to say that the disposition to think of those great social movements as simply moralistic uprisings, one more time exercises in mass consciousness elevation, does them a great disservice, and sets the stage, though, when we get to the last, I don't know, several or more years, I would say 10 easily, since at least 2015, for a collective embrace of individualist solutions vis-a-vis personal improvement projects, which is essentially what anti-racist training often consisted of, as a conception of how to make society more fair and just. And again, ironically, oftentimes people, I maybe shouldn't reiterate this, but I can't help myself. Given all the other things I said, it could have gotten lost in the mix. But ironically, people will use concepts like structural or systemic racism or whatever to denote something that they understand to be systemic or structural. But when you look at the details of what they're describing, they're not describing anything more than the aggregate of individual bad actors.
Right.
And, you know, tens of millions of bad actors can do a lot of bad things, to be sure. But the solutions that they put forth by way of a misleading brand were really just about personal improvement.
Is this kind of like saying, sorry, actually, I see Benjamin's going to ask a question, but maybe you could weave this in, it seems like when they say structural or systemic, they're talking about just statistics. They're just saying, like, statistically, this keeps happening. And it's like, you think that the statistics are the structure? Like, you can't know the structure just from looking at the statistics. You actually have to do more than that, right?
No, that's a really good question. Because I think, and it's just early enough for me that I might botch the formulation, so apologies if I do. But I think there had been a tendency to see the disparities, to equate the disparity with incontrovertible evidence of an ism, right? If you see the disparity, if you see that Blacks are overrepresented in categories that Blacks don't want to be overrepresented in, and I certainly didn't want to be overrepresented among the people who are murdered by police officers or the inmate population or the poor and the unemployed, then that necessarily equates for those individuals anyway, with evidence of racism, right? And certainly the disparities are evidence. I would say they're evidence of societal problems of one sort or another. But by themselves, I'm not sure that the disparities always announce the ism, right? They can be expressions of other things. I'm in my basement. I'm looking at my phone to turn down my heat because the heat just came on and you might be able to hear it through my mic.
Oh, that's okay.
But sorry.
We can't, Zoom is doing a great job cutting it out. Don't worry.
Excellent.
I'm going to be listening. I just wanted to say, so I'm not rude, I'm going to be listening as I get some more coffee. I can walk around. I'm mobile. But Benjamin, I really want him to be able to ask that question that I cut him off from being able to ask there.
Okay.
Yeah, so it seems that on your account, there's a set of material conditions in the 30s and 40s which gave rise to certain perspectives which allowed the civil rights movement to take root. Things like World War II, the eugenicist movement, and then the liberal reaction to that movement. And so then nowadays, people are thinking about racism as something which you deal with at the level of the individual and at the level of discourse and conversation. And so my question would be, what are the conditions that are driving them to think of it as that kind of problem? Why is it that today, when people think about race, they don't think about it in the kinds of terms in terms of the state changing conditions and making positive interventions in the market? And now it's more of a word game.
That is a great question, because it's a longstanding problem in liberal social policy and liberal thought about inequality. And, you know, to set the Wayback Machine back a little further than the question transparently calls upon me to do, if you take this back to the Cold War, you have a shift to the right in liberal discourse on inequality, and inspired by McCarthyism is going to be our shorthand. And so that whereas in the 30s and even a big chunk of the 40s, both progressives and Black Americans, so progressives across racial lines is maybe the way to put this, and or average Black Americans tended to see racial inequality as an expression of class exploitation. And it's really easy to understand, or it should be really easy to understand this if you use a little bit of historical imagination. You know, Africa is really far from, I don't know, the Netherlands, and it's really hard to get in an era before steam engines and turbines and GPS and metal ships and stuff. It's really hard to get from the Netherlands to Nigeria, or from Portugal to Nigeria, or Spain or England to Nigeria. So if the engine that was driving the train of slavery was racism, you know, it's kind of hard to imagine how that would work if you think about just that little bit I just said, because the Dutch, the English, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, etc., never had to see Africans if they never wanted to see them. They went out of their way to see them, but they didn't go out of their way to see them, to be mean to them, period. Even though meanness ends up being a facet of the story, they were looking for exploitable rightsless laborers, right? And so people who are not very far removed from slavery, so now we'll set the Wayback Machine up from slavery to Jim Crow. People who are not very far removed from slavery tended to understand slavery was a system of economic exploitation, not simply racial domination. And it was, in the American context, a system of racial domination. But slavery existed long before the concept of race in the modern sense of the word, though. So that should complicate the narrative that race is driving, or race and racism were driving the engine of slavery. People who, Black Americans who suffered through the Jim Crow era, and I, being a Gen Xer, knew some, right? I knew half of my great grandparents. I knew all of my grandparents, and my parents lived through the last days of the Jim Crow era. So I had a window onto 3 generations of Black Americans who knew Jim Crow. And I should be clear, I am not biracial. My family's from Louisiana, so everybody's Black. Old Masters in my gene pool, right? But not Rebecca or David. So just keep that in mind. People who were, again, not that far removed from slavery understood that Jim Crow was also a system of economic exploitation, not just merely racial. And in a way, that was probably more evident because the nullification of the Black vote, as we talk about what happens in the Jim Crow era, wasn't simply the nullification of the Black vote. It was a nullification of the populist and the Republican vote. And so a lot of whites in the South, actually, who voted the wrong way, who didn't vote for the conservative democratic regimes that exploited them too, lost their franchise as well, and found themselves under the boot of exploitation at the hands of plantation owners and the like, hence the populist movement. So again, in that bygone era, people who were not that far removed from slavery, people who knew Jim Crow, migrants, Black migrants to the North who may have themselves known Jim Crow directly, or maybe their children didn't because their children may have been born in Chicago, could see wage differentials that were shaped by race, that were informed by race, that Poles weren't paid the same as white Anglo-Saxon Protestant Americans or Dutchmen, et cetera, right? So you have, again, tiers of wages or lines of work that were explicitly limited to particular racial ethnic groups, because before the era of the modern civil rights movement, it was legal to do that. So those conditions, amplified by the New Deal, which privileged labor-oriented speech, if you will, or protest in the 30s and 40s, so further amplifying those sentiments that I sketched, you know, encouraged Black Americans and other progressives, et cetera, to view racism or racial inequality through the lens of economic exploitation, because it was, again, pretty transparent then. When you get to the Cold War, those sensibilities start to fade, because binding up racism and racial inequality with economic exploitation meant binding it up with capitalism. And if you have a contest for the hearts and minds around the globe between capitalism and communism, then that conceit isn't going to work well as you might like it to work anyway as a policymaker when trying to win the hearts and minds of people from decolonizing Africa or Latin America or even Southeast Asia, et cetera. So what we get in the Cold War is a move away from an understanding of racial inequality as an expression of economic inequality that, of course, Blacks and other groups, including some stratum of white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, those called white trash, were a racialized group, right? Were expressions of, right, of, again, economic exploitation. Move away from that to turning to social psychology and, let's say, as a vehicle for explaining racial inequality in terms of hatreds, or sociology by way of a language of race relations, which goes back to Booker T. Washington. So it predates the Cold War, which once again is taking you away from notions of race as a vehicle for reifying, treating as natural, social relations that are exploitative, right? And instead, race and racial inequality are expressions of, if not biological distinctiveness, as the classic racist would say, and inherent inequalities that were immutable, they were really coming down to misunderstandings, practically. And in seeing racial inequality as a problem, misunderstandings, and that might be an oversimplification, but that's fundamentally what you get when you get to the D'Angelos of the world, right? The trappings of systemic and structural notwithstanding. Then you move away from notions of, ironically, structural or systemic inequality vis-a-vis race toward fixing bad actors, right? And so what you get again is, and there is, to be fair, there is something to the misunderstanding piece. Diversity as a concept is obviously not currently looked upon favorably. But I'll confess, the dominant expression of diversity, the expression of diversity that has come to dominate in the last 10 or so years, I've never been a fan of myself, because my take on it is that it tended to treat stereotyping as a basis for inclusion. The vision of diversity, and there are competing visions of diversity. I mean, this is something that gets lost on people. The vision of diversity that I always thought was compelling, and this has its roots, I think, in race relations ideas. So I'm conceding a little ground here, but the vision of diversity that I always found compelling, I had lived. And that's one of the reasons that I found it compelling. And here's what it is. You can see a version of it in the Brown decision. You can see a version of this in Harvard's amicus brief in the Bakke case as well, is that another vision of diversity, the one, again, that I've long thought was useful, and I think many people have had this experience. Jack Kemp did, for what it's worth. Republican Jack Kemp had this experience, that since I had grown up, TMI, but it's useful TMI, I had grown up between pre-adolescence in two majority Black Southern cities, principally Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, and to a lesser extent, New Orleans, Louisiana. And then by adolescence forward, I grew up in New Haven, Connecticut. In Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, I didn't know any white people. Atlanta is a very segregated city, and Southwest, and it's a kind of post-Highway Act city, so the spatial divides are huge. My neighborhood, let's say, didn't have sidewalks, which was something my father had grown up, between the Bronx, DC, and New Orleans, was always outraged about the fact that there was a paucity of sidewalks in Atlanta, which he thought was telling. But anyway, I didn't know any white people as a kid, because teachers aren't human beings when you're a child, right? So they're not people. And I had a few white teachers, but also had a lot of Black American teachers too. And as a result of not knowing any white people, and this is about diversity as a construct, I thought all kinds of crazy shit about white people. I had, embraced narratives that I heard my peers, who also didn't know white people, to be clear, say about white people. And because everybody in my peer set said these things, it was true, right? It had to be true. This was common sense. That's how culture works. So then I moved to, again, New Haven, Connecticut, which at that time, it was also a majority Black and Puerto Rican city, but it was still more diverse and a lot less segregated when all is said and done than Atlanta. And so by that point, I had white teammates on baseball teams that I'd played on in the summers when I was still living in Atlanta, like 9 months a year. I had eventually white classmates once I moved to New Haven full time. and more white teammates. And then eventually between the teammates and classmates, I had white friends. And with some of those friends, we were really good friends. My best friend in 11th grade is still one of my favorite people in the world, and we are family. But he was Italian American. And I became, most of my friends, I will concede, as a teenager, most of my friends were Black males, right? Chris was my one exception. But he and I went through some stuff together that was unique and shaped us immeasurably. And we were there for each other. I wouldn't say that it's 100% like Chris and Greg and Everybody Hates Chris, but it was close enough that that series feels more like a documentary to me than a sitcom. And as being part of his family, essentially, he was the best man at his wedding. And then a Jewish friend of mine in college, same thing happened with her. I was in proximity at that point to white people as human beings. And I realized very quickly that the ridiculous stereotypes and presumptions that had been nurtured in me in Southwest Atlanta when whites were aliens to me, right, were in fact ridiculous. Mm-hmm. That was a vision of diversity, that interaction would encourage people to challenge stereotypes, right, would be the stuff of challenging stereotypes that they had about the other. And what's interesting, and those interactions would hopefully chip away at those stereotypes, and you just start to see Black people not as a homogeneous debauched mass, but a complicated collection of individuals who, because Blackness, like whiteness, like Hispanicness, and Asianness, how many nesses can I add? Those were categories, as Rogers Brubaker would describe them. They weren't groups, right? These were externally imposed categories, and you would thus find a variety of experiences and perspectives. And ultimately, that would drive home that non-whites, this would drive home for whites, that non-whites were not ants, bees, or the xenomorphs in the Aliens franchise, but they were just as diverse as whites were. And for us non-whites, those experiences, and this was mine, would drive home that whites were not ants, bees, or the xenomorphs in the Aliens franchise, and they were just as diverse as I knew Black Americans to be. But that vision of diversity, which I think a lot of people embrace without understanding it's a vision of diversity, and a lot of people had that experience, like Jack Kemp, Republican, and myself. For him, it was OJ, though. So I don't know. What do you do with that, right? So I knew OJ, he was great, but then, what do you do in the 90s? But anyway, that vision of diversity, lost ground for a variety of reasons that are technically not above my pay grade, but I don't know if I should talk about those. But that's not the vision that came to dominate in the last 10 or 15 years.
I want to say, I think you might go into that, and folks, we will definitely close out on the quick and dirty why Benjamin and Touré think that Better Call Saul is better than Breaking Bad.
I think we know that it's better, though, right?
No,
Benjamin,
I don't. I
it's
don't
better.
know that.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. You guys know something I don't know. But I want to first get into underclass ideology and give Nance an opportunity to ask his question, because for us, there is no canon. Obviously, in our society, it's hard to find any sort of community that has a canon. But at Theory Underground, this book is the first attempt at sort of getting a sort of canon. It's the Underground Theory Anthology. It's got lots of awesome authors, several of whom you know and probably love. But Nance is in there with his piece, The Walls That Separate Us from Them. And in it, one of the things that he gets into at one point is underclass ideology. And so the us versus them, he's not talking about white people versus Black people. He's talking about people who go through the college system versus people who don't. And but he brings in this homeboy fetish idea, and I think it ties into your work on underclass ideology. And so Nance, you want to kind of explain what the homeboy fetish is for everybody?
No, I mean, it definitely ties in. Yeah, I mean, it's derivative from your work and that of your father and Pascal Robert and Jason. But I think categories versus groups, and I think that's it, because thinking of it as a category gets down to this ontological level. And the homeboy fetish is when people say oh, they're just there again. they're better at basketball, they're better at dancing, they're better at making music. And it's like this ignoring the structural conditions that force so many young people into having to pursue careers of excellence in sports, in music, in media, in these type of like conspicuous fields, because they have no other pathway. There's no education for them. There's no career for them. There's no future for them unless they become a spectacle. And it's totally erasing the person, and it's reifying the category by fetishizing the homeboy. Oh, they just have natural innate talents. But it's like the inverse side of underclass ideology that I don't ever really hear people talking about. Like I see people celebrating it while at the same time kind of deriding underclass ideology and say, no, you have to be better. You have to pick yourself up by your bootstraps, this and that. But then they go on to reify like what's the trope? The magical black guy from like the Green Mile, and like just that trope.
I saw that movie in a theater on a date and was just angry the whole time. I went to hate watch. So I paid money to hate watch. Apologies. I'm getting flashbacks though to like the year 2000.
I saw that as a kid and I was just moved. I wasn't thinking critically back then.
I also thought the bad white people were too nice in that film, right? They weren't. Oftentimes, it's the opposite, that in contemporary depictions of racial dynamics in the past, every single interaction between a black person and a white person is shaped by active white hatred. And having known people who lived through the Jim Crow era, it's not that that wasn't a thing. It was, but it wasn't every single interaction. And yet that's what you get. On the flip side, in 2000, the problem seemed to be lean in the other direction, that there were just too many good white people in the context of the Green Mile, even because there was one really bad one, as I recall it. But I'm sorry, I cut you off. You gave me those PTSD flashbacks, Nance. So what can you do?
Yeah, I'm not trying to do all that. I like the language of categories, categories versus groups, because it gets at like the concretization of the black community, the black experience, or we could substitute with Hispanic, with Asian, as you were going through earlier. And my childhood, I grew up in a predominantly Chicano area. I grew up in Phoenix, Arizona. So there was no such thing as white. There was really no such thing as black or Asian. Like, it was just all Chicano, all Hispanic. So I didn't experience race divisions until I left the neighborhood. I
get that.
But it really does feel like a lot of well-meaning people. Like I think Robin DiAngelo and her crew mean well.
Yes, I think they do. So did I cut you off, or do you want me to respond?
No, I was
There's
petering
so
out.
many thoughts. Oh, okay. So, I mean, I like the homeboy fetish thing. Jason Miles and I were talking about a version of this not too long ago, and why, and this relates to my next book project, why I couldn't stand gangster rap. That was sort of the beginning of the end for me because of the genre, because I knew too many white people, peers, right? And I was a teenager when NWA broke, who were attracted to NWA, let's say, because those were the real N-words. And of course, what was implicit, one, they looked past the fact that this was largely performative, right? When the NWA movie came out a few years ago, I thought, well, no, I loved CB4. What do you need to do a remake for? But they were, one, looking past the fact that these were stage presences, right? This was a performative identity that NWA had. But two, what was implicit to that is blacks who, of course, who were not gangsters were, wait for it, not really black. And that had been an experience that I had had when I left Southwest Atlanta, Georgia, where I grew up in a probably lower middle class, but a stable homeowners Black community, right? Where, and it was far removed from, bougie, as people might say. My parents were young people. My father was a graduate student at Atlanta University and a policy analyst in the mayor's office. My mom had started off as a secretary at Coca-Cola, and it moved into a management position by the mid 70s, I believe, is when she had done that. They made solid livings, but they weren't affluent people. Our neighbors were municipal employees. They were in the UAW. They were enlisted personnel in the military, and the like. So again, this was not an affluent neighborhood, but it was a solidly middle class Black neighborhood that you would find in places like Atlanta and Prince George's County and Houston and New Orleans, etc., and Chicago for that matter. But that kind of authentic Black experience was not on the radar of the white kids I went to college with, or many of the white kids that I went to school with in New Haven, Connecticut, because for them, there were two categories of Black people. There was NWA's persona, right? So the real N-words were from the hood. And I went to school with kids with that experience and played sports with kids with that experience. That was one experience that also wasn't unique to Blacks or Blacks and Puerto Ricans. And then the other category was, I'll date myself, Carlton and Hillary Banks, right? And 90+% of us were supposed to be in category one, having the real hood experience. And then a fraction of us were category two, but anything in between was non-existent, right? So the actual experience that I had, I didn't speak African-American vernacular English, though I grew up with nothing but Black people, right? And yet somehow or another, that meant I was a white boy. How is that a thing if the people who I'm surrounded by or was surrounded by were Black Americans? That's who taught me English, organically. My parents, their peer set, my Black teachers at my predominantly Black school, my actually all Black school in Atlanta, Georgia. How could that be not authentically Black if the source was Black people, right? So that very much, that experience, which technically predated gangster rap as I experienced it in Connecticut, that reality about that genre soured me instantly on it, because for too many young white Americans in that time period, this was armchair anthropology for them, right? And it disqualified Black people like myself from Blackness. And this is coming from not just a white consumer base, ironically, but that's coming from an entertainment industry that was packaging Black artists for a white consumer base. And then, of course, life would start to imitate art, right? And many of us would see, and this is your part of your fetish point too, what I would say well-meaning racist white people understood as the authentic Black experience. Many Black Americans started to see that as the authentic Black experience, as it wasn't their own, interestingly enough too. And I can appreciate how that would happen though, because if in order to have a seat at the table, you have to have had the authentic Black experience, and that became the narrative by the 90s easily. Then of course you would want to lay claim to even an imaginary hood experience. And that you could see in President Obama, right? A topic that I discuss in chapter 4 of Toward Freedom. Look how I slipped that self-dig in there. But as I point to that in that book, that President Obama had engaged in a performative Blackness of sorts, right? Which you could turn on and off. And he knew he needed to do that when he thought that he would take Bobby Rush's seat in Chicago. And it didn't work there, obviously. But the performative Blackness that he performed, often traded or was centered in kind of underclass tropes to connect the dots. And so President Obama, who was a very charming and charismatic and talented individual, so I have very nice things I can say about him, and then also very critical things. And this is on the spectrum of the critical, having said the nice. He never lied about his background, but frequently the background was pitched at a level of abstraction that blurred the line between his actual experience and that of the mythical cousin Pookie, who he also referenced from time to time. And so the narrative that was spun around him, I'm using a lot of passive voice here, but was that he was raised in a single parent household. His father had abandoned him and his mother. His Black father had abandoned him and his parents' white mother. He was raised in some large part by his grandparents. He struggled with the value of education. He experimented with the reefer, and I don't know any black people who say reefer personally anymore. There was a time that I liked the stinky weed myself. But anyway, got to do the ears. But anyways, and etc. And he was angry, I think, at some point and alienated. But then you look at the details, right? And I would say first and foremost, I could say some version of the same thing and omit the details just like he does. I got white friends, though, who could say some version of the same thing, and it would sound like they came up from the underclass too, if you continue until you look at the details, right? But anyway, then you look at the details, and of course, his mother and father split, not because his father had to do a bid in prison, but rather his father abandoned him to go to graduate school at Harvard. And they met in college rather than a nightclub, right? So that tells you something. Sure, for some stretch of his childhood, he was raised by his grandparents who were solidly middle class or better. And he struggled with the value of education at Hawaii's most prestigious prep school, where he may have also smoked the reefer, but who the fuck didn't smoke reefer when they were in prep school or college, right? Again, for me, it would have been weed. And it was my last year in high school, just to be clear, not before. But nevertheless, young people across class and racial lines, if they have disposable income, and sometimes not, often experiment with weed or alcohol, which I had experimented before marijuana. So, but it was pitched again, the narrative was pitched at a level of abstraction, even as he, again, never lied about his background, but abstracted is what you get, that gave the impression that he was up from the underclass case, right? And I knew a lot of people in 2008 who, a lot of, from my vantage point, disingenuous white liberals who in 2008 liked Obama because he essentially, his success story, it made plain the value of bootstraps. Just dig in, do the hard work, you can succeed, stop complaining about racism, affirmative action that run its course, et cetera, how ironic. And then come 2015, 2016, same people, systemic racism, structural racism, systemic racism, structural racism. And the common thread, it seems like they did a 180. And in a way they did. But if the juxtaposition makes sense, the common thread, though, is that there's a binary that has shaped liberal discourse on inequality since the Cold War. And our explanations for inequality oscillate between either race, Black people's alleged cultural deficiencies, or racism, white people's alleged cultural deficiencies. And it's either A or B, always. For a minute in the Johnson administration, you got both at the same time, actually. But in the Clinton administration, what was it? It was race. In the Biden administration, what was it? It was racism. In the Obama administration, it was largely race too, right? Because rhetorically, what he and Eric Holder were doing behind the scenes is a different matter. But rhetorically, what was he talking about? Underclass stuff, right? So then too, it was race. And of course, that's again an expression of the homeboy fetish that you point to, but it's the dark side of it, right? But that binary has long functioned. And again, it's a Cold War forward era binary to take us away from looking at the material bases for inequality that absolutely positively impact Black Americans and Hispanic Americans, particularly certain Hispanic populations like Dominicans and Puerto Ricans, disproportionately, but not exclusively. And you can see that borne out in the statistics to bring it full circle. On the inmate population, where Blacks are overrepresented but aren't the majority, among people murdered by police officers every year, where Blacks are, again, overrepresented but aren't the majority, among the poor and homeless, where Blacks, again, are overrepresented, but one more time, don't constitute the majority. And what that does do, and unfortunately, the right is not wrong about this, it functions divisively, right? Because it insists that we triage empathy for each other. And in my youth, that triage of empathy did not extend to Black Americans or Hispanics. right? Because that's the era of underclass ideology. And so nobody cared, what your story was, what your backdrop was. And the Democrats are very clear about this, right? Senator Joe Biden and First Lady Hillary Clinton, were both very clear that whatever the source of super predators, though Joe Biden never used that phrase, he certainly embraced the concept as senator. Whatever the origin story, it doesn't matter, because they're here now. And since they're here now, we need mandatory minimums. We need to expand the purview of capital offenses. We need to just lock them up, right? And didn't even give them midnight basketball. But midnight basketball would have been cold comfort anyway, because it wouldn't have addressed the material sources of inequality that impacted Blacks disproportionately, but not exclusively. And I will say that reality translated in part to Blacks' overrepresentation among the inmate population. There is absolutely, positively no question that there were sentencing disparities, particularly drug sentencing disparities, not just between powdered cocaine and crack, which pharmacologically are the same drug, right? So there's no reason to have different punishments for either of them. Even among crack offenders, period, you found sentencing disparities where Blacks were way more likely than whites, when convicted of possession of crack cocaine, to face very stiff sentences, right? So there's no question that those racially informed issues, right, or racism, whatever you want to call it, informed sentencing disparities. But another thing that informed disparities was also the disparities in crime rates, right, which were much higher among Black Americans. But then if you look a little deeper, if race is the only lens that you have to make sense of these inequalities, then you get super predators. And that, again, is what liberals and conservatives had coalesced around then, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2000s. But if you add class to the mix, as I did as a kid, right, because I was really concerned about getting caught up with cops, ultimately for no good reason. But if you add class to the mix, then what you see is Black perpetrators of violent crime and property theft, and white and Hispanic and Asian have something in common. They tended to be poor. And that doesn't mean that poor people are programmed to be criminals. That's absurd. That's what a eugenicist would say. But the inequalities that were rampant by the 80s, for sure, by way of deindustrialization, right? The decline in well-paying, unionized jobs is a shorthand in the deindustrialization in American cities, which impacts Blacks disproportionately because of redlining, et cetera. But that decline of the American working class was a major source of the disparities in crime, right? And one more time for the people in the back, if the only lens that you use to make sense of this is race or racism, then you get super predators. And then you fast forward to where we are, if the only lens that you have to make sense of this is racism, then the non-Black inmates, the non-Black victims of mass incarceration and police murders and that kind of thing, then they don't matter, right? I mean, then we are to assume, this isn't my perspective, I need to be clear about this, we should assume that they just invited this on themselves, right? Because the only lens that we have to make sense of why the US incarcerates more people than any other nation on the globe is racism. So the fact that, let's say, if you just look at the white inmate population in a place like Mississippi, what you're going to find, so we'll just assume that Black incarceration and white incarceration are the same, right? The rates in Mississippi, they're not. Blacks are way more likely to be incarcerated than whites. But if you just focus on the whites for a second, what you're going to find is the US incarcerates more white people than Canada incarcerates human beings, or the UK incarcerates human beings, or France incarcerates, and these human beings are Canadian, Englishmen, Frenchmen, et cetera, right? The US incarcerates way more white people than the Western European or Canadian counterparts incarcerate people. We have an incarceration problem that is worse for Blacks, no question about that, no question. But even if you just look at the incarceration rates among whites, there's something wrong in America if we're incarcerating that many people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, it naturalizes and reifies the white incarceration to only talk about Black incarceration.
And how is that not going to nurture resentment, right? I mean, if we live in a democracy, and we do, and we're all in this together, and we don't understand ourselves to be in this together, which is part of the problem. If you ration empathy and compassion, then what you're going to do is nurture animosity, right? And hostility to issues that we actually might be invested in. And I don't believe in rationing empathy. I'm not going to attribute that to 8 years of Catholic school, because ultimately that just made me agnostic, as my parents hoped that it would. But certainly one of the good things that I got out of that Catholic education in an all-Black Catholic school in Southwest Atlanta, Georgia in the 70s and 80s was the importance of caring and being invested in people less fortunate than myself. And I don't have a racial filter for that anymore. I might have as a kid. It's possible. I don't know. That was a long time ago that I was a kid. But even as a young man, I didn't have a filter like that. Suffering, whatever my personal dispositions, when I see people suffering, I just care about them. I don't want them to suffer. But the homeboy fetish thing, really has a lot of spurs and creates a lot of problems. And I think I want to add one other thing, if you can indulge. When Nance had said that, I was thinking about, and someone had mentioned Robin DiAngelo. Oh wait, first that was me, but then I opened that door. Maybe that was a mistake. But the concept, and I can't recall if she's invested in this. In my mind, she is, but I might be misremembering this. But there's this concept that I learned about some years back, in part from a controversy, via controversy related to the Civil Rights Museum, ironically, about a construct called white supremacist thinking. And again, I think this connects in real and uncomfortable ways to Nance's point about the homeboy fetish and underclass ideology as well. That white supremacist thinking, as I recall it, comes down to placing exceptional value on the written word, logical thinking, and the testimony of experts.
Oh, yeah.
And if one does that, one is promoting white values within that framework. That's not my framework. It's a framework as an academic and a Black person, I would say, with a working mind, I have to reject. But because what is the takeaway then? That Black Americans don't value the testimony of experts. We value the testimony of people we know and like, right? That Black Americans, again, are emotional and don't value logical thinking. That they dismiss the written word. Those used to be transparently racist stereotypes about Black Americans, that we're emotional, that we're thus not logical thinkers, right? And that particular framing, one found as a sexist stereotype about women as well, right? Whatever their race, right? Both categories, women, whatever their race, Blacks, whatever their sex, were allegedly emotional and illogical actors, right? Who were attached to mysticism. And somehow or another, white supremacist thinking, as framed, as I've described, is somehow anti-racist. And once again, it's hard for me to disentangle that perversely anti-racist, racist framework from the homeboy fetish. Because who are the real Black people within the paradigm? Those who are driven by emotion, those who will tell you where to get off with no concern about consequences, right? Those who have indicated, they may be smart, but have indicated that they don't value the written word because they don't value education, et cetera, right? Formal education, which is truly bizarre. Because I got to tell you, it had long been the case, interestingly enough, that Black Americans were more likely to place heightened value on formal education than their white counterparts were. So it's odd to see as a characterization that, people who value formal education and logical thinking and the written word are white. And if one places value on that within a certain kind of anti-racist framework, one is denigrating Black Americans. Up is down, left is right, and 4 + 4 is Jello within this framework, right?
If
wild.
you say that only white guys are capable of reason, and then you say, well, reason is bad and colonialist, that doesn't fix the statement.
Right. And at least I suspect it's updated. So it's not just white guys. White women can be capable of reason too within this paradigm, I think. But certainly POCs not so much, or at least Black POCs not so much, right? And again, I don't know how that's not racist. But that's why there was a controversy about that framing a few years ago. I think it was still during the lockdown, maybe. I don't know. Was that a showstopper?
I mean, I think
it's over, guys. I'm out of here. Yeah, that's the show. It's show's over, folks.
Mic drop moment.
Let's go home. Yeah.
But Nance, I think I essentially cut you off.
Yeah, I think that I don't know. A few months ago, I wrote a little piece. It was titled Rachel Dolezal, and I was talking about Rachel Dolezal, and I was talking about Kendrick. And I don't care for Kendrick, and I've never been into gangster rap, but I love hip hop because for me, hip hop and punk rock were one world, and it was trying to express ourselves. And I don't keep up with trends, but I'm aware of Kendrick, and I'm aware that he's apparently the best to ever do it. But there was a kid at his show that was singing along with his songs, and he said the no word, and he stopped the show. And I found that very problematic because I think the majority of kids in the suburbs sing along to Kendrick songs, regardless of race. So to me, the fact that race was coming back into it at that point, it was a little white kid that said it. Like, it kind of broke my brain. Like, white kids are just not allowed to say the word. It's not connected to this quote unquote authentic experience that was laundered through NWA and like that type of nasty gangster rap stuff. I don't know. It broke my brain.
Well, I mean, one thing. Oh, did not mean to cut you off. Sorry.
You're good. Continue. One
thing that jumps to mind for me about this is if you set the Wayback Machine dial back to the early days of hip hop as a crossover art form, and I would date that personally to the genesis of Yo MTV Raps, because MTV, I'm old enough to remember not just that when MTV played music videos, but also when they didn't play Black artists. And what was interesting to me about this, and your point about punk and hip hop being two versions of the same thing, I went to a bunch of different high schools. I hated high school. I'm lucky to have graduated, but so I was quite disaffected. But one of the many high schools I attended was Performing and Visual Arts High School. And though I'm a guitarist of some sort, then it was visual arts for me, and I did visual arts in that era. And the punk kids really liked, seemed receptive to hip hop. They were into it. They actually bothered me, and this relates to the MTV connection, and this will get me to rap and N-word, I promise. They bothered me for what ended up proving to be the same pattern that I ended up seeing with MTV and how MTV treated Black artists. The punk kids, and this is the middle to late 1980s, were dismissive of mainstream kind of funk music, which was also Black music. And as I understood, and I couldn't quite articulate this at 15, but the punk kids liked rap, not just because it was subversive, but once again, these were the real N-words. Not that they would have said that exactly. But what came through was that the themes in Black funk music actually announced Black humanity, right? Because who are these funk artists? Many of them, one, were real musicians who had some kind of schooling, formal or otherwise. some of them who had formal schooling went to college. A group like Midnight Star, I think they went to Tennessee State or something. I believe Cameo is a group from out of Atlanta. A number of the artists in Cameo went to one of the local HBCUs. I'm pretty sure my childhood best friend's mother, who also taught Killer Mike, by the way, in public school, but she was a college professor, and I'm pretty sure she had taught at least one of the guys in Cameo. And Nancy, I won't say her last name, but but Nancy was a Black woman who was an opera singer and was a skilled musician, and both as practitioner and theoretician, or one who knew music theory, I guess it's maybe the more accurate way to put it. But anyway, and so one, you have school musicians who are coming out of households that are stable enough economically that they could afford instruments. Even Bootsy Collins would be a case in point here. And the themes that drove, the lyrical themes that drove funk music kind of were Fordist on some level, right? They were at least compatible with the Fordist consensus. You presumed you had a job because you had a place to lay your head. After a hard day's work or a hard week's work, you want to go to the club and unwind, but you had a hard work day, not a day on the corner slinging, right? Which is also work, but not one that lends itself to longevity or that announces, I don't know, I would say the variety of Black experiences at the very least, or dare I even say humanity. And what those punk kids seem to be looking for, from my vantage point, and I say this granted as one who wasn't the real N-word, even though both my parents are Black and I grew up in Black communities, so I don't know how that works, but whatever. Oh, I think I do. But what they were looking for wasn't just subversive, that's part of it, but one of the things that made rap subversive is the attachment to the notion that Blacks were the forever unknowable, exotic, and dare I say savage other, right? From their vantage point. Anyway, not mine. And I enjoyed hip hop too, but I felt, right or wrong, that we had attachments to it that were very different because, like I said, they couldn't appreciate other kinds of Black music, where Black people were just kind of like them, actually, just without the spiky hair and the piercings before that was normalized, right? And again, with MTV, what do you see? Those Black funk artists, with the exception of Michael Jackson by way of CBS's Flexing and Prince, and maybe very briefly artists in their universe, Janet Jackson, among others, they don't get any play, right? Unless you can categorize them as dance artists, which is going to be how it works for Janet Jackson in particular. They got nothing. It's really hip hop, right? It's really MTV Raps, where you get a platform for Black music, so-called Black music. And that's what they used to call it in the 80s, I might add, and probably the 70s too, but definitely the 80s. And that's promoting Blacks as, wait for it, I mean, there's your homeboy fetish, the forever unknowable, exotic other, right? And amplifying the notion of an authentic Black experience. That's the hood experience. That's the underclass experience. And that has become mainstream. Now, I lost the full arc of where I wanted to go with that, but though now it's like 11 o'clock in the morning where I am, so sleepiness is less of an excuse at this point. But I did appreciate that. Oh, I know, it was the N-word thing, and I should say this. So with the N-word thing, in that era that I've described, where the punk kids didn't like funk music, that's also when adults, Black adults, people a generation ahead of me, and they weren't necessarily old, but because I was 15 in this scenario, so 30s, 40s, 30, 40-year-olds were upset at how hip-hop was normalizing the N-word, because I don't know any Black people who are, I don't know, 45 and older, so that's going to encompass me for sure, who are comfortable with white people saying that word. I mean, I often say that, I've had a number of very close friends who happen to be white. One of the things that allowed us to be friends is, just as I knew not to use Italian American slurs reflexively, or Jewish slurs reflexively, even as my friends, Italian Americans and Jewish alike, would say things about Italian Americans and Jews that if anybody else said, racist vis-a-vis Italian Americans or anti-Semitic vis-a-vis Jews, they'd say that stuff amongst each other. I never thought to weigh in, right? And they might hear me. If we're family, there's no filter. So I'll talk to them the same way I talk to Jason Miles or Pascal, right? Or my other Black friends now or back then. They never chimed in, with that word choice, because we all understood that even though we were family, as we saw it, it was just best not to cross certain lines. And I would also add that in those scenarios, we defended each other when, people said anti-Black shit and not in my presence. Bam, my boy Chris was on it, as was Rebecca. When people said anti-Italian shit or anti-Jewish shit, I was on it, right? Because I was very sensitive to those issues and others in that vein. So I can appreciate why, this would be an off-limits piece, but that's why I don't go around saying the word all the time in public spaces to random white people. And this is a genre that has, for longer than Kendrick's been alive, I presume, in which that has been normative. Well, what are you going to expect if it's in the hook, right? That's why you shouldn't do that shit, though. So I'm not making the case for giving the white guy the pass, or Gwyneth Paltrow, who found herself in a controversy in Paris or something, where there were N-words in Paris for real or something. Gwyneth Paltrow, I believe. Now, don't hate on her. I could be dead wrong about this, but I thought Gwyneth Paltrow created a controversy at what was it? Jay-Z, and I believe Jay-Z, and maybe it was Kanye. That feels right for reasons I won't say. But they had essentially authorized her, as I recall it. But again, maybe I'm wrong. Again, you're authorizing it if it's in the hook.
It's normal if you're cool. Like Nance and I were just talking about earlier. Like, of course, we've been given the pass multiple times throughout our lives. Of course, because if you hang out with people who do drugs, like, it's guaranteed to happen. Like, someone's gonna be like, you get it, you get the pass. But do you take that to the radio or TV? No. Do you take it to the classroom? Of course you can't. And can you go and use that pass with other people? No, it's not transferable. It doesn't work that way. Right.
And we all in our cliques have boundaries that we can cross in our cliques, right? Because we're family. That did not include racial slurs for my friends, my non-Black friends, and myself. But I can understand how it might for some cliques, just not mine. So don't be using that with me. Anyway, be clear about that.
Pass revoked. Yeah. I've never had someone preemptively foreclose the possibility, but it's good that we know this. Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, those things, those lines that we cross in our cliques, that's not a universal, right? Jason gives me shit about why, Jason or Ben Burgess gave me shit about why I couldn't enjoy Stranger Things, because those characters would be my contemporaries. And I, having had interracial friendships as a teen in the back end of the 1980s, I thought those boys were too nice to each other. That they should have been teasing each other. No slurs, but fucking with each other. The way that boys fuck with each other, and with those interracial friendships in that era, that might include an occasional ethnic joke that your boy and only your boy could do with you, and that your boy would kick anybody else's ass if they ever did that shit about you or any other black people or whatever group. But you guys are family, so you fuck with each other the way that family fucks with each other. Again, not using the slurs though. And again, I didn't see that in season 1 of that show, so it didn't make any sense to me. So like, I can't watch this. They're not Gran Torino barbershop enough for me. It's inauthentic for the era. Might be real now, just wasn't real in the mid 80s. Hopefully not another showstopper.
Yeah, in my friend groups, we didn't go over those kinds of lines either.
I guess I wanted to say also, there's a difference between a friend group that holds itself together by using slurs either to degrade one another or to shore up the in-group against an out-group, and
a group in the 90s that grew up on rap that uses the term as homie, and it's a term of endearment and reclaiming it and blah, blah, blah. And if that's the assumption, well, when a professional managerial class clown comes in and starts telling people how they need to talk in their spaces, when it's like, no, we're going to use the words the way that we use these words, then it's absolutely ridiculous. But what I just told the chat is, of course, in spaces that are shared between niches, between friend groups, between workplaces, there needs to be some basic sense of what we will and what we will not do. And that's what it kind of comes down to, you know?
Right. You need boundaries, and boundaries are by their nature porous, or I should say not necessarily porous, but contingent.
Yeah.
And it's pretty easy. It should be easy to understand connotation, right? And connotation is about contingency to a degree. A good friend of mine who's a decade or more older than I am, and his kids were a decade or more younger than me, was, from my vantage point, appropriately angry that his son allowed his white friends to use that word when they were playing video games. My buddy took his son aside. His son's black, my buddy's black, and admonished him. And his son said, well, yeah, it's different for us. And Mike said, well, one, I don't believe that. And two, it's not different in my house. And I can certainly concede a generational divide, but, you know, I will also say that one of the reasons that those prescriptions were so rigid in my era, and certainly with my peer set, is you don't ever want anybody comfortable with that, right? And because, you know, people sometimes say things that they just don't mean in the heat of the moment, but there's also no recall button on the stuff that you say, and there are things that you can say are be damnable on some level. And so, as I alluded to, I understood, I never felt that I was missing out on something by not using, you know, Italian American equivalents to the N-word, of which there are at 2 or 3 easy equivalents to that. I never felt that I was missing out on something by the Jewish one.
But you weren't growing up in a place where that was the slang and that's just normal. So if someone
It
were to
was
try
for
to
Italian Americans, right? I mean, for the Italian American friends that I had and people in their broader network anyway, have these terms that are the equivalent of the N-word. But if an outsider uses it, correct.
Okay.
If an outsider uses it, it's a slur. If an insider uses it, it's a term of camaraderie. And I would go with camaraderie rather than endearment. In the Northeast, in my youth, you know, a group that got a pass for using the N-word that was technically not a black group, but not if you understand the slavery in the Western Hemisphere. Puerto Ricans got to use the N-word. And when I moved from the South to the Northeast, I'm like, WTF, why did these people get to use the N-word? Now, granted, I looked Puerto Rican within the context of the Northeast, so I probably had a lot of nerve asking that question. But I was initially uncomfortable. But then I realized that, you know, for the most part, racists in that era understood Puerto Ricans to, and they weren't wrong about this, to be some kind of Spanish-speaking black person. And certainly the reason I looked, you know, people regularly thought I was Puerto Rican and Dominican is I was essentially the same mix. As I said, you know, I'm not biracial. Old Master's in the gene pool. But what that means is my background would include Africans, Europeans, and perhaps a splash of indigenous. And that's going to be the Caribbean Hispanic population, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban.
Oh, really quick?
So by American standards, they're going to be black people, as Americans see it, not as they see it, of course. So they got the pass back then. Sorry.
Right. Well, thank you. And I want to have a moment here for everyone to get to say some concluding thought, but we've got only a few minutes here before we're about to switch gears. Nance and I are about to sort of mediate quite the contradiction conversation between Chris Cutrone and Haz of Infrared / the ACP, American Communist Party. And it's kind of like communism, or, you know, communism and how it divides between some sort of Trotskyist versus Stalinist approach. We're all not either of those things, but we're interested in understanding the contradiction. So we're going to be going into that in a second. On that, if you have anything you want us to ask them, you know, do let us know on your way out. But before we get to that, Benjamin, Touré, what's going on? Why is Better Call Saul better than Breaking Bad?
I'll let Benjamin go first.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Unless you want me to, but I'm happy to let you, I got a wrap, but I'm happy to let you go first.
Well, I would say that Better Call Saul really raises this question of whether this guy could have made it as a lawyer if he had had adequate social support from the people around him. He doesn't make it, but then the question is it because they assume that he can't make it based on his past, or because he really is what they think he is and say he is? Whereas in Breaking Bad, you have a situation where a teacher does something very unusual and strange and bizarre in becoming a meth dealer to solve a problem that most teachers don't have, because most teachers are in public sector unions and do have some level of health insurance that would kick in the event that they got cancer. And then in Breaking Bad, it's overwhelmingly clear that he has multiple opportunities to stop doing this thing, but nonetheless does it. So it's focused on his idiosyncratic behavior. Why is he so strange? Why is he so bizarre that he's doing all of this? Whereas in Better Call Saul, we have a much more common thing that happens all the time in the States, which is somebody coming from a set of mistakes or a difficult situation, tries to make good, is stereotyped, is thought of as not worthy of where he's trying to go based on where he's been. And this is something he has to wrestle with. And there are moments where it looks like it might go one way or the other.
Okay. I like that.
I love that.
Before you say if you agree or if there's a different approach you take, Touré, I would just say the reason that Mikey and I, and probably Nance, but like definitely Mikey and I like Breaking Bad so much is because it's that, oh, be a good little monkey for us, do the dance, do the thing that you're supposed to do. We look down on you. Every male, especially white male in this country, is told that they're supposed to be like Peter Griffin and just be a sort of door stopper or like a prop. And the thing is it's aggravating, and your death drive builds up over time as your will to power is repressed, and you eventually want to break out and do something crazy. And people break out and do crazy things in different ways. Going and making meth is a pretty exciting one. And obviously, I think the main reason that it's cool is because you've got the death drive thing coming out, but then you've also got, within such a short period of time, within like 2 episodes, little choices he makes, or seemingly small choices that he makes, spiral so quickly that he has to like he's basically like in an ultimatum where he's like, the gig's up or I have to kill some people. And the kind of weird choices he keeps finding himself having to make really quickly. We love that. We love that a lot. But you make me want to watch Better Call Saul. I only saw the first couple episodes, so now because of you both, I'm going to go watch it. But Touré, what about you, man?
So I really, really liked Benjamin's answer, which is much more cerebral than mine, but I'm going to bridge the divide between the two. Okay. As Dave, you saw Walter White. I think that's how he came across in the first couple seasons. But then as the series unfolds, you realize that this man has fallen from the heights of chemistry to the lows of chemistry as a public school teacher in obscurity who's been dealt a horrible blow, right? He's already a beaten man when it starts, and now he's got this cancer that he can't afford to treat, right? But you realize, thanks to the flashback episodes and in the story arc with Walt and Gus, is the real-time expression of this pathology, that Walter is pathological, not simply because he's a criminal. He's the smartest man in the room, even when he's not, and can't get out of his own way and is ultimately self-destructive. It becomes evident as, thanks to the flashbacks and then the arc with Gus Fring, that Walt has invited all of this misery onto himself because of his arrogance. And I thought, yeah, I know this guy. I've worked with this guy. Fuck this guy. And from my vantage point, Walt's end was not brutal enough. Once he killed Gus, I was done with that guy. But anyway, Saul, and again, I really, really liked Benjamin's cerebral account of what's going on with Saul, because that's essentially why my wife likes Saul so much. The underdog narrative and his struggle against perception, right? And there is a question as to whether or not in the end, he's just fulfilling other people's expectations of him, right? Because he was always going to be slipping Jimmy no matter what he did. I think my wife liked the impact of the love of a good woman on him too, but that's just another element of the story. So maybe that says something about both her and me, and the pathologies that she thinks I might struggle with. But I like the tone in Saul better. In Saul, you get also a window onto the best characters in Breaking Bad, in my opinion, who are definitely not Walter White or Jesse Pinkman, both of whom I had some sympathy for, and though in the case of Walt, I didn't eventually. But no, I thought the best characters were Saul. I thought who we get a ton of background on in exactly the way that Benjamin said, which is awesome. But also the background that we get on Mike, who was a wonderful character in Breaking Bad, and Gus, who was an intriguing character, did horrible things, but the fastidiousness and the vengeance story that shaped Gus or make him a really interesting character. I also like Giancarlo Esposito, just for what it's worth, but Bob Odenkirk was great, and what's her face, Rhea, the actress who plays Kim, Saul's girlfriend and kind of wife, was fantastic at that role. And Howard, the actor who plays Howard, I've long liked ever since the Last Exorcism. I've enjoyed his work very much. But I think the tone is just so much better in Saul, and part of the reason is, or much of that is exactly what Benjamin said, much more eloquently and elegantly than I could have. So I'm really glad I let you go first.
Thanks.
Yeah, he does this professionally. He's got a whole podcast that is about film, and it's called The Lack. Definitely check it out, everybody, if you haven't already checked out The Lack with Benjamin and Nina. But with that, everybody, Touré, thank you so much for visiting. We hope to see you again sometime later this year. And maybe we'll be coming to a city near you within the next month or two.
That would be awesome. And by the way, Chris Cutrone and I went to college together. Yeah. We didn't really know each other, but we were in college at the same time in a small liberal arts college. So send my regards.
We will. All right. Take care. Everybody,
Thanks.
we'll be
Thank
right
you.
back. Thank you so much. Take care.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Theory Underground exists to cultivate the conditions necessary for a working class intellectual renaissance that goes beyond old political categories or other identitarian niches. At TU, autodidact workers with earbuds and professionals who see no future in existing institutions or movements are able to challenge their doxa and develop an understanding of the situation we are in.
If you subscribe at theoryunderground.com, you'll get access to a package of courses, including my Intro to Fault Line Theory, which includes Intro to Nick Land and Intro to Slavoj Žižek. These courses are being woven with the 3 courses that take place on a month-to-month basis, spread out throughout the year of 2025. Those courses are 12 Core Concepts and the Fundamental Problems with the Situation Today with social theorist David McGowan, 12 Essential Political Thinkers with political theorist Benjamin Studebaker, and The Philosophy of Nature with philosopher Nina Power.
The way these all get woven together at a deeper and more meta level is through the ongoing research seminars led by David McGowan, Benjamin Studebaker, and Michael Downs, where they engage with one another's work by sharing developments from their own perspectives, theory, and research.
If you subscribe at higher levels and support our work, we'll support your development with bespoke teaching. Alone and unaided, we struggle to grasp our situation in its fullness and formulate a meaningful response. By working together and pooling our energies, we can do better. Join us at theoryunderground.com/subscribe.
There'll be 2 kinds of people in 10 years. Those who said, I knew all along Theory Underground was going to make this huge difference. Those are the people that are like Nance, who were on the sidelines at one point and then said, nah, I'm going to get in. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and I'm going to go hard. And then there's another kind of person, a person who waits in the wings, collects receipts, and who will say in 10 years, oh yeah, I was there. I saw that happen. And then they'll gossip monger. Listen, If you want to get involved, get involved. But if you're going to sit there in the bleachers, well, here's some popcorn. I hope you have fun.
Oh, hey, Dave. What are you up to?
Hello. I'm grading right now. So.
Grading? Well, what's that?
Oh, this? This is a G2 pen. It might be the best pen in the entire world because the price point is perfect for working class people like us. More importantly, cartridges are replaceable. The ink, it glides, but it doesn't smudge too bad. And most importantly, you can do that. And it's really fun.
That's pretty cool.
We at Theory Underground are not sponsored by Pilot, nor does Pilot endorse this commercial. Theory Underground is funded by contributions from viewers like you. Thank you.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, that was funny. And/or that was a good point, Dave. I probably fully agree with you. Man, this is great. Aren't we having a great day? This is going really well. But hold on, man. Something just came up. I got something I got to go do. I'll be right back, man. Don't go anywhere. Just give me a minute. Hello, audience. I'm here to talk to you. How are you? I hope you're well. I'm glad you're here. I wanted to first and foremost recognize you and let you know that you do a great job in general as an audience. I'm convinced that the Theory Underground audience is the best audience on the internet. And thank you for that. You know, over the last several months, we've really worked together to build a finely tuned audience machine. You guys do a good job. You're deliberate. You're intentional. You stay on track. You follow the thread. You ask good questions, clarifying questions. You keep the bullshit to a minimum. It's good. You guys are great in the live chat and in the comment sections. Thank you. I wanted to let you know there's another way that you could be helpful as an audience member, and that's by remembering to hit the like, share, subscribe buttons. That's by leaving a cool comment. That's by maybe giving a review on the podcast app or whatever, and doing all the algorithm things. Because there was a point in time when you, audience member, were not a member of the audience here because you didn't know about Theory Underground. You were just out there doing your thing, living your best life probably. And then you were like, oh, what's going on over here? This looks interesting. And now you're here. And now you do a good job. But think about the next guy. There's a guy out there, or someone out there right now who really kind of, in a sense, really belongs in the audience at Theory Underground because they're going to get an awful lot out of it, but they're also going to bring an awful lot to the ongoing conversations. And the only way they're going to know is if you, dear audience, continues to do the algorithm things. So the algorithm keeps recommending Theory Underground to new people. So do us a favor, do yourself a favor, and do the next guy a favor. Pay it forward, and that'll be awesome. That's all. That's all. You know, just wanted to pop in, say thanks. You're doing a great job. We appreciate it. Give yourselves a pat on the back. And with that.
All right, so we're not recording for the new episode or anything, but welcome everybody in the live chat back. Welcome back. How did you like all those PSAs we just played for you all? And look who's with us now. Chris Cutrone. How you doing, Chris?
Hi, Dave. Hi, Nance. Doing well.
Great to have you. Great to have you. We want to ask you really quick before we get into anything else, the most important question of this stream today. It's an emergent theme. Better Call Saul or Breaking Bad?
Oh, you know, that's a good one. Because actually, maybe I do prefer Better Call Saul to Breaking Bad, actually. Yeah, that's a good one. You know, that's a hard one because they're different.
What was the school you and Touré went to?
Hampshire College, which is actually a kind of infamous school. They got into trouble because I think it was after Trump's election that they took down the American flag. and then U.S. veterans who were employees there, staff there, protested against the removal of the American flag. So, but they're like, they're a product of the 60s. They were started in 1970, in my birth year. And so they were an experimental school set up by the other more traditional schools like Amherst and Mount Holyoke and Smith and University of Massachusetts. And they've had some financial problems lately.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because there must have been something in the water, because you and Touré both are like 100%.
It's a lefty school, total lefty school. And maybe Touré didn't want to be far from his dad, Adolf, because Adolf at that time was at Yale, and Yale was close by. I mean, it's like, I don't know, an hour away, hour and a half, probably like an hour.
I see. Well, we've got Haz here now. Welcome, Haz. How you doing, man? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, we're muted. Uh-oh.
Sorry, I was just letting everyone know that.
Now, we haven't hit record yet for this episode. We're just kind of engaging with the chat a little bit and joking around. And so I'll ask you the question we asked Chris here, and this is coming out of the conversation we just had with Tay Reed and Benjamin Studebaker. What would you say if you had to choose Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul?
Me?
Yeah.
I've never even watched the other one, but obviously Breaking Bad. I mean, are you kidding? Who knows about Saul? Or I mean, nobody knows who that is.
Saul's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
It is.
Yeah. There's a whole story with Giancarlo Esposito. I forget what his character name is. The head of the sort of buttoned up persnickety guy who runs the chicken.
Yeah.
Restaurant.
Is that Gus?
Oh, Gus. Yeah, Gus Hall. Yeah. Or not Gus Hall.
Right.
Not Gus Hall. Gus Fring.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Gus Fring. And so it gives the whole backstory of the cartel in Better Call Saul. So in his deep background with the cartel and how he's trying to get revenge against the cartel leaders because they killed. Turns out he's gay, and they killed his partner in front of him, right, to cement his loyalty. So
I feel like the cartel stuff kind of ruins the mystery, though, because Gus Fring was such a mysterious. You knew he was in some deep criminal networks, but I guess they go into it.
They keep the mystery because they keep the motivation mysterious. They keep the cartel characters interesting because they're ambiguous in their motivation. There's a younger Latino guy who's his lieutenant, and he's also a main character in Better Call Saul. And he's like more of an anti-hero. I mean, it's just, I don't know, gets more into it. Let's put it that way.
Oh, interesting.
And it's funny.
Yeah.
Well, go, Nance.
I was just gonna say I didn't finish Breaking Bad. It was too stressful for me. And I haven't seen any Better Call Saul, but I'm convinced that I apparently need to watch both.
Yeah, you got to see it to the end. Breaking Bad for sure, because the whole question
stressful.
of whether Walter White redeems himself or not, ultimately, or whether he really is going to a dark place or not.
I want to be entertained. I don't want to be stressed out. I'm stressed out 98% of the time. I want to watch TV to decompress.
Aristotle will tell you catharsis. Gotta purge your existential thread by watching the suffering of virtuous people.
Okay.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and just say something to the audience before I hit record and introduce what it's gonna be here. But real quick, folks, I shared a link a little bit earlier. Nance, if you could share it again while I talk, that'd be fantastic. Basically, this link is to a survey that we've put together. This survey is something that we brainstormed on stream yesterday with members of the critical social theory, alien anthropology, and socioanalysis research cohort here at this McGowan seminar. And it's something that I'm doing between Theory Underground and my Sociology 101 and 122 courses, as well as with people in over 12 cities in the United States. Obviously, Europe is going to be a big part of it. We're going to be talking to gas station attendants on highways in the middle of nowhere in Kansas, and then we'll be talking to people in cities from Chicago to New York City and back to LA. And the kinds of questions we're asking people aim to get us to the heart of where we are currently at with things in the post-class fractured mass, as we say here at TU. But basically, this is just a kind of, let's get it started. And so if you all like to share your opinions, if you all want us to know something about you, well, we want to cross-reference our students' answers and the people out there on the street with you guys. And so it's especially cool. We got so many ACP people spamming the chat right now. I hope that you guys will take a minute to let us know how you see the world, because you get to skew the sort of bell curve as far as how we understand people in this country. And I think we're going to blow people's minds over the next year as we tell people what society actually is as far as we can see, because everyone's always gaslighting us with statistics and we don't fucking know how to get to the bottom of them, so we're doing them ourselves. And with that said, I'm about to hit the record button. Anybody have anything they need to say before we get on with it, with the episode? No? Good to go? All right, I'm going to hit record. And Nance, what are you making? Are you making some tea there?
Yeah, buddy.
Nice, nice. Okay. So, folks, I don't know if the recording is going on yet. The OBS is just frozen. Okay, we're on. We're on. Okay, so I want to say a couple of opening remarks before we turn it over to our very important guests who both need no introduction. That being Chris Cutrone and Haz al-Din of Infrared and ACP. And so I just wanted to say, a contradiction is not a debate. We at Theory Underground have been trying to develop an approach that is dialectical in nature. And that does not mean you take a couple of opposites and you try to reach some synthesis. Of course not. We want to tarry with contradictions that constitute the situation today. And we could do that abstractly without human beings, but it's a lot more special when you can get those human beings who represent different positions in the field that constitute the situation to actually step forward and make themselves clear. It's another thing when they do that in front of one another. And so we have a lot of people on the internet who are just like all anti-Trotsky or all anti-Stalin, and they're all telling us how we should think about history. But how often do the twain meet and actually have an adult conversation? And so Theory Underground strives to set up that kind of a space. And it's something that we'll be doing with our tour as we travel across the country here in a month. We're bringing live events that are hybrid to a city near you. So reach out to us ASAP if you've got a special venue or audience or community of people who would like to host us and something different, something unlike anything that anybody in the 21st century has ever seen. And we're very excited to be doing that. But for now, you guys have both been doing a lot of organizing yourselves recently. And I kind of want in your introductory statements for you both to kind of talk a little bit about the ACP in Haz's case. And Cutrone, with you, it's the Campaign for a Socialist Party. I think you both doing this IRL organizing now is a very interesting thing. I've seen the kinds of things that people put out against you both. I've seen people say very nasty things about you. And I think that some people coming in on this conversation, hearing about you guys for the first time, they might do a little digging. They're just going to see a bunch of BS as far as I'm concerned. You guys are here to make yourselves intelligible to this audience and one another. Let's bracket those people out of the equation entirely and just be here together in this moment. So welcome. It's great to have you.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Fantastic. So, Nance, who do you think should go first?
I think I don't know. I don't know. I'm thinking about this, and I think you guys are both provocative in your own ways. And yes, we want to be provocative. We want to be sensational. We're here on the internet, but also we don't want to do that. It's exhausting. We're not here to do that. Do either of you have anything? I don't know. You're chomping at the bit to get anything off your chest or get the ball rolling or anything, keeping in mind we're actually here to try to communicate
We could start with the party question. We could start with that, and maybe I don't know. I guess I'd invite Haz to explain the ACP and our historical moment as a moment for founding a new communist party in the United States, and then I can explain why I might not think it's a good time to try to launch a party immediately, and explain why I have a campaign for a socialist party instead.
Perfect.
Yeah, sure. So, as an Orthodox Stalinist conservative, I actually regard there as having existed a communist party already in the United States for the longest time, the CPUSA. And I did not advocate forming a new party from scratch in the beginning. I didn't advocate, that because such a founding would be tainted by its origins. If we founded a party because we had some ideological enthusiasm or some specific ideological view that we wanted it to turn into a real life organization, we're just endangering and setting the precedent for people to start splits on the basis of ideological disagreements. So that is one of the main reasons that I, in a very conservative way, advocated that people just join the CPUSA and struggle to reform it from within. I wasn't completely naive, though. I understood that we were going to give them a chance to actually uphold the model of democratic centralism and proceduralism that they had in place. And it was kind of an experiment. The question was, let's say we combine the tools of social media and the internet with this real existing infrastructure, and technically there is nothing that they could do to preempt it constitutionally. And, come the next National Congress or the National Convention, then we will be able to have an influence and have a say and start discussions and debates and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that happened in the summer after years of my people basically being in the CPUSA. And they did this unprecedented thing, which was more or less a coup. And we documented it in detail about how, the procedures were defunct.
Mm-hmm.
And we had been preparing in the meantime for that eventuality by reconstituting the party, there's historical precedent for it. In 48, I believe, they reconstituted it after the Browder's CPA liquidationism. We consider the party to have been liquidated similarly, actually, because of their inability to even have internal debates or dialogue about the support for the Democrats. So it became liquidated, and we reconstituted it. And the important thing for us was maintaining continuity, legal continuity, not just in terms of U.S. law, but according to the formalism of the party.
Uh-huh.
And so we didn't found ACP to be this kind of bombastic, loud ideological thing. Infrared is the loud ideological thing, that's my media platform.
Mm-hmm.
But the party we regarded as a kind of almost a neutral infrastructure for independent proletarian politics. That is why the party is not, it's an orthodox Marxist-Leninist party in terms, but if you read our declaration, that is not about ideology. That is about the practical precedent set by these parties in terms of how they work, their procedures, the achievements hitherto been accomplished within that history of praxis. So the party is very inspired by American pragmatism, actually, because for us, practice is the ultimate criterion of truth. And to that end, we have a very flexible kind of decentralized model where we encourage chapters to take initiative to experiment and basically figure out how to organize and the best ways of organizing. And, models that work can be replicated, right? So we're looking for models that work through this decentralized model, and then those can replicate. So we already have examples of that when it comes to, certain community service initiatives that turned out to be very successful and other things. It's work. You have to find ways to balance that with the need for centralization and central guidelines and stuff. But more or less, the party wants to create a norm of practice rather than what exists now, it seems like, in organizations where practice is this exceptional thing, which you have to just constantly have discourse all the time, basically. And then once every blue moon, when people can finally, after 10,000 splits and a bunch of different drama and controversies, finally they can agree upon actually doing something. And we want the opposite. We want practice to be the norm and discourse to be the exceptional thing. Not to say discourse won't exist. It does exist, but we don't want people to be just comfortable sitting around and talking, So the ACP is something very unprecedented. It's trying to build a communist party in the age of information and in social media, which I don't think there's really any precedent for. But it's still very conservative as a project, which means it regards the party as a kind of material infrastructure, which is boring in a lot of ways. It's a proceduralism, it's bureaucracy, whatever. And the exciting and the libidinal and the fun and the whatever, we want that to be consigned to like infrared or Midwestern Marx or whatever. And that way the party won't be tainted by these dynamics on social media. It can just be this material neutral infrastructure to organize people, and all of the great visions and ideas and even fantasies in a lot of ways, right? All of that can be experimented with online. We could have this grand imagination about Mongol hordes and whatever, all this kind of stuff, just understanding it for what it is. It's fiction. It's virtual. It's on the internet. We don't have to demean a real life party with, although the dimension of ideology and the dimension of, dare I say fiction, it's very important, but it shouldn't be confused with actual real world reality, right? So that's kind of I'm saying this because a lot of people are confused about what is the difference between the ACP and infrared, for example. Well, infrared, it has a much greater degree of freedom and flexibility when it comes to imagination, when it comes to the more psychological side of things, when it comes to memes, when it comes to the unconscious and all that kind of stuff. Whereas the party is more boring. The party is just a kind of, and technically speaking, formally speaking, anyone, as long as you follow our procedures, as long as you agree with the principles of Marxism, Leninism, can join our party and have a completely different, even contradictory vision than infrared. You can. And you can, unlike the CPUSA, you can be given a chance to win the majority in this party and argue your position. As like you could be from the CPUSA and believe in the CPUSA's Democrat strategy, and you can actually join our party. You have the right to tell people, I think this is the better strategy. You have the right to actually have that freedom of criticism. And you have the right to participate in our democratic procedures, our upcoming Central Committee, later our National Congress, and you can try to argue your point and try to get that to prevail. I don't think it would be very likely, that specific one, but who am I? I mean, I could be wrong, right? So, not to ramble, but that's really, yeah.
No, that's great. Because I would say that my own impulse is very similar. So, just sort of tracing it back now, the recent period, like let's say the last 20 years of the millennial left, and now there's a kind of a Zoomer left in its wake. They started out with refounding the Students for a Democratic Society from, the early 60s. I started with my students Platypus, and I realized, okay, actually there is some ideological work to do, but it shouldn't be confused for practical work, meaning of a largely negative character, like dissolving ideological obstacles. Obstacles to what? To refounding a real proletarian socialist revolutionary party in the United States. So the premise was that none of the legacy tendencies, because I didn't really see them as organizations, meaning they didn't do anything. They certainly had their, apparatus and procedures, but they weren't actually doing anything. So what were they doing? They were miseducating people, young people. They were keeping their own sort of rackets going, dues-paying rackets, and they were all more or less in the orbit of the Democratic Party. Now, The new SDS eventually was taken over by Maoists of the Freedom Road Socialist Organization, very similarly to how the old SDS was taken over by Progressive Labor. And instead, the millennial left took a turn towards the DSA, which was another kind of legacy phenomenon from the 60s. And that had come out of the old Socialist Party of America, which broke up in the early 70s and split into Social Democrats USA, the Socialist Party USA, and what became DSOC and the New American Movement that became the DSA by the early 80s. And so I don't think, for instance, that like the CPUSA, so I mentioned Progressive Labor. Progressive Labor was a split from the CPUSA on anti-revisionist grounds in the Khrushchev era. And so they claim to, and they're still around. They have a newspaper called Challenge. You can see them at demonstrations, Progressive Labor. They claim to be the orthodox Marxist-Leninist, Stalinist organization. They were like old left Maoists before the new left Maoists came out of the SDS later. So there's this kind of storied history, but again, I don't see any of these things. I have not seen, and I still don't see these things as like actually organizing the working class as a force for socialism. I see them as mostly left intelligentsia, activists, petty bourgeois radicals. And that's why they end up all gravitating into the orbit of the Democratic Party and are unable to establish any real independence. Now, interestingly, like Michael Harrington, he came out of like a kind of a post-Trotskyist kind of milieu, and he was around the SDS when it was founded, and he was part of something called the League for Industrial Democracy. And then they were in the Socialist Party, the old Socialist Party of America, in the late 50s and early 60s. So they actually had roots in the American working class, but it was the AFL-CIO American working class. It was the established organized labor in the era of the Cold War. And, rightly, the AFL-CIO was often referred to as the AFL-CIA in the post-World War II era. It was American labor as it had been tamed by things like the Taft-Hartley Act. So I also see the labor movement, organized labor as it exists, as a legacy formation that is also not fit for purpose. Meaning it's not fit for purpose for like basic things like collective bargaining, like just basic, like kind of liberal class struggle, let alone a socialist movement. So when you're looking at all this history, and you mentioned Browder, and the travails of the CP in the United States coming out of World War II, I see this history as a history of liquidating the struggle for socialism, liquidating the proletarian struggle for socialism. Of course, there's still petty bourgeois socialism, or whatever we want to call it, social democracy, whatever you want to call it. And that really we're at a stage that is much more basic and fundamental. So alongside Platypus, I always had this idea that there was a missing other in the division of labor that needed to happen. I knew the Platypus would never be about organizing the working class. They're students, privileged people. All my students are better off than I am. And so, they can afford to play with ideas and, do this kind of work, but they're not necessarily self-selected for organizing the working class, or even particularly relating well to the working class. One of the things that's happened in the last 8 years, I was just talking to a friend about this, Spencer Leonard, and also Douglas Lane over at Sublation. I was saying, there is some kind of a difference in terms of like how people respond to Trump between people whose family votes for Trump versus people whose family would never vote for Trump. And it's a rough and ready class divide on the left. It is, and I don't like to hinge things on that, but it's a reality. And so again, I knew this was not, I wasn't going to like proletarianize students or something like that. So in the meantime, the new SDS failed, and the millennials wound themselves up into the either into the existing sectarian Marxist tendencies or into the DSA and basically into the Democratic Party. So in early 2015, I decided my New Year's resolution, I was looking ahead to Hillary getting coronated, as a Democrat nominee and winning against the feckless Republicans. And I said, okay, let's do this, because I have other skills besides my esoteric Marxism, and that is organizing. And so let's start a campaign for Socialist Party, and let's train ourselves about the actual concrete realities today, because I also think that part of the problem with we inherit Saul Alinsky rules for radicals. We not only inherit ideas from the past that aren't really appropriate, but we also inherit practices from the past that are not really grounded in present reality, but are based on a generation or two ago. They go back to the 30s and the 60s. And I didn't see Bernie coming, and I didn't see Trump coming. And so, of course, that sucked a lot of the energy out of the left in terms of what people might want to do. And the left became anti-Trumpist, pro-Bernie, or deeply ambivalent about the Trump to Bernie crossover that exists, that actually does explain a lot of Trump's being elected. And I think that it's almost taken the 4 years of Biden to bring us back to the point of look, we've got nothing. We're starting from ground zero. We've really got nothing, and so take it as an opportunity. Look, all bets are off. No prior commitments to existing leftism is required. Everything is up for reconsideration. But what's not up for reconsideration is that the working class is completely disorganized as a political force. And so we have to do something much more rudimentary that at first glance would look like either liberalism or anarchism, but whose goal would be a proletarian socialist movement in the way the old style Marxists understood that, the necessity of that. So I see, and I see a lot of, obviously people got burned out, not only on Bernie, but on the DSA. There's a lot of angst and regrets and reconsideration happening right now. And so that's where, my campaign is. It's kind of got a second lease on life. We were buffeted by Bernie and Trump and also by COVID. So a lot of our practical efforts. We were working in immigrant workers' rights, anti-police brutality, tenants' rights. Those were the main things that we were experimenting with. And we were willing to apprentice ourselves to the existing, grassroots level liberal NGO environment. And basically try to gain organizing skills in that milieu and avoid ideology. So Haz, I appreciate that idea, which is that, look, you got to bracket the ideology because the ideology is unmotivated. The Marxist theory is unmotivated, meaning it will only be relevant insofar as it's relevant, but it's not an a priori way of grouping people politically at this point, right? So that's where I've been, and that's where I am as far as the campaign for a socialist party is concerned. Obviously, there's still a lot of left ideology out there that still needs to be dissolved, and so Platypus still has a mission. But since 2018, I haven't been in the leadership body of Platypus. So they've been carrying on. I just advise them on their reading group pedagogy, in a very much more academic kind of way.
Wow.
So to be honest, there's actually quite a bit of more similarity than between the two, I guess, projects and approaches than might be apparent at first glance. One thing that kind of just right now kind of jumped out at me in the moment, and correct me if I'm wrong, both you guys, but iconoclasm kind of fits into this. Maybe not as the end, but as a form, as a means of action that kind of both you guys are involved in. It's in a way out with the old and with the new. You're very aware of where you're placed kind of superstructurally, and I think you're both playing with the superstructure in different ways. so Chris, working with students and working with like that level of the superstructure and kind of cultural production, and then Haz, you're out here doing like really bombastic, egregious, sensational things.
Podcasting.
No, going to Russia all the time, hanging out with Dugin and Putin.
Yeah, and apparently running guns to Haiti. That's a new one.
Oh, what?
Really?
Yeah, we have a very non-suspicious, non-shady kind of drama going on where
you're being accused of this.
Yeah, I'm being accused of that.
Accused of it, as opposed to no. But you actually did meet with Dugin a couple of times.
No, that right. Part is definitely true.
So that's not wholly fabricated. Although I'm sure what people imagine going on behind the scenes is fabricated.
Yeah, it for the most part it is. But you know, what can you say? But yeah, I think that I also insist upon. I know, Chris, not to push back too much, but you mentioned podcasting. And I, on behalf of, well, I don't know if I could say it's my generation. I think I'm in between millennials and Zoomers. I'm like right on the cusp. But I will insist. I will insist upon the Zoomer honor and say that it's live streaming. It's not podcasting. It's very different. Very, very different.
Dude, I had a huge problem recently over the last few days because we did a comment review yesterday. And we've received pushback from several people who said we should not do that. We should not take the audience seriously. We should not take their comments seriously. And I was pissed off about it because Nance is from the comment section. He's closer to me than anyone at this point, besides just a handful of other people. I can count them on one hand. I've known him for years. We've been all over the country and across the world together doing the tour. And then people say it's a podcast. Oh, okay. Let me know about the podcast that tour the whole country on their own fucking dime. And then while you're at it, tell me about how many amazing people actually come out of the audience as a podcast. Tell me what podcasts are publishing books and hosting courses and doing seminars. Shut the fuck up. So anyway.
Okay, it's stung. I'm sorry. It's stung.
Yeah. Well, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. I just want to say it. But
I don't know what to say. Streaming. But then, the first image that I have with streaming is fucking Destiny.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yikes.
Yeah. Like, okay, please no.
He is the image.
Go ahead.
He is the image. It's him.
He's the image for political live streaming, unfortunately. But I think that to be fair, I insist upon the innovations that I have pioneered or Infrared pioneered, because Destiny also is kind of Destiny, Hassan, Voss, they all kind of very much all the time take themselves very seriously. I have set a precedent for also being an entertainer who does ridiculous things. And, there's an intensity, in real life, whatever. And so I will not be lumped in with that gentleman. Thank you very much.
Destiny, it's not a performance. It's really him. It's actually him. No, I used to. So someone asked me, who's Haz? And I said, he's this kind of muscle bro who like chugs like raw eggs while saluting the American flag and talking about like Marxism, Leninism. And they were like, what's that? And I was like, hey, you got to watch it sometime.
Yeah, people like they always ask like, is it just a performance? Are you just acting, or is it real? And it's like, well, there are a lot of things I think about all the time that would be very cathartic to do, but I don't do them because it's like ridiculous. And a lot of the time their performance is just me like doing that. It's like, well, it's not fake, it's technically real, but
right.
I'm quarantining that in a medium where it doesn't have to like actually like affect the real world. Yeah, it's like you're it's like, I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, I guess.
So, as performative as I get is just Lego Star Wars over my shoulder. Never forget Jar Jar Binks. He's right there.
And you post about your Star Wars. You post about Star Wars on Facebook a lot too, Chris.
Yeah, in order to weed out my hate followers.
Yeah.
I give because they're always looking for evidence of my political posts, and so they have to wade through a lot of other stuff to get to it.
But Star Wars is very political. It's very, very political. The prequels, especially.
Absolutely.
That might be a good segue into the conversation everyone wants us to have, since my mug, which is a Star Wars mug, says defend
the Empire.
The Empire. Now, I
defend the Empire. Dave, you really are
very good.
Yeah, well, I've in the way that Haz is, performatively like this digital warlord, and we're all over here giving him our tribute. We are the Western Marxists who are owed a great debt by the CIA. The CIA, we expect phone calls and actual like resources, but instead we just do their dirty work for them, telling everybody that there's no point trying to organize politics right now. We have to understand our postmodern condition, and that requires reading Lyotard and Baudrillard and Bourdieu.
It's
all
overstated,
the French.
It's overstated, Dave. I'll just say that you may not be from the right class background to be a CIA asset. The CIA was all like
don't ruin it.
Eastern establishment, Ivy League, and you're
esoteric conversations can stay.
You're not as bougie as Susan Sontag, So
I think a good inquiry, to be serious, is that I always wonder what is actually more powerful. Is it the CIA or is it the Department of Defense? Who is actually more spooky and operating with a big strategy and a big master plan? And I don't know. I think is the CIA kind of outdated? Because it doesn't seem like the Department of Defense is outdated. If anything, it seems like it's definitely at the avant-garde of the U.S.'s political development right now. I don't know.
Well, Haz, the way that we talk about it, CIA is just a metonym, like a shorthand stand-in for the deep state. But with that said,
for everything.
Yeah, exactly. Well, FBI is interior, CIA is exterior, but it's all part of the deep state, and they're not a homogenous blob that's all on the same page doing the bidding of any group. They're obviously working against each other, split within, and we have our favorite people on the inside, and then we have the people I'm just joking. Anyway, all right, let's get serious though. I want to talk about imperialism, and I kind of want to start out with a controversial piece that Cutrone wrote recently for Sublation on the topic. Compact. That was for Compact. Right.
Yeah, they'd solicited me. I'm not sure I would have written it otherwise, and they didn't know what I was going to write.
Well, we received a lot of feedback from the Midwestern Marx people, the Rock Hill people. They really don't like Chris, and especially this kind of why not Trump, and also more importantly, why not Greenland? Why not the Gulf of America? Yeah, why not Canada? So, Haz, we could just start with that, unless, Chris, you would like to preempt it with any additional information.
Oh, that's great. That's good.
Yeah.
So I believe Chris is coming from the Trotskyite neoconservative background here, very clearly. And I think that, the difficulty is that as a conservative Stalinist, by the way, conservative not meaning U.S. culture war, but like conservative with respect to the continuity of the Marxist, Leninist, and Stalinist tradition. My concern, typically anti-imperialism has always been based in the view that imperialism is reactionary, and that it is giving this extrajudicial and extra constitutional and extra legal authority to the ruling class, which is outside of the means to petition legally by a party or a workers' movement. And it's directly proportional to the ability for the bourgeoisie internally to assume dictatorial power and suppress the ability for the labor movement and the socialist movement, the communist movement, to be able to organize. So front and center, that is one of the primary concerns about this. And then also,
Bonapartist.
Sorry?
It's Bonapartist.
I'm not a big fan of the Bonapartist kind of paradigm in general, because there are not a few people who are categorized that way that I regard as not the same as the reactionary imperialists. For example, Hugo Chavez and so on and so on. But in any case, there's also the element of proletarian international solidarity and the principle of anti-imperialism and principles of the right of national self-determination. For the same reason that Lenin regarded the issue as very important, I think that it is incumbent upon communists to also regard as important the opposition to the kind of chauvinism toward Panama and Mexico and other countries. Now, it's interesting because we've always advocated for Canada and the United States to be one country. I mean, it was literally a meme from our community for years. I'm not sure that we would unilaterally oppose a U.S. annexation of Canada. It depends on the circumstances and the conditions.
Of course.
What we're more interested in is what implications that has for the reconstitution of the U.S. state and legal order, which I think would inevitably follow from that. And that is what we are much more interested in, the question of sovereignty. And we're obviously deeply suspicious about the motivations, especially for Greenland, for example. That's been a U.S. Cold War goal, was just to acquire Greenland for a very long time. And I think that what we're observing is that the U.S. wants to, and I think there's generally Marxists support the tendency of regional integration. It's better for there to be big states rather than small ones. Generally, it's a general rule. There's many exceptions. But the issue is that the U.S. seems to be keen on annexing these territories, not for the purposes of internal kind of regional economic development and centralizing the productive forces and integrating supply chains and stuff, but for the purposes of militarism toward Eurasia. And that is really the crux of our opposition to the plans and to the design. But, you know, ideally, of course, regional integration is usually a good thing when it is an extension of economic integration. In the case of colonialism, for example, we wouldn't regard this as regional integration because it's not, there's no real geographic continuity most of the time. And even when there is, in the case of the German Empire in the Balkans, for example, it creates distinctions and divisions within the form of the universal state. So there's first-class citizens and second-class citizens. So this endangers relations of subjugation and oppression, which we oppose completely. So basically, we do not, and we also, finally, I want to make one last thing. I know I've been talking for a while. The final point is that we also find deeply problematic the notion that progress and the most advanced modernity, so to speak, emanates from the center. I think that is a view that originally was held by Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto, where they predicted the proletarian revolution will happen in England, which proved to be false historically. That modernity is actually, by modernity I mean the nowness of the time, is actually what appears to be that, right? When there's actually a discontinuity. The real nowness, the real modernity, always seems to come from a synthesis of center and periphery, and it really takes shape in the periphery, according to the historical record so far. And that's the reason is because the center is establishment, it's consolidated, whereas in the periphery, there's a chance to start from scratch. And that's also why you see another interesting dilemma within Marxism historically, which is that it's always from the rural periphery that you see the most progressive movements take shape, even within the imperial core. We saw that with MAGA, right? Progress and the most revolutionary and the most dynamic and whatever groundbreaking political developments are not coming from, you know, Los Angeles and New York City and the kind of main big cities. It's coming from the flyover states and the Midwest and so on. So that is also my kind of Maoist view on the matter. So,
all right. So maybe there are a couple of ways that I want to get at this. So one is, of course, the contradictory nature of capitalism and therefore the contradictory nature of imperialism. So in terms of the present situation, there are probably many motivations for the U.S. trying to get more rights in Greenland. Geopolitical, strategic, also economic. The rare earth minerals is an economic and not just a geopolitical and strategic thing. And also maybe a vanity project by Trump, that he wants a monument to himself. And so adding territory, helps cement his historical legacy. There's all that going on. So I don't think that the argument, with all due respect to my former platypus member, Derek Varn, he said, "Oh, well, the onus logically is on the positive, not on the negative." I actually think that the onus for us is on the negative. In other words, what's a socialist argument against the U.S. annexing Greenland? What's a socialist argument for the opposing a union between Canada and the United States? And I think that what I was trying to do is just really tease out people's anti-Americanism. In other words, if the U.S. does it, it's bad, period. It's got to be for the worst motives, etc. Now, okay, so there's that issue. And you brought up Eurasia, and so I do want to stand for the rights of Oceania. If we're going to use these 1984 George Orwell, categories, then Oceania. Why not Oceania as opposed to Eurasia, as opposed to East Asia? Really. And I don't think that that's the way the world is going, by the way. So I actually don't think that this is probably a difference that you and I have about the direction of history in the moment. I don't think that there's a decline of the US and the rise of counter hegemons or replacement hegemons with respect to Russia and China. I also think that, I agree with the realists, although I don't agree with their reasoning for this, like their purposes, which is that the Russia-China thing is just not going to happen because they ultimately have too much opposed to each other in Central Asia. So I don't think that that's going to happen. And I also think that both Russia and China, as I mentioned in my article, are very politically fragile. And so the future does not belong to them. And, again, what people are ignoring is that we're in the middle of a political realignment, transformation in the United States. That's a capitalist realignment. It's not really about the working class very much. It's more of a capitalist and middle class realignment. And the US just has deep social resources for political renewal. And so it's just going to bounce back in a way that other states have more difficulty, whether it's Iran or Russia or China. These are much more fragile states. And I take seriously that Trump actually does not want to be belligerent towards these states. So I deal with a lot of people on the left who are like, "Oh, well, Trump's not anti-war because he killed Soleimani." And, my response to that is, well, he had a menu of options. John Bolton wanted to bomb Iran. And, the least violent option was kill one guy in Iraq. And, so I don't think that he's bellicose. I think that he sent Elon Musk to talk to the Iranians to say, we want to make a deal. We want to restart this negotiation process for a reason. I think he wants to wind down the Ukraine war for a reason. He doesn't want to bleed Russia dry. And I think he does not want to saber rattle. He doesn't want to turn attention to war with China. No. Like Tucker Carlson might think that, or John Mearsheimer might think that, but I don't think that's really what Trump is about. And I also don't think that that's what American capitalism is about. So I think that that's the other problem that we're dealing with now. And it goes to the issue of imperialism and Bonapartism, which is that the political leadership and the deep state, the bureaucracy, not homogeneous, right? But they're not the same thing as the capitalist class. They certainly aren't the same thing as American society. So they're part of what we're living through now is that there's a divergence between the political ruling class and society. And that's what the millennial left was about. That's what this whole last 20 years have been about. It's been about the crisis of neoliberalism, the crisis of neoconservatism. And so I want to come back to that. Look, I am a provocateur of a certain kind, but I do it poker faced. I do it, like I'm a little puckish, but I'm not, I do it very plain spokenly. And
it comes across like
go ahead.
It comes across like you're I don't know. There's nobody in the scene who does it like you do, Chris, and I think that it stirs a lot of thinking. And so I was just engaging with the chat a little bit because some people are like, oh, it doesn't make sense, blah blah blah. I was just like, that's the point. I mean, if you're not able
to make
to follow,
you think, to make you think, right, and
if
to
you can't follow, it's on
be as
you.
matter of fact about things, and try to make people think. But so early on, the millennial left was born out of I would call it a hysteric anti-Bushism and anti-neocon. It's the war on terror. And I'm not here to say the neocons are good or the George W. Bush administration was good. But I am here to say they weren't fascists and they weren't leading a Christian crusade to wipe out Muslims. Now, did they abuse Muslims? Yes. But from my standpoint, I was surprised at how little abuse of Muslims took place after 9/11, because I was definitely afraid that it was going to be much worse. Now, the war on terror is horrible. Trump himself will say millions of people are victims. So it's not about supporting those policies or that war, which pretty much everyone now agrees was a mistake. It's an imperialist atrocity. However, the way we look at it, historically, objectively, and the way we oppose it matters. And that's where it comes back to the imperialism question. I think that a lot of the left's anti-imperialism is a petty bourgeois anti-imperialism. It is a conservative reactionary imperialism. It's more like the populist movement or the old anti-imperialist league in the United States. It's William Jennings Bryan. It's not Eugene Debs. Eugene Debs gave a speech. He said, look, we're opposed to imperialism, but not the way the Democrats are. Not the way William Jennings Bryan is. And back then, the Democrats were the conservatives and the Republicans were the progressives coming out of the Civil War. And he said, it's going to look like us socialists have more in common with the Republicans than with the Democrats because we're on the side of big industry. And the Democrats are trying to break up big industry and, are basically giving the complaint to the dying middle class. And that's not how Marxists and socialists see things. That's not to say that imperialism is progressive, but it does mean that we're not turning back on it. And so, again, anti-Americanism, the demonization of the neocons, this kind of paranoid fantasy about, the neocons controlling the world or the Zionists controlling the world. And this is like a policy thing, and it played out, and it failed. It's discredited. It dies hard, but it's like, this is not, because then Obama came in and that was supposed to solve everything. I remember I was there with these young kids who were in the millennial left. Obama was supposed to be the one who was going to solve it all. He was going to wind down the wars. He was going to remove neoconservatism. And he was going to, of course, fix the economy and bring about some New Deal or whatever. But leaving that aside, he was supposed to be anti-imperialist, and his being black was supposed to symbolize his inherent anti-imperialism. Well, of course, I knew better before that this was not going to be. So again, the way we approach, and also the millennial left didn't do a good job recruiting soldiers to socialism. They didn't.
No,
they didn't. They inherited that kind of 60s new left, oh, the Americans are pigs abroad, etc. And they never quite connected it up. And yet that's the constituency that was very strong behind Bernie and very strong behind Trump, because they were deeply anti-war. And, but they don't want to be disrespected as veterans either. Right? They don't want to be called baby killers or whatever, right? And I just think it just kind of didn't come together, in the way that it needed to. And so, again, I do think that there are ideological problems here when we think about imperialism and what it means to oppose it, because the capitalist parties are there to oppose imperialism when really what they're taking advantage of is the failure of the policies of their other party opponents, right? So the Democrats were anti-imperialist, and now the Republicans are anti-imperialists, and I feel like the left doesn't know which way is up, because they basically have a variety of that. And it's important to draw a line and say that this is just not the Marxist view of things. Now, periphery and center, I'll just say this also, because I agree with you that capitalism advances on its frontiers. It advances on the periphery. So the United States, Japan, and Germany were the backward countries in comparison to Britain and France, and they rose in the late 19th century and early 20th century, and they were the more advanced form of capitalism. Now, that meant that the left at the time, some of them, like the German socialists, were very anti-British because they saw the British as maintaining a reactionary global system, and they became very pro-German as a result in World War I. And, so we have to beware of that mistake, because obviously the rise of the United States, Germany, and Japan was catastrophic for people throughout the world and for the workers' movement for socialism. So again, I would say that in many respects, the proletarian struggle for socialism in the core capitalist countries never recovered from World War I. It never did.
Sorry,
really
I don't
quick,
mean to interrupt.
Really quick, as a
ahead.
point of order, actually,
it.
Haz, I want to set you up to have the floor here really quick. But first, I want to say we are nearing the halfway point. We'll run a little commercial break, and we'll be able to, on the back end, you guys can each kind of let me know anything else that you want to say as far as your goals for the second half. But Nance and I also have our very spicy agenda. And of course, we're going to ramp it up a notch as we approach that point. But before we do, because right now I think you're both doing a great job. Nance and I are quite happy just kind of sitting back and letting you guys have a regular conversation. You're doing a great job. But with that said, America, or as somebody in the chat just said, America, this place is a joke, right? And I think that's something interesting about you both. When people think of communists, they tend to think of people who are anti-America, but MAGA communism is something that Haz and his community coined back in the day, and it's been around. It's become quite the meme. It's a very successful meme, so successful that CNN made a hit piece about it. And I finally tracked that down and I watched it, and I can say it was one of the worst pieces of propaganda I've ever seen. It actually just made me, I didn't believe I could disrespect CNN more than I already did, but here I am. So with that said, in your responses, Haz and then Cutrone, it'd be great if you guys can talk a little bit about this new left tendency to have like this extremely anti-American edge to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say two things really quick. I didn't want to take up too much time, but I could include that in one of the things I was gonna say. So should I go now, or are we gonna take a commercial?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, take
now?
it.
Okay. So I think the first point that I would like to make is that the issue is that, to me, that anti-imperialism among a lot of these leftists since the 60s and 70s ceased to have a basis in class analysis and class politics. And I think paradoxically, that led to anti-imperialist sentiment being hijacked by imperialism. And we see that when I go to Washington, D.C., and I go in front of the White House, there's a permanent encampment or something that's like, free Tibet and free whatever, all of the CIA's projects to oppose other powers around the world directly comes from the moral language and the sentiment of the new left from the 60s and 70s. And the issue is this notion of anti-imperialism that is based in liberal moral universalism, but concretely that same moral universalism is actually rooted in the hegemony of the imperialist bourgeoisie. So that is really the contradiction and the paradox that afflicts. So Chris, I think you referred to them as petty bourgeois, but the word petit bourgeois always means different things in different contexts. So I think in the Marxist-Leninist tradition, petit bourgeois tends to refer to more like the PMC, people that are in proximity with the core, they're professionals, and so on and so on. But there's another tradition which regards it as, referring to the kind of backward, small freehold farmers and so on and so on. And I think those are qualitatively distinct manifestations of potentially an inceptual bourgeoisie. And they have radically different relationships to social change. And with that being said, I think that anti-imperialism needs to be bound up concretely with the self-interest of the proletariat in any given country or nation. And it also needs to be comprehended that imperialism is not rooted purely in a moral shortcoming, but it is rooted in the concrete interests of the bourgeoisie. And I think that Michael Hudson actually lends us a lot of help in terms of understanding and comprehending why that is. When accumulation primarily takes the form of rent, the only way to offset falling rates of profit and to salvage the system is to basically do two things. One is destroy competition. Destroying competition allows you to have a deeper level of control upon rents and being able to raise them indefinitely and so on, debts. And then the other thing is just degrowth, right? Ceasing to invest in the productive forces, and that way your margins actually increase paradoxically because the costs are less. So I think these are examples of the concrete reality of imperialism and what the motivation of Atlanticist elites, so to speak, are when it comes to the destruction of Eurasia. And that being said, on the point of with respect to the American thing, for the first point, the reason we don't engage in historical nihilism is because we understand that the specific type of performative anti-America national nihilism is actually itself a part of it is the epitome of American global hegemonic imperialism. And when America is being attacked, they're not attacking American global hegemony. They're actually attacking one of the last holdouts that could possibly resist it, which is American national sovereignty and the precedent we have of a democratic republic, and also the precedent of a huge demographic, the blue collar working class, that can actually challenge imperialism on the basis of material self-interest. So it's a very nefarious and twisted kind of strategy to render anti-imperialism toothless, and we reject it for that reason. We reject it because historical nihilism is at odds with the Marxist tradition in general, and so that's basically where we're coming from there. Now, on to the second thing I think that I would like to say is that being said, with respect to the question, I'm going to say something very controversial here. With respect to the question of a precedent for sovereign forms of political power that are rooted in the material interests of the historical proletarian class from the 19th to 20th century, I do really oppose the notion that World War I basically set everything back. I think that with respect to the core periphery dynamic, also here is important, though, is that Marxism gained relevance and lasting relevance because of the October Revolution and its aftermath. China and so on, especially China today. And there is a strand within Marxism which regards this as like this is a revision of Marx. This was the repudiation of Marxism. But I think this is insufficiently dialectical. I think that in this case, it is about affirming the content of Marxism over its form, right? Its hitherto historical forms. And I think that contradiction is baked in to the Marxist tradition itself. It's a continual kind of affirmation of the content over the form. And that's why it changes, and that's why it gets applied to different and new contexts. Now, with that being said, I really agree with Boris Groys's provocative thesis in the Communist Postscript, which is that Russia and China, and the aftermath of the October Revolution, built state and civil traditions which are qualitatively more advanced historically than the imperialist capitalist core, objectively speaking. It's not about the ideology. It's not about, commitments to certain ideals or even principles, but objectively there is a form of state power that is inherently dialectical, that is inherently sensitive to the discursive nature of power, to the fact that that a recognition of contradictions has to actually be embedded in the mechanism of the state and civilization. And even Russia today, and this is what Groys has also said, even Russia today has inherited that legacy from the Soviet Union. So in my view, I could elaborate on this more, but in my view, the post-communist space, so to speak, or Eurasian authoritarianism, if we want to call it that, is actually, it has already sublated the contradictions that now propel and drive the United States toward constitutional dissolution. The legacy of the Constitution is based in the bourgeois sovereign tradition. But here we have a new form of sovereignty, which I think is more resilient and more capable of enduring contradictions. And that's why it's very uncanny how Trump's political phenomena seems to be this strange way of catching up to the so-called authoritarian politics that already is taken for granted within Eurasia. The reason Trump is so popular in U.S. foreign adversaries in those countries is because they see in Trump a universal recognition of where they what already for them is a given, right? That being said, it's a double-edged sword. It's not that the United States is going to become like Russia and China. It's that in attempting to catch up to that more advanced form of state power, the contradictions within the United States are being articulated and grasped and in wild and unpredictable ways, which you could even say is a kind of madness. And rather than, Trump becoming Putin or Xi Jinping, there's an element in which those mechanisms of authority and state power might try to be deployed and weaponized for the purposes of, the militarist designs of the imperialist bourgeoisie to basically destroy Eurasia. But we can see even in their attempt, I mean, it's kind of similar to the phenomena of Nazism, not to be a crazy blue-haired liberal and say Trump is Hitler, which clearly isn't true. But I will draw the comparison because Nazism had to appropriate the facade of socialism in order to wage its war against Bolshevism, both within Germany and with respect to its designs on the Soviet Union. And I think roughly speaking, I think that is the trajectory the U.S. is going on. But instead of the Soviet Union, we're talking about China here, right? So that's why there's this, it seems like the U.S. is trying to kind of copy and emulate these more advanced traditions of state, and especially with respect to the kind of, the more interventionist role of the state in the economy and so on and so on. I think that's all. I know I went way longer than I expected.
No, that's cool. Yeah. That gives me, so before I get into like the convergence, we might say, that we see historically going on potentially now, I want to revisit the petty bourgeois question. So I want to sort of invoke Lenin, who talked about the Narodniks as and the socialist revolutionaries as a peasant party, and why he considered them to be, petty bourgeois Democrats and not at all socialists. It's not because the Narodniks were basically intelligentsia. In other words, they were PMC, and yet they somehow represented the peasantry, because they did. And it's because the class horizon that they had in common, in other words, their concrete practical realities were worlds apart, but the horizon was the same. And the horizon was petty bourgeois democracy, which is ultimately, from a Marxist perspective, the last holdout of opposition to the dictatorship of the proletariat, is the opposition to proletarian socialist revolution. That, as Engels put it, it will be in the name of pure democracy, and pure democracy finds its constituent in the petty bourgeoisie, whether it's a sort of elite in waiting, or kind of bureaucracy in waiting, or whether it is this more small property owner. And the other point would be that the working class, insofar as it's not constituted in its class struggle for socialism, is itself petty bourgeois. Meaning society is bourgeois, and there are just the top dogs and the underdogs and the gradations in between. And why that's important is that it actually does come back to something, Haz, that you kind of fended off earlier, which is Bonapartism. So, I tend to look at things in terms of, yes, there are things that the United States and Russia and China have in common. There are. And, we'd be remiss to avoid the other states like Western Europe and Japan, to just leave those out of account. And just say, okay, what do they have in common? These are capitalist states. And they are all embodying the contradiction of capitalism. And as I pointed out earlier, they're also embodying a contradiction between the needs of their local societies and their political capacities, how they constitute themselves politically as states. So the question is, where are the contradictions more likely to break out, if you will, in terms of a kind of catastrophe, politically, a legitimation crisis, etc.? So it wasn't that long ago, it was before the millennial left, or early days in the millennial left, where a lot of people on the Marxist left thought the next proletarian socialist revolution is going to take place in China, because China is proletarianizing. It's producing this vast pool of discontent that the bureaucratic regime cannot really accommodate. And so that was the expectation. And so there was an expectation that actually growth produces a revolutionary crisis. That, again, not a 1930s kind of Great Depression idea that it's only like a kind of a slump or an impoverishment that produces a legitimation crisis, but that actually growth and development can produce a legitimation crisis. So Russia and China are very different examples in that respect. And the way that that's been resolved through the rise of Xi, and interestingly, the rise of Xi in a very paradoxical way in the Great Recession era, meaning the Great Recession did hit China, but it hit it less and in a delayed way. And yet there was a crisis in the CCP. And Xi has had to change things in terms of his rise. And he did have to fend off all sorts of opposition, whether it was the old style opening up to capitalist development or the neo-Maoists also. He had to sort of knock down. So, from an American standpoint, since we are Americans, the thought experiment that I have is, would a renewed socialist movement in the United States find a hearing abroad? It would. And I think that very quickly the Chinese Communist Party would have to censor it from reaching the working class in China. And that tells us something. It really does. Meaning, I do think that, the US isn't just going to decline or experience some extreme catastrophe like in the near future. And it might indeed bounce back. And indeed, even countries like China and Russia depend on world capitalism bouncing back. And looking at Europe and looking at Japan, everybody's depending on American recovery, whether or not it happens. And again, that tells us something structurally about what's going on in the world and how these states are actually connected. And they're not just opposed, but they're connected, and how they're collusive with each other. So
Sorry.
that's the issue. Go ahead.
Really,
No,
really
yeah, I
quick,
mean,
guys.
I think-
Actually,
yeah.
I'm sorry to do this right now, but I'm about to roll the PSAs, and we'll be able to
Okay.
just kind of like roadmap out a little bit about what we're about to do
All right.
here.
So hold that thought. Right.
Yeah, bookmark
Hold
that.
that thought.
And so I'm gonna go full screen here with my face and interpolate the audience for a moment and say, first of all, everybody, you've done a fantastic job keeping it respectful for the most part. There's a couple of you who are in the chat who are like blah 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 blah, calling people names and stuff, and I just keep tapping the sign, which is the pinned comment that just says, look, remember at the end of the day, you're all disenfranchised workers here, and if you're not, then you need to be supporting the people who are. And the point is not to tell them what they need to think. The point is not to tell them what to think, but to instead help them understand what the contradictions actually are. That's what we're here to do. We're not here to influence. We're here to work together towards understanding where is it that we are, right? And so with that said, there's a lot of people who've come in on the middle of the stream. We've got over 250 people in and out here, rotating door of a pretty big audience, and it's great to have you all here. I just wanted to say a couple things. First of all, my name is David McCarricker. My co-host is Nance. We are part of a teaching team here at Theory Underground, and the goal of Theory Underground is not to make people leftists or communists or anything like that. The goal is just to make a space for people who are politically disillusioned or trying to gain an understanding to situate themselves so they can get back after it, whatever it is that they need to do, whether that be something like the kinds of stuff that Chris or Haz is organizing. We want to understand you. And so there is a survey that Nance will share in the live chat in a second here. Please fill it out when you get a chance. It's part of a big research effort on our part. But also I wanted to say that tomorrow begins our 12 Thinkers of Political Theory with Benjamin Studebaker. He's got a Cambridge PhD. He spent many, many years teaching the trilogy of political theory at Cambridge. And the fact that he is going to be teaching this once per month for the year of 2025 at Theory Underground, and that is a thread being woven into the base braid with Nina Power's philosophy of nature and Michael Downes's fault line theory between Zizek and Land, CCRU on the one side, and on the other side, the Ljubljana school. Nobody can teach that theory like Mikey, especially contrasting it the way he is with like the 20 contradictions that really constitute that field, which is really where we find ourselves. Those are the two schools of thought most influential on the internet side of things. But when we come back, we'll be getting into a little bit about the internet side of things. We'll also be talking about the spectacle. We'll talk about Musk's big Sig Heil moment and how people are interpreting that and what that teaches us about the medium, about the message, about critical media theory and organizing today, people's common sense across the niches, etc. Last thing I'll say is that Nina Power's course, Philosophy of Nature, actually starts on Sunday. And so these courses, they don't expect you to always do the reading. They don't expect you to always write a paper for it. But if you do, then that'll obviously help. But otherwise, it is made for busy people. Everything at Theory Underground has been designed for busy people. At the end of the year, if I'm not where I want to be with Theory Underground, that will be changed. And I'll stop catering to busy people. But if busy people can get on board and get caught up and get a lot out of this, well, then I'll feel confirmed in our current approach. But if it doesn't work by the end of the year, I gave it my college try, and I'm going to do something else. And so get in or get out, but don't take us for granted, because it might just go lights out in here because I'll decide to go start a farm and have some children with my wife, and fuck you all. Bye. Or we'll be established in the way that we want to, and then we'll do what we want. Okay. Last thing, to be controversial, I'll just say I have a concern that the petty bourgeoisie cannot be conflated with PMC. We are the only place on the internet that has taught a course on this concept, and we spent a lot of time fleshing out why it's different. And if you are an academic and you respect the fields that you are in, you have to read the primary sources. And if you're not going to at least engage with the people who coined the term, Barbara and John Ehrenreich, then you at least have to ask us why we think that. And so maybe we'll get that. Maybe we'll get into that when we get back. But personally, I'm a lot more interested to hear your guys' take on cyber populism and the medium, because I think one of the coolest things about Haz is that he kind of gets that. And what does that mean? And is Chris Cutrone too much of a boomer or not? We'll find out right after this. Be right back, everybody. Don't go anywhere.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Theory Underground exists to cultivate the conditions necessary for a working class intellectual renaissance that goes beyond old political categories or other identitarian niches. At TU, autodidact workers with earbuds and professionals who see no future in existing institutions or movements are able to challenge their doxa and develop an understanding of the situation we are in.
If you subscribe at theoryunderground.com, you'll get access to a package of courses, including my Intro to Fault Line Theory, which includes Intro to Nick Land and Intro to Slavoj Žižek. These courses are being woven with the 3 courses that take place on a month-to-month basis, spread out throughout the year of 2025. Those courses are 12 Core Concepts and the Fundamental Problems with the Situation Today with social theorist David McGowan, 12 Essential Political Thinkers with political theorist Benjamin Studebaker, and The Philosophy of Nature with philosopher Nina Power.
The way these all get woven together at a deeper and more meta level is through the ongoing research seminars led by David McGowan, Benjamin Studebaker, and Michael Downs, where they engage with one another's work by sharing developments from their own perspectives, theory, and research.
If you subscribe at higher levels and support our work, we'll support your development with bespoke teaching. Alone and unaided, we struggle to grasp our situation in its fullness and formulate a meaningful response. By working together and pooling our energies, we can do better. Join us at theoryunderground.com/subscribe.
There'll be 2 kinds of people in 10 years. Those who said, I knew all along Theory Underground was going to make this huge difference. Those are the people that are like Nance, who were on the sidelines at one point and then said, nah, I'm going to get in. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and I'm going to go hard. And then there's another kind of person, a person who waits in the wings, collects receipts, and who will say in 10 years, oh yeah, I was there. I saw that happen. And then they'll gossip monger. Listen, if you want to get involved, get involved. But if you're going to sit there in the bleachers, well, here's some popcorn. I hope you have fun.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, that was funny. And/or that was a good point, Dave. I probably fully agree with you. Man, this is great. Aren't we having a great day? This is going really well. But hold on, man. Something just came up. I got something I got to go do. I'll be right back, man. Don't go anywhere. Just give me a minute. Hello, audience. I'm here to talk to you. How are you? I hope you're well. I'm glad you're here. I wanted to first and foremost recognize you and let you know that you do a great job in general as an audience. I'm convinced that the Theory Underground audience is the best audience on the internet. And thank you for that. You know, over the last several months, we've really worked together to build a finely tuned audience machine. You guys do a good job. You're deliberate. You're intentional. You stay on track. You follow the thread. You ask good questions, clarifying questions. You keep the bullshit to a minimum. It's good. You guys are great in the live chat and in the comment sections. Thank you. I wanted to let you know there's another way that you could be helpful as an audience member, and that's by remembering to hit the like, share, subscribe buttons. It's by leaving a cool comment. That's by maybe giving a review on the podcast app or whatever, and doing all the algorithm things. Because there was a point in time when you, audience member, were not a member of the audience here because you didn't know about Theory Underground. You were just out there doing your thing, living your best life probably. And then you were like, oh, what's going on over here? This looks interesting. And now you're here. And now you do a good job. But think about the next guy. There's a guy out there, or someone out there right now, who really kind of, in a sense, really belongs in the audience at Theory Underground because they're going to get an awful lot out of it, but they're also going to bring an awful lot to the ongoing conversations. And the only way they're going to know is if you, dear audience, continues to do the algorithm things. So the algorithm keeps recommending Theory Underground to new people. So do us a favor, do yourself a favor, and do the next guy a favor. Pay it forward, and that'll be awesome. That's all. That's all. You know, just wanted to pop in, say thanks. You're doing a great job. We appreciate it. Give yourselves a pat on the back. And with that, we'll return to our regularly scheduled broadcast. Peace out, guys. Actually, there's a good chance I'm on the video. So when this commercial break is over, I'll be there either way. Peace.
Oh, hey, Dave. What are you up to?
Hello. I'm grading right now, so.
Grading? Well, what's that?
Oh, this? This is a G2 pen. It might be the best pen in the entire world because the price point is perfect for working class people like us. More importantly, cartridges are replaceable. The ink, it glides, but it doesn't smudge too bad. And most importantly, you can do that. And it's really fun.
That's pretty cool.
We at Theory Underground are not sponsored by Pilot, nor does Pilot endorse this commercial. Theory Underground is funded by contributions from viewers like you. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? We're back. Chris is stretching his legs and arms, and you can just imagine him doing yoga off in the corner, but he'll be back in a second. And in the meantime, oh, there he is. A wild, or maybe domesticated, we don't know. Chris Cutrone is back in the building. Welcome back. What were you saying? What were you saying just now, Haz? Let's bring it back to that.
Oh, the AI thing. I did want to get into the other stuff,
So we've got several threads open. There's several contradictions we want to get into. You do have that thing, so let's let you just kind of put it away however you would like, Haz, but don't address the AI. Don't address the AI thing until we give a Nance a chance to set it up.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course, yeah. So basically, I think not to be very broad, okay? So the Marxist-Leninist tradition, I think, was a qualitative and irreversible development of Marxism, which I regard as faithful to the original Marxist moment or event, right, so to speak, beginning with Marx's break from the young Hegelians and so on, his materialist turn. But to not get into that too much, I think one of the things it establishes, beginning with socialism in one country, actually, is this very specific notion and relationship between, a very specific understanding of the relationship between revolutionary historical change and historical continuity. And I think this was a consequence of the fierce debates that were happening in the Soviet Union in the late 20s, where the so-called Stalinist line prevailed. Mm-hmm. And the Stalinist view regards as revolutionary the continuity of real historical determinations, rather than, this constant attempt at, dissolving determinations and liquefying them into this kind of pure negation, which was regarded as bourgeois and formalistic and so on and so on. It is the very continuity of historical determinations, countries, nations, peoples, states even, that is truly revolutionary. And the thing about the state, I mean, even Stalin in his speech says something. It really is a reflection of his outlook and his attitude when he says the Hitlers come and go, but the German people and the German state remain. And that came from practical experience. When the Bolsheviks realized there was a huge degree of continuity of the Russian state tradition that was not reducible to class antagonisms. They were dealing with similar questions of geography and administration and so on and so on. And that kind of, to be a little heretical, put them in proximity with of course it was reactionary at the outset, but there is a degree of proximity with the Prussian political tradition of realism and even cameralism and so on, which did not reduce matters of state to questions of morality and questions of ideology and so on and so on. I mean, the essence of the realist tradition is really trying to get to that. And I think that to basically talk about the significance for Russia and China today, it's not that I think that they are outside of US global hegemony or somehow unrelated to it. I absolutely think that the contradictions in the global world system are very clearly manifesting themselves inside Russia and inside China. But where I think I will disagree with Chris is how and the nature of how those contradictions are resolved. And already in the Marxist-Leninist tradition, with Mao's contribution, we have this idea that there remain contradictions under socialism, class contradictions. And the resolution of those contradictions does not actually liquidate the continuity of the tradition of the proletarian dictatorship, which sounds cynical to say. But I will defend the notion that China is even today a proletarian dictatorship. And the reason why the predictions of workers' revolution in China didn't happen is because people were too quick to assume that it was just a formality. But in the mechanism of governance and state power and political power, there is an ability to absorb and deal with contradictions in a way that doesn't actually topple and liquidate the fundamental infrastructure of political and state power. And I think that's why we have this rise of Xi Jinping. And yes, there were a lot of political conflicts that were happening there, but they were non-antagonistic. They didn't take the form of civil war. They didn't take the form of a fundamental disruption of the continuity of the state tradition. And I think that is the major achievement of China today for all world history. I don't think in any state in the history of mankind, barring, this is another problematic insight I have, barring pre-modern state traditions in Asia, the post-Mongol land empires, which were replete with social antagonisms, but had this means of somehow absorbing and resolving them, or at least integrating them within a continuity and a tradition of state power. Not just the post-Mongol, I mean, even beginning in the Bronze Age. As Engels pointed it out, in Asia, these revolutions appear to be cyclical, right? But what Engels kind of overlooked is the continuity of dynastic succession, where there were new dynasties, but they did reflect qualitatively new historical developments. It's just that they affirmed their place in continuity with previous ones. So in a sense, it seems like Marxism, I'm way too many threads I'm opening up here, but this is related to the Dugin thing and so on. It seems like Marxism is rediscovering something through modernity, what we call European modernity, which is the continuity of revolutionary traditions. Because let's remember, the Stalinist line was born of the notion that we should not cede to the class enemy the revolutionary traditions of history. But in doing so, they kind of discovered that revolution itself is the engine of history. The qualitative determinations that make up history are not born of this kind of metaphysical order that transcends time. They are born of revolutions. If without revolutionary moments, there is no history to speak of, right? So my argument with respect to Russia and China is that they already have the precedent to deal with the contradictions that are inevitably going to ensue as a consequence of the trajectory of US global hegemony. They will affect China. They absolutely will affect Russia in drastic and radical ways. But the difference between America and Russia and China is that we don't have the precedent of recognizing those contradictions in a way that is compatible with the fundamental tradition and infrastructure of state power we have. Whereas they do, it seems like, right? Talking of revolution in Russia and China is nothing new. It's nothing new. I mean, Prigozhin's mutiny, when he engaged in it, Putin would just go on camera and be like, this is nothing new. We've already been there and done that, okay? It's superfluous. Same thing in China. I mean, there was a neo-Maoist moment, but let's understand this is a repetition of something that happened already in the past. And that is reflected in the form and the determination of state power that already exists. So revolution is superfluous in these countries. The more interesting thing is the change in the determination of state power that also succeeds in preserving its continuity as a determination. That is more revolutionary. You know, Xi Jinping's, in my view, his governance and his rise to power was far more revolutionary when it comes to the development of history than any kind of than the Arab Spring was, right? Than any color revolution was. It's easy to topple and destroy and reduce everything to year zero from scratch and reduce society to a state of anarchy like Somalia or something. That is immense. I mean, look at Haiti. It's extremely easy to do that and have that. There's nothing extraordinary or qualitatively new about that. Novelty arises from the successful continuity of determinations amidst novel developments. And that is where the real change comes from. And finally, I know that was in itself a very long tangent. But finally, with respect to the question of the petty bourgeoisie, we also shouldn't overlook, though, that the decisive significance for Lenin, in contradiction to all the other Marxists, more or less, he was polemicizing with, is this very strange, according to the Trotskyist and non-Leninist view, notion of the joint democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, where Lenin believes that there needs to be this unity of the workers and the peasants to constitute the new form of state power. And he thereby does not actually reduce the peasants to the petty bourgeoisie. What he does is much more interesting. He basically says that among the peasantry, there are class contradictions internally.
Sure.
And the leading role of the proletariat is to tease out the proletarian tendencies that already exist among the peasantry. Right. But this was very different from Trotsky's view, I would insist, because Trotsky's view was that the proletarian tendencies among the peasantry merely amounted to peasants, being herded into factories and becoming like the existing urban proletariat. But that wasn't actually Lenin's view. For Lenin, the proletarian tendency was tied up with the land question, and later the cooperative movement of cooperative farms and so on and so on. He wasn't directly citing Marx's late writings here, but Marx himself touched upon this in his writings on the Marx says something that is very Duginistic or whatever, very shadowy and dark in that writing, by the way, where he says, one not be startled by the return to the archaic, the return to archaic social forms. This can actually be something progressive historically.
Sure.
And I think that the peasants in the Marxist-Leninist tradition cannot be reduced to the petty bourgeoisie. They can be categorized as democratic petty bourgeois in the sense of an inceptual striving to acquire what the existing established bourgeoisie already has. And with respect to the Narodniks, right, the decisive thing was not necessarily that they only represented the interests of peasants. I don't think that's what Lenin was saying. I think what Lenin was saying was that as a consequence of their inability to accept the necessity of political mediation through a collective party, the collective discipline of a party, that they were just giving expression to the petty bourgeois tendencies only of the peasantry, which were insufficient to lead the peasants toward revolution. And that basically this also touches upon the question of like how does the intelligentsia become proletarianized, you know, to be able to sacrifice its class interests to reach the workers. I mean, you talked about that earlier in the thing about, you know, your experience. Well, it comes from making also a formal jump from the methodologically individualistic outlook, which is bourgeois in nature, which regards class as merely a quality and a determination of individual existence. When you make the leap to proletarian consciousness and the proletarian view, you cease to regard class as an individual question anymore. Class interest and the expression of a class character is given form precisely by the ability for the individual to subordinate their interests to a collective form of discipline and a collective existence. And this is manifested even in the most primitive forms of trade union consciousness. For example, when workers have a strike, you do not have the individual right to be a scab. You know, well, you don't voluntarily have the right to make the choice as an individual. There's already a collectivism baked in there where, nope, we're going through with this strike, and if you scab, you're a traitor. You're making a partisan stance with respect to this struggle. You're not just, you know, giving expression to your individual view. And it's submitting to that collectivistic principle that that is decisive for adopting the proletarian outlook. And that is why, for the proletariat to be organized as a proletariat, I think there's truth to what you said, Chris, that by default, the proletariat is petty bourgeois. The petty bourgeois tendencies insufficiently give expression to the proletariat's real interests, right? But in the absence of proletarian organization, their ability to give expression to any kind of direct proletarian political interest, or class interest even, economically in the case of unions, in the absence of organization, it's missing. Because the form of organizing human beings and human beings articulating themselves actually is itself split on class lines. You know, like the bourgeois political tradition regards merely an association of individuals as sufficient for constituting, you know, a given position. The proletarian position goes farther. Yes, an association of individuals, but also a binding commitment to the outcome of that association as more than the sum of its parts. So class distinctions are not just about an individual's position with respect to property. It's also with respect to a completely different horizon of human existence, split along individualistic and collectivistic lines, in my view. Now, I know that's a lot, and I apologize for
one quick thing
that, but that's basically.
Let me just say that one of my
let
me respond so
okay.
I don't lose the train of thought. Otherwise,
For
I'll
sure.
lose it.
That's what notes are
right,
for.
so
Yeah, sure.
Individualism and collectivism. I would say that one of my successes intellectually in recovering original historical Marxism is precisely to recognize this distinction and this opposition of the individual and the collective as a phenomenon of capitalism, meaning that capitalism has an individualistic but also a collectivistic tendency. And so I think that coming out of the era of neoliberalism, I'm aware of the fact, look, I'm speaking with all people younger than me, I admit, you know, more or less, and even myself as Generation X, that we can mistake capitalism and bourgeois society itself for just being individualistic because of neoliberalism. In other words, we're responding against this form of capitalism that is in crisis and that we're very discontented with and that has played itself out. And we project that back onto history so that capitalism has always been neoliberal. And we forget about the collectivistic aspects of both bourgeois society and capitalism. So what that means is that it's a kind of a false choice. There is a petty bourgeois collectivism, and that's really the point with regard to the Narodniks. And again, the idea that you could build socialism on the basis of the traditional peasant commune, the problem is that the traditional peasant commune was over and done with by the time the Russian Revolution happened. Actually, one of the first things that Lenin wrote was about the development of agriculture in Russia and how it was no longer the traditional peasant commune, that was gone, and that the peasantry had been stratified, but also disintegrated due to capitalism. And you see that happening around the world. And in order to be able to say, look, we're not going to build on that basis, and also to be able to say that Russia went from being a peasant backwater of Europe to actually being at the forefront of industrial development in the Second Industrial Revolution. It had some of the largest factories in the world, etc. But again, it's not that socialism is just based on factory collectivism. It's not, any more than it's based on peasant collectivism. But it is based on political collectivism. In other words, individuals have to choose to subordinate themselves to a larger political project. I think that neoliberalism has so hollowed out politics that we think that we have to reach for exotic philosophies in order to just say, let's come back to some kind of political cohesion, some kind of political organizing, some kind of political constitution of an effort at, having power, changing things. So that's where my antennae come out, and I detect that it might be kind of overstated. In other words, that you don't have to go to the logos of being in order to find what is essentially politics. Meaning, I do think that original historical Marxism made an appeal to workers at an individual level. I mean, you talk about a worker doesn't have the right to be a scab. No, they don't. But they do have the right to quit. In other words, they do have the right to just walk away. They don't have the right to, and they kind of do, of course, have the right to be a scab, except they have to come up against their coworkers. But they can also say, look, I'm just out of here. And that's a very different circumstance than a traditional peasant environment, where in fact you can't leave the village, you can't leave the peasant collective. So why is that important? Because the socialist movement arose in bourgeois society, in capitalism. It did have to make an appeal to the rational judgment of individuals to join the movement or not, and to voluntarily take on responsibility for that movement, right? You can always quit, you can always walk away. And yet they were able to build a mass movement. In other words, it wasn't based on some kind of involuntary social compulsion that the movement was constituted, maintained itself, and even achieved revolution. No, at every step along the way, people had to recommit and, voluntarily submit to discipline. Right. So the idea that we need to reach for something more sort of involuntary, unconscious, organic in our social being as the basis for a socialist movement, it just isn't true. Historically, didn't.
I wouldn't say that the proletarian collectivism forces people to be involved in it, but it does force a collectivistic partisanship on any expression of political initiative. So of course you can quit and you can just bow out and keep your head down. I mean, yes, but insofar as you stake out a position you are not allowed to insist upon your individuality as something meaningful when it comes to politics. And that is something that is a difference from the bourgeois tradition. But I think that
they do so too, though.
Hold on, guys. One sec.
Let's not lose sight of the fact that they submit to discipline.
Speaking of submitting to discipline, it's my show. So let's get pieces of paper and pens out in front of us and let our ideas that want to spill out get on the page first. I have many of my own. Now, the first thing that is on my agenda here is to play off of what Chris said that was setting you up, Haz, for what you just said. And so I don't want to redirect it all, but I want to kind of reconcentrate the focus just a little bit. Under the theme of the changes in the material conditions from the last 150 years, we, Nance and I, and everyone at Theory Underground is convinced that you're both wrong about the material conditions. Maybe someday we can all have a real conversation about that, but also, who are we to think that you're wrong until we've actually heard you guys lay out what you think are the essential changes in the material situation? So we have our assumptions, but we're here to smash apart our assumptions about you guys. And so part of that is laying the basis for a better conversation later. I'm talking Lincoln Douglas debate style 7-hour contradiction if necessary. But for now, in the short little span of time that we have remaining, one of the big concerns a lot of people have, maybe you guys not as much, definitely anyone who's really tuned into Nick Land is thinking about it. Mikey just sent a memo from his warehouse on the topic, and Nance was talking about this on the commercial period. We're thinking about AI. We're also thinking about cyber culture, cyber history, and the changes in the medium, and whether McLuhan is correct about that inverting base and superstructure in terms of priority, especially when we think about the collapse of private and public that have ensued. But we're going to start with AI. Nance, you get to set this up. They both get to respond with their positions. We'll keep those responses short with the plan of a longer follow-up once we hear from Mikey. So Nance, take it away.
So I do think it's appropriate that we were kind of discussing revolutions, reterritorialization, overcoding, recoding. That is the way capital works. I think it's safe to assume we agree. That's also the way algorithms work, and that's the way that algorithmic intelligence, these large language models work. It's just like a constant overcoding, and they spit out results. It's like a very refined search engine, and everything is constantly being reterritorialized. It's also true that subjectivity is in question, and there's going to be a qualitative difference between the hyper-intelligence that emerges and human intelligence. And I think that's where I get off the kind of accelerationist bus. Like, I believe in subjectivity. I in fact think subjectivity is more important than history, but we all agree that revolution is the motor of history. Algorithms work in this reterritorializing way. But I know, Chris, you've said that hyperintelligence or superintelligence is not a major concern. Doesn't exist, won't exist, and how
or it already exists. It exists in our language and culture. I do believe in society. I just don't believe that AI is going to be a substitute for it.
Yeah, but are you talking about ChatGPT, or are you talking about the circuit of capital? Because Nick Land is talking about the circuit of capital when he talks about AI.
Right, that's something else. No, again, I think to get to Haz's continuity point, of course you can never have change without continuity. Of course, right? So I do think that advanced capitalism and its sort of, deterritorialized, reterritorialized, it's this dissolving of space and time and reconstituting of them is, of course, still continuity, and of course still continuity with bourgeois society. And bourgeois society is still in continuity with earlier, civilizational history. I would say more universally than locally, but that's another matter. And so I do think that artificial intelligence exists, but humans created it 200,000 years ago. Right?
That is
this is actually that's actually the point of Reza Reza
Right.
Nagarstani in his book Intelligence and Spirit, which is that the real, and that, I have actually a provocative view, which is, in my view, my response to that whole Landian capital AI kind of line of thought is very simple, very controversial as well, right? Insofar as the self-relation of capital assumes any conscious determination, one that is, even through language, we are talking about socialism. This collective being that is constantly reproducing itself and kind of doing so in a way that is constantly transforming the world and nature. That is none other than the subject of Marxism, which is a common collective social being, right? And Marx himself affirms this directly, by the way, when he talks about capital as the estrangement of human labor. But many people make the mistake of thinking that Marx is operating within a methodological individualism, where labor is in fact like just your individual work. But for Marx, human labor is social in nature. It's an integral totality. And so my argument is that this acceleration of AI and capital and whatever, that is heralding the rapid transition into a new mode of production, which I think I'm very committed to making the argument that the rise of AI is actually probably the breaking point when it comes to the economic base. And actually, to connect this to what we were talking about with Chris, that is leading to a superstructural manifestation of indirect forms of collectivism, which are an embarrassment to the bourgeois liberal ideology. If you tell these neoliberal people that you're actually like in a cult and you're collectivistic, where it's an embarrassment to them, because the collectivism is manifesting itself in a symptomal way, right? And that is, I think, the limit of petty bourgeois collectivism. I think that petty bourgeois collectivism is still individualistic because the collectivism is always unconscious and indirect byproduct. Whereas you have to make the transition to the proletarian line to actually have a self-conscious collective obligation and commitment, which understands the proper place of the individual. And even, when it comes to Lenin's polemics with the Narodniks, that was precisely it. They didn't have discipline. They didn't have the ability to have an actual collectivism. When it comes to like, hey, let's start an organization and commit to a principle where we subordinate our individual interests to the majority will or something, right? And that's very relevant today with the rise of AI, with the rise of social media. The hardest thing, it seems like, is that square one. And I always tell the enemies of my party that are always so fixated, please go and try to form some kind of collective existence where you have to deal with disagreements between individuals and resolve them. And none of them, not only are they not capable of doing that, final thing, it's so bad that there are loose, impromptu organizations that form that are dedicated purely to taking me down and taking down ACP, right? And they are constantly splitting.
Sure.
These organizations are solely have a destructive purpose, and they can't even get their shit together because of these petty bourgeois tendencies. So I think that basically, yeah.
I will just say I saw that there were some recent people trying to split or whatever, and I just wanted to say, like, when I look at these like takedown letters on you, Chris, or you, Haz, every time I've done it, I see this person. It's like a recognizable personality trait. It's a recognizable academic activist approach. It is something trained by the CIA. It's been around for a long time. I don't believe, I'm not saying that either of your operations are that important that they would want to. That doesn't matter. I'm bracketing out that question. And what I am saying is that the institutions inculcate a certain type of personality that just does this of their own, they have their own rationalization for why they do what they do. But that it's reprehensible when people start sharing this stuff around and being like, oh, look, well, did you see what this person said? And my answer is, well, who the hell is that person? What have they done? I don't think they've done what you guys have done. So anyway, with that said, I'm back. So I just wanted to say that because, guys, we only have a little bit longer. And with our final 20 minutes, I want to give you guys your opportunity to kind of say everything else you want to say on this matter. But I want to play. I want to play Michael Downs's thing here. You all have met him. You all know him. Everybody who doesn't know him, he runs the blog The Dangerous Maybe. Free Mikey is a part of our plan here. He has an ongoing research seminar like me and like Benjamin Studebaker here at Theory Underground all year long. I mean, really indefinitely if all goes well. And he also taught the Intro to Zizek and Intro to Land courses. And so this is where his little intervention is. Let's play it.
Hey, Chris. Hey, Haz. Really enjoying the conversation. Nance, Dave. Hey, my question is, look, we're seeing the emergence of new AI technologies. Now, leaving aside the question of does this actually result in like artificial general intelligence or super intelligence, more than anything, I'm interested in the question concerning the new AI mediums that we're seeing emerge that actually do exist, and how that could play into organizing the working class, which we, post-class fractured mass, we see the working class as this incredibly fragmented, disparate, heterogeneous mass now. And the internet, social media.
Just to clarify, because there's been misrecognition in the last week, when we say PCFM, it's fundamentally different than the multitude with Negri and Hart. Like, the reason it's fundamentally different has to do with the medium and the PMC and gerrymandering Befindlichkeit, but I'll keep it going.
It has always pushed towards atomization of people into niches and all this. Is there a way to think of using the AI technologies that are actually being created right now in a way that could further class solidarity? How could you envision that working? Or do we have to abandon these technological media forms and try to organize in a different way? I guess the question is, one, how does class solidarity relate to online media? And two, how would it relate to the emerging field of, AI as we currently have it?
I think that question would literally take like hours to really give its proper justice, because I have a lot to say on it, but I know we're limited with time. So I'll be short actually and just say that I think that AI represents, again, I think that there is a collectivism, individualism distinction that's becoming relevant with respect to the question of subjectivity. What is the subject of history, And I do think that AI has, I think AI is a reflection of our collective existence, basically, a true reflection, right? And when it comes to chats or image prompts or whatever, all these other kind of different manifestations, AI is discerning patterns in our collective existence and our social existence, which may be embarrassing to us, which may not be patterns that we particularly want to maintain or whatever, but nonetheless, there is something kind of Heideggerian about it in a way, because it is what we are, not necessarily the horizon of what we are, or what we wish ourselves to be, but what we really are, And I think that there is a class struggle there that I'm noticing between the reactionary petty bourgeoisie, which reflect this kind of artisanal, romantic outlook of, it's inauthentic, it's not created by an artist. And I think that I am an accelerationist in the sense that I do think that the rise of AI culture, basically, which is what we're seeing, is really just through the mechanisms of modernity itself, bypassing the sentimental reactionism of the petty and even the established bourgeoisie themselves, in a way that I think opens the door to basically new forms of collective subjectivity that do not need mediation by any kind of petty bourgeois consciousness. I think AI is doing something that is unprecedented in the history of Marxist or communist organizing. It is actually empowering proletarians, literal direct individual proletarians, with the ability to give expression to themselves, to their existence, without the need for mediation by the bourgeois intelligentsia. You see that in the form of art. You know, soon people will be able to make their own movies, you know, from scratch. The professional managerials, I think, are the big losers from AI, to be frank. When it comes to data, what is it called? Data acquisition or whatever, big data collecting. There are so many desk jobs and jobs based in institutional mediation, which are just going to be rendered completely superfluous. I think that is overall a positive development because it is suppressing reactionary classes who have always inserted themselves, even individually, to be the subject of socialist politics, and at the expense of the real collective proletariat.
Let me tell you guys.
Thank you, Haz.
A fantasy that I've had with regard to this. So there's actually a Canadian TV show called Travelers. It's quite good. It's on Netflix, and it's about how in the future humans have brought themselves into a horrible ecological catastrophe dystopia, and the only way they can save themselves is to make interventions in the past to change the direction of history. And the only way that they can do this is through an AI that's governing them, the director, who can see through all the connections through time and space, and basically sends volunteers back from the future to alter the course of history. And my fantasy was, I wish I could upload my Marxism into an AI that could direct the revolution. Because that's what's really needed, meaning I don't want it to depend on, some of us collectively could do that. But basically it's kind of like, if you could just take like the whole tradition of Marxism and sort of turn it into a kind of artificial intelligence, that would be wonderful. Fantasy, a weird fantasy. Now, what I'd say about this is the real question is socializing people and teaching and young people, right? So we see it now, right? Are teachers being replaced by computers, by kind of automated teaching mechanisms? Are we training people? So we train the machines, and then the machines train us. Is that the loop? Meaning, are we reducing ourselves into kind of behavioral trained organisms by trying to objectify our activity into an automated form that then can teach the next generation to just reproduce the same? This specter has been there since the Industrial Revolution, right? And yet somehow artisanal production, individual production has never disappeared and has always been the cutting edge of actual innovation and change.
I actually think Dugan directly has recently made a very good point, which is indirectly relevant to this. So I think what a lot of people don't understand properly about AI is that there isn't really an alignment problem in the strict sense that AI is only meaningful assuming a curatorial partisanship. Now that is a word salad or whatever. But what I mean by curatorial partisanship is the ability for human beings to make discretionary choices when it comes to, does this output reflect the goal? That is how AI is aligned. There is a goal. So what dimension does the goal occupy? What is the irreducible human element which AI cannot replace, and which is actually what is aligning AI? And I think Dugan's recent article a few weeks or a month ago or so, or months ago maybe, he called it psychedelic Trumpism. And I think the interesting thing he's getting at, and he's drawing from Lacan and stuff there, which is that there is this dimension insofar as we can accept an irreducible gap between the symbolic order and the order of the imaginary, there remains an irreducible, boundless human creativity in the dimension of imagination, in the dimension of the unconscious and our desires and our fantasies and so on and so on. And these have a social dimension of partisanship, you know? And in my view, what AI is going to accelerate is precisely our awareness of that gap. On the back end, there's all of this technical stuff going on and whatever, but ultimately the decisive element is going to be, it's kind of strange to say this, but like, what memes is it giving expression to? Are those memes meaningful to us in any kind of way? Do they represent social distinctions? When I say memes, I'm talking about ideas or desires and products of our unconscious existence, you know, collectively, right? AI does not know that, right? It doesn't have an ability to curate its output in a way that is self-relating. If it can do that, that is what AGI is. You know, the whole point of AGI is basically an AI that can somehow align itself without any mediation by the human. But I don't think that's I think the opposite is happening, is the dialectical point I'd like to make. It's that the more we become reliant upon AI, the more we are going to have to pay very special attention and attribute more significance to this more intangible, non-technical dimension of the imagination.
Yep.
And remember, imagination is very important in Marxism, if you think this is idealist gibber, because what does Marx say distinguishes man from animal? He says the difference is that man, before he partakes in any kind of labor or mediation with respect to nature, raises the goal and the outcome, the object, in the imagination. Many people were too quick to assume from Marx that this means, you know, a meticulous, rational, logical plan. Not necessarily. The imagination is also this ambiguous dimension of, you know, of what Zizek would call the truth of the fiction, the reality of the fiction.
Hey guys,
right?
I have to. We're going to be out of here in 10 minutes, and I just need to. I need to know really quick. You're both like heterodox in your own ways. You're both trying to bring some new approach to politics. People are interpreting this Musk gesture, or sorry, we call it the notorious gesture. They're interpreting it in very different ways. So I'm just going to pull you guys. I don't want answers. It's yes, no. Was it an intentional Nazi salute?
I don't think so.
Gun to my head, I think it was.
Okay,
Cutrone. If I had a gun to my head.
So do you think it's
a generational divide?
Just
We've been
autism?
debating in Platypus.
Is it
it's not just autism. You know, what we'd have to imagine, you know, Dr. Strangelove, the movie.
Yeah.
And the scientist, and he can't control himself. He's like, you know, and I'm just like, okay, so maybe it's autism, but then even that would assume that like deeply ingrained in Musk is like an impulse to Heil Hitler. And, you know, it doesn't help that he looks the way he does and he's South African and whatever. And that he was like biting his lip. He was doing like some combination of Mussolini and Hitler, right? A little bit. And I'm just like, yeah, you know, I don't think so. Meaning, but I think it's a generational divide. Meaning I watched it live. And I did not think it was
the reason.
Haz, would you say that it's a purposeful dog whistle in the traditional sense, or was it a way of, putting his dick on the table and saying, "I can tell you what this means now, because I get to say what's what."
Okay, so I always, if I don't know, and I don't know, if I have to choose, I will lean on the side of paranoia, probably.
Right.
And I have to think about something. I have to think about, what does Musk actually think privately about Nazism, right?
Right.
Because given what can and can he not say in public? I look at X and how much like literal Nazi content is so favored by the algorithm. Maybe that's organic, maybe that wasn't intentional. I don't know. But Musk has to have thoughts on this that are private, that he doesn't share in public. And when I think about it, if we were to assume that Elon Musk is playing the long game to basically try to have these extreme ideas normalized in some kind of way, racism and so on and so on, I think he would be playing that game very well, where he's just like, oh yeah, I used to just be like a liberal, but the woke stuff went too extreme. So I'm just innocent, I don't know, maybe, but I think a guy like Elon Musk has to have some very private, interesting thoughts about history and the world at large. And I can't write off the strong possibility that he, in fact, publicly, of course, on an institutional level, for purposes of his social standing and obligations, he has to denounce Nazism and denounce Hitler. But is that what he really thinks in private? I have no way of knowing that, but I can't write off the possibility that this guy could. Yeah.
Why would that make him more interesting? In other words, when you think, okay, someone's private thoughts that are more interesting than what they can share in private, to me, Nazism is like boring, meaning it's like lack of imagination.
No, I agree. I agree, but I think there is a weird current in Silicon Valley where people are basically, they're not necessarily like direct Nazis, but they are in a tradition which regards, like, they don't believe in the equality of human beings, right? And they interpret political conclusions from that, which is the thing they agree with from Nazism is basically that bourgeois equality should be totally liquefied,
right?
And that we need to have like a caste system based on, a perceived inequalities.
Now, he has said that he resists his fellow like tech bros on that score, though, right? Like he himself, I think, with Tucker, said that he's repulsed by that tendency among his cohort. So
that could be, yeah. That could be. I err on the side of paranoia when there's when I have no way of making the difference. And it honestly, the sad thing.
I'm curious what you guys think of what Nance and I, our position right now, which is basically, when we're talking about what things mean, there is no objective sense in what things mean. There are institutionally legitimated senses for what things mean. And then there are people with the autoritas to stand up and say what things mean. And so in that sense, this is the richest, most famous person in human history. He really is. In human history. Now you could say, hold on.
Marx and Lenin? I don't think so.
Yeah, well, you think Marx and Lenin were more rich or famous? I don't think most of my students know who Marx and Lenin are, though. That's the thing. It's like when
I think
I polled my students.
There's objective fame, though. Lenin, regardless of what people think, is objectively more famous.
Fair enough. Well, we could also talk about buying power, and at the time of monopoly capitalism, at its most concentrated, the Carnegies and Rockefellers were more wealthy. But I want you to respond to it. But I want to tell people I did some sociology on my students, and that in my two classes, it splits the same way. 45% of them never thought that anyone else was talking about this, but they were aware that it had happened, the Sig Heil. And then the other 45% of them said that everybody was talking about it and they knew about it. And then we only had 10% that didn't know anything about it. And the thing is I'm always checking with my students to see if things that are going on the week are something that they all know about. And it's very rare that everybody knows about anything. That's all I want to say.
Isn't this a more basic question, though, which is that doesn't the person who made the gesture or who said something ultimately like have a preponderance of determination of its meaning?
Yes.
Because otherwise we're in this PC nightmare hell.
Yeah.
I think there's a combination. There's one is what the person intends and the extent to which it's mired with an awareness of how it's going to be received.
Sure.
And those two things are actually decisive factors. And I think when we assume that everyone intends on things to be misinterpreted in the way, if they are misinterpreted, that is a position of bad faith. But on the other hand, the way I look at it is I have a long view. I wonder, is Elon Musk trying his best to align himself with a trajectory that will ultimately, eventually normalize a historical revisionism about World War II and the story there? Because I think it's already, I don't know. So far, he's saying no, but let's look at Elon Musk over the course of 10 years. He has
Tucker has done it. Tucker had that historical revisionist on. So that
and his position is evolving. It's a continually evolving position. Who's not to say that it's not evolving? It's just that he's always had the same position, but he's just waiting for the right moments to normalize it or think he's in the clear for it. So we don't know, but
all the legitimating ideology is being questioned now.
Absolutely.
And that means like everything is being reversed. 1776 was the counter-revolution. Churchill was the villain, not Hitler, in World War II. Everything is being reversed, and I feel like this is a passing symptom.
Yeah, I mean, but I also, again, I have to put this also in the context of the rise of militarism.
Back? Oh, no.
Musk is the digital Caesar?
Question. I think that Musk is the one setting himself up to be, but, they both are. What I can say, though, is that a lot of these other people don't count right now.
Yeah, I think the connection is...
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Well, the problem with that is that it's my side that's hosting the stream, so... if
COINTELPRO is intervening. Just at the moment of truth.
Yeah.
Musk, I just want Elon Musk to know that we are all down to have real conversations with him. We're not going to call him a Nazi. Because when somebody is in that position, they're worth talking to and taking seriously. And
I will say that I'm not sure if we are capable of... I can speculate that maybe Elon Musk is a Nazi, but I don't think I have the right to treat him as one when all I have is speculation. I have a lot of suspicions of a lot of different people, but those are ultimately speculation and suspicion. You can't really treat someone until they come out themselves and say it or whatever.
Be thinking to the future. What are contradictions that we want to come back to and unpack and spend more time on, so we can start thinking about it in the meantime? Nance,
I think
any concluding remarks
to achieve concrete actions in the world, and that's admirable. So thank you.
Appreciate it. And one last thing I say is next time, maybe we should really get into the Dugin stuff, because we didn't have that discussion, and introduce and talk about Dugin's ideas more, my criticisms, what I think his rational kernel is, and so on and so on. And I think a lot of people are also interested and fascinated by it, negatively and positively,
Nance, take over. Hit the stream button.
You're muted.
Nance, hit the stream button. Hit
it. I think we're up, dude. Hello. Yep, that's my stream. What's up? Yeah, we're still on. Dude, the internet, I'm telling you, man, the internet is rising up against us, but it looks like we're back now. It looks like we're safe. Everyone can see us. I believe everyone can hear us. Let me find the PSA I have,
Nance
and we'll go ahead and roll that.
Joy
to the world. There we go. Yeah.
Hey,
you can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon.
I published it yesterday.
But if you would like to get involved,
we can still roll,
become a member at Theory Underground,
and we can talk,
so that you can listen to special content
and Kier, you can,
that is not accessible to anyone else. Or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions. Or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback, and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access
Pisses me off because
the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political
I'm gonna
theory
go now.
and science
Kier
and philosophy
and Nance, you can run the show without us. Keep it
with
small
my
talk.
critical
don't
social
talk about
theory,
me
phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory. You know, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and I'm gonna
of the theory underground aesthetic at this point.
I'm gonna look this. What I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on.
I don't like having to
An
constantly
interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved
the Nance position either.
as a active
I just get to twiddle my thumbs and wait
member
for you to fix things.
here at the core of the teaching team.
And I hate it. It's making me
Yeah.
dumber.
So the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university. They criticize the left. They don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks. But you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube. And they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you aren't in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism, actually giving a shit about the structure
and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.
Joy to the world. There we go. Yeah. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon.
But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback, and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory. You know, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025.
You wanted to talk about it, and then Anne will do one of her summaries, like kind of getting people on the page as far as like what happens. Of course, everybody, there's going to be spoilers. Who cares? Come on, let's go.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I went to see Baby Girl, I think shortly after I had heard the What's Right episode where you were discussing The Case Against the Sexual Revolution by Louise Perry. And so that was sort of on my mind going into the theater. And I just felt like there was an excellent portrayal of sort of this post-sexual revolution ideology that we're all swimming in, that the film very much illuminates. And I'm still not sure how much of that is purposeful or not. I think it depends on how people respond to the ending, but I thought it would be really fun to talk with all of you about it.
Yeah. Well, Anne and I had quite the time. I might have liked it more than she did, but let's hear the story. What and also by the way, everybody, I think if we want to be clickbaity or controversial, this is going to be also an episode where Anne and I come out as big time haters of cosmetic surgeries and Botox, and we'll get into that a little bit. But yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I originally wasn't going to see Baby Girl because I said I don't want to. I love Nicole Kidman. I like Moulin Rouge is like one of my favorite movies. I really love that movie. But I'm like, I don't want to see her face. She looks scary. With all her cosmetic surgeries, but then you said we got to talk about this film and the gender dynamics, and I said okay, I'll go see it. But yeah, kind of the summary here for the audience. I've got all the character names pulled up on my screen here. The movie is basically about Nicole Kidman's character, Romy, who is the CEO of this like robotics corporation. I don't think they're quite like Amazon, but they're like the company that would be supplying all the robots to companies like Amazon. So they're a big deal. She's a big deal, living in New York with her 2 daughters, married to Antonio Banderas. And the movie like basically starts with Nicole Kidman and Antonio Banderas making sweet love. And he's having a great time. And then she sneaks off. So he finishes and falls asleep, and she sneaks off into the other room and turns on some pornography that is like very kind of degrading towards and controlling of the woman. And she sits there on the ground and finishes the job for herself. And so that sets the scene. Throughout the rest of the movie, we see Nicole Kidman's character meet one of the new interns at her company named Samuel. And she initially sees him out in public, like there's this dog that starts barking at some strangers, and he tells the dog, he's like, stop, come, and he like gets command of this dog, and she's kind of like, oh damn, that's hot. And so this guy ends up working at the company as an intern, and there just starts to develop this like sexual tension between the two of them that and Kier and Dave can fill in the blanks that I'm missing here. But eventually these two have like this affair that starts in such an interesting way because Samuel's kind of coming onto her a little bit strong, and in the sense that he's acting in a way that you would never act towards like a CEO of your company, like your boss, but he's like being a little bit commanding or forthcoming, and assertive in kind of the way he talks to her. Maybe because he's picking up on, oh, she actually is like getting turned on by this. And so it kind of gets more and more, and then they end up in a hotel room together doing some weird doggy, I don't want to just say role playing, but like some kind of that ownership control dynamics. So this happens, at one point she's out like clubbing with him. I'm forgetting all like the smaller details of the plot. At one point in the movie, Nicole Kidman's character like says to her husband, she's like having a freak out, and she's like, "You've never made me come in our whole marriage." Antonio. So again, there's stuff going on between her, like with her daughters and office stuff. So it's just kind of like telling the story of this kind of emerging affair / relationship between Romy and Samuel. And it ends with the husband kind of finding out that this has been going on. Nicole Kidman gets kicked out, and she's like living off in their family's, nice countryside home outside of the city. And I actually don't remember. Oh, I do remember how the movie ends. The movie ends with Nicole Kidman, like, kind of thinking back to all the times she was with this intern. The intern ends up, like, getting a job somewhere else, and she's worried about, or she's not worried about, but he's almost, like, threatening her. And there's this, like, dynamic of she knows that there's so much at stake if she gets exposed that she's having, an affair with an intern. And that's like kind of revealed that that's part of the dynamic that's turning her on is the high stakes of this. But
Right.
she ends up the end of the movie, I believe she she fantasizes about all of these encounters with the intern, but instead of it being him and her, it's him and a dog. So like she sees herself like as the dog in these relations with him, which was initially when she first saw him, she was like, oh, the way he just commanded that dog and told the dog what to do, and the dog did what she wanted to do. Like, ultimately, that was her fantasy that got to play out, but then it ended up crashing down, with her marriage. And I think that's for the most part what happened. Like I said, you two can fill in the blanks that I missed, but
Yeah, well,
that's
I think
Baby Girl.
yeah, the very last scene, like you said, while she's visualizing Samuel with this dog in the hotel room where they had their play session, um, that's while she's having sex with her husband. And her husband, like for the first time, is doing these like very mildly kinky things, like putting his hand over her eyes. And she finishes for the first time with him, and that's the end of the film. So yeah, the intern sort of becomes a visual aid in her marriage in the end.
I guess one of the things I want to say out the door is that there's a lot of movies that we've seen in the last few years that have this sort of they gravitate around the female orgasm, which we don't believe is real. Anne told me that's a medical condition. No, I'm just joking.
That's the official Theory Underground position.
You sound like Ben Shapiro now.
Exactly.
Wet ass pussy. My wife's a doctor. That's a medical condition. Okay, Ben Shapiro, you just told us you've never pleasured your wife. Thanks for that.
Oh dear.
Anyways.
But it's interesting that in all these girl boss oriented sort of fantasies that want to sort of trivialize sex and then make it seem like sex has zero stakes, often written by men, but in this case not. There's like this weird need to have like these long scenes focused on the woman's face as she's having orgasms, and I find it kind of wild because back in the man boss days, the traditional man boss era, all previous history, there was no long scenes of guys having orgasms. And I think it's actually wild. Like, think about it. Like, what is that? What are these prolonged, like, should I do one? You got, oh yeah, like, let's do it slow motion now. Oh yeah, oh, fuck off. Why are we doing this? And I just think it's weird. I think it's weird. I think people need to put it back in the bedroom. And I think that people in Hollywood just like need to get a life. Like, they think that there's nothing outside of like, oh, if we could just have the woman have a long shot on her face, then everyone will feel liberated. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Like, so I don't know. It's a little bit more meta because it's not just this film. It's like this question, I think, of a lot more films in the last decade. So, and yeah, I don't know if you wanted to say anything more about that, but yeah.
I guess I just want to like hear Kier's thoughts first, and we can kind of get into our conversation once you have the first word here.
Yeah, no, Dave, I definitely started thinking about that last night. I was just thinking about like Nicole Kidman as an actor and like what that movie asked of her and what she did for the movie. And it was an erotic thriller, so we were going in anticipating certain types of scenes. But yeah, at the same time, there was something kind of graphic, or at least like very, very intimate and prolonged, the way that the camera kind of lingered on her. But I think the thing that struck me the most about the film, and I'm very curious to hear what you all think about this, that it struck me how completely like seamless and smooth and like consequence free and conflict free this whole thing ended up being, right? Like, she has this affair, she puts her family on the line, she puts her job on the line, and then everything's fine, actually.
Nothing wrong, yeah.
yeah, nothing bad happens. And it's not necessarily that I like wanted to see her punished or have her life fall apart as some sort of morality tale, but it's more that it really like took me out of the film. A lot of these moments, like her daughter, for example, you know, at the end of the film, she comes to the vacation house to try and convince her mother to come back. Um, and the daughter is not the least bit upset, angry, confused, anything. She has one emotion, and that is that she misses her mother and she wants her mother to come home. This is a
Like
teenager
the
we're talking
daughter
about.
was kind of having cheating on her own partner.
Yes. Yes, the daughter earlier in the movie cheats on her partner. The mother is like does not confront her about it whatsoever. And in that scene at the end when the daughter's trying to convince the mother to come back home, she even says like, "Oh, my girlfriend forgave me." But we never saw any conflict, any tension, like that just somehow got completely resolved off screen. And apparently the exact same thing happens in this marriage. And all of that just struck like how devastating would it be for your wife to say that she's never finished in whatever it was, 19 years together. And the fact that they just, oh, well, here we go. We've sorted it out now. Like it's I wonder if like, do you think it was on purpose that she's like, that there's this parallel with this like automation of warehouses and this like smooth, seamless way for capital and things to move around, with this sort of seamlessness of her like romantic, sexual, and fantasy life?
That's interesting. I never really thought of the connection between like the world that she's working in and kind of this like capitalist CEO robotics, like you know the future of the industry right now. Like contrasting that or comparing that to yeah, her life. That's really interesting. Dave, did you think about that at all or notice anything there?
I was wondering about like what is the point of all the robot stuff? And there was kind of like this corporation theme being that here she is, a woman in the position of absolute power in this company. And this a black assistant who worked, you know, so she's got this woman working under her is at some point in the film disappointed in her, or at least using that this affair is occurring to essentially blackmail her. And multiple people try this on her. You know, one of her older male underlings also tries to pull some blackmail on her. But the one that her actual assistant though says at one point, you know, you know, it. Look, I don't want to ruin your life. You're, you know, I'm happy to see a woman in your position, but you have to make it work for other women. You have to get more women into this country, this company. And so it does kind of fall into this representational politics thing. Now, I'm not so sure that we're supposed to believe that that's like anything beyond cynical. I'm not sure that the filmmakers wanted this to come off like that's actually goated on her part. Like, is she actually like awesome for doing that, or are they trying to point out this is all fake, guys? It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. If you're in this position, and then something goes wrong with you, doesn't matter. Like it, and I think what's going wrong with her is what's going wrong with men in power as well, and it comes down to death drive, and that this is actually the main reason that I like Baby Girl, is that it is a film about death drive. It's a film about somebody who sat in the front of every class, who took notes, who overachieved, who worked really hard to the top and earned it in this sense. And now that she's there, she's reached the top, she's had to stop, and that's what's bothering her, to use the King Louis line from Jungle Book, right? She's there now, and what happens now that she's there? Life gets a little bit more boring, a little bit more routine, and that insane drive that she had to get there, it needs to go somewhere.
And of course, it inverts. She always has control over everything. Well, now her fantasy is that somebody else has control over her. And the main reason he has so much control over her is because of their huge age gap. He could ruin her life, not just because of the power relationship in the company, him as an intern, blah, blah, blah. No, it's because of this age gap, apparently. And so he points out that he knows this, and he basically asks her, I wrote down the quote in the movie theater. Do you want me to ruin everything for you, to take it all away, to lose it all? And later, when she is admitting to her husband what's been going on, and she says that, and she's lying still. She's saying that he doesn't know him, and it was just one time. But then she says that there's just something about it. Things have to be at stake, and he like freaks out and is like, things have to be at stake, and then he starts, hitting things. He's like, like this is your family that we're talking about, and it's like, yeah, but that's the point. That's the point of symbolic suicide, and its allure is, yeah, of course, everything is at stake.
It's also interesting. I drew a parallel here with Nicole Kidman's character and Paul Giamatti's character in the show Billions, because it's these two characters who are in like positions of power within their fields who are constantly like stressed, busy, the boss of everything. And then in both of these cases, it's not like a major plot line in Billions, so it's not the biggest spoiler, but like Paul Giamatti can only get off with his wife at this point if she's like a dominatrix and he's submissive. And so it kind of progresses and even gets more intense at times throughout that series, where it's like he needs this domination to be hurt, to have like no control in the bedroom. And I thought that was interesting. The same thing with Nicole Kidman's character here. Like, yeah, having the control in the workplace and so needing that release in the fantasy world.
Hmm. Yeah, and to bring it back to Louise Perry's The Case Against the Sexual Revolution, like the things that stood out to me from that book in terms of this ideology that we're all swimming in, there's desire is always good, consent is enough, and nothing should infringe upon individual choice. And I feel like all of these are so at play. Like at one of the meetings between the CEO and the intern later in the movie, the intern Samuel says something like, if we're going to do this, like, this isn't about your business. This isn't about your family. Like, it's as long as we're consenting, it's normal. And it's like, and the funny thing is, like, in the moment I was thinking, well, that's impossible. Like, that's not how affairs work. You can't like compartmentalize it and not have it touch any other part of your life. Except that's exactly what happens in the film. And at the end, when this older male coworker tries to lord his knowledge of the affair over her, she actually says, she kind of shuts him down and says, if I want to be humiliated, I will pay for that. And what
Yeah.
I'm really trying to figure out, because that feels like the ideological line, like that sums up the whole film. And my question is like, is the director's intention that we are like, yeah, you go, girl? Or are we supposed to like feel this sense of like dread and loss and grief at that moment? Because it was the latter for me.
Yeah, this theme of, yeah, like the consequence free kind of, oh yep, the like woman, whatever her desires are and whatever she wants to do, like that's great. It's definitely been a theme that I've noticed in the last few years in like some blockbuster films that are, yeah, centered around, or a lot of shots on like the woman and her orgasm. And I think about the movie Poor Things, where it was a kind of a similar, like Emma Stone's character was just having a whole bunch of sex and there was zero consequences. And even in general, her character was like going from being a child and coming into this new bizarre womanhood that she found herself in. And it was just no consequences. Like at one point in the film, she gives away like a whole bunch of money. It's just no consequences. And yeah, that no consequence thing, I don't know for sure what. I think I left this movie going, what was the message? And I think part of my like what was the message confusion came from like what am I trying to say here? The the lack of like a lot. It seemed like all of the scenes where they were having affairs and like the stakes were built up, but it's like to me it felt like they weren't actually doing anything that crazy. Like, does that make sense? Like, if y'all want to do this dominatrix thing, could do it. It was kind of, they were almost restraining themselves. It never got to this place where I thought it was gonna get in like their
Yeah.
this kind of sexual dynamic. And so, yeah, I think I left the movie. Yeah, maybe Dave had said maybe he likes it more than I did. I think I just left the movie going, I don't know what I was supposed to take from that. I feel like it never made like a strong, like, here's the point. Because of the lack of going all out in this dynamic, like they felt restrained in their relation.
Yeah, and it made me wonder like if I'm just like internet poison, but in the confession scene where she's confessing to her husband, saying that she had always, ever since she could remember, had these dark, dark thoughts, dark ideas, disgusting, blah, blah, blah. I really thought like she must be talking about something even more extreme and worse than we'd seen in the film. Because like, I don't know, there's a lot more Seriously. intense, right? There's a lot more intense things that two people can do together. Like this was like, yeah, pretty softcore, if you will.
Like it leaves a lot up to the imagination. And her husband's probably like thinking she's like eating shit and
Yeah,
having
exactly,
people
right? Like
cut her, people are cutting her open and like no, it was all very, it was actually, the sex was probably less problematic or questionable than her cosmetic surgery decisions, which are more horrific actually, right?
Right, which is why I feel like it was playing into the pro woman, like all of the things that Louise Perry is against in this sexual revolution or the case against the sexual revolution, as opposed to being a critique of it, because it never gets that intense or that dark, because she ultimately, besides like betraying her husband, because there's never any real consequences. And yeah, maybe it is up to us as the audience to be critical of that and go, oh, the director was trying to prove a point, that to make us feel icky that there are no consequences. But I just kind of look at Hollywood right now and some of the movies and the themes that we get, and I go, and like the name of the movie, Baby Girl, and it was all like pink and purple and kind of girly pop, girl boss sensationalized. Like that makes me almost lean towards the movie is okay with this happening.
Well, it felt like the way things are set up, it's almost it's understandable why she had the affair, because she wasn't being sexually satisfied. Even though she didn't tell her husband she wasn't sexually satisfied until after initiating the affair. Yeah, and that seems to be, and there were just so many notes throughout the movie that were like, oh, this intern is not actually dangerous. Oh yeah, they're definitely consenting. Like they hit that note over and over and over again. It was even like it's normal. Even that got said something like, as long as we're both consenting, this is normal.
Yeah. Now, and I think that will be a tie-in, nice little segue to my big question about the case against the sexual revolution, because I kind of want to pick your brains about that. But before I do, I have a little question, for the ADHD among us, and also for a little bit of audience engagement. Nance, I'm curious how you answered my question on the chat. And could you read the question on the chat before you answer it?
What the poll question? Would you rather have? Oh shit, I can't see it. Hold on. Who would you rather have dominate you? Paul Giamatti, Nicole Kidman, or Slavoj Žižek? I answered Žižek because why would I not answer Žižek if that's an option? And it looks like the majority did as well, but the plurality here, Nicole Kidman was at 40%, and Paul Giamatti was a strong 7%.
Oof.
So shout out to my Paul Giamatti lovers. He is a beautiful man for some reason.
I
Something
love
about
Paul
him.
Giamatti, but I don't know about.
I wouldn't
like
want
his
to be
acting
dominated.
Performances.
Yeah.
I don't want to be dominated either. But
Yeah, I'd rather not be. I'd prefer not to be dominated in general. Although, I also,
Hey,
never mind. Anyway, yeah.
Look, hey, everybody has their weird shit, and if that's your weird shit, then fucking rock on. Just shut the fuck up about it. Anyway, so with that said, though, The Case Against the Sexual Revolution is a very controversial book. You're all very edgy for being here and even knowing what the title is. So Louise Perry, like, what is it about her? What is she bringing to the conversation right now that you find so compelling? Anne and I read chapter 1 as an episode for What's Right. It's available on Spotify and everywhere else for people who are interested. But I'll just say for myself, realizing consent is not the be all end all. Like, that's not really the point. And then, of course, the uber liberal, consumerist, ridiculous approach is just to say, yeah, that's true. That's why it has to be enthusiastic. And it's just like, well, that's the side of the equation that takes all of the excitement and tensions of flirtation and the ambiguity between people out of the equation and makes people act all fake. And that is also part of the reason that all these movies nowadays have like these frantically enthusiastic love scenes, which are just unrealistic, ridiculous. They're all ripping each other's clothes off. And it's just like, yeah, maybe like once in a, but come on, like really. And so,
Andrew Garfield, Florence Pugh, We Live in Time, just enthusiastic consent sex scene where the guys
just
are
giggling
like
the whole time.
Like the guys are such good guys with such tame desires, but then you go on the internet and like that's not what pornography is reflecting. Like and so this character, Samuel, the intern, is he's such a little cuck about, like, he's so respectful. And it's like, I'm sorry, in a dominating situation, if they were really gonna go like give all out to that, I don't think he'd be so respectful and tame. Like, it probably, because his desire and his fantasy would be playing in too, but it's like he was just doing what she wanted. He's like, oh, we don't have to do this. He was so respectful, so adamant about this consent thing, and never really took it that far.
So harmless. Like, it then over and over again, there's like at least 3 or 4 moments throughout the movie that are like, this guy is harmless, everybody. Like,
and that's, I think, what the sexual revolution, or at least the way that it ends up playing out in our media with like the proliferation of OnlyFans culture and just having casual sex. It's like it forgets, I think, about the deep, dark, like, power dynamics that can come from some men, and how this oftentimes does put women, if not at some sort of like emotional harm, at actual physical harm, or like there's some degradation that can happen. And it's just like, oh, OnlyFans is great and fine, and casual sex is great and fine, and this movie just says that, oh, having an affair is just great and fine, and it's just great and fine and harmless because we all consent, and women need to be empowered to have their orgasms too. And it's like, it's not that simple. And that's what Louise Perry gets at in The Case Against the Sexual Revolution, is that it's not as simple as we've kind of turned it into, and that there are consequences. And no one's addressing or talking about the consequences, but then it's women who end up having to deal with the consequences in all of the ways that they manifest. And guys just get to go and watch girls have sex with 1,000 men in a day, which already happened. Someone beat Lily Phillips to it. Like,
yep. Bonnie, shout out. We'd love to talk. No, I'm just joking. So I want to talk about social possession in a second, but first on this note, Anne, about deep and dark male fantasies. Like male drive goes into the niches, and then it gets increasingly niche the more you give into it until it's some like wild shit. And if you go poke around on Pornhub, you'll figure it out. But on the other side, outside of like that, you could be a guy who kind of like keeps that at arm's distance and says, no, I don't indulge. I keep it over here. I know it could, I could give in, but I keep it over. Yeah. But outside of the fact that like half of U.S. adult males are, in the niches of Pornhub, there is a much more important fact about men, and it's a way of generalizing about men. So, little sirens, I'm about to get gender essentialist here, but I'm sorry. People with penises and balls and who are born with the chromosomes and who are socialized into our current order, 90% of them, you could probably safely assume, are going to be myopic and tunnel visioned about everything in their lives, and they bracket out whatever they're not interested in. Like masculine drive is very obsessive, and it brackets out what you're not interested in, which means that the zone of interest for the guy does not take into account the realities of reproduction for the woman. And that, like, this is why every woman's like, oh yeah, condoms, sex will be safe. And then in reality, guys are taking their condoms off when the lights are out. Guys are like, there's all kinds of like, because obviously it's a bait and switch. It's not sexual liberation if we have to use condoms, because we might as well just not do it. We'd be better off not doing it if we have to use condoms. That's stupid. It's fucking stupid. You're being lied to in high school. That's not sex. You might as well be a little Mormon doing the fucking thing where they lay on the bed and they soak and then their friend jumps on the bed. Yeah. What are they? What's the thing? They go inside, but they can't thrust, and so then other people.
Yeah, that's soaking. But then there's it's people... like jump humping or something.
Jump
like
hump.
that.
That's yeah. Jump humping. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think condoms are. We'll look back on condoms as weird like that, But at least they're not made out of sheepskin usually anymore, which is also weirder.
I used one once.
But what I'm trying to
made of sheepskin.
Wow. That's bestiality. Cool. You're going to prison. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, men might have this deep and dark side, and that, you're always kind of flipping a coin with a guy. You fall in love with him. You actually don't know what kind of shit he's into. Like, you don't know on the first few dates. But then on the other side, it's just the fact that guys are self-centered. And even if they are very gracious and always like step back and let you talk and open the door or whatever is chivalrous in the moment, depending on your cultural bubble, they don't think realistically about the horizon of possibilities the way you do when you have a womb. They just bracket it out, want to think it doesn't exist. And so this consequence-free approach to sex that we were critiquing with, what's the one, Anne? Not this one. The one with Poor Things, when she goes and she works in a brothel for a few years, and it just shows this montage of guys all having pretty basic sex with her. It's like none of the guys in this poor brothel are going for kinky weird shit that would humiliate, degrade her, or put her at risk of STIs, STDs, or pregnancies, right? Like, yeah, no, it's all fine, guys. It's just we live in this smooth space, like the internet, where there's never, ever the possibility that someone will walk up and hit you in the face, or that you'll end up pregnant.
Yeah. No, I think what I really appreciated about the case against the sexual revolution, because I have mixed feelings on it, and some chapters I agree with more than others, and a lot of it I just need to think about more. But I mean, the premise of the book is that we have to think very seriously about like the massive social effects of contraception, and that like changed everything once human beings had access to that. And I think like some of the most compelling parts of the book to me were the kind of zoomed out versions, like looking at the consequences of certain changes. I'll give an example. Like when I was going to like fetish clubs back in like 2009, 10, strangulation was like off the table because it was dangerous, and even like there's no safe way to do it. There's no safe way to do quote unquote breath play. And that's what I was taught then, and that's what I've thought ever since. And that's reinforced in the book, that like every time someone loses consciousness, that's actually a form of brain damage that can lead to all sorts of different health issues that might not even happen in the moment, right? But apparently that's like been normalized, like in the kink scene and also among young people, that's like a fun, cute, hot, sexy thing to do together. And that's a shift. Like I can attest to that not having been the norm back when I was like kind of coming of age. And the connection, like connecting that to the rough sex defense, which is basically the fact that like now that, you know, we've decided, you know, BDSM is two people consenting to hurting each other or being hurt. That is playing out in the courts in a really interesting way and a really scary way. And so like not only have there been cases where like what very much looks like severe domestic violence has not resulted in a conviction based on the idea that, oh, she wanted this, even if the woman is absent and not testifying. That's happened. But the even more extreme example is that this is happening in cases of murder and manslaughter, where like a woman ends up dead from strangulation, and the man's defense is that, oh, well, she wanted to be strangled and things got out of hand and now she's dead.
Yeah, those were some of the most disturbing parts of the book for me when I first listened to it.
Yeah, that's really disturbing, especially given that strangulation is like one of the, if not the most common ways that a man kills a
Yeah, I
woman.
think she even talked about how like now for young people, just because of how normalized it is, like on porn and kids have easy access, like it'll be their first time together and the guy will go for, you know, grabbing the girl's neck.
Hmm. Yeah, it's interesting to think like, because I do know people that practice BDSM safely, and they're kind people who care about their partners, and you know, I don't think that everyone who practices that is like secretly an abuser and hiding behind, you know, the
No.
norms of the community to hide that. But that being said, like, yeah, what are the consequences of saying, well, this act is only bad if there's no consent?
Mm-hmm.
This is a little side thing, and maybe this is mean and petty, superficial socialite, but I do want to point out that I've, through organizing travel, conferences, whatever, I've ended up seeing cliques of people who are outspokenly into BDSM, and some of our friends on tour were into it, and we think that they're just precious, precious gay fellows, and we love them. But then, like, sometimes there's like these cliques, and it's like there's something about them. And then the part that's petty and superficial is like, it's like they're all ugly. And not only are they all ugly, they're all like theater kids and Dungeons and Dragons kids. And it's like, you guys are fat, lumpy weirdos. Go work out.
I knew this is where this was going.
Yeah, well, why did you know it? It's because you look at porn, it's like attractive people, but the people who are into it in the real world look like they just came out of the basement for the first time this month. And it's like, guys, just work on that. Just work on that. Then maybe you'll find some sex that isn't with people who want to treat you like a dog. Like, did you think about this?
No comment.
Yeah, this will be the first time I get canceled at Theory Underground. Like Theory's believe it was, but no, at Theory Underground it's gonna be because I said that they're ugly, But it's
Yeah,
like
I
I'm
think
sorry, guys.
it's time for a mutiny. Yeah, we should have another call without Dave after this.
Ooh, but no, if you're gonna have like an outspoken moralistic discourse on what is real and good sex, or ethically responsible, and you're going to go with the BDSM or poly route, but you don't look like the kind of person that anyone else wants to be with, maybe you can't normalize things. Did you ever think about that? Maybe just move on from activism. It's all right. There's a lot of other things to do.
Here's an alternative
back, yeah.
explanation. Maybe what it is that there are all sorts of people who look all sorts of different ways that are into this stuff, but the only people that are like socially awkward enough to bring it up in inappropriate situations or to be pushy about it or to like just like kind of go about it in a way that like turns most people off are the people that you're describing.
Okay, and that's fair, and that would actually confirm why we had such attractive, cool people on tour that we met up with who are in that community as well. Okay, they just weren't out there on the streets like trying to convince randos that this is moral and correct. Because that's the thing, is like a lot of people's activism, like the subtext of it is it's ethically correct to have sex with me, not these other people. And it's like, oh, cool. Like a podcast that I did back in the People in Our Lives, and the person was talking, his whole identity politics approach to like being black was just like it always kind of comes back around to like he likes to tell white women that or he likes to ask white women if they've had sex with black men, and then he likes to be like sit there and be like, really, why do you think that is? And he like, it's just like,
yeah, a similar thing can happen. Like I know a friend of mine was saying that she knows this one guy who's very like pro sex work, rah, rah, rah on social media. And she knows that that person buys sex. And it just like, it doesn't hit the same because it's like, well, this is completely self-interested on the part of this man.
Yeah, it is interesting. And it's been a while since I've like visited the entirety of the case against the sexual revolution, but something culturally that has just been weird to me is kind of the normalization of talking about sex, not just in kind of these maybe like countercultural ways or in these communities of maybe like queer presenting people or who are in these communities who that's their identity or that's a big part of their lives. And so obviously they're going to be advocates for it. Same with sex workers. But I can think of a couple of instances just in my like personal life with coworkers as well as in some of the media that I watch that are kind of these like try guy-esque. It's like we're all really nice ally guys. And there'll always be like a gay man who is so vulgar about his sex life in talking about it. And I've witnessed it in real life with coworkers, and then in this scene, there's like one character who kind of makes the rounds on the Try Guys and on Dropout TV, and maybe even like Smosh, like that kind of comedy world where it's just like he always brings it back to like his sex life in this way where it's like if a straight man was talking about his sexual conquest and how he likes to, I'm plugging in the words here, like eat pussy in the same way that like these guys are just always talking about how they love to have sex with men. It's like we would not want to be around that straight guy. We'd think it's weird. We'd say, keep that to yourself. Like, but all of a sudden it's so normal and all the girls around go, oh, he, and like laugh at it and just think it's so normal. It's like, it's like, do what you want, do whatever you want in the bedroom. But it's so normal just to talk about our sex lives and talk about sex in this very, very open way that is weird to me, that I think didn't always. So not to be like puritanical conservative, I think like the conservative sentiment often takes it too far in like what they, clutch their pearls about. But it is interesting, this normalization of just talking about sex and like it's so normal and like it's so fine. I think that does come out of the culture that Perry and some of the other kind of feminists, classical feminists in that world are critical of.
We actually are going to have to close out here probably, I think. Let me double check time-wise. Yeah, in a little bit. So before we do, I want to give everybody an opportunity to close out. Nance, do you have any questions for us or our guest? Or anything you want to say, in close.
Yeah, no, I do think it's odd that people's personal lives are being increasingly expropriated and commoditized and kind of turned into this instrumental, productive consumer thing that capital relies on. And along with that, we're taking like the sacred moments that belong to us with our partners and those closest to us and like frontlining it and turning it into entertainment and turning it into like, if you don't identify with this, then something's morally wrong with you. When I think a healthy, robust personal life is contingent on a separation between like instrumentalization and being able to actually be with a partner in a non-instrumental fashion. So I do think it's odd. I think you really can't have a fulfilling sex life if you just engage with it in this commoditized form, or if it's just about activism or edification or blah blah blah. And I want to celebrate weird shit. Just do that shit in the appropriate time and place. Don't front street that shit, because it cheapens it. It flattens it out.
And I guess I'll just say, I want to also say, if you are implicated by what I said about ugly people, I was obviously being edgy and joking. I love you, and I hope everybody who doesn't have the Chad chin is able to get what they need. And so, we care about you. Just keep it off Front Street in the red light district or whatever. All right. And with that, Anne, Kier, any closing thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, going off of what you said, Dave, like I've found in my own life that like visual attraction to someone is like a really small piece of attraction, and I think that's like part of the concern around commodifying sex, commodifying relationships, is that people end up with this idea that like their face and their physique is like the one and only thing that will either get them sex or not get them sex. Whereas I find that attraction is something that develops over time as you get to know someone. I've talked to really beautiful people, and as we talk, the beauty just sort of dissipates based on getting to know them. And the reverse has happened too. So I think just, this idea that like sexual liberation is the frontier to all of the other kinds of liberation is definitely worth being skeptical of. And yeah, I really enjoyed having this conversation.
Mm-hmm. And my closing thoughts are kind of going on off of that. And I think the media and the kind of proliferation of OnlyFans and this like hyper-sexualized culture has normalized this idea that just sex is so important and it's the most important thing in a relationship. And if you're not having sex, passionate, consensual sex all the time, then like something's wrong. But it's like, it's great. It's great to have that in your relationship. It's healthy. It's normal. Some people are going to do it more. Some couples are going to do it less. But it's like, that is not, and arguably for a lot of people, shouldn't be like the central thing that's consuming every waking moment of your life or your relationship, is just sex and these primal animal desires. And that, I think, goes back to the conversation that Dave and I had about the OnlyFans model who had sex with 100 men. And I got to talking about like, is that desirable to live in a culture where we're all just hyper fixated on sex and bodies and titties and like, and having those images shown at us all the time, versus beauty and art and philosophy and music and theater and writing and literature and like all of these other higher things. And so like I've been annoyed with all the girl boss movies where it's just like the only thing that seemingly makes her a girl boss is that she's a CEO or something and that she had lots of good sex. And it's like, where like bad or she's super masculine and is a fighter and a warrior. It's like, where are some badass female characters whose entire identity is not about like being powerful and sexy in the bedroom and taking control over orgasms? Like where's our badass moms, you know? And so yeah, interesting movie, interesting kind of Hollywood culture, and I'm really glad, Kier, that you wanted us to have this conversation on what's right. It's been really awesome to have you.
Yeah. Well, with that, thank you, everybody. And we'll be right back.
Joy to the world. There we go. Yeah. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon.
But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars.
We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory, you know, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and look, this, what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you aren't in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, that was funny. And/or that was a good point, Dave. I probably fully agree with you. Man, this is great. Aren't we having a great day? This is going really well. But hold on, man. Something just came up. I got something I got to go do. I'll be right back, man. Don't go anywhere. Just give me a minute. Hello, audience. I'm here to talk to you. How are you? I hope you're well. I'm glad you're here. I wanted to first and foremost recognize you and let you know that you do a great job in general as an audience. I'm convinced that the Theory Underground audience is the best audience on the internet. And thank you for that. Over the last several months, we've really worked together to build a finely tuned audience machine. You guys do a good job. You're deliberate. You're intentional. You stay on track. You follow the thread. You ask good questions, clarifying questions. You keep the bullshit to a minimum. It's good. You guys are great in the live chat and in the comment sections. Thank you. I wanted to let you know there's another way that you could be helpful as an audience member, and that's by remembering to hit the like, share, subscribe buttons. That's by leaving a cool comment. That's by maybe giving a review on the podcast app or whatever, and doing all the algorithm things. Because there was a point in time when you, audience member, were not a member of the audience here because you didn't know about Theory Underground. You were just out there doing your thing, living your best life probably. And then you were like, oh, what's going on over here? This looks interesting. And now you're here. And now you do a good job. But think about the next guy. There's a guy out there or someone out there right now who really kind of in a sense really belongs in the audience at Theory Underground because they're going to get an awful lot out of it. But they're also going to bring an awful lot to the ongoing conversations. And the only way they're going to know is if you, dear audience, continues to do the algorithm things. So the algorithm keeps recommending Theory Underground to new people. So do us a favor, do yourself a favor, and do the next guy a favor. Pay it forward, and that'll be awesome. That's all. Just wanted to pop in. Say thanks. You're doing a great job. We appreciate it. Give yourselves a pat on the back. And with that, we'll return to our regularly scheduled broadcast. Peace out, guys. Actually, there's a good chance I'm on the video. So when this commercial break is over, I'll be there either way. Peace.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Theory Underground exists to cultivate the conditions necessary for a working class intellectual renaissance that goes beyond old political categories or other identitarian niches. At TU, autodidact workers with earbuds and professionals who see no future in existing institutions or movements are able to challenge their doxa and develop an understanding of the situation we are in.
If you subscribe at theoryunderground.com, you'll get access to a package of courses, including my Intro to Fault Line Theory, which includes Intro to Nick Land and Intro to Slavoj Žižek. These courses are being woven with the 3 courses that take place on a month-to-month basis, spread out throughout the year of 2025. Those courses are 12 Core Concepts and the Fundamental Problems with the Situation Today with social theorist David McGowan, 12 Essential Political Thinkers with political theorist Benjamin Studebaker, and The Philosophy of Nature with philosopher Nina Power.
The way these all get woven together at a deeper and more meta level is through the ongoing research seminars led by David McGowan, Benjamin Studebaker, and Michael Downs, where they engage with one another's work by sharing developments from their own perspectives, theory, and research.
If you subscribe at higher levels and support our work, we'll support your development with bespoke teaching. Alone and unaided, we struggle to grasp our situation in its fullness and formulate a meaningful response. By working together and pooling our energies, we can do better. Join us at theoryunderground.com/subscribe.
There'll be 2 kinds of people in 10 years. Those who said, I knew all along Theory Underground was going to make this huge difference. Those are the people that are like Nance, who were on the sidelines at one point and then said, nah, I'm going to get in. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and I'm going to go hard. And then there's another kind of person, a person who waits in the wings, collects receipts, and who will say in 10 years, oh yeah, I was there. I saw that happen. And then they'll gossip monger. Listen, if you want to get involved, get involved. But if you're going to sit there in the bleachers, well, here's some popcorn. I hope you have fun.
Oh, hey, Dave. What are you up to?
Hello. I'm grading right now, so.
Grading? Well, what's that?
Oh, this? This is a G2 pen. It might be the best pen in the entire world because the price point is perfect for working class people like us. More importantly, cartridges are replaceable. The ink, it glides, but it doesn't smudge too bad. And most importantly, you can do that. And it's really fun.
That's pretty cool.
We at Theory Underground are not sponsored by Pilot, nor does Pilot endorse this commercial. Theory Underground is funded by contributions from viewers like you. Thank you.
I'm
Live
gonna be
now.
on when.
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
we're live now.
Well, I'm excited for when Laurie Johnson's on, but assuming she's not on until for another 45 minutes, I think I
Yeah.
might go really quick, eat, freshen up before I work tonight. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, go get after it.
Cool.
Yeah, you've got a big night ahead of
Well,
you. So
soon.
yeah,
See you,
thank
Kier.
you.
Nice to see you. Bye, Anne.
Bye, and we'll see you. Thank you.
So I kind of want to
Yeah,
give.
she's got.
Oh,
I was just going to comment on what she's doing tonight. She's doing impressive things, but
I mean,
What impressive things.
it's Broadway. She's running all over the stage, helping with the Hamilton show. So she's on the big stage, these nights.
Oh, rad.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. What's up, Post Elvis in the chat saying EMSTU? Yes, it's like a holiday. And I think we've officially lost most of the people who are just tourists or just popping in for this or that. And now we're kind of back down to the number we normally have for an EMSTU, which is between 50 and 80. It fluctuates. It's a rotating door. I think this is a good time to talk a little bit about the Agora and the tour that we are about to go on. And so the Agora tour and New Media Experiments is the new title of this stream. I want to tell you all a little bit about what happened yesterday. Kier, you could be our representative TU participant who wasn't here yesterday, and so then Nance and I can kind of fill you in a little bit. But this is the stuff of hyperfiction, of hyperfiction. I guess I mean to say like hyperstition fiction. You know what I mean? Like people will tell stories about these kinds of antics. But what happened was we did this long stream. I mean, it's typical for us, but we did this long stream of comment review. After comment review, we brought on some TU alien anthropology, socioanalysis, research cohort people. A couple of them are very new to it, and we talked about some stuff, and played off of this whole thing with Musk, brought it back to like, okay, but we all have questions, we all have assumptions about how other people read situations, and we all have like that based in other people's statistics that they gathered or our own sort of gut senses. And part of the goal of alien anthropology is to deconstruct our big others, or at least get better at generalizing across the niches of the post-class fractured mass. And so the way that this played out was we developed a survey for the students in my Sociology 101 and my Sociology 122 classes. I already had some interesting statistics from the 122 class on the Musk phenomenon with Sieg Heil. And, for instance, 90% of them knew about it, which is very rare in my classrooms. It's very rare for 90% of people to know about something. 45% of them knew about it, but thought nobody else had talked about it. And 45% of them knew about it because everybody was talking about it. 10% just didn't know. And it really split that evenly. It was like, wow, that's beautiful. Now I'm more curious to know if the same is true with the professors. Now I'm curious to know if the same is true with people off campus. I'm curious to know if this would apply to, the cashiers at grocery stores and gas station attendants, more just like regular people. And so there's that kind of element of what we did, was coming up with questions, trying to dial them in, make them useful questions, because some questions people answer them and then you're like, well, I actually can't use that information because it can be interpreted too many ways. We have to kind of find a way to narrow the scope without being too heavy-handed or leading the witness. And so that's been a big theme. But then we went offline, or at least not live streaming, and we were on the private side of the Zoom call, and we talked a little bit, and then I put my earbud in, joined by my phone, hopped on my scooter, rode down to the university. I come walking into class just as like half the students are already in the room. And I'm like, okay, we need to change the tables. Those who want to be on camera, this side of the room. Those who don't want to be on camera, that side of the room. Make it so nobody has their backs to each other. And then I start setting up all my equipment, and you can just see like they're all like, what the heck is this? Because like I didn't prepare them at all. I started talking about the medium like in my last couple lectures. So that's the part that Nance, you kind of knew about because you could probably see me talking, but you couldn't hear me because the microphone wasn't set up yet. And then the microphone came on and what happened commenced. So what would you think is important information from the event yesterday?
So first and foremost, there were, 24 or so university students who were engaged and who stayed after the class was over. The bell rang and they kind of stayed engaged for a good 20 minutes at least after class was over, and then they started trickling out onesie twosies. So I think that's pretty amazing. But yeah,
and
I think
that course ends at 5:45 p.m., meaning that they're all just sitting there going, I'm going to go to dinner in a little bit. So not only do students usually start filing out like at the exact moment and that they're packing out 5 minutes before, but this one, they all stayed that long after, and nobody was packing up. Everybody was like I said, the opposite of deer in headlights. They're zoned in at this point. And it was so cool. They got to meet Nance and Rebecca and is it Galen, and then Benjamin Studebaker and Kier. Oh, and like they got to hear about like how they either did or didn't go to college, and why they either are or are not currently involved in the university. And so of course it comes back to the idea of the university versus the current state of the university. And so we had like the students were excited about it, and then they came up and they took turns on the microphone basically complaining about their other classes, about how they're not being challenged. They think that it's boring. They feel infantilized. The other teachers don't take them seriously. They just lower the standards and read off their slides, and everything's practically automated at this point. The whole thing was just pretty cool.
Dude, it was cool to interface with the university student, and like, yeah, it's a state school. I'm sure people have opinions about state school versus something else, but I don't know. I think it's really cool to have largely older people like myself, and maybe more rough around the edges or whatever, right? Like there's a fetishized version of the category of person that is at Theory Underground. And there's several stereotypes, right? And we kind of discussed that, how I might be an archetype, Rebecca might represent an archetype, but I don't know, it's just odd. Like I would not have a chance outside of my own children to interact with these university students, and they were like engaged, and we actually had a decent conversation. I don't know. It was special. It was special from my perspective. I also can only imagine it was special from their perspective as well. They got a window into what their future might look like, or maybe what to avoid. Yeah, it was cool. And we talked about sociology and kind of doing the method and how can we avoid turning this into just identity politics, kind of like what happened to Bourdieu and Bourdieu's work, and why Bourdieu isn't sexy, because it just got co-opted by the narrative of the individual and the neoliberal self-actualization, and I mean kind of what we've been talking about on this EMSTU all day long, starting with Touré, and it even came up with Haz and Cutrone, and they were talking about it in different language, but still like this, the through line of the individual and like neoliberal self-actualization for the individual. How has that hijacked sociology? And the students were there for it, and the students, it was fucking dope, dude. It was really cool. I'm happy Rebecca's in the chat, just said I've never been part of something that cool. Yeah, it was super dope. And David Ruiz as well. Yeah,
right on.
I think you're muted, Dave.
That's what was happening. I just was okay. Yeah. It was awesome. David Ruiz was a part of it as well. Shout out. We're about to switch gears here. Dr. Laurie Johnson is in the waiting room, so we'll let her in a second once we roll a quick PSA, folks. I know this has been a very PSA heavy one, because whenever we want to do something and have a conversation between ourselves, we just roll one of those. But it's also just a way of spamming the make money button. I love to just go over and push it. And the more I push it, the more it comes. And so people are sitting there going, I don't like it. And they want to see me poor. They want my children to eat nothing but oatmeal like I did when I grew up. And I think if I ever see you in person and you want me to be poor, I'm going to punch you in the face. Just kidding. I love you all. We'll be right back right after this. Thanks, Kier. This was great. Hopefully we can do a follow-up on this very soon. All right. Peace.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Theory Underground exists to cultivate the conditions necessary for a working class intellectual renaissance that goes beyond old political categories or other identitarian niches. At TU, autodidact workers with earbuds and professionals who see no future in existing institutions or movements are able to challenge their doxa and develop an understanding of the situation we are in.
If you subscribe at theoryunderground.com, you'll get access to a package of courses, including my Intro to Fault Line Theory, which includes Intro to Nick Land and Intro to Slavoj Žižek. These courses are being woven with the 3 courses that take place on a month-to-month basis, spread out throughout the year of 2025. Those courses are 12 Core Concepts and the Fundamental Problems with the Situation Today with social theorist David McGowan, 12 Essential Political Thinkers with political theorist Benjamin Studebaker, and The Philosophy of Nature with philosopher Nina Power.
The way these all get woven together at a deeper and more meta level is through the ongoing research seminars led by David McGowan, Benjamin Studebaker, and Michael Downs, where they engage with one another's work by sharing developments from their own perspectives, theory, and research.
If you subscribe at higher levels and support our work, we'll support your development with bespoke teaching. Alone and unaided, we struggle to grasp our situation in its fullness and formulate a meaningful response. By working together and pooling our energies, we can do better. Join us at theoryunderground.com/subscribe.
There'll be 2 kinds of people in 10 years. Those who said, I knew all along Theory Underground was going to make this huge difference. Those are the people that are like Nance, who were on the sidelines at one point and then said, nah, I'm going to get in. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and I'm going to go hard. And then there's another kind of person, a person who waits in the wings, collects receipts, and who will say in 10 years, oh yeah, I was there. I saw that happen. And then they'll gossip monger. Listen, if you want to get involved, get involved. But if you're going to sit there in the bleachers, well, here's some popcorn. I hope you have fun. And I'll bring you all on in just a second. I want to address myself to the audience. I've turned off my little blacked out filter here that I've had on most of the day. I found it kind of relaxing. I think that when you wear sunglasses on stream, people think you're trying to look like you're cool. But if I do this, I feel like a little bit like hidden. Like I don't like being looked at so much all day long. And so if anybody was wondering what that is, that's what it is. I just want you all to realize that misrecognition is baked into the process here. But before we bring on our new guest, I just wanted to look at the camera and say, everybody, this is the weekend that Benjamin Studebaker and Nina Power's courses at Theory Underground begins. It's a very exciting time for all of us, especially those who have been doing the readings. So in Benjamin Studebaker's course, the main reading is Plato's Republic. Whereas in Nina Power's, the first major reading is going to be something from Heidegger on physis, nature, right? So the philosophy of nature and the philosophy of politics, that's their 2 courses. And of course, those are being woven with Michael Downs and his course, The Fault Line Theory, between Nick Land and Slavoj Žižek, between CCRU and the Ljubljana School, talking about that fault line as the essential constituting fault line of the internet theory scene today that we are intervening in, right? We are like the anti-CCRU, except we're not. We're extending them and imminently critiquing, or whatever, however you want to put it. Well, on the other side of all that, I keep leaving myself out whenever I talk about the braid. And I always just forget that I exist and that I built this place and that I care about this a lot. And my course that I am teaching once per month and kind of weaving with their courses is called the 12 Core Concepts and Fundamental Problems at Theory Underground. But the problems at Theory Underground are the problems with trying to understand the situation or trying to organize today. The problems come out of, and as I just covered in my first lecture, come out of crises in 3 A's. There is the crisis of the academy, the crisis of the attention economy, and the crisis of activism. These are related but different spheres of life. And the medium is why they overlap so much, but also the schooling system has a lot to do with it. So get involved. That's what the PSAs keeps telling you about. But I know at this point, a lot of you are just kind of tuning it out. So I just wanted to say at a personal level, if you're not excited about these courses that are coming this weekend, you should be. And you might get more excited later as you think about it. It's never too late. Unless we don't get enough involvement
to make me a respectable husband material so that we can have, raise a real family. If things don't go right, I'm just going to move to a farm and focus on the farm and my children, and you all can do whatever you want. With that said, we're going to switch gears here. I'm going to bring on our guests, and let's see if I can push the right buttons. Start with this. Hello, welcome to the stream. And before I actually click the record button, I just wanted to say, everybody, there's a new poll in the chat. Go ahead, smash that. Let's get going. I'm going to hit the record button in 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody, welcome to another mashup. This is Nance and Ann with our show Why Us and our show What's Right. And today we are joined by Dr. Laurie Johnson of the Maurin Institute. Welcome, or Academy, sorry. Welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm pretty good. Yeah, thank you for having me. This is really, really nice, good opportunity, and I appreciate the invitation.
Yeah, it's great to have you. So you wrote a book, and I kind of want to just get straight into it and ask you a question about your book, The Gap in God's Country, which I have had the opportunity to look at a little bit ahead of time, which is fantastic. And also the Maurin Academy. How do these two things relate, and how did they come about for you?
That's a story. I'll try to make it as short as I can. But in a way, this all seemed like, most of life, it seemed to happen to me rather than being like a super conscious plan that I developed or that anybody developed. But a former student of mine, Spencer Hess, who was here at K-State about 10 years ago, he was in one of my classes. He had formed a reading group on environmental issues. He invited me to the reading group. After a while, we gathered up a pretty interesting group of people from a lot of different fields, and we transferred to my home, and that reading group continued for multiple years and even kind of survived people leaving town, like both Spencer, Jacob Honch, who's also in the Maurin Academy group. They both left, but we started Zooming, and we wanted to keep it going. So it went through several iterations, but that group is still the core of the Maurin Academy. And we all agreed that, environmental issues are kind of foremost in our mind, but they're very intersected with political, economic, technological, all these other issues, including religion. And so we wanted to tackle them. And we sort of just like, I don't know, we had this vision of starting some sort of institute. We're kind of aware that a lot of people don't go to university, or if they do go to university, they are mainly there for some sort of technical stamp of approval anymore. And so they may not learn these things, even if they are there. So that was one of our motivations. It's so complicated, though. Like along the way, Spencer has moved back to Kansas City after doing, I don't know if you guys know what woofing is.
Is that the farm volunteering thing that you can do all over the country or all over the world, I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so like volunteering at farms, staying with them for quite a while, learning organic agricultural techniques. Well, he came back from that. He started working for a place in Kansas City that did that kind of farming and kind of tried to demonstrate it to others. That kind of went down after a while. But in the meantime, he had started a small organic farm there in Kansas City on the northeast side. And also along the way, he converted to Catholicism. He got interested in the Catholic worker movement. And that was partly my fault because I was looking around and I was like, what could be, a combination of these interests? There was a Catholic worker house of hospitality not too far away from them. And so we tried to hook up with them and just slowly, that farm became identified as a Catholic worker farm. So the Catholic worker movement is kind of inspired by Catholic social teaching, but it includes a lot of people beyond Catholics, including lots of secular people, people from very different backgrounds and walks of life, but they're all kind of unified by the idea of direct action, of helping themselves and others, not really relying upon institutions, taking some chances and risks, and not being buffered by either charitable institutions or, government institutions, if that makes sense. So that is in the mix. The Catholic worker movement is therefore in the mix of the Maurin Academy, but we're bigger than that too, and we still try to mash up all these different areas, environment, politics, economics, technology, political psychology. We strongly believe that people shouldn't get stuck in little ideological or philosophic enclaves, and that different perspectives have to talk to each other in order to solve problems. So if you look at our programming, we have a Marx reading group. We have a political theology, or more or less like it's called a Communio reading group. It's a resource met theology reading group. I do a great books group, and we have just a ton of classes.
So I guess I kind of wanted to, what you've laid out, and we haven't gotten into your book, not really, but maybe this would be a good segue for people who see Theory Underground more like something post-left related than they do something philosophy related. What does that even mean? Well, for a lot of people, that's just some Red Scare podcast bullshit. We're just talking about, New York City or whatever socialites having podcasts and being post Bernie. But what we've always tried to do at Theory Underground is go a lot deeper and never ever abandon anything, but always work through everything. And so, especially with the left, to abandon serious engagement with the left is to abandon theory itself, because basically theory is left coded outside of a few theorists. And that's one of the things that I found so fascinating about your book, Laurie, because the theory streams that you're weaving. Mm-hmm. Oh, Anne, you can't turn that off. Hold on. If you do it, the whole scene just goes. Hold on. There we go. Okay, thank you. The big three theory streams that you're weaving are Christianity, Marxism, and a certain kind of conservatism. Yep. And this is not something really
psychology.
And political psychology. Thank you.
Psychology. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you draw off of Christopher Lasch and Wendell Berry, a couple of people that I really love. How did this come about? How did you get into these different theory streams? And why Christianity, Marxism, conservatism?
Okay, yeah. Well, in grad school, I learned classical conservatism. I am a Straussian. That probably rings a bell, and so that. But the school that I went to kind of studied more of the traditional classical conservatism. So we weren't part of the, I don't know what you want to call it, the Claremont super right wing folks. So I learned that perspective there and just studied classical political philosophy. So I had that kind of on board. And it made a lot of sense to me. And it's very different from, what we now know as Republican conservatism. So I still have a deep respect for that. And I actually identify Wendell Berry with classical conservatism. It's weird that people see Berry as radical. It's just a sign of how, I don't know, our terminology has changed and how ignorant people are. Yeah, right. The Unsettling of America, great book that actually there's 2 chapters in my book that are called Unsettling 1 and Unsettling 2, right? Yeah. And Christopher Lasch is kind of he incorporates elements of classical conservative thinking, along with Marxian thinking, to show how capitalism has basically just keeps breaking down the social fabric. That somebody like Edmund Burke would talk about breaking down the social fabric, breaking up families and communities, locating people, disembedding people, making it very hard for people to work together, find community. So those two in my mind go together quite well. And the only reason why people don't put them together, I think, is because we have this massive fear. Actually, I was talking to Benjamin about this on our podcast the other day. They have this massive fear of, my God, if we think this way, we'll become totalitarian Marxists, which I find to be very weird, like that still looms large in people's minds. And you can take the Marxist analysis of the capitalist economy, and you can understand capitalism a whole lot better. And then you understand why we're being, jobs are being automated out of existence, and why, manufacturing goes overseas, and why people have to move all over the country and leave their family and outsource childcare and elder care in order to, work long hours and so on. This is stuff that Christopher Lasch saw way back in the 70s, So I think those two things go together. And then, yeah, as far as like Christian theology, I think, obviously Christians have become, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic Christian, but I think like Christians have become a real problem, a political problem in our country instead of a solution. And they need a really hard rethinking of what it means to be a Christian. I think that the Christian nationalism that we're seeing is a real wrong-headed turn. So I wanted to delve into like, what causes people to move into that Christian nationalist space, and then, how should you see Christianity so as to avoid that? And so I think that's important. And I think a lot of people from the left don't want to deal with that. I found that there's just like this wall between a lot of people on the left and anybody who's like religious of any kind. So that's a problem. And I wanted to kind of break down those walls. And then political psychology is super important for me because it explains why it is that we have these mass movements where people kind of just turn off their brains to a certain extent, and become very problematic. And we blame them. I mean, people on the left, or maybe I should say progressives, not like true leftists, but I think progressives blame people who join, like right now, who are Trump supporters. They blame them for just being stupid or ignorant or whatever, but they do not realize like the dynamics and the precedents that go into people identifying with those movements, why they do. So I think that we need to understand that better. So political psychology helps with that. Sorry, I probably went on too long.
That was amazing. That was amazing. Thank you. That I think this gives us a pretty good enough basis then for Anne and Nance to kind of introduce themselves and the work that we do on these two podcasts. And so we'll start with Anne on what's right, like how did this podcast come about? What kind of work are we doing with this? But also, Anne, maybe in that, like, touch a little bit on the kinds of stuff that you write about, the stuff you think about. Nance, we'll do the same with you and why us, of course. But yeah, take it away.
Awesome. Well, hello. It's really nice to meet you. I'm really excited to look more at your book that you've shared with us. But I'm Dave's wife. But also I'm kind of a emerging, developing thinker in my own right. I've taught a couple of like introductory sociology classes at our local university. And Dave and I always have interesting conversations at home, and so our kind of new podcast, What's Right, emerged partly as a spin-off from Why Left, which emerged as a spin-off from What's Left with Benjamin Studebaker and Amy Therese. But Dave and I don't used to consider ourselves, I think, leftists. Like I was very much like a liberal Democrat growing up. I remember when Donald Trump was elected for president in 2016, I wore black the next day because I was like mourning the death of America. Like that's kind of where I was at. Turned into some more leftist, like critical of capitalism, very much advocating for Bernie in 2020. Did a lot of door knocking, and like I was the caucus leader. I was registered to vote in Nevada, so I was his caucus leader. Burnt out from Bernie, kind of burnt out after just seeing what I thought to be just too extreme activism coming from the left in 2020 and the years that emerged and all the different like identitarian categories. And I thought this isn't seemingly helping working class people. This rhetoric is dividing us. This rhetoric isn't making life for normal people any better. We're just calling people terrible, horrible names. I kind of saw this same rhetoric and this mode of activism emerging in the sociology department, and the words and the names that they were calling seemingly normal like research subjects when they would say, like a research subject would say, "Oh yeah, I want to live off the grid," and all of a sudden, "Oh, that's a right-wing dog whistle." And so just all of this like name calling and calling anything that does not fall within these lines of this like progressive doxa, not only conservative but right wing or far right. Dave and I are over here going, "Oh, well, we have hold some of these views, or we are critical of some of these social movements. What are they gonna call us?" And so we don't really identify as leftists anymore, but we also don't identify with the right or with the conservatives. I think we have some views that are more conservative, but we also obviously have our strong like leftist and liberal views. And so what's right emerged on the one hand by just questioning, well, like what is the right and what are some of those views that come from right or left that maybe get overlooked or that get called right or right wing, far right when maybe they're not so much. But then there's that double entendre there also with what is right, what is correct, what is good, just, beautiful, truthful. So trying to explore those ideas and take different thoughts, ideas, movements from both sides of the spectrum, not necessarily just the extremes, but trying to kind of have this nuanced conversation about politics today. And so that's kind of where what's right emerged. I think that's where I find myself right now. Particularly what interests me is just some critiques of kind of modern feminism and everything that affects women, not only like that stems from the economy and kind of capitalism and the ways that I think that's really detrimental to families and women, our health, the kind of heavy workload, but then also the way that seemingly some of the like feminist fourth wave feminism that's emerged in some of these leftist liberal spaces and how I find that harmful. And so that's, as I read and develop and start kind of my own writing, that's where I find myself. But some of these, female thinkers, philosophers, theorists like Nina Power, Helen Rollins, I just find really inspiring as kind of like a younger woman who wants to think critically outside of just, I'm left, I'm right, I'm this, I'm that. And so I'm really interested to learn more about what you're doing and what you're working on. I think kind of all of these different identities that you find yourself in that people would say, you can't be, all of these things. I love that. And so it's really nice to get to hear from you and meet you. But Nance, you can take it away.
Yeah, I want to echo. It's nice to be here with you. Nice to meet you. I think the first time I was made aware, I can't remember the first time I was made aware of your work, but I do remember trying to download it on Library Genesis, and I couldn't find it.
Oh, that needs to be fixed.
Yeah. But it's great to have you here. And I'm not good at talking about myself. Dave and I do why us. It's, I guess, a sociological approach to trying to figure out why nothing is real anymore, why nothing works. Institutions are kind of meaningless. There's a legitimacy crisis. It is postmodernism writ large. It's just like a cacophony of meaninglessness, and we're really trying to figure it out. I had ideological commitments as an anarchist and then as some kind of Marxist. And now I don't know where I stand, and it doesn't matter. I've also been always kind of alienated from the left. I had a family very young. I became a father at 16. And so that puts pressure, because I tried to do the right thing and stick around and not exit the scenario, but like be a father. So that puts pressure on being able to be social, being able to be active, being able to organize and do all that stuff. So I never really fit in anywhere outside of the life of the mind, trying to read, trying to write, trying to understand things. And I don't know, at some point I realized you can't just always do deconstruction. You actually have to try to rebuild something. And I was confronted with the fact that action is impossible in the world we live in today. So with Why Us, it's kind of like a critical media theory, sociology approach to figuring out the conditions of possibility for action moving forward. I also think to say action is impossible is maybe too bold, because I do think the type of direct action that you talk about is effective and is worth doing. And I think to popularize it and to make people realize it's not just a fantasy, and it's also not reactionary, to do this kind of more vital approach to modern living, I think it's amazing. And I would love it if more quote unquote left spaces were hospitable to what I see as a very vital, very nurturing approach, taking, ownership and stewardship of life itself. And it is strange that the left, quote unquote, seems very anti-human. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that I've noticed repeatedly in our study and interaction with the left has been that it is largely not aware or does not think about environmental concerns. That is a real thing. And I don't get it, because the environment is our most important resource. And they're all about, let's not waste resources. Let's not prematurely destroy resources. Let's use them for the collective good. But then there's a lack of, interest in the environment, as well as and particularly agriculture. But agriculture is, my God, we can't live without food. I mean, I keep saying this to my students, right? I'm teaching an environmental political thought class this semester. And one of the first things I say to them repeatedly is, this may be boring to you, but it won't be if you can't eat, right? So there's nothing more important than that. And yet it does get kind of, it gets real short shrift. I do identify with this. Well, first of all, what Anne was saying about, this sort of pressure that we have to fit into a school of thought. And, I do deal with that in the book too, that, if you range outside of that, if you become heterodox, or you just disagree with kind of the school that you happen to have emerged into or embraced, you're going to lose your you risk losing your social ties, what little sense of embeddedness and belonging you have. I try to bring this out in my book, that, these are real things, like that people are grasping for just belonging and being accepted. And now ideology is such a huge factor in that we're really afraid to become more free-ranging in our ideas and to reach out to others. And, but we can't solve any problems unless we do. We don't even stand a chance. We are going to be stuck in our little silos, and we're going to be afraid. But I do think it's fear-based. and it's very social, psychological is why we do this. So I commend you guys for getting outside of that, really trying to do that. So to that extent, it sounds like Theory Underground and the Maurin Academy have very similar like styles and purposes. And then on the front of action is impossible. I mean, we struggle with this constantly, like this whole, like the tendency to despair, actually, like on Dust Bowl Diatribes, it's a podcast that I do with Spencer, and you can feel it and hear it in our conversation constantly as we try to struggle against the tendency to just sort of give up, because it's so hard to get people to do it's talking is one thing, or listening to people talk is one thing, and we all give people that, but when it comes to like just taking a single step, it becomes very hard for a lot of reasons, right? It's again fear, like for instance, if you're dealing with direct action and you're trying to help people directly, maybe by sharing resources, or you've got a house, like I've got a house with 2 floors. I do have somebody living in my basement. That's working out, but I've tried it 2 or 3 other times. It doesn't always work out. So, taking chances, just giving up some of your time. I think a lot of people feel like so exhausted and just, I don't know, spread thin that they can't hardly conceive of taking the step. But yet at the same time, the steps can be so simple, one thing even, um, and a person will avoid it and kind of retreat back into either their whatever their feed is, or just entertainment. I mean, which I do my share of. I mean, I know the drug-like effect of watching, like I'm busting my way through like House right now for the second time, I kind of identify with him a little bit. And you can anesthetize yourself pretty good with our entertainment. Because like doing something, especially since doing something usually involves other people, oh my God, working with other people is extremely hard in our environment right now. Like Benjamin was talking to us about like the pluralism, the deep embedded pluralism that we have is what it's kind of a nice term for we all disagree so much, right? And we have so many reasons to object that people get together for a short period of time to cooperate, and pretty soon they're fighting with each other and no more. So it's very hard to stay positive in this environment to do something.
The thing I would just like to say there, as far I never really like include myself in personal introductions, and I think Anne and Nance have kind of said enough about the podcast side of things, but Theory Underground comes out of a series of experiments, and a lot of the previous ones fail for the exact reasons that you're touching on here. And so with Turtle Island Research Cooperative, and then after that, Victory Farm Center for the Humanities, those 2 projects were, the first one was like a campaign to buy my parents' farm because they couldn't afford to keep it. And it didn't work out, obviously. But then Victory Farm Center for the Humanities was like a small town on about a half acre in kind of downtown Boise, Idaho, but like hidden away. Like you drive by main streets and you can't see it, but like if you go into the back of a dead end of a neighborhood somewhere, it's like this magical little place where I met some amazing people, a couple, they put me up there. And what I would do is I would host monthly potlucks. I was doing a bunch of organizing with my friend Brian at the time. And, he was like the poetry, literature, creative writing guy. I was the philosophy, theory, sustainability guy. And what we were trying to do was like the vision was to bring together all of those threads and like the life of the mind with the work of the hands and like the love of soil, and building off of that metaphor of culture and agriculture. And maybe that's a nice segue back into, what you're doing. I love how you bring in Michael Pollan and you're the only person in the world of theory I've ever heard talk about Joel Salatin. And so maybe we could talk a little bit for people who don't know just about the difference between dirt and soil and humans and humans, or like the kind of conditions for a dignified life as we, are thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. I actually have my students watching a talk by Joel Salatin on Monday, because he does like articulate really well how much we lose when we rely on the bigger sort of globalized food chain and forget our local farmers and producers. How much we lose in health, and how much we deprive our local economy, as well as just our own sense of freedom and autonomy. He's a libertarian. He's a libertarian thinker, but who's very deep into organic agriculture. And I find him very persuasive. The difference between soil and dirt is huge. And, if anybody visits the JP2 farm in Kansas City, you will see soil, because Spencer and his wife Emily have been working that land for several years now, and it is so fertile because they use a lot of their own compost. They use a lot of biochar. One of the things that we do is we collect a lot of wood that's just downed or should come down, turn it into biochar, which enriches the soil. And we try to create a system in which everything is recycled. And that's something that Salatin talks a lot about, is there shouldn't be very, very little waste on a well-run, diversified farm. And, because everything can be used. The manure can be used, right? It's fertilizer. You don't need all of these expensive inputs that are harmful for people's health and tend to drive farmers out of business because they can't afford these agricultural systems. So, he's very good at sort of reminding us what we've lost, right? And so is Wendell Berry. And I know we can't go back to, well, I wish we could. Actually, in my book, I do make the argument that if our government decided that food independence was important enough, we have the big bucks and the infrastructure to move away from the globalized food system to a more local and regional food system, which would make a whole lot of sense for our economy, for all those people that need meaningful jobs and want to do something good and meaningful with their lives and want to be grounded in community. It makes sense from our national security perspective. The idea that we gave away our food security so easily is just astonishing to me. And I'm not in general somebody that wants to pull back from all, of the globalization that has been done. But when it comes to food, I am. And I take a fairly forthright stance on that. I think it's stupid what we've done, and I think we need to reverse it. And we have been subsidizing the opposite of that way of farming for decades now, since the 50s at least, but definitely ramped up in the 70s, where our mission became to spread American soft power around the world by using food aid and basically like engaging in the international commodity crop market, and that became more important. So all of our dirt is producing a lot of corn and sorghum and stuff like that we export or give away as food aid, which, by the way, controls other countries' agricultural systems.
Right.
So
right.
We've done a lot of harm, and people are not aware of this at all.
No, and it's, a lot of it takes place in the 1970s, as you draw upon, with the weaponization of food and food dumping into third world economies just to screw over and then monopolize the land and ruin these generational farms. And I know a lot of people think like, oh, well, we can't have, a food economy run off of small agriculture, but well, I would just like to make people think critically about it, is all how much can be done locally. How much should be done locally? These are questions of scale, questions of when, where, and how, why. These are questions that if people are too dogmatic about it, we should be suspect. And if you're dogmatic about it, be suspect. So when Elton L.K. of the Working Class Intelligentsia first met me, it was because I brought Joel Salatin to Boise State University to give a speech. And there was like 500 people in the audience. Elton was one of them. That's also where I met Ty, which was my segue into Victory Farm Center for the Humanities. And so it was a really special thing. Guess what we had him talk about? Can we feed the world with this kind of farming, with polyface farming, like with actual, with the kind where you have a lot of different species that you are rotating and getting to work together? And, you know, his basic thesis is yes. And of course, you know, libertarianism, all we need to do is deregulate everything and we'll be fine, you know, is kind of perhaps sometimes a certain flaw, but he's bracketing, and he's radically bracketing out otherwise futile answers that people would typically assume. Really quick, I thought maybe something that would be fun to do, since we're kind of getting to know you, you're kind of getting to know us. And Ann and I are currently in the process of having like this we've been having this conversation with my parents for a while. We're planning on moving to their farm as they enter their 70s so that we can help take over things and raise our family there. And so the old farm, the one that I wanted to buy and turn into a co-op or whatever, that never worked out. And they moved to this smaller farm. Nance has seen it because when we were on tour, he actually got to check it out. And so what I was going to do is just do a screen share here, and I'll actually show you guys some of the lore. So let's pull it up here. This is like a cool little sneak peek for you all. Let's just get the thing changed around here. Got to pull you all over here and transition. I think this should work, right? Yeah. So you, from your guys' side, you just see nothing new, but from the stream side, they're able to see you and the screen that you are all able to see now. So, Nance, do you remember when my mom gave you a tour of the farm?
Yeah, I was stunned. I mean, I grew up in Phoenix, which is not a huge, hyper futuristic city, but it's very much a city.
Yeah.
I was a city boy going to the farm.
Wonderful. Yeah, here's my mom, and she is taking him around the premises. This is only a couple of acres, but look at how much food she's able to grow using verticality and greenhouses to skirt the seasons. It's a lot of fun. And look at Ginger running around so happy. But with that, I'm gonna play this instead, because mom giving a tour to Nance, it's just kind of cool for the lore factor. But check this out, everybody. I actually made a special little thing for my parents' farm a few years ago. So here we go. I've never played this for Theory Underground people before, so here we go.
A person thinks about retirement, you know, their whole career at different times. And I don't know as this was specifically what I had in mind all these years. For one thing, it's extremely hard work. But the thing is, I can't see myself laying on a beach for the rest of my life or watching TV or something. We feel at the end of the day we're tired, but we're fulfilled, and we feel like we're doing what we want to do. It just it's very satisfying.
I don't know whether it can be in your blood or in your system, but the pioneer spirit is very strong in probably both of us, but in me especially. You know, taking raw land and developing it into a functioning farm that can support one or two families and employees and be able to feed a community is very rewarding.
Julie's grandparents homesteaded in Alberta. My grandparents homesteaded in Saskatchewan. And that's what they did. They took a piece of wild land and turned it into a farm. And to me, that was always something exciting and wonderful and a real accomplishment.
We immigrated to the United States 30 years ago, 35 years ago, actually. Lived in California for 9 years, but it wasn't affordable for us to own land or property there, so we eventually moved to Idaho.
So coming here, we took that 5-acre parcel and turned that into a very valuable property just by skills and sweat equity, and we turned it into something that was that had enough value that when we sold it, we could take this 10 acres across the street and really turn it into something. It was just like Julie said, it was just a forest. There's a vision here that's involved in really, it sounds corny, but to grow food for people in your neighborhood or in your county, I think it's noble. I really think that growing more food than you're going to eat is there's something good in it. And all I've ever done in my whole career was fix things that were broken, usually because of manufacturer's defects that, you know, even after you fix it, a couple years later, it's going to break again. There was never any permanence to it. But this seems like a lot more fulfilling, and it's more of an accomplishment to actually raise these things and watch them. I make a new bed, and we do all that's necessary, and then we water it, and next thing you know, there's these little rows of little green things sticking up. It's just really exciting.
It's a lot of work, and without systems and shortcuts that help us to be more effective with our time.
My dad invented this, by the way. Like, this was not, most of my mom's ideas come from the YouTubers she follows and the books that she reads and has for a long time. She studies all these people like Curtis Stone and Joel Salatin and Fortier and whatnot. But this right here is like, my dad was like realizing he could just recycle these eaves this is strawberries. It's it's amazing because you just water the ones on top and then they all drip down through the ones beneath them, and it's just like the water gets used and reused and reused. My dad's a real handy guy to have around, and my mom really puts him to work. You know,
wouldn't be able to do it, so we'll see what the future holds. God's in control, not us, and so we just, you know, do what we're called to do, which is grow food and grow really good food for our friends and neighbors, and we're thankful that we get that opportunity. So come on by. We usually have a tour once a month that you can come see the farm, or we have a salad subscription online.
And there we go. So
that's very nice. Yeah, I like that. Like, I think I know a lot of like local farmers do struggle with finding a market. Have they found a good enough market to continue? Is it pretty solid?
What they're doing right now could not have supported our family when we were in the thick of it, I think, because they had a lot of children. I have a lot of siblings. I'm one of 10. My parents, they did family planning the purely faith-based way, and it meant that money was always scarce, time energy was always even harder to come by, right? And I grew up weeding gardens and hating the whole thing because it wasn't about this picture about feeding the neighbors and saving the planet or whatever. It was just about, my mom loves to plant things, and she also liked, to train us, a good work ethic into us. And so, I felt like it was weeding just to weed, and I just didn't like it at all. But I also, I would move the chicken cages every morning and stuff like that. Now my dad says his biggest regret in his entire career trajectory was spending so long in appliance repair. He spent, I think, 10 or 15 years working for Sears back when that was a thing. And now, and then he went and did his own independent appliance repair service, and he had quite the big network. But the thing is that's it's like a very important job that pays less and less all the time, and the appliances get more and more complicated. The planned obsolescence more insane, like a washing machine that you buy for $2,000 with the light up, panel. That light up panel has a circuit board. That circuit board goes out. It's going to cost you hundreds of dollars to replace it. My dad can't just go in there and fix the little piece on the circuit board. He has to go to conferences to pay other people to give him the codes to run it's so stupid. And so he just wishes that he had gone into this much sooner. It would have said, and think about like the weeding that I was doing, the chicken cages I was moving. That wasn't for a business. That was just for us, because my mom's like this pioneer woman. Well, it could have been for the family farm business, like if they had started it sooner, if he had been around a lot more back then. But Anne and I have plenty of ideas. Obviously we don't want to overshare or jinx ourselves on a lot of it, but I'll say the short version before handing it over here to Anne, and that's just my mom's all about planting, not so much the harvesting or like value-added product side of things. And Anne, what are you into?
I have always been a foodie. Like my dad and both my parents are really good cooks. So like I'll go up there and I'm just thinking about like the weeks before we go visit. Oh, what am I gonna make with all like everything on the farm? So I care deeply about not only the harvest side, but then like how can we actually use these ingredients to make filling food and not just we're eating salad every day. Salad's great. But so like I want to get into some like recipe development. We're hopefully gonna experiment with some value-added products and even like down the line some farm to table type dinners as a way to hopefully build up what Dave's parents have started and created so that we can also sustain our own family that Dave and I would like to have up there and just make it a little bit more of a like profitable, a little bit more of a sustainable financially endeavor. They've already got it up to this great point where they're able to sustain themselves. They have the CSA kind of weekly subscription throughout the season. They go to some of the local farmers markets. Dave's mom actually started one of the farmers markets in one of the smaller northern Idaho towns. So Dave and I think just with like our spry, younger kind of labor power that we can bring, as well as just our own ideas and passions and where our drive lies, will hopefully make it a little bit more of a robust, profitable endeavor so that we can sustain it for a long time and make sure everyone's paid and get some extra hands on the property.
Yeah,
So that's the plan. We're excited.
I think you can do it because you already have that, like you said, you have all that already built up and you've got established relationships already. It's a lot easier to do it like in this generational passing on than it is to like start it up afresh. And imagine how much better it would be if our government was like giving farms like that massive subsidies like they give these giant corn farm people, right? I mean, if we wanted to, because we're already in a, this is probably like not quite the right word, but we've already socialized agriculture to a great extent. We did that a long time ago. Nobody wants to say that, but that's definitely the case. And it's directed by our government's priorities. And imagine if our government somehow could change its priorities and put that kind of not only just direct financing, but like government or university research, which is now mainly dedicated to the other type of farming, into creating technologies that could work at scale for farmers like you guys. Then we could really make a go of it. And I think I too believe that we could feed the world, so to speak, if we could farm in this way. Nature can yield a lot of abundance if you do it right. But people are up against one of the things that I'm sure your parents have experienced and you'll experience too is that like the grocery store food is way cheaper than to like produce, and it's in the store, people are going to notice there's a difference in price. And a lot of people have a hard time, even if they have the money to like make that decision, they get like the price of, I don't know, your lettuce is, I don't know, $5 a bag, and the lettuce in the grocery store is $3 a bag. And they can't get past that price. Or with a CSA, they can't get past the fact that they are going to eat seasonally because they've got the grocery store over here with the less expensive food that's highly subsidized. That's why it's inexpensive. That has like pineapples in February. You know what I mean? So those are obstacles that a lot of, especially like newer farmers, because I think that you can overcome it. We have a farm kind of like what I saw there here near Manhattan, and they are big enough and they've been around long enough, and they have quite a few employees, and they have like done every angle. They have like a play area for kids and a membership where the kids can go and play out on the farm with lots of like play equipment. They've got they've got like events for people where they can go, and but they've got a liquor license. They also have entertainment, comes in music performances and stuff. So they do a lot of that in addition to being really aggressive marketing their food.
Well, that's the thing that Ann and I can do that my parents can't. We're media suave, and we have our college degrees, and of course those degrees don't mean anything nowadays. But considering the ways that we've used them, we've eminently critiqued them, and now it's like we are able to kind of bring a certified fine arts angle to the whole thing. It's like, I mean, we can do a $500 plate dinner once a month, and all it is a pile of carrots. We make it look fancy, and I give a little speech, and then people are like, "Wow!" and they eat it and they cry. Like, I mean, that's people want this experience. I'm not gonna.
I know.
I'm not gonna not give it to them.
No, it's good. It educates people, and you're right. There is a market for that, and that's kind of what you need to do to keep a smaller farm going at this point. Is that kind of drive and creativity and stuff like.
Uh-oh. Oh, you cut out there at the end. Is it me? Can you all hear me? But not
Yes.
Laurie?
Correct.
Oh, Laurie, I think it might be your mic.
Yeah, we can't hear you anymore.
Is that one of those blue Yetis?
Okay, now
There we go.
I had to switch to the other Yeti. Like I only have one Yeti, but there's like 3 Yeti entries on my little mic thing.
Okay.
But I was going to say in the city, in the poor part of Kansas City where we're at, it's a total food desert. It is almost impossible to even find a charitable organization that will even take the food as a donation because they're so hooked on grocery store donations. These big grocery stores can get a tax write-off for dumping a bunch of their excess onto local soup kitchens and charity organizations. And so they don't want to deal with our food. So we've run into it. I mean, the obvious thing would be Catholic Worker Farm. We are like housing a couple of people, but we'd love to be able to give some of that food away, and get support for providing healthy, organically grown food to people who can't afford it. We've been stonewalled. We can't figure out how to do that. And I think we have stopped trying at this point. So it's a weird dynamic because like if you're in that part of things where you're trying to like donate and feed people charitably, the big the big grocery store, big ag system dominates that, and it just is insurmountable. So I don't know if you guys have any like thoughts on that, but that has been quite it was a shock to me that we couldn't overcome that in any way, shape, or form.
And found a letter from the food bank, I think, at my mom's house that she was telling me about. Do you remember that?
Yeah, there was like maybe small food pantry that Dave's parents have donated some of their excess food to, and someone sent them an email that basically was just thanking them. They said it's hard enough to get fresh food here in general, let alone organically grown, sustainable, delicious, nutritious food. And so, yeah, someone like just wrote this very, very kind, like long letter about like how much they appreciate that. And so,
That's nice.
yeah, if we could somehow normalize that, re-socialize to desire food the way food should be, the way food should taste. It's like I don't buy berries at the grocery store anymore ever because Dave's parents have ruined berries for me because theirs are so good and so flavorful. It's like, oh, this is what the food's supposed to taste like. Now it's like, well, this is kind of my option, carrots or whatever from the grocery store if I want carrots in something, but it doesn't taste the same. And I think we've forgotten that, oh, food like this fresh food can be as delicious or addicting as the sugar-filled processed stuff that we can get, but we don't have access to that. We don't even know that, a strawberry can taste like candy.
So true. So true. Yeah. It's like, there's got to be more nutrition in that. You just know it, like the university scientists can't seem to prove that because they are in the pocket of
Monsanto and
yeah, they really are. They totally are.
Yeah.
So they're never going to find that. But I mean, common sense says it's better for you and it's more pleasurable. So, and why shouldn't people who don't have a whole lot of money have access to that?
Right.
Why do they get like canned beans and shitty, bagged lettuce and that drives me crazy. So we need to fix it somehow.
What is the name of the radical Indian land sovereignty, peasant sovereignty woman? It's escaping me. Vandava Shiva. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And La Via Campesina, peasant land sovereignty. The fact that whole movement, that the whole seed saver approach, that all of that stuff just kind of gets neglected, and especially by the people who are supposedly into post-colonialism or challenging capitalism or the anti-patriarchy people. It's actually insane. It's pathetic. It's sad. And it just shows you that we've got a bunch of McDonald-brained people teaching courses at our Mick universities over here, right? The thing I wanted to bring it back to on this theme of soil and capitalism, it's like Marx goes really, really good with the omnivore's dilemma, with Food Inc., with the Michael Pollan approach. If you read that book, I know you have. I'm speaking to the audience. If you read that book and focus on corn and how corn, specifically like a hegemonic, like lowest common denominator kind of corn came to dominate, not just like all of these processed foods, but like, I mean, it's high fructose corn syrup instead of sugar. Cows, instead of having grass or good hay, it's like they're just eating corn, and it all comes back to this thing that happened in the 1970s when this new wave of neoliberals decided you have to go big or go home, right? Maybe I'm just wondering if you could explain a little bit about that go big, go home sort of approach, because I think it's normal for our Marxist friends to say, well, everything is just determined by capital doing what it does. And it's like, there were human beings who made choices at tables, and they had an explicit idea of what they wanted to do, and it was achieved, right?
Yeah, yeah. It was Secretary of State during the Nixon administration, and I'm blanking out on his name, but Earl Butz, yeah. And he convinced, maybe didn't need to try too hard, but the Nixon administration to see food as, I mean, his literal phrase was, food is a weapon. And he meant that pretty seriously. You know, our ability to kind of control and try to manipulate other countries' economies and make them dependent upon our technology, our science, our aid. That was a real motivation for the change in the way that we did our farming. So that's when a lot of funding went into changing that farming and making it bigger and more dependent upon, you know, big machinery and American-made inputs like fertilizer, pesticides, seeds, and GMO seeds. You know, at first, you know, Norman Borlaug and the Green Revolution, if anybody's familiar with that, and the breeding of crops that, you know, other countries like India could get into to supposedly like alleviate their, the problems they had with hunger. That was a thing. But that quickly did not help. I mean, it seemed to help for a while with world hunger, but then it created dependency. And for instance, India's market changed to where they were doing less subsistence agriculture, which is required for feeding yourselves, and more selling of grain products, right? So these changes made other countries and really our own more dependent on something other than themselves. And we're very much living with those decisions today. And food aid, if you really look into it, is weaponized. You know, we think of food aid as something wonderful. We're helping people, you know, to not starve. But part of the reason they're starving is because their own systems of agriculture and their own ways of adapting to their environment have been screwed up by our interventions with aid and with, you know, the push for the Green Revolution. And so now they're in a system of dependency, you know, and it's leveraged by us. And at the same time as we're leveraging that power to try to control them, we are also benefiting our large corporate farming here, you know, getting government contracts to provide that food, sales to government to provide that food aid. So it's one of the more evil things, I think, that this country is engaged in. And yet the general mentality is that we're doing a wonderful job helping, quote, feed the world. As somebody who comes from an agricultural based university, it's a land grant university, I can tell you that is absolute dogma at agricultural colleges, that we are heroes and we are feeding the world by coming up with ever more, you know, fine tuning of our systems, right? So that seed saving is obsolete. You know, I mean, generations of farmers in developing countries who had done that kind of farming and sustained themselves for years are now no longer doing that and are dependent on this type of agriculture. Seed saving is good for adaptation to climate change too, because as you know, you basically save the seeds of the plants that survive the changes. So it's a part of an evolutionary process that you're engaging in, you know, and since we're all, you know, we're being impacted more and more by climate change, that's what we really need to do. But you can do that without paying anybody. And that's the problem with that. So, yeah, not good.
I want to shout out Daniel Garner of OG Rose is in the chat. We've got another 80 people here right now watching this live, and probably another couple thousand of you who will be joining after the fact, listening to this asynchronously via podcasts here and on YouTube. I want to say to you all in the audience, how many of you actually feel like this is a relatable conversation, like this is even in the sort of on the horizon of your interests. I'm very curious to know, because it's been such an underplayed theme at Theory Underground. Like in the private seminars that I do, I only recently introduced the green box and its relation to the black box and the red box. And there's these different ways of thinking about different thinkers and the kinds of things that they're dealing with. And the green box, a sort of shorthand for it is, we talked about it as n squared, right? We've got nature, nurture, and natality, right? And this is one of those things that gets so often bracketed out of the equation thanks to the linguistic turn with all of our favorite French fried German theorists in Paris, you know? So, but bringing it back to Daniel, he's really into all this stuff, and he's like, he didn't even know that about your work, Laurie. And so he's over here like, oh my God, this is amazing, because he's a big fan of Barry. He's a big fan of Illich. He's a big fan of, I just actually put the little list together. I'm actually curious if you're familiar with all these names the way we are. But like for us, they all kind of go together. I was also thinking like Illich, Barry, Lash, Gores. What about John Taylor Gatto? Do you like him?
I am not familiar with him.
Okay. Yeah, because they all kind of go together for me, except his big focus is he wrote Weapons of Mass Instruction. He wrote Dumbing Us Down. He was like the highest ranked teacher, I don't know, New York City or somewhere like that, in one of the biggest schools at the time, and he was an absolute beast. But I also think he spent a lot of time in like inner city teaching like underserved, mostly black youths. And then basically his whole experience was, after 30 years he quit teaching in disgust and was just like, guys, this is we're just hurting them. They'd be better if they were just completely neglected at this point. And judging by my experience with students coming into the university system, it does seem like this attempt to sort of monocrop their minds is not having the best results. Maybe we can bring that back around to the amazing little experiment we did yesterday, Nance. But really quick, I wanted to ask you, Laurie, about, are you currently teaching on a university campus? Do you have regular classes as well?
Oh yeah, I'm at Kansas State University, and I teach in the political science department in political theory. I teach that environmental political thought class, ancient and medieval. I do intro to political thought, ideologies. Yeah, so I do that. This is the Maurin Academy is my kind of like pro bono contribution to the world, basically.
Nice.
I don't, yeah, like, but I find it more and more meaningful, and I have a very understanding and supportive faculty that thinks it's meaningful too, and so sees it as an extension of my research and my teaching. So I'm very fortunate and happy that they see it that way.
That's
So
great.
yeah, it's kind of unusual, I think, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It's a great faculty.
I'm not being paid to do, like, at the university to do any of the stuff that I'm doing with Theory Underground, but I have found a way to loop it back in. But before we say something about that, I'll just say, if it wasn't for Anne and how she was working with the chair of the sociology department, and then them being in a position where they just needed another adjunct last year, I don't think I would have ever taught my own class at the university. I was a discussion leader for one of these intro to college classes for like 7 or 8 semesters. It was on the topic of climate change. But it was a discussion leader, and you're pretty much supposed to like play with sparkly lizards and crayons or whatever. You know, it's not serious. But then as of last semester, yeah, I'm teaching sociology, and this is my last semester there. I'm not planning on teaching. So I really have kind of like I do whatever I want, and I'm doing what I believe is right, and I'm just doing that. And I'm doing it in a way where, yeah, there's like a 50-50 chance on a daily basis I'm going to get reported for so many things that are going on, but I don't care. And I just think about Nick
Rewarded
Land.
for being rigorous.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
10, like you're keeping it at a 101 level, but it's like, oh, you want some of them to read Bourdieu or Berger in an intro to sociology class, and I didn't even know who Bourdieu was my whole time. I never got these primary texts within the same department, so like that's the reason I'm like, Dave, you're gonna get reported for doing sociology.
Yeah.
You just never know. Like I know, I'm always constantly aware that I could just say something random that ticks off the one person in class who's a member of Turning Point USA, and then my career. But see, I'm like I could retire when I don't want to retire, but I could retire. So I'm at a point in my career where I mean, that would be sad and upsetting if that happened, but it wouldn't be like my ruination actually at this point. And in some ways it'd be kind of liberating, but I really feel for people in this situation at a younger age now. Like I just, because you just never know you never know when something's going to become this huge deal where, it's on the news or whatever. And yes,
Well, I'm taking some liberties, Anne. I don't think I've told you this. Some of the liberties I'm taking involve like they have a syllabus. They didn't get to see it on the first day. I tried to just scare them all away on the first day. I got rid of 10 of them across my 2 classes by just being like, you will be graded. I will be serious. But also I was very excited, and I covered all the things that I care about. Uh, and I told them about the fire hose approach, which is like, you want to drink of water? I'm going to hit you with the fire hose. So you'll get your thirst quenched, but also your clothes will be drenched after. But don't worry, because you're going to learn words over time that at first won't make sense, but you'll retroactively fill in the blanks. This is what Molly Ann Rothenberg in her book about, what is it called? It's called The New Subject, Social Change, something like that. But it's called retroversion, this concept. And it's just about how meaning comes together retroactively. It's never this thing that is just dealt with in a linear manner. And so I got them all comfortable enough with the concept of retroversion and the fire hose approach so that they know. Look, there's week-to-week quizzes. They're all building up to an exam. And all I care about is you defining and then applying the concepts I put on the whiteboard. And if it's on the whiteboard and I keep talking about it, that period, you're going to see it very soon. And it's really that simple. It's not that complicated. So as soon as I put it on the whiteboard, I know that they're now taking notes, because I failed, or I gave them a lot of them C's and D's in the first week just to kind of get their attention. But the part that I'm taking liberties on here is to say, like, I gave them all like this really harsh grading, told them that, that these grades count for 3/5 of their grade. So like, if they don't do well with this note taking, listening thing, like on these quizzes, like they're just not going to do well. But then I told them all today, the thing about your grade is that it is also retroactive. I can go back and lower it or raise it based on how you do, if you're getting better or worse. Like, that's where I might get reported, because I'm taking what the chair of our department was using, which is ungrading, which is she just never graded them and kept them all in the dark. And then at the end of the semester decided whether they pass or not. I'm taking that same principle, but then I'm like maxing it in like this other way. So it keeps them on their toes,
Yeah, but like I popped into the end of Dave's class yesterday where he had some Theory Underground folks on a Zoom call and some students who had stayed after class. And you could tell just what the students were saying and how they were engaged. It's like students don't get enough of the challenge anymore, especially in introductory classes. I mean, when Dave says like sparkly lizards and playing rock, paper, scissors, it's like that's real stuff happening at our university, like they're kindergartners. And we all kind of feel like we have to treat them like kindergartners because the standards have been lowered to that level. But they like were saying how they like the challenge. It manifests out into the rest of their lives. Or like when everything's easy, I slack off and I procrastinate. And so yeah, for some of them it's going to be a challenge that maybe they don't like. For some of them, their mentality is, so I just need to get my job. This is hard. This is useless. But like the fact that there were 5 students on the second week staying after class to have conversations with people in Turkey, in California, who are like all part of Theory Underground. I was like, yeah, students came to college for this. Like deep down, I think that's what the experience that they will, again, retroactively find the most meaningful. And I know when I look back on my experience, it was the classes that challenged me, and the professor gave me very critical feedback on essays, and then my next essay was a little bit better. Like those classes were my best, my fondest memories, and made me a better thinker, writer, person. But it just seems like that's not even an expectation anymore.
Yeah, busting through their cynicism can be a thing in my experience. The ones that come in and they're like, yeah, I don't really care. I need the credits. I'm going to do the minimal, and it's kind of all BS. And if you can get them to somehow pay attention, I use emotions quite a bit. Like I try to like bring out their emotions to get them engaged. But yeah, busting through that cynicism. And then I find that, especially since COVID, some students are quite, I don't know, this is a kind of bad word, but they're kind of like fragile in their, psychologically fragile and in a more open kind of way than I've seen before. And dealing with them is difficult. It's difficult to know what to do exactly. To kind of get them to work. Because you do have, what you guys are talking about is like being kind of tough, right? Like to be demanding, which is what I think college should be partly about, is kind of saying, you are going to perform up to these standards and I'm going to have standards. But then dealing with somebody who's like fragmented, and scattered and kind of lower attention span and psychologically fragile is like, it's a real challenge. It really is. I have changed the way I operate, because I used to be more just like, take it or leave it, but at this point, when I run into that, I do try to like deal with it as best I can, showing some understanding without totally validating their tendency to just sort of cave, because they do cave a lot.
I think we have to be realists about where they're at. And so I think the way that I weave, I do play off emotion. I definitely play off of pain and pleasure. I will explicitly relate that to the fact that that's what we have in common with shrimp and worms. And I'll refer to this as our worm being, right? As opposed to our reptile being. I love how, and one of my favorite parts of Wendell Berry, his unsettling, is how he brings in, he says, instead of oppressors versus the oppressed, I like to think about it as nurture versus exploitation, because nurture and exploitation, that's a struggle within each of us, as well as between groups. Whereas oppression and an oppressor, it just instantly, identity politics, it's all groups. People start thinking like nation states, but as individuals. But nurture versus exploitation, that's something in all of us. But then I always bring it back to our higher human capacities. It's like the worm in me can see the worm in you. It's like there's this base animality namaste versus this higher human capacity namaste that's going to say, no, like we can be more though. This system is making it so we don't have our time energy. The system is making it so we can't do a lot of the things that we beat ourselves up for not doing. And then we scroll on our phones. But there are things we can do. one of those is just having a little faith that you're up to the task. But kind of like what I just gave you is the short version of my whole approach, which is, it's like the constant, like bringing it back to like that struggle you're having between the things that you want to do and the things that you end up doing. There's a real structure at the level of your psychology, but also at the level of the global, the political, the economic.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And so many of them feel constrained. They're not sure, and they may not be totally clear on what's constraining them, but they're constrained to think in a certain way and to not be too curious and to deal with education in a very instrumental way. And a lot of them are coming out and being employed in areas that are beneath their training. And that's happening more and more. And they know that, right? That you can come out with a master's of business or something like that from a university and be working at a clerk at a convenience store. Honestly, I mean, this is because I don't know, we don't have enough of these jobs to go around, and we need more of these menial, lower wage jobs. So it's becoming difficult at that level too. So like we're in this race to somehow become qualified to get a decent paying job, and it's just harder to get. So that's in the mix too. And I think there's a lot of fear. That's why they're very conservative in their approach. Oh, I don't think I want to take that philosophy class because I don't have time. I've got to focus on somehow, getting this job. But it's receding for them, like people are getting law degrees and not finding law related jobs. I mean, it's getting kind of crazy.
Right. Yeah. And Haz was saying earlier that, he thinks that it's these PMC jobs that are all going to go out because of AI. And I think whenever I hear people making these kind of broad statements about the PMC, they're not thinking enough about how most of you have PMC people who are worth billions, like literally, but then obviously most people are struggling and they went to college, and that's where Studebaker's analysis and the way it's shut is so important about the falling professionals. And it's like, oh, you think the PMC is bad right now? Well, yeah, it's because there's so many fallen professionals fighting for the attention and connections with those rump professionals. And if AI is just going to make that worse, that means that the culture of fear and silencing and tone policing and language policing, it's just all the things that we think of when we associate with the mindset and mode of PMC activism. It's like, no, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Like when people think that social justice activism is bad, well, if you think AI is going to make their jobs more competitive, then their moralizing, virtue hoarding activities will get worse. Like this is logical. So I don't know. I just realized how close we are to the time. I was getting lost in this. David Ruiz is in the back room here. And I did want to give him an opportunity to say something, but I guess we really do have to switch gears here in a second, but you could at least turn your camera on if you want to, David. He was there yesterday in the classroom, actually, when we were doing that first hybrid event between Theory Underground and the two sociology classes that I'm teaching. Here he is, David. Welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
Hey Dave, hey Laurie, hey Ann, hey Nance, hey everybody. Just enjoying this. This is great. It was kind of quite the remix here to see Laurie on the show and you guys and Nance. I'm glad Ann was so into it. It was great. Like the energy was awesome. I was glad that this worked. I mean, I was so happy when you announced it a couple weeks ago, and then just remembering that it was happening today, or not remembering, keeping it in mind the entire time. But 2 days ago, it's like, oh, this could possibly go bad, but wow, it was the complete opposite. It was great. This was awesome. The energy was great. So I'm just gonna go back into the background here, but
David, if it was gonna get bad, what would we have talked about? Because I want to know what we have to. What's our beef?
Oh no, I just don't feel qualified enough yet to like know exactly everything you guys are saying.
Okay,
So it's kind of like I feel it was more like an intuitive kind of thing. I was like, this Laurie says stuff and they say stuff, and I think the stuff would vibe. So it's like it worked, and I learned so much about. I got to see different sides to both of you guys. So it was great to all of you, not both of you guys, just four of you here. So
Yeah,
thanks again for making it happen.
Yeah, thank you for helping put us together.
Yeah, thank you, David. For real, it's awesome. And what I pulled up on the screen here just before we close out, I wanted to do a quick little shout out to the Agora and the tour that we're about to go on. And look, if you've got a small farm, if you know Amish people who aren't on the internet but might want to hang out, if you are interested in all the stuff that we're talking about, well, we're going to be coming through the United States from the West Coast to the East Coast and back. We're going to hit the LAC conference and the Platypus affiliated conference, and we're also going to have our own little thing over at the OG Rose venue in Virginia. So lots of really cool stuff coming. People are asking where we're going, but we keep saying, why don't you ask us to come? And so I think people are used to these corporate endeavors where it's just like copy pasted down from a boardroom and you have a bunch of market strategists. No, we're driving across the country. Every city is 6 hours away from another city. We plotted it out. That's how it works. And so sometimes we'll drive 13 hours and skip your city unless you've got like some cool people or a cool place. And so let us know. There's a contact form on the website. Get after it. Don't sleep at the wheel. This is the year when it happens. And so, yeah, the Agora is what we're opening up across this country. The sociology students in my 101 and 122 courses, as well as at TU, we are developing a research instrument under the assumption that people are fractured in the post-class fractured mass. And alien anthropology is all about trying to get to know where we're at and who people are nowadays, now that we don't have a canon. Now that we don't have any shared reference points outside of pretty superficial things. And so the Agora is about learning how to talk to the interstices between the niches, which is some jargon that I unpack in the podcast if you're following that. But basically speaking to people in this way where you appeal to what's universal, you make it particular and back and forth, and you're able to weave that with people and emotion. And the Agora is something, even though the poster that you're looking at, it has that tent out in the forest. It's something that we're going to do in cities. It's something we're going to do in towns. It's something we're going to do out in the middle of nowhere. And it's basically a hybrid event. And we're going to have like an epic, our own venue that we pop up as we go across the country. And it's going to be kind of inspired by the Chautauquas that Persig talks about in Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, but also the Farmers Alliance and the Populist Party back in the days of their little blue books at the end of the 18th or the 19th century, right? In the 1870s and 1880s, when they were saying, we can read. We can read for ourselves. We can actually cultivate our own minds. And that's a rebellious act when progressivism and large-scale schooling from its inception was about undermining working class organizing, because as we know, the first progressive president, Woodrow Wilson, in 1909, or was it 1907, as John Taylor Gatto points out in Weapons of Mass Instruction, told Harvard, and he said this publicly, as the president of Harvard, before he was president of the United States, he said, we want two kinds of people in this world. We want one of these classes to be much larger by necessity than the other one, and these will not be people who will be philosophers, scientists, artists, poets. These will be people who are docile, and they will take our instruction without question. He literally just said that. That's how progressives used to talk, guys. You have to go read them. Go read progressives from the turn of the century. It's actually crazy how honest they used to be back before they took on this institutionalized amnesia. But the fact is they don't care about us, and they don't care about us seizing the means of education. And Dr. Laurie Johnson, it sounds like that's what you're doing, and I really admire your work, and I really appreciate you coming on here and getting to spend this time with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good to meet all of you. Hope we can do it again sometime. And I might be back. I'll probably be back for the group thing.
Awesome.
Cool. All
It
right.
was really nice to meet you as
All
well.
right.
I'm gonna head out of this call. Dave, Nance, David, good to see you all. I got work tonight at Hamilton, so I'm gonna head out. But this has been awesome.
All righty.
Bye,
Everybody,
guys.
thank you. We'll be right back after this.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Theory Underground exists to cultivate the conditions necessary for a working class intellectual renaissance that goes beyond old political categories or other identitarian niches. At TU, autodidact workers with earbuds and professionals who see no future in existing institutions or movements are able to challenge their doxa and develop an understanding of the situation we are in.
If you subscribe at theoryunderground.com, you'll get access to a package of courses, including my Intro to Fault Line Theory, which includes Intro to Nick Land and Intro to Slavoj Žižek. These courses are being woven with the 3 courses that take place on a month-to-month basis, spread out throughout the year of 2025. Those courses are 12 Core Concepts and the Fundamental Problems with the Situation Today with social theorist David McGowan, 12 Essential Political Thinkers with political theorist Benjamin Studebaker, and The Philosophy of Nature with philosopher Nina Power.
The way these all get woven together at a deeper and more meta level is through the ongoing research seminars led by David McGowan, Benjamin Studebaker, and Michael Downs, where they engage with one another's work by sharing developments from their own perspectives, theory, and research.
If you subscribe at higher levels and support our work, we'll support your development with bespoke teaching. Alone and unaided, we struggle to grasp our situation in its fullness and formulate a meaningful response. By working together and pooling our energies, we can do better. Join us at theoryunderground.com/subscribe.
There'll be 2 kinds of people in 10 years. Those who said, I knew all along Theory Underground was going to make this huge difference. Those are the people that are like Nance, who were on the sidelines at one point and then said, nah, I'm going to get in. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and I'm going to go hard. And then there's another kind of person, a person who waits in the wings, collects receipts, and who will say in 10 years, oh yeah, I was there. I saw that happen. And then they'll gossip monger. Listen, if you want to get involved, get involved. But if you're going to sit there in the bleachers, well, here's some popcorn. I hope you have fun.
They can hear from me now, but one sec before I bring you guys all back on, I'm gonna go ahead and interface here with the chat and just do a quick little promo before we hit record on the new episode, and I invite everybody on. So how many of you are there right now? How many people we got here, Nance? What's going on in the chat?
Quite a
What's up,
few.
chat?
Quite a few.
Like 100, something like that. Anyway, hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Theory Underground. Some of you are just getting here. I know it's a rotating door. I know that a lot of you aren't going to go back 10 hours and watch this from the beginning. And if you did, the fact is that like 5 hours of the stream is missing. And that's because at some point I lost Wi-Fi and Nance had to take over the stream from Phoenix. And then eventually I took it back again, which is magic and it's insane. And there's no one else in the world of theory who knows how to do that but us. We'll teach them. It's fine. It's not secret. It's just difficult. Anyway, but what it does for YouTube is it makes it so that when you go back to the beginning, it goes back to the point that we switch streams. So, because like he's beaming it to space from Phoenix, and then I start beaming it to space from Boise to take it back. And what it does is it makes it so like the whole previous part of the stream gets memory hold until later. So all of you who are like, oh no, I don't get to go back to the beginning and watch it all. No, don't worry. You'll get to see it all. You just have to let YouTube process it after we're done with the stream. But for now, stick with us. I know a lot of you are just itching to see that Haz Cutrone thing. Don't worry about it. It'll be up later. For now, we're here to show you something really special. But before, I said I had something I wanted to say. Tomorrow is Benjamin Studebaker's Introduction to Political Philosophy through 12 Thinkers over the course of the year, one thinker per month for the year. And then the day after that is Nina Powers, and hers is The Philosophy of Nature. So we've got metaphysics, we've got political theory, and of course Mikey's Intro to Zizek and Intro to Land are getting woven with those. He's doing the contemporary theory scene with that. And so you get metaphysics, you get politics, you get contemporary theory scene, the cybernetic, post-human kind of conversation is there with Mikey, postmodern French fried Germans, as we say. But I am teaching 12 core concepts and the fundamental problems of Theory Underground, basically the last 2 years of all of the courses that I've taught and the seminars that we've been doing with Nance and Ann and Brian and Elton and all the people I collaborate with, streamlined into 12 core concepts. What are those concepts? They're a response to the crises of academia, activism, and the attention economy. So, if you're interested in all of that, get involved right now. The PSA tells you what it is, but I'm just personalizing it by interfacing with you all and looking at a camera as though I'm looking at your eyeballs. And it's not true. It's all made up. This is all fake. But with that said, I'm going to turn it over here to bringing on our guests. And do you all know who it is? I don't think so. It's not even in the title yet. In 3, 2, hold on. Let me change the way that this is going to look for them. There we go. There we go. Look at that, everybody. It's Todd McGowan. I'm going to hit record right now. And we're off to the races. Welcome back, Todd. How's it going? It's been a while.
Dave, I know. It's great to see you. I always enjoy coming on, so I've missed it.
Yeah. You know, you were a very busy man last semester.
Yeah, it was terrible. But now I'm freed a little bit. So
yeah, before we dive into the potential contradictions between you and Mikey or whatever's going to happen here, we're still kind of figuring it out on the go, I think. I wanted to just take a quick second to acknowledge that like really soon is the LAC conference is coming up and Mikey is going to be there. And so we're going to be there because if Mikey's going to be there, it's like he never gets time off work. But if he's going to make this work, we want to be there. And you're all being so hospitable. I get to do a presentation. Mikey will be. You and Jennifer have been so awesome to us. And I guess I've just wanted to start it out with, let's talk about LAC for a second. Sure. I don't know what you all want to say about it, but I'll just say, folks, one of the things that I always say is that Cutrone and McGowan, for us, they're doing something amazing in the world of theory, and it's not just because of their great books and their channels and everything like that. It's also because they're doing this IRL organizing, and the LAC conference has been going on for a long time, and so it's very exciting to go. But Mikey, maybe you could share a little bit about what you plan on doing there.
So yeah, I had plans to basically take a part of the Nick Land book and lecture on that. But then I decided what I really want to do at LAC is kind of introduce to the Hegelian, Lacanian, Zizekian audience there this fault line theory that we online deal with all the time, but like a professional Lacanian academic might not really know is going on. They'll catch traces of it if they go online. But really, the fault line that has structured the online theory scene is the one between the Ljubljana School and the CCRU. And I don't think Lacanians know how connected they actually are. I mean, if you ask them about Deleuze, they know that there's this contradiction or rivalry with Deleuzians, but they don't know that it kind of reaches its zenith with Nick Land and then Slavoj Žižek, right? And so for me, it's a weird part of my facticity that makes this like somehow I just kind of, it seems like a necessity retroactively, but it was contingent. But my development philosophically really is out of the Deleuzo Guattarian accelerationist stuff that I got
as a student at the New Center for Research and Practice. And this other side, which was Zizek and Lacan. And then you all know this, when I discovered Todd's podcast, Why Theory, it changed my life, because I never thought I loved what I was getting from Lacan and Zizek, but there was so much of it that didn't make any fucking sense. And the only persons that cracked this code are Todd and Ryan on their podcast. And look, like I compare Todd to what Todd has done for Lacan and Zizek and Hegel, what Hubert Dreyfus did for Heidegger.
Yeah, you can't do this. If you can't do it, we don't want to see Todd start cringing out of his skin. He'll start doing it.
But I don't care.
No, he's fine. He's a good guy, but don't say anything nice. It'll just ruin everything.
I don't give a shit. I'm talking to the audience. I'm not Todd. You're not here. So, but the point is, no. Like, for a whole generation of online, especially online, young Lacanian, Hegelian, Zizekians, Todd's the one that really cracked the codes for us. And so when I discovered Why Theory, like, it accelerated my my understanding of Lacan and Zizek and Hegel. So I find myself in this weird thing where there's ways that I've always been inspired by Deleuze and Guattari and by Nick Land and Mark Fisher and all that.
Sneeze fest
but,
in here. Oh.
Well,
in trouble.
Wait,
Dave,
you're
they
not
can hear you.
mute.
I'm sorry, guys. They all heard you say that. Yeah, no, I thought I was muted. Okay, I can hear you guys, but I thought I was muted. Okay, Anne was sneezing a lot apparently, but nobody heard it. We only heard her asking if we heard it. Okay, sorry. Keep going.
Okay, so I just have this weird kind of theoretical facticity where the two main philosophical influences on me are the two sides of this fault line theory, where today in online theory circles, it really is this Deleuze-Guattarian accelerationist thing, cybernetics, all that, over against the dialectics of Lacanian, Zizekian theory, and especially when it comes to the two different types of how they conceptualize desire. There's all these contradictions between these two sides, and it is the main nerve or the main contradiction in online theory. And what I want to do in my talk at LAC is just kind of touch on the main contradictions between these two sides of the fault line. So more academic types know what the hell is going on in these kind of niche online theory circles. So that's the plan. But I mean, Todd now, like, I mean, he and I have been talking Nick Land and Deleuze and Guattari. I mean, Todd knows D&G, right? The Land stuff, it's weird, right? Because Land's kind of been repressed out of academia for a lot of reasons of his own making, right? And then, he ends up being a neo-reactionary type. And so there's all these reasons that, your average academic leftist isn't gonna actually bother with him or even really think about him. He's not mentioned much. People aren't gonna quote him. Nance, yeah, you want to say something?
No, it just dawned on me right now that it is true that he is repressed and even denied, but there is a strand of, I don't know, optimistic accelerationism on the left with Hart and Negri and even like
Williams.
Certain and Williams. People, it's almost like they think they can have their cake and eat it too, where there's like an optimistic, forward-looking leftism that fails to grapple with Land. And I think Land represents, maybe to a lot of people, the neo-reactionary and the dark enlightenment and all that stuff. But before that, he wasn't a cartoon character. Before that, he was a very serious.
Part of it is, right, like, look, if you ask your average, academic philosopher, who is the most famous living philosopher, they're going to say Slavoj Žižek, whether they like him or not, right? What they don't know is that the other most famous philosopher isn't famous, and it's Nick Land, right? I mean, if you're in the online theory sphere and you're on Twitter or X, like, you know that he is profoundly intellectually influential, especially on the right, and yet he goes imperceptible among most people. So I guess I just want to bring out something that's there in the background and make it explicit, and let because look, everybody knows I'm a Lacanian, Zizekian, and whatever, right? I want them to know what is going on in the background of online theory that they might not know about. So, but okay, so Todd, to bring, there's two things I want to talk about real quick. We don't, the second one we don't have to do too much on, but I do want to say, since the last time you've been on, you published a new book, Pure Excess. I just want tell people what it's about. Let them know what your new book is getting at, because I think this is important. You're known, I mean, yes, Lacan, but really, you're Lac conference. You're known as the philosopher, the theorist of Lac, among so many people. Now you're talking about pure excess. What's the connection there?
Right. I mean, that there is a connection, because my point of critique of capital is that it's, and I don't know, maybe I was already getting to this in Capitalism and Desire, and maybe as early as a book that I wish I didn't write called End of Dissatisfaction. Like, I think maybe I was kind of getting to this idea that the real driving force of capitalism is a pure, useless, not necessary excess, and that is not, it's that's driving the capitalist, that's the source of capitalist accumulation. It's driving capitalist society, capitalist economy, and it's not tied to lack. At least that image of a pure excess is divorced from any lack. And that's why one of the arguments in the book is that's why the people that succeed in capitalism are the ones that are the most avaricious in their continued attempts to accumulate, because the more you get, the more you feel like, wait a minute, there's still something lacking in however much excess I have. And so there's an impurity to it, and I have to continue to accumulate. But a lot of things I talk about are like the way that just this, how we enjoy commodities and what we enjoy about them is precisely the thing that's useless and excessive about them, not the thing that's necessary, and the way that the production of surplus value. And so part of it is maybe I would call it a psychic rereading of the idea of surplus value as a which obviously comes from Marx, but as that what we're pursuing is a pure surplus, like a surplus that's untainted by any necessity or anything that shows constraint. And so that's the, and then so I look at a lot of different phenomena in those terms, and try to understand our contemporary situation and why. I mean, to me, the main issue today is the climate catastrophe. And then so why, and I think the recent executives orders show that we're going to not pay any attention to that at all. In fact, exacerbate it as much as we can. And I think that this pursuit of a pure useless excess is precisely manifested in that policy. So I guess that I wished it wasn't that timely, but I feel like it, with the Trump election, it feels like it's even more timely than ever, because those figures of useless excess are now they're the ones in charge, basically.
The interesting thing with this pure excess aspect of capitalism, right, is, and here's the thing: in all our years, I don't know if you and I have ever just talked about artificial intelligence and what you think about it and what you see going on right now. I mean, look, the Landian, influence on me, like, I'm always thinking about artificial intelligence. And I've said it before, the reason why I think Land, in his theoretical peak in the 90s, why I think he's the greatest thinker of artificial intelligence is in a very specific way, because he was a Marxist. And what I mean by that in that context, look, he has all his issues with communism, and he always did. He has all his issues with the state. But what I mean by he was a Marxist is that he understands, or at least he posits, that capitalism is artificial intelligence. And what he means is that this mode of production in particular is, for him, the only mode of production that's going to produce artificial intelligence. That it's the structure of our specific economy that gives rise to this excess of intelligence, artificial intelligence. And it's based on the structure of our economy, which is to say, capitalists always have to keep innovating the means of production, technologically advancing them for the sake of competition. They invest in new machines in order to outcompete their competitors. That creates new intelligence, hyper functionality, efficiency, right? We know, like Todd's point, like there's a way that capitalism is always producing a pure excess, especially in the sense of waste. There's always excess waste with it.
Yeah.
But it nonetheless, it still is geared towards efficiency, functionality. Well, us humans, we're you can instrumentalize us, but we're going to also resist it in all kinds of ways. And there's more to being human than just being calculated or instrumentalized. But if you can build machines that only operate on the basis of calculation, well, then you're tapped into this efficiency principle. And so for Land, again, I think he's the greatest thinker of artificial intelligence because he situates it within the mode of production. Kurzweil doesn't do this. Bostrom doesn't do this. They act like this stuff is just happening almost in a void. And I guess my thing is, I mean, when you think about this pure excess, it's like I was telling Nance and Dave yesterday, I was out on a route, and one of the guys at work is a Christian fundamentalist. And when I get in the van after he's driven it the day prior, he's always got Christian talk radio on. But when I get in the van, I start listening, the Christian pastor, radio host, whatever he is, he's going on and on about artificial intelligence. And he's talking about how we need to be praying because with quantum computing and all this stuff, like super intelligence is not some far off dream. This is part of the process we're in right now. It's very realistic, at least this guy thinks it is. And he kept going on and on. He's like, what is it about us human beings, our sinful nature? Why can't we stop this? And he was like, we're going to give rise to this incredible, like, dark entity that's going to wipe us out. So on one level, he's totally talking like Nick Land, but then he comes short because he acts like it's just something humans are irresponsibly doing, and he doesn't think it in terms of the capitalist economy. And so it's this excess of AI that just seems like we can't stop. And this Christian even was like, we're not going to stop doing this. It's inevitable. Land says it's inevitable. It seems like this pure excess of intelligence is something fueling the capitalist economy at this point. And I want to know what you think about the AI situation right now.
Yeah, I think I think he's exactly right about that, Mikey. I mean, I think it's if you didn't, it's inconceivable outside of capital precisely because of what the minister is afraid of, right? Like in a society that wasn't driven by this incredible competition to create more excess, you'd say, like, wait a minute, it's probably a bad idea to produce something could ultimately destroy us, right? You'd say, but there's no, and I think this is a thing I talk about in the book, and I think it's really interesting. Like in previous societies, I think ethical people could just contingently be at the top of society, right? Like you're an ethical person, you happen to be born wealthy, you're at the top of the society, you act as ethically as you can. But in capitalism, what's interesting is it's impossible to be an ethical person and be at the top, right? Like it rewards the most nefarious behavior, and that's who comes out on top. So if you want to do like a moral calculus of the world, well, look at who's the richest people in the world. They're the worst people. And so I think that's the same thing with AI. Like I think a lot of people will be cautious, but they're going to lose in the development of AI. And I think Land is exactly right about that. And I think the minister's wrong, of course, to link it back to our sinful nature. Because the person, I think it's a he, right? He's on the verge of being a Marxist, right? He's on the verge of saying, like, wait a minute, these are capitalist relations of production that are putting us down the road to perdition. And I think that that's absolutely right. And I think as long as you remain within that capitalist mode of production, I think some kind of ultimate destruction is probably inevitable, whether it's from AI or from something else. I would say this, though, that I think that people tend to think, I always come back to this idea from Hegel. He repeats it 5 times in the preface to Phenomenology. You know it as well as I do. Substance is subject, and he repeats in some version. And I think people have a tendency to substantialize AI. And I think, to me, it's a little bit like Blade Runner over Terminator, right? Like I think like it's a little bit like, okay, like if AI does develop into its own kind of intelligence, right? Like thinking on its own, why wouldn't it also be a subject? And that will be bad in certain ways, like it might feel threatened by us and all, but it will also be flawed. So I think that's one thing. I think Terminator is a great series of films, especially, of course, the masterpiece Terminator 2. But I think what it doesn't see is the way in which that AI would be lacking. And I think that we have to put that into the calculus. Now, I think a lot of people are too sanguine and they think, well, it's just never going to develop at all. And I think we have no way of knowing that, right? We have no way of.
We have Marxist friends who think like we just don't have to worry about this.
It's never going to be a concern, right?
I mean, can't go there. I can't believe that. Like,
no, I don't believe that either. The only thing I do believe, and if you were in academia, you would see this is the main subject of paranoia among academics, that students are using AI.
Well, Dave just dealt with this
to do their work, and I have to be honest with you. I simply don't care. Like, I just think like, if you want to, it's just you're cheating yourself. I just don't. I cannot get excised about that. So, but all of my colleagues are like finding, can we put it through the AI cheat thing and find? It just doesn't matter to me. But still, I think it is. I can't go down this road that says there's nothing to worry about, because, like you, I think just precisely the structure of capital pushes us in this direction where there will be something to worry about.
And I buy this, for Land. Look, he's always been against dialectics, because for him, this is like, if I could beam Nick Land right here and have him talk to you, one thing I would have him talk to you about, like I would have him talk to Zizek about, is this whole thing of cybernetics versus dialectics. I try to deal with this to some degree in my book. I don't deal with it enough because I'm still working out what I think about it. Can we have both? Well, if diabetes is a positive feedback loop, it's hard to deny the reality of that. At the same time, it's hard to deny dialectical analyses of how things are internally contradictory. I don't know if we can do dia-cybernetics where it's like, actually, there's not really a circle to square here. It's just, it's like a forced opposition. But I will say this. When Land says that the formula that Marx generates for capital, MCM prime, that is a cyber positive feedback loop. It's because it amplifies in a circle and it keeps amplifying to the point that for him, it crosses thresholds that there's no coming back from. One of them is artificial intelligence. And so that very loop of MCM prime actually contains in it the larval form of AI. Now, like I say, our Marxist friend Chris Cutrone, for example, doesn't really think like artificial general intelligence, especially superintelligence, is really going to be an issue. I mean, at least that's how I understood what he was saying to me when the last time I talked to him. But yeah, I just think that what you're doing with excess actually goes hand in hand. This is one of these points where you and Land, I think, can actually
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's right. I mean, I think I'm really excited about your talk at LAC, because I think you're right that there's not, I mean, almost minimal, right, academic engagement with Land's thought. I mean, there with Deleuze, there's quite a bit, and especially by psychoanalytic thinkers. Like, I mean, Slavoj wrote his book's really a book about Hegel, even though it has Deleuze in the title. But certainly Joan Kopchak and Alenka Zupancic have written quite a bit on, and sympathetically on Deleuze. So, and Aaron Schuster has written a book on Deleuze and trying to marry Deleuze.
But they leave Land out of it. Last time the guys were talking to Alenka a couple months ago, they asked her, they were like, because she mentioned the word accelerationism, and they were like, okay, so, but how have you read Nick Land? Do you know who this guy is? And she did the same thing Slavoj did. Like, no, not really. And so it's a weird thing where they know what accelerationism is, but they also really don't, because it's a rich field of different right accelerationism, left, which RAC, LAC, EAC, there's a bunch of acts. Right. And so but nonetheless, I think that this logic of pure excess is really this driving motor, and it doesn't just have to be AI, but I think what you're doing explains what Land is getting at, where this pure excess of intelligence, there's nothing we can do about it because it's baked into the structure of the mode of production. It's not evil, mad scientists sitting around with bad intentions cooking it up.
Right. Totally agree. And I think that, like when I wrote that, I was thinking more of environmental catastrophe, but I think it applies. I mean, maybe they're the same thing ultimately, but I think it applies equally to artificial intelligence for sure. Yeah. I didn't think of that, but I think it's a very perspicacious point on your part. Yeah.
Well, like, and you as a Hegelian, if a Marxist says, oh, well, artificial general intelligence and therefore artificial superintelligence, it just can't happen. Do you like anybody claiming to know the future that?
No, I mean, I just think that's ridiculous, right? Like, I feel like I mean, it's like people that were sure that Trump couldn't be elected again. I mean, like, I just think you just never, I mean, I think to me, that's the great, and you mentioned as Hegelian, like, I think, isn't that the greatest thing about Hegel is he's just like, you just have no idea what's happening.
But that's your Hegel. And I'm just saying, I'm giving you credit here. And I know, but there's a lot of people who say, no, Hegel's just a pure historical determinist. So you can know everything in its pure dialectical necessity before it happens, like in a Stalinist way.
Yeah, okay. I mean, then you could just say anything about anyone. I mean, I understand people say that, but like, read the books. And I think it's really important that I feel like you can't stress this enough, right? I am pretty sure you agree with me about this, that the damage that the philosophy of history did to the people's understanding of Hegel is almost immeasurable, right? Because it tends to lead people down this teleological understanding of history, but he never published it. It was written by his students. We have the student notes for his lectures. I mean, how in the world, like, I always say to my students, or other faculty members, would you like your student notes to count as your, like, collect your greatest work? And they're all like, oh my God. No,
Dave, imagine like what you did yesterday if the only record of it was some student's notes of yours or of what you said. Like, no, burn it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what Hegel, that became the concept, the understanding of Hegel's philosophy. So, like, if you read either the Phenomenology or the Science of Logic, the two great works, there's absolutely everything is about looking backward, about this retroactive look at things. And then, of course, the famous line from the Philosophy of Right, the owl of Minerva takes flight only with the falling of dusk. I mean, he's absolutely clear that we can't predict the future as thinkers. And I think, to me, that if I'm not a Marxist, it's because I think Marx has a forward moving conception of history, and I have a backward moving conception of history. And I think that's the main difference between Hegel and Marx, less this like materialist turning of Hegel on his feet, right? Like, I think it's much more this, which direction do you conceive of history going?
Well, it's perverted. It's perverted in a sort of, like, from a philosophical standpoint. People come along and what they do is, like, it's just perverted in the clinical sense. Like, they just have no doubts at least at the level of how they come off, they're like, here's how it will play out. This is the future. And one is this sort of, as we're saying, this bastardized Hegelian, it's all already done, versus the other one, which is you have people on the one side saying AI will do all these things. And on the other side, you have all these people saying it'll do nothing. And it's just like, that's kind of wild. It's also wild when people are saying it's not going to do anything, when considering the fact that what did Trump just do on the first day? He deregulated AI, and then he's putting what, 400 billion into AI development?
That's what this Christian pastor was saying. We need to pray for President Trump to get him away from Elon Musk, so Trump understands the risk to humanity, and how AI is against Christianity, against God, and we got to get Musk out of there because he's doing Lucifer's work. Which is funny, right? Because with Nick Land, the way he connects AI to occultism, to his demon lemurs, and that whole thing, I'm not going to go into it right now. But point is, he does connect it to this dark Lovecraftian occult thing, that the artificial superintelligence, when it emerges, it's what I call, Robo Cthulhu. Because for Land, he thinks that capital, MCM prime, is literally going to build a inhuman superintelligence that wipes us all out, which is and which would just be pure madness to us. That's how he connects it to Lovecraft's Cthulhu, but it's robotic, it's technological, and so Robo Cthulhu or Mecha Cthulhu, different terms I have for it. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think because like I'm a lot less land pilled, I think, than you and Mikey, or sorry, you and Nance, but you guys have gotten me, I think, enough in on the understanding of like what this approach is saying about AI. For instance, it's not ChatGPT. He was talking about this in the 90s. Like the point, we're talking about the circuit of capital doing what it's doing. And I think Nance is going to say, we're already there. That's also the point. Humanity's already been destroyed. Now the question is can anything human be in the near future, in the sense of like, can we cultivate the conditions for a humanity to be in the future? So I want to put this, I know you've got a bus you want to drive here, Mikey, but I want to make sure. Nance just had a really good question in the Zoom chat that I don't think you saw. And then I do want to say something about the AI experience we've had in the last couple of weeks. But yeah, Nance, what are you saying?
No, I do say, yeah, we had this singularity already, and it's difficult to date because I think of AI as just ossified language. And that's kind of what I said here in the chat. Are we positing just a system, or are we positing the notion that AI will develop subjectivity by way of negativity and lack? Like, the problem lies in the fact that it's pure positivity, and it's just ossified language with no actual ground, with no reference, and that becomes the cyber positive feedback loop. Whereas in subjectivity, I mean, we have the lack, we have the negativity. That's us. But yeah, I do posit that happened at some time in the mysterious past. And we do have to build conditions for humanness itself. Like, rather than trying to protect the world we live in today, we have to build the world that we would like to live in tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the thing on AI, I have a meme. It's queued up. I'm dropping it in the chat right now. People can now see it on the screen. It's a corny little thing, like all memes. But, for people with eyes off the screen, it's people sitting on some pews in church. The guy at the front's kind of just like, and there's a person with a gun to the back of his head. And then there's a person with the gun to the back of her head. And then, of course, there's the sniper with the gun to the back of that person's head. So it's like, gun shooters all the way down. Right. But the meme goes.
Todd, can you see this? Todd, are you able to see this?
I can try to look.
It's in the chat. Yeah, you'll be able to pull it up. Not the YouTube side. Yeah. And so the first one is agonizing weeks spent reading and writing to finish a college essay. The one with the gun behind his head is using ChatGPT to write the college essay. The one with the gun behind her head says the professor using AI to grade the AI paper. And then the sniper up here is underground theorists reading and writing as a way of life, indifferent to the incentive structures of pseudo recognition and sign value at the neoliberal university. Right? So what I experienced last week with the beginning of these two sociology courses was one of them. I don't think there was a lot of AI. The other one, I felt like I was just swimming in it. And this second class with all the AI writing, these are students who've been at the university a lot longer. It's a hybrid course. They're kind of just clocking the hours, trying to get their semester. They've got the itch to get out of the system by now, and they're pretty disillusioned. And so, of course, they've learned to use AI. But in the first week, a student missed class. And this is the semester. I've tried different things with discipline and trying to hold them accountable, and also sometimes just saying, no, I don't care at all. And I've experimented with different things. I decided to be honest, though, this semester and just do what I feel like I need to do, because I'll never be here again. And this is my last semester. So I was like, I kind of kicked the semester off by being like, I'm going to keep it pretty minimal, what you all have to do. There's not going to be a lot of busy work, but you're going to have to learn the actual definitions of some concepts and apply them on a week-to-week basis. Well, this one guy skips the whole first week. And then I sent him an email and I was like, if you skip the whole first week, I could just drop you on Friday, but you could make up for it if you just listen to the lecture and send me a reflection. The reflection he sends me 2 hours later. It's too good, but it's also generic as hell. And so I'm listening to it and I'm like, all right. So then I start reading it and I was like, yeah, this is bad. I have this early morning group once a month called Early Risers. And it's mostly just working professionals. They're not online people. And, it's a philosophy conversation. I brought this paper and we all just sat there and, of course, keeping the student anonymous, we all dissected it and read it aloud and took turns trying to figure out which parts were the AI and, what you're talking about, Todd, which is so much like the anxieties right now. It spurs a really interesting conversation about, well, even if I, at the personal level, say, well, I'm going to put everything into it, I'm going to hold myself to some standards, there's the bigger question of second order observation in Luhmann terms, which is just well, yeah, there's what you want to do, but then there's your idea of the big other, or of what one does. If your idea of what one does is everyone else is using AI to write these papers and then using AI to grade these papers, what does that do to you? Psychologically, what is that going to do to you? But anyway, I have this sort of self-legitimating, moralizing discourse I do in my lectures, and I basically I say, listen, if you're gonna use AI and you're gonna see how little you can do to skate by, I encourage you to give it a try. Try to get a C in every one of your classes in the first week or two, so that you can see if they give you an A. And if they give you an A when you did C work, then you know that they don't care about you the same way I do. I care about you so much, I'm going to go after you. I'm going to be honest with you, right? So I say all of this stuff. Guess what? That student, I had thought about pulling him aside. I'd thought about disciplinary actions. I decided to not do anything. He came up and introduced himself and said, I did use AI. And I hadn't even talked to him about it yet. But it's the literal paper we'd all passed around in the breakfast group. And I was like, yeah, I know. We all had a laugh about it. We're looking at it on Saturday. And he's like, yeah, I want to show you my process and see what you think of it. I use it for note-taking. I use it for flashcards. I use it for, and he actually has a pretty cool setup that he's using his AI for. And I was like, man, look, it doesn't really bother me, but if it's obvious that it's not coming from your real human self, you're not developing your voice. And so that your personality is what's going to suffer. And that's my biggest concern. And he was like, well, in this class, I'm going to be serious. And so I was like, cool, man. Right on. So I don't know. I don't know. There's not a right way. And I'm, obviously experimenting here, but there's individual choice. And then there's what this is doing to our general sense of academic norms.
No,
what do you think, Todd?
No, I think that's absolutely right. That it's a key point that you can like you can have several, you could even have a whole class of individuals make the right choice. And it doesn't really matter if the whole big other is making a different choice, right? Like, so I think that's it's a really good point. And I think it kind of speaks to what Bryce was saying about the way that the we've already kind of gone over the cliff on this, right? Like, I think that's, if you think like, oh, if it's not, and there was a professor, some of my students came in and told me this in my office on Wednesday. They said there was a professor that we found out he grades. He thinks we just all use AI, so he's going to grade with AI. And it's on the students put it on his Rate My Professor. So there is some kind of challenge to it. But still, it's once that's unleashed, then I think it does become a norm that's more powerful than any kind of because then you're just an exception, and exceptions are meaningless, basically. I think.
Are we in Baudrillard simulation at this point where it's like nobody at the academy is intelligent? Like, it's all the simulation. Like, we're pretending if the students use AI and the teachers use AI, it's AI's intelligence. Like, and what, we're going to give degrees to people who use AI, and they're going to get symbolic recognition and accreditation and all this stuff when they don't know a fucking thing on their own?
I mean, I'll just tell you the way that we avoid it, and the way that I avoid it, is that we do the work in class. Like, you can't, if you do work in class and you're not allowed to have a computer or a phone in my classes, then it's pretty hard to use AI, right? Like that.
Well, Todd, I don't know if you saw it. Like, so I wrote something a couple months ago, and I'm developing this concept. It's called Tribunal Zero. And it's a short piece. I mention you in it, but I mention you as an example. So here's how it goes. If we want to combat this AI thing, you just put a human being through Tribunal Zero. And what I mean by that is, look, here's the example I give of this. I use you, and then I use the Deleuze-Guattari and Brent Atkins. So, okay, for Brent has to stand there, whether it's virtually or in a room, whatever. He has to defend Deleuze and Guattari against you, Zizek, Dwayne Roussel, Bliss Fader. I mean, go down the list. All of you are like this panel, this tribunal that Brent has to defend D&G against. And it's him versus 20 of you. On the flip side, you have to defend Hegel and Lacan against Brent Atkins, Henry Somers Hall, Brian Masumi, Nick Land. Like, you have to take on all the Deleuze-Guattarians. And the point is, AI can't save anybody in this situation. This is an example where the proof is in the pudding. Even if you can't beat all of them at once, you show enough of your own creativity as a thinker, scholarship as a thinker. You show that the intelligence is in you.
Right. I think, you know what? I think it's such a great image by you, because to me, there's nothing like being in, like, you give a talk and then there's questions that are hostile and you have to think on your feet and answer them. And you can't say, like, you can't, I mean, you can, of course, punt it. You can just say, oh, I need to think about that later. But I always find you just can't do that. And maybe you only get one of those per time anyway. But I feel like that's the same. It's exactly what you're talking about. Like, you can't, and when you see a thinker in that position, you really get to find out a lot about them. I think like the prepared talk. I mean, even if it's, of course, most of them, almost none of them would be written by AI, but they're still prepared. And so you have all this time to kind of structure it in the way you, but when you're faced with a question that you have to answer in front of a large group of people, it's a terrifying thing. And like, even in a class, I think it's like students are constantly asking you things and challenging your authority. And I had a TA last semester who she's a junior. She wanted to teach a section or like a part of the class. And afterward, I said, it's going to be a little scary. And she came after me afterwards. She's like, you said it was going to be scary. I had no idea how absolutely terrifying it was. and I think like that's like what your cauldron, your zero cauldron. I forget what you just called it.
Tribunal
The tribunal,
zero.
the zero tribunal. Like I think it's a perfect. I mean that seems like that's so amazing, right? Because you get in that, like I had a very, I thought, I like him quite a bit. I thought I had a very unproductive debate with Graham Harmon online, right? Just because it was like two people talking. It was like I was speaking French and he was speaking German, and so we just didn't ever come together. But I still thought, God, there's something really valuable about that. Someone who thinks everything that I think is wrong, right? And then I have to try to make myself clear to him.
Yeah.
And so I think there's an incredible value in that. Yeah.
Well, Tribunal Zero's kind of like the other side of the Agora. It's like the niches articulating themselves in the face of the other niches versus the Agora is about learning to speak to the interstices between the niches. And it's like, these are both what we call Bildung Mech in terms of like developing ourselves beyond just pure individuality that just kind of assumes a sort of monolithic big other within our own niches or microcultures or what have you. But it also relates directly to the very topic of contradiction itself. So maybe we could weave that in there, Mikey.
Well, right. And if I can just say, like, I feel this way talking to you. Like, I feel like you, part of it is because you have the land experience, right? Like I'm forced to sort of think about things in a way and articulate things in a way that I don't have to when I'm talking to Slavoj or when I'm talking to Russ Sabrilia or to Jennifer Friedlander or my daily talking partner, Hillary Neroni, right? Like I like, it's just like, there's just a kind of a common understanding. And so you're never challenged on certain things, right? And so I feel like there's something, I mean, that's why I really enjoy coming on and talking to you. So yeah.
But and that's the thing, like we're great because I also am what you are. So it's this weird thing where, but look, I in the piece, the example, because basically, Todd, I plan on being the first one that does this Tribunal Zero thing. I'm gonna get Dave's gonna organize it after my book is done, and we're gonna get, I don't know, as many 10, and I want people like, for me, maybe this will change, like, but right now, what I would do is I want to defend the Lacanian concept of objet petit a, or the Lacanian concept of desire. And I want to do it, though, to Chris Cutrone. And this is ideal. I want to talk to Noam Chomsky. I want to talk to him, who's like Zizek and Lacan.
Better hurry, man.
I know, right? But like, ideally, I would talk to all these guys, even Gabriel Rockhill, the guys who don't like Zizek and don't. I would say, okay, my task is to convince these guys that there's something to objet petit a. And to do that, I have to completely shift how I talk about this concept. I can't just talk to them like I'm talking to you.
Right. And you can't use jargon. I mean, I think that's a really important thing, right? Like, I think you can't, I mean, I've become more and more convinced that jargon is like the worst thing that
I know you have. Yeah.
So
I think we've already, disagreed on that one in the past, but I agree though. I think we both are dealing with the exact same problem. It's classism, elitism, people get obscurantist and it becomes like we're exchanging black boxes, as Latour says. Like all of these things are true, but also there's a way of sort of within a certain context. I can do this with my students even. I could say, I'm going to use this term as a shorthand and I'm going to fill it in as we go. So just kind of like, treat it as an algebraic placeholder, and I'll keep giving you little bits and more. And it becomes a sort of mnemonic device, or in a sort of sense, like, because they instantly fixate on like retroversion. Okay, what's this word? Like, and they're wondering about it a lot, right? So instead of instantly subsuming it to something they know, that's, I guess, my biggest problem is that there's a way of speaking where we can't get outside of people just assuming they know what we're talking about. And it's like,
look,
America's the most anti-intellectual place on the planet, right? So like that is the other thing we're running against.
That might be a prejudice on your part. I think there are dumb people everywhere, man.
There are.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, because if you look at like even our media, like I don't know. Think about like the film Idiocracy. Is any other country really like it taps into this America dimension that
okay, here's the problem. Here's my problem with that statement. In general, I tend to agree, but here's my problem. One of my twins is in Britain right now, going to college, doing a semester abroad, and the academic level there compared to he was coming from UVM, which is a public state school, middle of the road, right? It's like he sunk down into the level is like 10 times below the level of just University of Vermont. So it is still true. I mean, it might not be true in 4 years, but it is still true that our university system, I have a lot of criticisms of it, but it is by far, I have academic friends around the world. It is by far the best system in the world. So that's why I'm a little bit reluctant to agree with Dave's statement that we have the stupidest, or I don't know what you said, the least intellectual
anti-intellectual. So, I mean, there's definitely less intellectual countries, but a country where it's like in a lot of other countries, if you are developing yourself, if you're going to college, if you're studying philosophy, they're going to be like, I mean, as long as there's like some kind of a path forward out of the country and into the US, they're going to be like, cool. If you're in the US and you're doing that, they're going to be like, well, what are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that? Like,
that is true. It's true. It's true.
My coworkers are so anti-intellectual. I deal with it every day, and I don't know. Like, I feel like there is this sort of American component to it, which is just like, oh, learning stuff is, it's almost like learning stuff is British. Like, it's elitist. It's you know, we don't need that out here on the frontier. Like, I don't know. I deal with it like where not only are they not interested in intellectual stuff, they resent it.
They hate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I mean, I've worked in a lot of like warehouses and jobs like that in my life, and I experienced the same thing. But I mean, hate is kind of isn't it often? I don't mean to defend anything. So I in general,
no, you're doing the contradiction. This is the point.
I mean, in general, I agree with you.
Come on,
I do think that like hate often there's a kind of love underneath of it, right? Like it's kind of there's this, I don't know, like for instance, like my both of my boys played hockey when they were younger, and I would go to the games, and all the parents were. A lot of them were cops, right? Like one guy was an FBI agent, one guy was a Vermont state trooper, and they were always like, they were just fat. They would love to come talk to me just because I would, like, I knew about books and movies, and so that, or I just have some kind of way of talking about hockey that was, you know, tried to theorize it in a certain way. So, and I had fun talking to them. I don't know. I mean, maybe they're not representative because they probably all went to college, even though they were.
Here's the thing. Over the years, I've become friends with philosophically minded people from all across the world. I mean, from Tunisia to Australia to the Philippines. Like, there's all these people I've met over the years. And I've asked them this thing, and I was like, you know, what do most people think about like intellectual pursuits where you're from? And they'll say stuff like, well, a lot of people don't get into it, but they never seem to act like the people there hate it. Now, even like in Tunisia, right? The fundamentalist Islam fundamentalists, right? They have an issue with anybody who teaches anything that goes against, but they still celebrate people who are trying to do scholarly work in Islam. Americans don't even like people doing scholarly work on Christianity. Or capitalism or anything.
It's true. It's not, I'm not speaking out of national pride because I don't necessarily have any, but I think you're right. I mean, I think the interesting question would be, what's the country where the intellect is most privileged, you know. And I mean, the immediate answer would be France, I think. But
yeah,
I don't think that's, you know what I'm going to say? I think that, and this is just from just interlocutors that I've had in my, I think I would say Iran. And so it's related to your Tunisia thing, right? Like, I think that part of it is, of course, resistance to the theocracy. But I think there's a general sense of like, if you're an intellectual, you're doing something important.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I mean, certainly France, they think that, right? Certainly France, and in France, you don't even need the alibi of I'm going to get a good job from this. Like, you just are, like, if you're, I mean, they have a daily news program for where Alain Badu is a privileged guest. I mean, it's like you couldn't imagine. It's like Good Morning America having, I don't know, Judith Butler on there. It's unimaginable, right? Like, it's unimaginable.
And so I don't know. It's something that I've lived with my whole life, where even American Christians, I want to go to seminary and learn Greek and Hebrew, they're going to say, well, that's how you get people to not believe in the Bible. So like it runs deep. But okay, so hold on. I want to say one thing, and then I want to pivot into something else. If that's
but
okay.
Mikey, is this you interviewing Todd, or is this you and Todd dicking around, acting like it's not supposed to be a contradiction, like I said I was setting up? Because you've been driving this thing this whole time. I'll turn this into a contradiction with the two of you and fucking argue with you guys about how you guys won't have an argument if you want me to.
We don't.
We're getting ready to have an argument.
Some of the stuff we don't have time. Like, I just want to say, look.
Okay, I don't care. I love whatever this is, so it's cool.
We're oh god, now I lost the train of thought.
Good.
I was gonna connect it. So it had to go do with AI. Fuck it.
Let's just talk about sexuation and Dylan. Okay.
Okay, fine. Well, so first, but hold on. If we don't do this now, it won't happen. All right, we have to take at least, I don't know, 5 minutes just to do a brief thing. Very few human beings have affected my life artistically, intellectually, more than David Lynch. And this is one of these things we got to take a moment to reflect on what this guy means to us. Because you wrote a fucking entire book about him. This guy, the way I didn't even write anything about Lynch passing, because it's one of those, it's almost like how I felt as a kid when Tupac got killed. This guy meant so much to me. And I don't know, I just want to take a minute, and I don't even know how we do this because we can't do justice to what he gave us. But I mean, I guess I say this, I don't know if any artist, I think about that opening scene to Blue Velvet. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever captured this strange dynamic, contradictory dynamic at the heart of American consumer suburbia better than him with that opening scene. It's one of these things, it's a cliche thing to talk about with him because everybody talks about this opening sequence, but sometimes the thing that's so popular is popular for a reason. This is one of these moments where to capture this sweet, hi, everybody waves at each other and it's smiling faces, and yet underneath it, it's this aggressive, intense jouissance of aggression and all. And look, guys, like, basically what he does, he opens it up. Everybody in the little suburban neighborhood is smiling at each other, and kids are getting off the bus, and suburbanites are out there watering their lawn, and everything looks perfect and tranquil. And then Lynch has the camera zoom into the ground, and it's just this incredible fighting and rustling of the insects in their raw insectness. And it's the way that there's always this dark side or this flip side of a symbolic order that's held together by obscene forms of enjoyment. And that the veneer of pleasure, the veneer of equilibrium, peace, security, homeostasis, that level of a symbolic order, the level of appearance, is always underpinned by some dark, sadistic, menacing, aggressive form of jouissance. And I think Lynch in this opening scene captured that part of American suburbia better than anybody ever has.
Agree totally. To me, it's only Wells who stands above him as an original filmmaker, right?
Mhm.
Like I think and someone asked me, I've been on a couple podcasts about Lynch since it was, and I just want to echo what you said. It was
You
just
did a
like,
whole episode on White Theory devoted.
yeah, we did a White Theory thing.
Dedicated. It was great.
Yeah. But I was just, Dashel told me, my son Dashel told me, and he just is like, you'll never believe this, Lynch is dead. And I just didn't even, my heart just sunk. I mean, I knew he had emphysema, and because he just, as for you, he meant so much for me just as a way to see movies. Like he just, like, I think he kind of taught me how to see the importance of form in the film. And you're giving a great example of the way mise en scène is responsible for what the film means. And so I think that's incredible. And I also, the first film essay I ever wrote was on Lost Highway. So my whole everything like was catapulted by him. And I'd written an essay on Lost Highway and on Mulholland Drive, and my mentor and friend Walter Davis said to me, you should write a book on Lynch. And I'm like, I don't know. And then I think I recount this on the White Theory episode. I couldn't sleep one night. I was in Texas, in Austin. Hillary was up here in Vermont, and I thought, oh, I'll watch a boring movie. I'd already seen Eraserhead. I thought, oh, I'll just watch it again and fall asleep for sure. And instead, I got an idea for an essay, and so that became the first chapter. But
that's how it always works, right?
I know. Insomnia. The problem with insomnia is it brings too many benefits, and then you keep it up. But I just feel like what you said was better than anything I could say, because I think he really, and it makes me think of Slavoj, right? Like Slavoj's whole notion of the obscene underside of ideology really owes a lot to Lynch. I think, like, I wonder if he would have I think he would probably say this, he couldn't even maybe have come up with a concept if it hadn't been for Lynch's films and especially Blue Velvet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and look, I mean, you talk about it on your episode, but I want our viewers to hear this. I mean, it's difficult to find a thinker who is more Lacanian inclined, even though Lynch wasn't into reading theory or reading theories about his own work. He didn't go for that. Nonetheless, I mean, if you want to understand Lacanian theory, I mean, you're gonna have to understand how Todd and Zizek and all these Lacanians interpret Lynch. He's so fundamental to what we do, and these core examples that we have of different Lacanian concepts. And I mean,
I went to I don't know if everybody knows this, but I went to or no one would know this, except I think I put the talk online, but I went to there was a conference at the Freud Museum in London just after Twin Peaks: The Return came out, and there were probably 250 people and an audience, and then the number of speakers are probably 25 speakers, all talking about psychoanalysis and Lynch. So it's not like it's just, oh, Slavoj and I do it. It's like there's a huge group of people that do it. So
I mean, look, I got into Lynch later, because again, my cultural intellectual revolution, it didn't happen for me until after I was 21, and I've told this story before, but when I turned 21, I immediately got into philosophy. I'm not going to go into the whole story, but soon after, I started going to Borders bookstore out in Lee Summit, and I met a guy named John Duran, and this guy changed my fucking life. I had never known a serious artist before and a serious intellectual before, and I went in there just hungry to get philosophy books and to learn. And he and I started talking. And I mean, John just unlocked like entire worlds for me that I would have never. And honestly, I mean, there was some level of transference. Like, I was so impressed with what this guy knew. I listened to him. Like, what he had to say mattered to me, and it cut through other people, blah, blah, blah. And John he was like excited, because he was sitting there going, this guy knows nothing about, like, all he's had is like mall culture and rap and pro wrestling and all this stuff, and I didn't know any of it. So quickly, he goes, "Have you ever seen a David Lynch movie?" And I go, "Who's David Lynch?" And he's like, "Come here." So we go to the DVD section, and he goes, "You're buying this movie," and he hands me Blue Velvet. And I'm like, "What is this?" He's like, "Go home and watch it, and then come back and tell me what you think." So I go home and watch it, and it changed my fucking life. I'd never seen anything like it. I didn't understand why I liked it so much. I watched it twice in the same night. I watched it and then immediately rewatched it. And I felt like Mr. Jones in the Bob Dylan song. Something's happening here, but I don't know what it is. Right. But I was so captivated. And I'm like, there's shit going on in the world with art that I don't know about, but this shit is awesome. And then, I mean, Dennis Hopper's performance. I mean, it just everything. There's so much that appeals to a normie in it while being so surreal. Now, if he had given me Inland Empire, I would go get the fuck out of here, right? Yeah. But he gave me the right one to watch, and it did. And I mean, this is the same guy who was like, "What do you mean you've never heard Bob Dylan?" And he gives me Highway 61 and blah blah blah. So I buy those, and so he just kept introducing me to shit. Philosophers also, but no, it just watching Blue Velvet changed everything. And then soon after, he's like, "You've never seen Twin Peaks? Like, what is wrong with you?" So I get the Twin Peaks box set, and then it's still both from there. But I guess for me, it's just like I mean, Slavoj has talked about it. It's crazy how like little things, like how much fire burns in his movies. And for me, that's jouissance. Like it is this moment of capturing the intensity of jouissance like nobody else. And I mean, I guess, look, let's move on. I guess we'll quote this to me the best way we can. Todd, I mean, when, him being a filmmaker of jouissance or death drive, I mean, think about like, even though he doesn't know theory and he has it on some intuitive level, because when somebody asked him about him getting emphysema from smoking, what did he say?
Yeah, he said, "Well, I enjoyed it so much, and you always pay for your forms of enjoyment," right? So he kind of got it perfectly right.
He really did. So, I mean, and look, there's part of me, I have trouble explaining this to friends in my life who, even though they're completely saturated in their forms of unconscious enjoyment, they always want to give praise to pleasure and live in healthy and all this. And they don't understand when I'm like, no, I just affirm the ways that at least to the best of my ability, I try to affirm these ways that I self-destruct. And they're like, you can't, like, no, you have to fight those. And I'm like, you have to fight some of them, but you don't have to fight all of them. And some of them you actually need in order to live. And I
think that's right. And I would even say that if you fight successfully some, you're going to lose the battle to others, right? Like, I don't think anybody, I mean, that seems to me the nature of, like, people say to me, like, how can you talk about Death Drive? Because you're able to finish and publish a lot of books. And I'm like, well, but that isn't, like,
that's not how you're destroying what are you?
No, I know. I'm destroying my health through writing all those books, right? Like, so that's like, it's like that, like and I think that's a really kind of cool way, because you see how the supposed pleasure, they don't even give me that much pleasure, but the pleasure of writing the book is just a vehicle for that self-destruction of my health that occurs because I'm writing them, right? So I think that's how you have to think of it. Like, okay, sure, there can be these certain arenas where I'm not destroying myself, but by God, I'm going to find some where I can, and usually they're related, right?
And look, the way I define passion is finding the way that you kill yourself that makes you live. Like, that's to me what a passionate life is finding the form of death drive that does fuck up your life, but it fucks it up in a beautiful way.
Right, I agree. So, and Lynch, I think, would really like that. Even the way you said the beautiful way, I think he would really, he loved to say it's a beautiful thing, right? But I mean, but what he thought was a beautiful thing was like Laura Palmer's act at the end of Fire Walk with Me, which is her accepting her death, right? Like, so that was a beautiful thing, right? So I really think he had a real sense of that, that dynamic, that dialectic. right.
All I'll say, like, to close it on the Lynch thing, is just like, look, man, Lynch, like, we don't know you. I don't want to do a parasocial thing, but as purely as it's possible to love somebody that you really don't know, we love you.
Yeah.
In the best way it's possible to love somebody you don't know.
Yeah. Agree.
So, okay. So, as far as where
I want to say that the biggest regret I have as an organizer that Mikey treats like Santa Claus, and he just puts requests to me whenever he wants. He just starts being like, "You gotta invite so and so. You gotta." And he'll just kind of.
I wanted to talk to Lynch.
And I was planning on making it happen. It was like I was always thinking about it. I thought about it for years. I was, you know what that requires on me is like everyone I know, like who do they know, and that kind of stuff's always in my head. And then it's just like, yeah, I mean, we have people that could have been like 2 people removed, and it was just a matter of time, man. It could have happened, and now it didn't. And I'm just like, oh man, you got to talk to Zizek, you got to talk to Land, but who's the next one? It's the Weekend, right?
Hold on. Well, yeah, there's other celebrities. So here's the thing. For me, it's the Lacanian missed encounter, right, Todd? Like I always, on some level, wish that I could have talked to Lane. I know you do. You wish you could have talked to him too. Like, but
I don't know. I don't. No.
You don't want to talk to him?
No, I don't want to. Like artists, I don't want to talk to.
Okay.
No. Like Nolan, I wouldn't want to talk to. Michael Mann, who I have incredible respect for, I wouldn't want to talk to. I don't think they're ever, especially Lynch. It's always going to be disappointing. Slavoj, I was once talking to him, and he talked to, I maybe not shouldn't say the person's name, but he talked to a very well-known female actor. And I'm like, wow, that must have been amazing. He's like, actors are always disappointing. And I thought, I fear that would have been true for Lynch too. Because for one thing, he never answers a question, right? If you see an interview with him, someone will say like, I think I see this working in this way. You're like, no. He always says no and rejects the premise of the question.
But to be fair, Slavoj doesn't talk to us the way, like Slavoj doesn't. He always is going to steer it back to coffee without cream or coffee without.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I'm saying, and here's the thing: the first conversation we had with him went good because he went off script. But I'm saying one of the reasons I love talking to you, and honestly, one of the reasons I love talking to Nick Land, you guys respond, you hear, you engage, and it's not business as usual. Let's run the script. And I'm just saying, everybody who's ever interviewed Slavoj, they're like, man, like I really want to get him to talk about like what he did in chapter 4 of Ticklish Subject. And I'm like, good luck.
No,
he's never gonna do.
No, we're the ones. We want the chapters. We want the concepts. Everyone else is happy to jerk him off under the table. And Todd, I don't know what you'll think about this. Maybe this is disrespectful. Maybe we shouldn't do it. So you'll let us know if we shouldn't do it. But we were thinking about holding a wake for him while he's still alive. Like we're in a state of mourning at this point because of our 2 conversations with him and all of our emails. And it's led us to the conclusion he's never going to see us as anything different than a podcast. He's never going to read Mikey. He's never going to take anything that we say seriously. He's never going to engage. He'll be nice. He'll write a foreword. He'll write a blurb. He'll send us a piece, but he won't read us. He won't think. And it's kind of because he's got this quantum mechanics thing he's doing. He's got this Christian atheism thing he's doing. And it's just like, if you're not doing that, then it's just,
Well, that's because it takes, like, I just read his quantum mechanics book and I think it's amazing. And
okay.
I feel like he just, I think just from his perspective, like he has a limited amount, he feels like, and I think this is true of everyone. It's true
he tells
of you
us.
Too, that he has a limited amount of time left.
He's sick
and
he's tired. He's dying.
Diabetes, of course, right?
Yeah.
And so he has some projects that he wants to finish, and I think he doesn't want to have anything get in the way of that. And I think, I understand that. Like there are a lot of things I wish I could read, but I feel like, okay, I got to spend my time reading like Hegel stuff on Hegel, and that's about and stuff for class, and that's about all I got. Like I don't have that much time to do other things. And so if I feel that way, and I have kids obviously, and that's a factor.
I get it. He gets 1,000 emails a day from
And he
people
gets
wanting
and
some
like
from him.
literally he's been over here and I've looked at his computer and he gets 150 emails a day asking him for something. So I get like 20. And I find that like I try to answer everything and keep up with it. And I find that takes that's a good chunk of my time that I could spend doing something else. So for him, it's like, geez, it just, so I guess I would just say you just can't take it personally because
No, we don't. We don't.
he doesn't like he blurbed Pure Excess, but on the basis of he's like, send me your preface, all right, and then and that was a lot. Like usually he's blurbed my books based on the table of contents. So it's not like he just doesn't have the. He just doesn't.
He's also the guy who famously reviews movies without watching them.
I know. Although sometimes he says that and he's seen them. So to be fair, he likes to say that more than it's true.
I will say this. Look, I 100% agree with what you just said. I understand this thing with him and Nick Land talking. It's more important than he gets.
Well, I think he would come for that. I think he would come for that.
No, he agreed to it. I've given him updates, like 3 updates ever since he agreed to it, like letting him know where we were at with the conversation with Nick. When Nick finally was like open to it, and I talked to Zizek, he said he'd talk, in January. And then I finally reached out. He's like, he basically just said it'll never happen, and that he really is too old at this point, really, and all this.
Well, look, just to be fair, like I asked him to come on my YouTube thing and do a David Lynch kind of a tribute, and he I can't do it. So it's absolutely not. And maybe I'm self-deceived, but I think I'm a pretty good friend of his.
You're closer to him than we are. Yes.
Yeah. So I don't think it's anything. I also think it's taxing for him to do.
Well, wouldn't it be poetic justice though that the reason the Zizek Peterson debate happened was because I organized a conference that was debating Jordan Peterson in lieu of a debate, just to kind of forcibly highlight the facts that he was dodging that debate with Doug all that time ago. And then it became a meme that got under his skin and drove him crazy for a year. And then he finally caved and said he would talk to a Marxist. And so he talked to Zizek. And then,
who did he dodge? Doug Lane?
Yeah, back in the day, back in the Zero Squared days. Yeah. And so basically what I'm saying is now if we have Mikey stand in for Zizek in the conversation with Land, it's once again in lieu of a debate, but now instead of it being the right winger, now it's the left winger, so it's like.
John, let me ask you, do you think if I just said, okay, this, I don't want it to be disrespectful, could I almost be Zizek against Land better than Zizek, because I know Land's so good?
For sure, because look, just for the reason you guys are saying, like he's open about this. He doesn't believe in philosophical debate, right? Like he doesn't believe.
Neither does Land. That's the whole problem. Like,
so I think
neither do you guys. Oh my God.
Hey.
I believe in philosophical debate. But I think yes. I think the answer to that is yes. Like I think and look, I think there are thinkers who appreciate and get something out of debate, and I think there are thinkers that don't, and I think Slavoy's one that doesn't. Although I just would say, I just want to be clear. Like I think he's, in terms of like blurbs and prefaces and like he's got to be the most generous person that of his level I've ever met. And the other thing I would say is he's absolutely, and I've met a lot of like top. I also have a lot of friends in low places. Like, is that a Garth Brooks song? I think. But I've met a lot of the top people, and everyone is so impressed with themselves, and he is like the least impressed with himself person I've ever met. Like,
look, I'll say this too. Like, I just have always gone out of my way. Look, I don't give a fuck. You can show Doug this. I think what Doug has done with bringing Fabio Vigli on and doing all this shit is underhanded, and Doug got a lot of success from making videos about Zizek and doing all that, and then this whole thing, like,
and having him on, him on,
right? And so
channel.
Then to paint him as like, what was the first one, like Zizek with Viggy, like Zizek's a Stalinist, and
first was a Stalinist, then he was a NATO apologist. I mean, like, you got to make up your mind, don't you?
and that kind of shit. Like, look, for years, like, I've seen how people either like Gabriel Rockhill, who just completely straw man him and just attack him for his political takes, have no idea what's inside a sublime object, tickless subject, blah, blah, blah. I've always been defending him against that bullshit. I'm like, Zizek is sublime object, less than nothing, tickless. That's who Slavoj Zizek is. That's who he's going to go down in history as, not the guy who has a take about NATO or Syrian refugees or whatever. So these guys who have always done this opportunistic takedown bullshit, I've always been quick to defend him. I think Doug's done some bullshit where I'm like, Doug, I don't know why you're like going out of your way to, whatever. So I just always am in the online theory scene as the card carrying Zizekian, even though Zizek thinks I shouldn't say that about myself or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think I think that's another thing I think is to his credit. Like, I think he doesn't necessarily, this, when Nietzsche said, one repays a teacher poorly by always remaining a student. Like, I think Slavoj thinks that. Like, I think he doesn't.
But he doesn't let us disagree with him either, though. We do have disagreements.
So hold on. So my point though is, all right, just okay. But there's a famous clip of him where a Derridian is saying, "Hey, I'm detecting some sort of like dogmatic Lacanianism in the way you're talking," and he goes, "You're knocking on the open door, him. I am a Lacanian." He doesn't get, like, in this whole era where you're supposed to disassociate from Zizek. No, I'll say I'm a Zizekian. Does that mean I agree on every fucking thing? No, but he is so fundamentally in shape how I'm thinking about things. Yeah, I'm loyal to that.
No, Mikey, I think that's fine. I just think it's a personality thing for him, as it would be for me. Like, when I hear people say, I don't even like hearing you say that I published a book, that like makes me want to cringe inside. So I think he feels the same. Like, I was once standing next to him and someone brought a book of his up to be signed. And he goes, "You take me way too seriously if you think I should sign this book." And I just think I think that's why he says that. That's why he says that.
Yeah. Well, okay. So how much time are we out of time?
You're hoping I'll say yes, aren't you?
No, I mean, we can talk about the Bob Dylan thing real quick.
You've milked this clock. Let me say something. I'll say it this way. Todd, I would like to have a contradiction with you about Nietzsche, the good, and what's the other thing? There's something else. Phenomenology. Yeah, I think, but not now. This isn't the space for it. We don't have the time for it. But I've been thinking about this. There's these three sticking points. One is the nature of the good, as you talk about it in Underground Theory. Nietzsche, in your awesome piece, where it's like you have to choose between death drive and the power ressentiment, and then the other one is
phenomenology versus dialectics.
Yeah, the idea that we have to choose, and I want to argue a thing about, it's kind of, we'll bring our reading, and I say our, mainly being me and Nance, though also there's trickle-down theory here, and Mikey is influenced by it at this point, though he wasn't in the Being in Time course with us. But
those are three long discussions, man.
So, yeah, we'll do one for each, maybe, Okay. Maybe on the good, I'll set that up between you and Studebaker, though, because I think that'd be a lot of fun, because he's more of a Platonist. He's all about the good. My issue with you talk about the good, where you kind of just like, oh yeah, the good is pleasure. It's this utilitarian thing. right? And it's like, well, the good can be other things too, though, right? And so I kind of want to see you have a conversation with someone who thinks it can be other things.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. Do I say that? Do I say the good is pleasure?
Well, I think it's, look, for me, like,
what you're saying,
maybe,
I thought you said basically that the good is not a good goal because the good is pleasure. Like that, I thought that's what it was.
The good exists. I guess that's what that's what I thought I said. I thought I said the good doesn't exist except to be sacrificed for the sake of our enjoyment. I think I think I might be even.
And isn't this like Lacan does this in seminar 7, right? With the whole thing on like how jouissance goes against the good. And yeah, I mean, so look, I would, go ahead.
Well, I just realized I did forget that the schedule does show that at 7:30 Eastern begins the post game, which begins like basically right now. So we'll do a little PSA and come back. And when we come back, it'll be kind of people who've been here throughout the day are going to be popping back in. That means that if you stick around for just a little bit, Todd, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Laurie Johnson, who was on a little earlier. She's really cool. We'll be collaborating with her on tour. It looks like she's very close to where Mikey lives. I think she's in his backyard right now, actually farming. But Mikey, go ahead and kind of like, I guess we can close out this episode, before we come back for just a little bit longer of more general conversation.
Look, I know you wanted to hear us talk about Bob Dylan and Lucifer and perversion and all this stuff. Todd and I haven't. I mean, Todd, I do wish that our last phone call had actually been recorded because it was pretty fucking epic. It was a great talk.
You guys,
look, we can get into all that stuff next time. Like I did. Like I've been wanting to ask Todd about AI. So like that, that's the highlight of this.
No regrets. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. Well, we're gonna cut this one right here. We'll be right back, everybody, right after we roll this quick little DIY commercial. Enjoy.
Rating. Oh, hey, Dave. What are you up to?
Hello. I'm grading right now. So.
Grading? Well, what's that?
Oh, this? This is a G2 pen. It might be the best pen in the entire world because the price point is perfect for working class people like us. More importantly, cartridges are replaceable. The ink, it glides, but it doesn't smudge too bad. And most importantly, you can do that. And it's really fun.
That's pretty cool.
We at Theory Underground are not sponsored by Pilot, nor does Pilot endorse this commercial. Theory Underground is funded by contributions from viewers like you. Thank you.
All right, everybody. I'm about to go ahead and introduce the folks who are here with us. But let me, before I get recording, do the thing that I've been doing, interpolate the audience. I am plugging a couple of things. So let me just turn to the camera and do the parasocial thing where I pretend that I'm looking at your eyes. What's up, everybody? So welcome to Theory Underground. Some of you have just gotten here. Others have been here for hours and hours. I'm actually going to read off the results of the poll. How many of you have been here since the Haz versus Cutrone thing? 52% of you. That's a lot. That's half of you that have been here for hours and hours and hours. 10% said since Kier and Ann, 13% said since Dr. Laurie Johnson, and 26% have been here arriving during the conversation with Todd and Mikey. And with that said, I just wanted to say, everybody, look, if you haven't clicked the like button yet, go ahead and do that. Also, don't forget that tomorrow is the beginning of Benjamin Studebaker's Introduction to Philosophy through 12 thinkers, one thinker per month, and that course is being woven with 3 other courses. And my course, 12 Core Concepts, is one of them, started a couple weeks ago. It's only once per month, easy to catch up on. And then Nina Power is teaching the Philosophy of Nature. That one kicks off on Sunday. And yeah, once again, only once per month. I've been trying to see if I can make something that will work for people who are busy professionals or workers with earbuds, who are strapped for time and energy, but have the disposable time to listen to content. And so that's pretty much what I wanted to say. That's what our little weaving the braid concept is all about. And with all of that said, we'll bring our guests on here in a moment. Let me see if I can do it like this. All right, I'm going to hit record and I'll say a couple of things in open. So welcome to Theory Underground, everybody. To the listeners who do not have eyes on the screen, I've got my co-host here, Nance. This is the tail end of a day-long EMSTU. The two of us will say a couple of things about what's happened in the last 24 hours. Michael Downs is also here, and we are joined by Todd McGowan and Dr. Laurie Johnson. Very excited to have you all here. And I was just thinking earlier today how cool it would be for you two to meet, because I don't know, something about the vibe. I thought you guys would probably vibe. And so really quick though, Nance and I are like the forgotten main characters of these things because we're kind of always just listening or asking questions. But Nance, I'm going to quiz you for a second. And everyone else is encouraged to ask him questions as well. But like, what would you say has been the theme or whatever of the last 24 hours? And what have people missed or whatever?
So I think from my privileged position of having been involved in all the conversations and also the meta conversation that goes on behind the scenes, I think one theme that sticks out to me that I don't think I expected was the individual and groups, populations, collectives, collectivities, like the quilting point for the individual and how the world we live in today, I don't want to say forces, but encourages the individual to see themselves and to see their pathways to participation in society and the world and all these things. And that conversation was being had in, I think, maybe explicitly political terms and historical terms and libidinal terms. I think when we were talking about, I can't remember the name of the book now, I'm drawing a blank, The Case Against the Sexual Revolution. And then in our conversation we were just having with Todd and Mikey, we talked about personalities, and we talked about David Lynch. We talked a little bit about Slavoj, and we talked about the conditions for thought, the conditions for collaboration, the conditions for conversation. I almost said cooperation. But these are all, I don't know, they all relate to the individual, and they all relate to how is the individual quilted in society? Are they a member of a group? Are they a member of an ontological category? Are they an agent? Are they an agent of change? Are they just a producer? Are they just a consumer? Are they just a statistic? So for me, I think that theme is kind of what I've been rocking with all day today, and that probably stems from yesterday when we were working with your students at Boise State University and talking about this socioanalytic approach to sociology and trying to reclaim sociology from identity politics and actually apply it to the question, is large-scale structural change even possible in the world we live in today? And if it is, rock on, let's do it. And if it's not, which I think it's not, how can we make it so? And I'm missing a lot, and I think maybe I'm forcing a little bit, but you know, I retain that right to force.
100%. Mikey, were you listening while en route today?
I was in and out all day. I mean, I started listening when you guys started, and then I caught a good portion. I did. I caught a little bit of you guys with Studebaker and Reed. I caught a
that
bigger
was good.
portion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Caught a bigger portion of Haz and Cutrone. Saw some with Laurie. I saw the discussion of the film with Kier and Anne.
Baby
so I've
girl.
seen a good, yeah, good portion of it.
Yeah, and we were never joined by Dr. Ian Thompson to talk about his new book on Heidegger and death because the email that I sent out to all of the participants did not reach him because it went to a spam folder. And so by the time he found out, we were already halfway through the conversation with Laurie there. Yeah. But he'll probably be joining us in February. And so we'll see. We'll see. He's a long time, like old philosophy friend of mine and Mikey's, because he's very active in the Facebook groups for Heidegger. And so, he was a student of Hubert Dreyfus. He's done lots of really important stuff with Heidegger, Levinas, and Derrida. But anyway, with that said, I guess one of the big things that I'm thinking about is just the phenomenon of the EMSTU, or like how it's come about. It came about originally because Nance said, well, I think when I first did a couple of them, I just wanted to see if I could. And then when Nance started doing them with me, they became a lot more like we were having this meta conversation the whole time. So it becomes like we're following all these threads through these different people who hold different positions across these different fields. So it's really cool. And Laurie, bringing you on was really special because I feel like this missing piece of the puzzle, where people are trying to reach for it. They go through Lash, they go through Barry, they go through Illich. But what they're trying to get at is like, hey, there's something missing here in this sort of institutionalized liberal sort of vision of like what the future would be like. And it involves, people want to have smaller local lives. People want to have some kind of a local life, and know their neighbors and grow their food. And some people just really want that. I want that. But a lot of people who go that direction, it becomes this, it's just this trad influencer thing. Right. And so I kind of wanted to maybe touch on the trad influencer thing, but also contrast that with and all of us, we all have like this Marxian influence, and it seems like the global sort of Marxian approach versus the trad homesteader approach, like that. This is in terms of internet fandoms or communities, these two are not supposed to cross, right? And so let's first spend a little bit of time. I don't know. I am interested in just all of your guys' takes on that. But Laurie, off the gate, what do you got on that?
Yeah, they sort of do cross in my world. And we have conversations about the attractions of traditionalism, and some sympathy for it. New Polity, I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with them, but they're kind of an example of the trad influencer space, I guess. They have a lot of podcasts, and they have a very, they do their best. They have conferences and stuff like that. But our perception is that, though well-meaning and I think motivated by those desires to kind of escape the complexity and the fragmentation of our lives, we're sympathetic, and to a certain extent, we all kind of like have tried to create a little bit of community, not Catholic traditionalism so much, but community and a sense of faith in our own spheres. For those of us, not all of us are, I guess, strongly Christian, but for those of us who are, we've tried. But we've steered clear of traditionalism because it's our impression that a lot of times this is just a means of sort of fooling yourself into thinking that you're retreating and you're gaining some new, communal space of some kind, finding meaning. But it is another identity. I mean, we are living in a time where everybody's grasping for identity as a substitute for community. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but it's not a substitute for community. Community has to do with actual work, reciprocity, knowing people that are different from you sometimes, but you bond together because you actually do things for each other. So I feel like we've tried to emphasize the need for, actually working with and living with and dealing with other people at a very practical material level, not just at the level of style and yeah. So like and part of that is the Marxian influence on our thinking too, right? That we understand that it's not as easy as you think to just withdraw and create your own little world. We have to deal with this much bigger world and this much bigger system that is preventing us from making the choices we want to make with our lives. So yeah, I think you're right. They do mix. We have thought about it. We continue to think about it, and we continue to struggle with it. So yeah, I'd be interested to hear what other people say about that.
Todd, I kind of want to prompt you on this, which is, look, there is this deep sense of us, like I feel it. I know that in some sense I'm lacking a community, right? I know that yes, there's people who live on my street, but it's not a dynamic where they can ask me for help or I can ask them for help, and there's no communal dimension here. And I wonder like how you would respond to this, like given your theory of alienation, like because the idea would be I'm alienated from a community, but is the other way to think about it is no, I'm alienated from the alienation of a community, that a community would be actually what lets me thrive in my alienation. So I'm curious about the dynamic between alienation and community.
Yeah, I like what you're saying. I would want to pick up on one thing that Laurie said, because I think that it's definitely true that trad means traditional, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, just so out of touch I am.
It's online jargon, yeah.
Yeah. But like I think that's right though, that what you said, Laurie, that the trad is the way to affirm an identity, right? And I think that's really the kind of the noxious part of it. But Michael, I mean, exactly what I would just agree exactly with what you said. And I would just say that just in the terms that I put it is, I would say what's missing is the public. Like there's no sense of a public, like your street, like if there was some kind of reciprocity, there'd be like a sense of like a public in which we're all in it. There's like kind of a sense of solidarity rather than, I mean, I guess, or like, yeah, or you could just, to put it in those terms, like you just did, like if you're in a community, you feel like I got to give something of myself up to be part of it, right? And so I have to be alienated to be part of it. And the thing about an identity is that it promises, of course it doesn't deliver, it promises that I can overcome any sense of alienation that I have, and feel like I'd be at one with myself. And that seems to me the danger of identity of any stripe. But to me, like it's this contrast, as you know really well, between subjectivity and identity. And like what Laurie's describing, I think, is what I would call subjectivity versus like trad identity or any kind of identity.
Well, and part of, if we want to use the term loosely, an authentic community, you're not in a community in that sense if they don't accept you and the ways you don't fit in it. Like community accepts the ways that you can't perfectly live up to the ideal of the community. And so that would be this excess of subjectivity, this way, like I can't just perfectly be a cookie cutter, version of the identity you want me to have. If you can't accept the ways that I fail to live up to your communal identity, then it's not community.
Right, like isn't the great filmic example of this, and all the versions of this film are good. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, right? Like where they get a community, but the result, they get a community through absolute conformity, right? And so I think you're right. Like if a community doesn't have room for your excesses, then it's not an authentic community. And it also can't have barriers to other people coming in and out, right? Like, I think that's another part of really why, just along the lines of what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to see the person. If you can't see the person apart from their, whatever it is, their ideology, their particular take on a religion, their positions on this, if you can't actually see that person, even if you sort of are predisposed to not like aspects of them, right, and see through that to the actual person, you can't actually have a relationship with them and care about them. And then you're not going to feel predisposed to do anything for them or go out of your way or sacrifice any of your time for them. But, if you can, like, somehow cut past that, and I find having a drink with them helps. But I've had people, and yes, people in my life, after one or two drinks, suddenly the barriers come down and suddenly you can see the person, and then you can care about that person. And then those differences, it's not that they don't matter at all, but they matter less, and you feel like you can work with that person. They're a real human being now, not just a narcissistic image of your own self.
Laurie, to kind of, so in one of my books that it's going to be my second book. I at least right now, I have the plan to say something. I've never said this to Dave or Nance or to Todd, but I'm going to say it here. I have this theory that part of the negative effects of our online social media sphere, young people in America don't party together the way that my generation and then Todd's like older generation. The house party was such an essential American youthful institution. And at the house party, at least the kind that we used to throw, you'd end up finding like, okay, the Hicks would show up. And at first there'd be a tension because we weren't really part of that group, but we start having beers together. And you know what? Sooner or later, we're friends with them. Well, the guys who were more thuggish or hip hop or gangster, they would show up, and then we'd smoke weed with them, we'd drink with them. And this whole dynamic, young people, Generation Z, or what we call Zoomers aren't having, I talk to my Zoomer coworkers. If their idea of having a get together is having like two of their friends come over and play video games, and I'm like, they don't have these excessive, they don't party the way that we used to. And I honestly think in the 90s, for example, like our partying was so excessive that you find so many different types of people showing up, and nobody was tripping on whether you voted for Clinton or nobody gave a shit back then. And if you started talking politics or you started talking, people would bicker, but there was enough of an embrace of, hey, we're here having fun, you're cool. And I honestly think that the death of party culture in America has had negative effects, and that the online, the medium, as we call it, and by that we mean, the internet medium, has in a weird sense neutralized youthful American partying, and it's had a detrimental effect.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It used to be that a person was welcome if they brought $5 or $10 to put into the kitty, like you met new people that way. Yeah. And now everybody, that's almost what you're describing is like parallel play. The toddlers do, right? Like sitting on the couch, you're playing video games, but you're not actually like playing with each other. That's interesting.
And I mean, our way of saying it, coming from the Lacanian perspective, is that before, the party was this point of inherent transgression that different types of people could share a common excess or a common jouissance, enjoyment. And that zone of, okay, yeah, normally we wouldn't hang out, but here we're cutting loose. I think it has detrimental effects. That level, that point of inherent transgression actually helped get past some of our identity bullshit. I mean, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I think that's totally correct. I mean, I think I think it's it's funny. I was just talking to my I'm teaching a senior seminar this semester. I was just talking Wednesday night. I, by the way, went on a long, like 2 or 3 minute thing about you and how I sort of held you up as an ideal that I aspired to. So, and I told them how you read Slavoy's books, and they were all pretty impressed. But but as we were talking, it became very clear to me that what you're describing has had a much more deleterious effect on guys than on women. And at the University of Vermont, the ratio of women to men is 70-30, women to men. It's very standard, I think. And so I think I mean, I don't think it's just social media. I think the video games, like what Laurie was talking about this parallel play of video games, like I really think that has had the effect on guys has been much worse than on, I think my female students tend to get together much more in bigger groups, and the guys just have nothing to do with that. And even one of them said, I said, well, why aren't guys going to college? And one guy goes, well, you can make a lot more money on Twitch if you're great at a game than you ever could make in college. Like, this is a college student telling me this. And I said, so basically what you're saying is that in 20 years, women are going to have the choice. And I know there are exceptions, and you're one of the great exceptions. They're have the choice of marrying an idiot or becoming heterosexual women. You either marry an idiot who doesn't read anything, or you become a lesbian, right? Like that's where the culture is headed. And again, I know you're a huge exception to this, but generally that is true. And I think I don't know. I see it it seems to me like the video game, the destructiveness of that in particular cannot be overstated.
But Todd, the only thing, and I totally agree with you, and we've talked about the effects of gaming, and you got to realize I am a gamer in my heart. Like those classic Donkey Kong and Galaga, like I am telling you, I have the deepest like nostalgic fun, and we can critique nostalgia, but nonetheless, like those are such deep, passionate attachments of mine, right? I love video games. They were, but it's not just video games. The other side of this, and Dave and Nance know where I'm going with this. It's this combination of gaming and online pornography. And the other aspect of it is that young men are the ones consuming online pornography. It's not the pornography of the 70s and 80s. And this is where, certain liberal leftist types would say, I'm talking like a conservative, but I'm sorry. This pornography is not the best stuff for 13-year-old boys to be thinking, to model their fantasies and sexuality on.
I couldn't agree more with you. And I think I shouldn't have omitted that. It's exactly right. I mean, we tried to deal with that when we were raising the boys. It was an incredible challenge. And, I think that's why, I mean, I was talking to my students and they're like, we don't really have sex anymore. Like we basically,
and the party is where they were able to get it. Like, or
I know. But it's also because they've already watched the porn. So for them, and there's a great movie about this with Jennifer Garner called Men, Women, and Children, where a high school athlete, he goes out on a date and he can't get an erection. And so he has to go quickly watch porn in order to get an erection, to have sex with his girlfriend.
Because real life sex is boring and bland.
It's boring in comparison. Yes, exactly. And so I feel like that so contributes to this retreat, because if you already have this kind of oversaturated sexual pleasure, then what's the point of going to a party? Because as you and I both know, like, you go to a party partly to get drunk and hang out with people, but you're in the back of your mind,
you're trying to get laid.
Is the idea like, maybe I'll hook up with, I mean, of course, if you were like me, it never happened, but you're still like thinking like, maybe, maybe, right? So,
but I got to give credit to where credit's due. So the theorist who best thought this is that pipsqueak of yours.
I knew you were going to say.
I'm going to say it. Baudrillard said this excessive pornography destroys seduction. It destroys true erotic vibes. It by showing everything and by modeling, instilling this as like how you model your sexuality, it destroys the erotic, it destroys seduction.
The guy talks about it now is Byung-Chul Han, right? Like he's the guy who, I mean, what he's maybe.
Yeah, but he got it from Baudrillard.
I was just going to say, I think a lot of what he says, he's taken over from Baudrillard. But
oh yeah.
And then don't you think that online dating is part of the problem too? That people are swiping and looking at each other's profiles like they're shopping. Yep. And just taking the spontaneity out of everything, you know, like that's something I didn't do. I grew up before and dated before that became a thing, when people used to have to actually like approach each other and kind of wonder, is this person single? How do I find out? Let's see, is this person maybe interested in me? Oh, I'm going to have a conversation, find out, maybe hang out with them for quite a bit. And now it just seems so cut and dried. It's such a different experience. And it also seems to be like so uninteresting. I've tried it a few times. I find it gross and just completely, it makes me never want to date again, actually. Like, I'm sorry, but it's awful.
I think that's such a great description of it, right? Like you don't, and I really like how you point out, like the awkward conversation is such an integral part of like getting to know someone and deciding like, is that the person I want to be with or not? And I often say to my students, like, I would be totally screwed to try to date today because I think you have to swipe right to get a date. And I feel like I'm such a leftist that I couldn't even swipe right. So I would not be able to get a date. But I do think like, what just to talk about one theorist who really is good about this like Match.com and all these kind of dates is Alain Badiou, who says, you know, related to kind of what you were saying, Laurie, like it's really a commodified thing. And I think the other key thing is that what you fall in love with someone or what you're attracted to is something irreducible to any of their qualities. And so you can list all their qualities, but then the thing that you would really go for is the thing that you could never list. And so I feel like that's totally lost in this, in that world.
Look, when you fall in love with somebody, and I'm drawing on Zizek and Lacan and everybody, but when you truly fall in love, and it's not just desire, you love something about them that you can't name. And it goes beyond just what we call objet. It's not just this elusive surplus that gets your desire going. It's their singularity, but you can't name a singularity. You can't conceptualize it. It's unnameable. And yet that part of them that you can't make sense of it, you can't list on you can't list on a series of traits that you find attractive in other people. You can't reduce them to an identity. They're a singularity. And the Lacanian term we use for this is there is no sexual relation. And what we mean by that is that when two singular human beings are in a dynamic with one another, there's nothing in the universe that's guaranteed them to sync up. They're not intrinsically compatible. The miracle is that two beings who are not intrinsically compatible can be perfect for each other in their incompatibility. And that's what love is. And swiping right or this is what Baudrillard would call the codification of sexuality. It just puts an identity. Oh, this is my type. This is all I'm looking. That's not what you're looking for. And you're not going to find what you're looking for in this programmed, coded way of sorting through possible sexual partners. You're going to find it by exposing yourself to their otherness, talking to them, going on a date, dealing with the awkwardness, dealing with the incompatibility, and then seeing something sacred in that.
I like what Parsons said in the chat. Parsons is a commenter who has been around for a long time and is not annoying, which is really cool. And what he said was, maybe it's not a meaning crisis, but an intimacy crisis. And
well, Zizek, Todd, I'm sorry. I'll just say
earlier when I said the nature, nurture, natality thing, when I had Laurie on with Anne, nature and nurture often gets like juxtaposed, right? But the way that we're talking about nature is like, well, there's something about our unconscious and language and systems, institutions, but also like our unconscious at the level of biodiversity and millions of microorganisms that we are interfacing with that we are not even aware of, right? So like even just a little bit of time with a bonsai tree can make a big difference, but you got to be around other species. If you get too quarantined from like all other life and you live in McDonald's or the university, there's no difference now, then I think you something starts to go a little stir crazy. And I have had relationships with cats, you know. I don't want to say I own cats, right? Like I've gotten to know some cats over time. I've had quite a few over the years, and they go stir crazy too if they can't go outside, right? Like Ryan will just start to kind of be like, he just starts acting like this. He's just like, and like dogs do it too. Of course, dogs are much more insistent than a cat, but like a cat gets stir crazy or cabin fever in like a different way, I think. And the thing is there's something about the dog and something about the cat that is also in us. You know, there is that part of us.
Same for chimpanzees, especially.
Yeah. What happens to the chimpanzee when it doesn't
They
get
go
to
nuts.
right? And so I guess I wanted to say just about intimacy there, Parsons. I think about intimacy and nurture as they're closely connected. But then, of course, I think about the conditions of possibility for genuine nurture as opposed to paying someone to look after your parents, right? Or paying someone to look after your children, like, which is the commodification of nurture in the care industries. But like real nurture is like people that there's like stakes outside of any sort of a profit motive. You love them, right? You love them, you care for them, and you put up with them sometimes when you don't want to. But the point is it's not just nurture like, oh, here's some food, here's a wet cloth on the forehead kind of ideas that we have. Holding someone close to your bosom, hugs, you know, that kind of intimacy. But it's also like nurture versus social programming, like that, like social engineering that institutions do on us versus humans just getting to be with each other. And I guess for me, it's always the time energy crisis that makes it so that we can't ever do stuff together outside of work or the profit motive or passive consumption.
There's a lot of things that brought up for me. I agree with you, the time energy problem as I understand it, which I just got your book today, so I haven't read it yet, but thank you. I will be reading it. But I think I get the gist of it. I think it's part of the problem. I also do think that, and maybe this is part of what you write about, but we are so, like, our economy surrounds us with so many temptations to like divert our attention when we do have some time. And we do make choices and then we feel guilty about that. Oh, I'm doing this instead of visiting my dad, or, you know, I should take care of my dad, but I want to go on, you know, I want to go on a trip or whatever. I want to have complete autonomy to have my private life. So I think there's a little bit of agency there that is partly not our faults because we are so surrounded by the economy wants us to spend money on all this shit and not put in that work. But at the same time, I still kind of insist partly us, because we do have choices. We can make some choices to do that kind of thing. And I think some people do, so that proves it. And so, you know, there is that too. And I think it's worth calling on people to think about, like, are you seeing the person? Are you actually prioritizing what time you have appropriately? So I still think that's important. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a big theme for Anne and I both, because, you know, Anne couldn't be here because right now she's a stagehand for this Broadway show. They're doing Hamilton down at the campus, and it's, you know, it's a lot of fun. But Anne, listening to you Lacanians, I know Todd was about to say something. I want to interpolate you guys. listening to you talk, like she always gets this impression that Mikey's always trying to disabuse her of, but like the impression is also given by Marxists, like Lacanians and Marxists give this impression that personal agency is like this epiphenomenal thing. So I don't know if you guys might want to touch on that, but yeah.
We're the defenders of freedom.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say I agree totally with what Laurie said. In fact, yeah, I would say, like, of course our desire is the thing that is keeping us in this like world of privacy. I assume, Mikey, you would say the same thing, right? Like I don't feel like it's like, oh, we're just the victims of big capital. I mean, I think if it look, like how many 100,000 products fail a year, right? Like there's like capital doesn't work always, right? It has to appeal to our desire. And so if it didn't appeal to our desire, then like if all of a sudden we stopped desiring the phone, Apple would go under, right? So I feel like, yeah, okay, there's ideological manipulation, but if it didn't speak to our desire, then it wouldn't work. And so I really feel like I do not absolutely discount personal agency in any way. I just think that agency is unconscious. That's what I think. I mean, that's the primary agency. That's the primary force of the agency. I assume, Michael, you agree with that.
For me, though, this is always what I'm bringing it back to, is that there's tendencies with people to separate structure from freedom. And what I mean by that is you have this type of people who will just say, oh, everything's just social structures. That's it. But then on the flip side, you have people who think everything boils down to personal responsibility. And I just flat out reject either of these as absolutes. That, yes, I have freedom, but the structure is always shaping and influencing what I can and cannot do. I don't get to start from scratch. My desire is always at work within the facticity or the givenness of my social structure. And yeah, I can try to work harder and be more disciplined in certain ways, but then there are limits on that. And, I don't have the freedom just to change my, self from scratch, given the determining factors of my social order. And so it's just always a thing of like, yeah, we're free, but we're also limited in the freedom because I can't just like, okay, right now, if I had the freedom, I wouldn't be in wage labor. I'm in wage labor out of necessity put on me by my economic social structure. There's no way around that. And so, I can't just take personal responsibility and stop having to sell myself. I mean, I get the radical act of free. Oh, I'll just be homeless. I'm not choosing that. So, but if that's my
there's
only
no freedom
option,
in that. There's no freedom in that.
Right.
I mean,
it's less freedom.
Yeah. There's no freedom in that. I would just say though that, it's interesting because you're speaking directly to like I'm more of a fan of him probably than anyone else here, to what Jean-Paul Sartre called the practico inert, right? Like that freedom has to be defined against certain restrictions and limits. Otherwise, it wouldn't be freedom at all. Like if it just could go in any possible direction, then it wouldn't be freedom. And I think you affirm your freedom in, like, I was telling this story in my class that like reading Slavoj's works while you're checking IDs at a bar, like that's a free act, right? That's a free, like, think about, no one else is doing that. Like that's the ultimate free act, because like all these fools that read philosophy while they're in a university, like me, like it's easy to do that. There's a little bit of freedom in that. But like what you're doing is like cutting against the very determinants of the situation. And so I feel like, but I agree totally with what you're saying, that the only thing I would add is that the determinants affect how you freely choose, and how you freely choose informs the determinants as well, right? So they're dialectically intermeshed, so that it's never just this like external force, and it's never just this like internal force again that meeting each other.
But here's the thing, right? This is the core thing for me though. I am somebody who had his time energy. I didn't have to work the way that most people have to work. And this is the thing. It was better. I was freer when I had my time energy, when I could sleep when I wanted to. I could get up and work on philosophy for 10 hours a day and research to my heart's content. It was a better life. And it was a freer life. And so I just don't like I don't want to romanticize the image of me like, yeah, I exercise my freedom in how I read Slavoj at work. I mean, I get the point. I mean, I kind of say that in wage labor and jouissance, but the core thing, and this is why, like, I don't think there's any form of like this. This is where like I cannot think society without Lacanian concepts, but I don't think the better life is something like, oh, I have more enjoyment or I get my fantasies real. No, time energy is the core element here, but time energy is what enables me to be alienated better. It gives me more time to spend on not just doing codified identity bullshit with other people, but actually dwelling in their otherness, their subjectivity, in my own, like exploring, trying new things, seeing where, and so maybe it sounds Deleuze-Guattarian, and on this one, then I like the idea of taking their advice where, look, they're not going to talk about the subject of freedom, but where they're like, no, the ideal is to always be able to be open to a new territory where you can't, which if you connect to it, okay, I never got to like fully explore photography, but I always loved photography. Who knows where that would take me if I had time energy to also do that.
To keep working on it. Yeah.
Yes,
to sustain it.
I would drift away from myself as I am right now in certain ways. And so the time energy thing is just, it's the core thing for me, as like, this speaks to me as an existentialist Marxist in some way. And like, we cannot understand society without the Lacanian concepts, but I don't think it's like, oh, the Lacanian thing, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but certain Lacanians kind of like, it's not any kind of phantasmatic jouissance. That's not going to do the trick. That's not the better life. The better life is honestly something that's not going to bring any kind of phantasmatic utopian thing. It's just a way of struggling better. It's a move from pathological suffering to ordinary unhappiness. That's the thing. I'm stuck in pathological unhappiness right now, where I used to be in ordinary dissatisfaction.
Well, you're in historical misery instead of common unhappiness, to put it.
Okay.
I wanna touch on something Benjamin Studebaker highlighted from my lecture for the 12 core concepts, like the first one. He said,
"You got to go, Todd.
You gotta go, Todd."
Okay.
All right,
I'll
Todd.
talk to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Todd.
Yep.
Take care, Todd. Great to
Later.
see you. What Benjamin was highlighting is the relational sort of definition of time energy, right? So I use this whole, like, there's absolute versus relative, just as a way of thinking about it. But like the relative is just like what Mikey had. The absolute is like where society has been organized in such a way so as to make it possible that it is between us, right? Large energy infused, repeatable blocks of time reliably available between people. That's the definition. And what Mikey experienced was going from having absolute time energy to over time just having relative time energy. And then eventually he had no more time energy at all, because between his teens and 30s, somewhere in that period of time, every person in his life was slowly broken down by the wheels of production. He got to keep reading philosophy and doing what he wanted, but the people he spent all that surplus with before just slowly got gobbled up by the machine until he was just hanging out with empty shells, and they would reminisce, but he's still in the present, and they're like, oh, I miss the past when we were all friends. But now Mikey's here and being like, oh, I miss the past too now, So
yeah, it just got me later. But here's the thing, like I always say, like, again, this is one of these things people could like say so egotistical, but I'm sorry, I'm going to keep going because I feel like I had an experience similar to this. Buddha, like I was in the palace much longer than anybody, and so finally once I leave the palace, once I'm dumped into lifeless, soulless wage labor, it is like, but I guess the only thing is I knew I didn't have to leave the palace to see how death and sickness and old age and all this stuff. I was tapped into that. I was watching it happen with everybody I cared about. But no, at one point it hits me. And that's why I'm saying, like, with Todd, I mean, I wish he could have. Look, there's a Lacanian tendency to act like they don't want us to get wrapped up in thinking about like phantasmatic scenarios where everything's great or perfect. And I always try to insist that is not what time energy is, though. That's the trick. As a Lacanian, I'm not selling you a fantasy scenario. I'm selling you better dissatisfaction, just a better way of not having total happiness. And that's the difference. Is it's a real life, concrete, different mode of dealing with all the shitty shit in life. It just makes dealing with the shit better, easier, right? More bearable. And that's what time energy does. It is not perfect, sublime bliss. It's not utopian completion. Oh, everything's perfect now. It's never going to be that. It gives you the opportunity to enrich the struggles you are facing, to live them in a deeper way, and not be caught up in this frantic, just parallel. I can't do. What the fuck?
I feel like there's a little contradiction that is in the room with us that maybe I could get you guys to all talk about. How much work do I have to do to set it up? Not a lot. There's two extremes. One is fully automated gay space communism, and the other one is degrowth. So that's a spectrum. One involves nobody having to do anything. The other one involves everybody having to sacrifice a lot and do more sort of DIY. Mikey is a lot closer to the fully automated side of things, and his position has become different over time, as it has ours, as we were all working through these ideas of automation and what's a politics that can work for America and therefore the rest of the world. Sorry, but Dr. Laurie Johnson, I guess I don't think of you as a degrowth person. I just, in the same way that I don't think of Mikey as a fully automated gay space communism person. These are extremes. These are cartoons or memes. But your approach it is more humble and it is definitely less consumerist. And I think Mikey, there's something about a consumerism that Mikey wants to maintain. And I wonder if I could get you both to talk a little bit about how you think about how people ought to live in the future. Like, what kind of a future do we want to be in? And and not even want, but also it has to be plausible, right? Like that's also part of it.
Wow. Which do you want?
You go first.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a little closer to degrowth than I am to the technological accelerationism or the futuristic side of things. But and I've read a degrowth book recently, and I was kind of impressed by kind of the naivete of it, though. As in, how do you get there without ruining things even worse than they are now? I mean, it's a heck of a tall order to figure out the policy to make that happen. But I do think our lives would be better off if I guess my ideal society would be way more locally oriented, somewhat planned, with a layer of democratic socialism, because that's probably the best we could possibly hope for, and with the encouragement of small communities that are fairly cohesive, that can work together and do a lot more supplying of their own needs, both food needs as well as service needs, caring for each other. I think the only way that vision could come into effect is if government encouraged it, and encouraged it kind of slowly, because even that vision would probably break the economy. I mean, one of the things that I keep thinking about is like how hard it would be to make any fundamental change, simply because everything is so tied together at this point. We're so interconnected, and to change things economically would basically break somebody else's business and somebody else's jobs. And even though if those are shitty jobs, they're still jobs. So it's difficult, but yeah, I lean more in that direction. As far as like human satisfaction, I think it does come from actual work. I am actually somewhat enamored with certain amount of not backbreaking, but physical work, because I think we have enough technology and know-how to get rid of backbreaking work for everybody in the world. But I do think that actual meaningful physical work is good for people, especially if they're doing it for other people and not just for some faceless boss. And I would love it if we would get back to a time when we had enough time to care for each other instead of outsourcing that.
So yeah, I mean, look, I'll just say my enemy in life, my enemy as a philosopher is necessary labor. It just is. Didn't ask to be born. I don't feel I have any obligation to be thankful to be here. And the idea of being thrown into a world where it says I have to spend the majority of my time doing shit that I don't want to do, it's just not a world I want to be born into. And so I'm on the side of acceleration in that regard. I want as many jobs to be automated away, because and this gets into semantics, right? Because some people will say what I'm going to say is just work, right? And maybe Laurie will agree. But I'm anti-work in the sense of I'm pro-passion. Now, pro-passion means I'm going to spend my life doing things that I want to get out of bed every morning and do, because I'm fueled to do it. It makes me thrive. It makes me feel alive. Now, some people might say, well, Mikey, you work at doing philosophy. I just cringe using that word. And maybe it's a pathological thing with me in that word. Fine. But what I would call activity that I resolutely affirm, I'd call that passion. Work is this thing that I have to do to get a paycheck. And I want as little of that in my life as possible. And look, I mean, I have maybe a grander scale of how to view this, and I use, the Adam and Eve story, the biblical myth to do it. But God's punishment for them sinning was work. And I just fundamentally reject that. I mean, because on the one side, look, I'm on the side of sin in the way that I'm on the side of death drivers, jouissance. Like, this is something humans do, and humans find their freedom in it. And so that's where I'm coming from, where to me, necessary labor, if we view it in this kind of mythological way, is a punishment for us being free beings pursuing our enjoyment, which you could say is passion. So like the end goal for me, the ideal society, is one where all of the tedious, laborious forms of necessary labor are automated away, and human beings have access to their time energy to become. And I don't know what it would mean, because I call this in my book the time energetic singularity. We do not know what happens to humanity if time energy was universally liberated. We don't know. Are we transhuman? I don't know. But that's a gamble I'm willing to take, because the way I see it, the ultimate overcoming of necessary labor is the ultimate form of symbolic exchange we have, whether you want to say with God or with nature. This is liberation. And so for me, humanity hasn't even become humanity, because humanity's never had its time energy. I want to see what humanity does when it is time energy infused humanity. And in that sense, I feel like we've always been alienated from our humanity because we haven't had time energy. I want to see what happens, and this is the acceleration. Like, I want to see what happens, and so that requires automating the economy to the best of our ability and freeing people from necessary labor, whether it's wage labor or any other form of necessary labor. That's where I'd be coming from with it.
Yeah, I don't think we're totally far apart. I don't think menial, meaningless wage labor is a good thing too. And we might want to try to do something to fix that. But who's going to take care of the babies and the elderly and the sick and the infirm and feed people with good food and stuff? I see that as meaningful, useful human labor, not, and I bet you would too. But I mean, that's a hell of a lot of work for a long, long time. And that's, and we have to do it right. And right now we're not doing it right because we're having to work too much and we're not, we're outsourcing that. So I'd like to get away from that, but that is still like you're changing the diapers, you're getting up in the middle of the night, we are never going to escape that human work. And I do think it's very humanizing and meaningful.
Oh, I guess I would classify those forms of labor though as passion, because people who do that, I mean, taking care of people comes, that is a deep, deep sense of meaning. It's a calling, and it's not, it's not me pulling orders in a warehouse, giving myself a ventral hernia.
Yeah, no, I don't think we disagree. Yeah, except for I don't want to automate everything completely, but yeah, like I don't think we disagree. I just think we need to be doing meaningful work.
I want to point out that Caravaggio said in the chat that this is an ancient contradiction, because really it is city life versus country life. And I gotta say, like, all of the imagery at Theory Underground has always been, well, I've gone through a few different iterations of it, but the treescapes and cityscapes have always been there. And to me, it's like my life has always been between, well, I'm not between, like that would be the suburbs that aren't in the city, or no, I've not grown up in the suburbs. I grew up in the literal woods, and then I was like in like either the city or close to it. And a lot of my life, I'm in one place and I drive to the other place and then I come back. And that's, so it's just like my life is always like these two things, cityscapes, treescapes. And in my ideal world, there would be no suburbs. It would be like stacked cities, like really efficient, automated, stacked cities. And then amazing places in the deep wilderness where people aren't just going out to be tourists and look at things and take photos. But as Wendell Berry says, instead of seeing it as scenery, it's something you engage. You live with it. And obviously farming is like the extreme version of that. You're a steward. Whereas gardening is similar, but like obviously it doesn't have to necessarily produce extra food for the neighbors. At what time does the garden stop being a garden, become a farm, right? But the point is those cities would be greener. If people had time energy, people would have more gardens on the rooftops of these skyscrapers. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing, because people love plants and they love clean air, and people love soil, and soil loves our bodies. Like it's all true. And that is what it would be like. But the thing is cities and countrysides have always been at odds, and historically, who rapes and pillages who? The city people rape and pillage the people outside. And my concern with fully automated gay space communism is that the currently out of touch, progressive left liberal PMC that has like this idea that we're all a bunch of cyborgs and there's no such thing as a mode of production are going to end up in some bubble like the Red Scare podcast with Chapo's Trap House, and they're all going to like be cyborgs, and they're just going to be living off of the peripheries all over the world where there's still mining and there's children down there and there's still, Guatemala reduced to coffee beans. Like you just go down the line, and I right now things in part exist the way they do because of our zone of interest, right? Like that movie that came out last year. It's a fantastic movie. You all saw it, right? Like
I never got to see it.
Oh man, it's one of my favorite movies actually. So, it's about a guy who is a Nazi, like one of the ones that oversees a camp, right? Like it's not like he's just like a bureaucrat. No, he's like overseeing like an actual extermination camp. But the whole movie takes place outside of the camp and only shows his house that is like outside the wall. And it's just the family life and their relations with the neighbors and the daily things, and he comes home and hangs out with them, and so you see his life, and the moment that sticks with me is when he throws up in the stairwell at the very towards the end of the movie. He's going between meetings and he just stops and throws up in the stairwell, and the movie builds up to that point so well because he's living as though it's all fine in that sort of Arendtian administrative evil or banal kind of evil. But his body is resisting it. You know what I mean? And what I kind of want to say, so the zone of interest and the body resisting are two metaphors that I want to bring together on this cityscape, treescape thing. The zone of interest is everything from the mode of production that is outside of or bracketed out of like your experience shopping. Like you don't see where that stuff comes from. You don't see what's involved. You don't feel the cost. It'd be one thing to see the cost on paper, but it'd be another thing to feel the actual cost of the relationships lost, the people who had to drop out of med school and then spend the rest of their life on the farm because of apartheid, but also this had to do with political economy. Like that is being bracketed out by the zone of interest. So this Nazi, what's the zone of interest is just showing like what's within the zone of interest for these people, right? And what's bracketed out of it is what's going on over the wall. You see the smokestacks, and because you're watching this movie, you will of course know what's going on over that wall. And you sometimes hear things, but it's spooky because they're just having it's like a normal life. It's a really good film, but the body resists it. We're all in that situation right now, and our bodies are resisting it. And all these people want to self-diagnose themselves with a DSM-5 or some knockoff website. And it's like, guys, I'm sorry, you are living outside that wall. Like, that is what's going on. Slavery made your fucking phone. Like, just, you have to unbracket that. Like, the rate of farmer suicide going, through the roof. We're all supposed to care about marginalized people, but farmers don't count, right? This go big, go home thing means 7 to 15 generation farms going out of business, and then like these men just kill themselves because they're alone, And this was because of government decisions to say, we don't need those small farms. They just have to get other jobs. And they didn't want other jobs, and there weren't better paying jobs to replace them. But not only not better paying, but when I'm bringing it back to you throw up eventually. You go crazy eventually. You develop anxiety or depression eventually. We're all caged animals gnawing at the bars. That's the Nietzschean analogy, right? You're the caged dog gnawing at the bars, but Mikey used the chimpanzee, right? And that makes me think of that. Was it Nope? Where there's that monkey, and which was really weird. They never explained it, and I didn't understand what that chimp was doing in that movie. But it was cool. I just never got the connection. But point is we go crazy like that eventually. I think that monkey killed everybody on set for a sitcom. Was that what it was, Mikey?
Yeah.
Anyway, I just think that we're all throwing up, metaphorically in this sense, probably. Yeah.
Well, and that's the struggle. And this is, look, if somebody wants to, however you want to define what I'm about to say, I feel like Simone de Beauvoir summed it up in The Ethics of Ambiguity with this famous quote. To will oneself free is also to will others free. And that's why in the long term, sure, like I want to get out of wage labor, but the reason I will universal time energy is because I will the freedom of all. And again, like, yes, there's tasks, but like caretaking, but these are meaningful things that give people purpose in life, that they might struggle with them, but they're not going to choose not to do them. They're not going to just wish them away entirely the way that I wish working in a warehouse away. So yeah.
I want to respect the fact that some of you probably want to buzz out at some point, but you also want to be a part of this. And I do want to be respectful of the fact that some of you are in later time zones, and I do want everyone to have a chance to at least say something, but I also want to bring a thing that I already wanted to talk about into play. And it's a topic, it's something that's been a recurrent theme, of course, forever. Nance and I always talk about it as instead of being capitalist realists, we're realists about capital. But basically, it's something that ties into hashtag free Mikey. It's something that ties into our podcast, Nance. Why us? Because Mikey's part of us. And so why Mikey? Why hashtag free Mikey? And what is that a metonym for? Because it's not just Mikey. It's a metonym for a bigger phenomenon. And I think we could talk about that a little bit. And Alex and Rebecca could also take a crack at it and also tell us a little bit about, where they're coming from and why they're involved in the ways that they are. But I kind of want to just start by saying that Laurie doesn't know Mikey. And so we can all just kind of use you, Laurie, as like the representative of all the people who don't know Mikey. And so you don't really know, right? I'm assuming, right? You don't know Mikey?
No. Yes,
Okay,
no.
cool. Well, this is cool because there's also people in the live chat. Maybe they've been here since the Haz Cutrone thing. And so they don't know him either. Guys, I've been friends with Mikey for over 10 years. We met on Facebook in the Partially Examined Life podcasts Facebook group. That's back when Rebecca recognizes. Yeah. And like we actually, those guys know us, or at least knew us a long time ago. And we were very active in there before it kind of got taken over by people who just asked like almost like computer generated questions. And no one would, and then there's like 3 kinds of people who respond, and we were all like, okay, we can't do this anymore. But like that podcast was a game changer. Right? Like what's the standard podcast? What sets the benchmark? It's the Joe Rogan Experience. Well, guess what? The Partially Examined Life podcast was doing the same amount of time that Joe Rogan does, which is like, it's a 3-hour standard. Real conversations take time between like 2 and 3 hours, but like it kind of has to be like agreed upon so people can show up and be at ease and not worried about, am I going to get to say the thing I'm thinking about? And they can write down their thought and wait and eventually bring it up. Right. And so, it's a special podcast, and we wanted to shout them out really quick. And so, yeah, Partially Examined Life, all the people who were around in the early days of philosophy internet, you all know about it. But Mikey and I started doing back and forth stuff and voice messages, and I knew that he was way more advanced than me on some of these thinkers that I'd gotten into towards the end of my time at North Idaho College. I guess how I'll say it is like, I felt like I was discovering Mikey ahead of his time. Like I felt, it's like I always like to joke, like Fred Durst, like the only good thing he did was discover Stained. Like, because at least Stained had a few good songs. But like, so that's my little thing is like, I'm pretty sure my theories something people will want to think about independently, but otherwise they'll at least say, well, Dave discovered Mikey. Fuck, he at least did that. And so what do I mean I discovered Mikey? I'll let other people talk him up. I don't want to, he's just a friend and I don't want to talk him up. It'd be weird. I'll let other people say a little bit about him, but like everyone's already gotten to this point where, or at least if you've been with us for the last hour, you already know Mikey's. He came from a place of absolute time energy. It became relative time energy, and then it became the structural stultification of his time energy. It was boom, boom, boom. That's the trajectory. Whereas I come from the opposite. It's the literal opposite, and I'm still not at general time energy, and I don't really get to enjoy time energy because my new field still has an old habitus of a Amazon worker and a university person. And so, with all that said. Hashtag free Mikey is something that I've been doing since like back when I was doing Theory Pleep, which, was more like my leftist influencer phase. And the point is Mikey was free and he did a lot of awesome stuff. And then when it was just coming to fruition, he had to start supporting his mom and he has to actually work. And so, you see a lot of books behind him. There was a time when he was reading them actively all the time. He still gets to cross-reference with them and refresh his memory, but he doesn't get to read them the same way. And so he's dying inside. And I met him when he was dying inside. He's always saying I never got to know him when he was actually free and himself. And I love him just the way he is, but that does break my heart. And I've always said we have to free Mikey. And so I got him to start his blog, and then he just blew up in the world. And he went what did you say? Like platinum in the age of Napster, right? Like he went platinum in the age of Napster with his blog. It's one of the most famous theory blogs of all time. His phallus posts and his objet op posts get read, or his forms of capital posts these get read in graduate seminars all around the world. But he doesn't have a college degree, and that's a powerful
high school degree.
Yeah, he doesn't even have. We're both GEDs, actually. Yeah. So
yeah, well, back in my day, they didn't count that. They would go, "Oh yeah, you graduate." Yeah, okay. I mean, maybe that's changed, but
well, yeah, I could get into college with the Compass exam. It just put me on a remedial track with math. But anyway, so I got to go to the university, and I took it serious because I was the first person in my family to go, and nobody took it seriously, and I kind of wanted to set a good example, so I went really hard. And I also felt like I had to go really hard to kind of make up for the fact that I was taking it on some like student loans. And so the whole time I've been going through the university system, I've been in conversation with Mikey. He's seen me as a student at all levels. He's seen me as a graduate assistant. He's seen me graduate, leave philosophy, come back to it, blah, blah, blah. So this is just some background. Freeing Mikey, though, just means like he actually has to have enough money to live his life. Now, all of that is just leading up to the actual topic I wanted to say, which is I want to spam the money button and get rich. I genuinely want to make enough money that people leave me alone when it comes to money. And who bothers me when it comes? It's Mikey. Mikey bothers me about money, and my wife, Anne, she bothers me because they both care about realistic things and like their immediate material necessity. And guess what? Like I've always been very selfless and just like I always try to help other people. But I'm just at this point, like now that I'm time energy pilled, I'm like, I don't want to have to think about pragma, at least not not in this money inframed way. And so like, I want to be in a space of Skole at least once in my life. I've never been there yet. I want to be there. I want to genuinely be there. And so I always thought, like time energy for all. And like, also I could have time energy, but I could never have time energy if at least Mikey and Anne don't have it. And so freeing Mikey means Anne would be freed too, that's what Benjamin says in that one PSA we run at the end of videos where he's saying, like the thing that he noticed about Theory Underground really quick was that Free Mikey, like the point of it is to create an institutional role institutional, as Nance would say, right? An actual place. If you study philosophy seriously and you get good enough at talking about it, and it's your literal passion, you should be able to do that. And this is Illich's point in Deschooling Society. It's learning webs, right? He and McLuhan were both thinking about the internet way before their time, and learning webs is the idea that someone like Mikey should just be able to just do this. And if Illich's idea was applied, which is actually policy could do this, it could be done in the short term, like this is quite possible, then it means that all citizens within a certain age or whatever get a certain amount of credits, and they're perishable and non-exchangeable, and those credits can be cashed in on a monthly basis to educators. And how would you regulate this? Would it be regulated? Well, let people argue about that at the local and federal level. I don't care. What I care about is I guarantee you there would be enough people wanting Mikey to do what he does. And so we're prefiguring it and we're making it happen. And I'm really excited about it. And this idea that like, it's wrong to be wealthy. Well, I'm annoyed by the leftoidism that has gone to some people's heads. I just think it's silly. It's immature. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help you help yourself or help anybody else. And people are like, oh, why are you charging for things? And so I got mad about it and raised my foundational member on Substack to $7,111.11. That's what I raised it to. And it's called Be Like Nance. Because Nance, I'm not saying that's the number or whatever, but he really helped me out when I was struggling early in. Like nobody else believed in me, or at least was able to put their money where their mouth was. And Nance does not have money like this, but he did for a minute. And and so Nance made that happen for me. We're all working together. The subscribers are helping keep me freed. Anne is now on the payroll. She actually gets some money. She can supplement her income. But like in the next year, by the end of this year, I genuinely expect we'll be halfway to our first goal of actually freeing Mikey by the end of 2026. I genuinely believe that. We're at this point now where in the business meetings, it's not it's not outrageous. It's not unrealistic. All we need is 80 people at the platinum level. We already have 8, 4 of whom are old scholarships who got grandfathered in, and we're not going to cancel their scholarships, even though scholarships are currently on hold for at least the next 2 months until we have the programmers to do what we need them to do, which is, programmers, hit us up. We've got a team. But with all that said, yeah, the institutional side is coming together. I built the app, I built the website back in the day, and it killed me. And now I'm paying real people real money to do it. And they're awesome. And the website is fast, and it's on the fastest servers in the world. And we're as good to go as Facebook, and the IT that Theory Underground has for its architecture is stuff that we can build on it with VR. We can build on it with anything, and we have people who can do that. And it's worth at least $20,000, even though, I've had to self-fund it, and it was done by people who were paid a lot less than they should have been paid, fresh out of college and whatnot. But we want to do this for real and not exploit ourselves or have to make the loved ones in our lives constantly worry. And so I'm not trying to turn this into a big, why we need money. I don't care. I'm trying to turn this into this is like a weird, like I said, it's a leftoidism, right? It's a leftism. It's like you've gotten the mind virus, and now you think wealth is bad. Capital is bad. Wealth is good. All right. That's the point. And that's Mikey. Now you know a little bit about Mikey, Laurie. So yeah.
Good to know you, Mikey.
Yeah.
I'll be listening. I've got to run downstairs and refill my water.
What are you thinking, Nance, Rebecca? What's going on?
I don't know, just on that front, I guess the money stuff. Yeah, it's hard to think about money and that side of material necessity, because it is the thing that holds us all down. But the fact that people want to pretend that it doesn't matter. Look, I'm okay with largely pussyfooting around it and tiptoeing around it. I get that it does make a lot of people uncomfortable, but also when we do the thing where we avoid it, we also tend to, I'm not saying we, but people on the internet tend to fall into this belief that thought and a human future just grows on trees. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't grow on trees. Death and genocide and terror grows on trees right now, because the world we live in has terrible, horrible, no good, very bad trees. And we want to plant some trees that support life and affirm life, and humanness itself. And that takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work, a lot of heart and soul, and the inverted time energy. It's hard to kind of buck the system and say, yes, I am a worker. That is the slate. That is what the universe has decreed, that I will be nothing but a dumbass truck driver for the rest of my life, or a soldier, or a janitor, or whatever. For people to buck that and reject that and say, no, I want to think. I want to think for myself, and I want to surround myself with other people who think. And I want to try to make some type of contribution to thought itself, or to the human tradition, the human legacy. Or maybe it doesn't even have to be that grand. Maybe someone's upset about the fact that they have children, that they brought children into a world that seems to have already been foreclosed. And someone says, I want to try to contribute. I want to try to find a way to make a better world for my children and their children. It's just, there's so many things stacked against us. And because it is difficult, I guess, to talk about money and cost, a lot of people on the internet imagine that what's happening here right now grows on trees. And it definitely doesn't.
Oh, yeah. We totally struggle with that, too, just to let you know. I mean, it's just an attitude that, and you can't ask for money. You're going to offend a person who's taking your free, information. So, yeah, that's all I had to say. You're right.
but I also think it's necessary, and I think I think personally, I don't think I would know how to just say, okay, I'll just go back to work. I'll stop reading. I'll stop thinking. I'll stop trying to contribute to the world. I know Mikey's the same way. I know Dave's the same way. I don't think it could be done. So like we've been cursed with an affliction. But it's a good affliction. The reason it's dysfunctional or the reason it's problematic is because the world we live in is hostile to the affliction. And we want to live in a world where people can all be free to get infected with this disease called thought.
Well, real quick, I'll just say that, look, it was what I was saying to you guys the other night. It's a weird thing with certain leftists, what they expect to be free. I mean, look, they'll all say they understand what Marx is talking about with commodity fetishism, right? But then they do this thing, unbeknownst to them, that I call intellectual fetishism, where they think a conversation like this, or an essay, or a lecture, or a book, that somehow it just like spontaneously emerges out of somebody. Like, okay, look, I don't have my book here yet, but like, okay, we'll take the accelerationist reader. Okay. Like, it's just here. I'm just not doing anything. And then boom, here you go. Like, it's that easy. Whereas Nance, Dave, like, it's taken me in my entire adult life to be able to write the Nick Land book that's going to come out soon. Like, they don't, and I mean, directly working on it was 16 months worth of work, right? 16 months. But that 16 months was based on what I had done 20 years before. And so anybody who's a young philosopher, a young theorist, you need to be prepared for people to treat you as a standing reserve in this Heideggerian sense, where they act like, and if you go and check it out, Derrida has this great little clip talking about this, and he makes it about Americans. He's like, Americans do this weird thing when I'm over, teaching it. I think it was Princeton he was at, or Yale, one of them. And he's like, American students just walk in my office and say, hey, Professor Derrida, Descartes said this one thing. Can you explain all of this to me? And he's like, they treat me like I'm just ready to give them like a polished lecture on some obscure thing Descartes said in one. And it's like, he's like, I'm like, because I'm Derrida, you think I've got infinite lectures prepared to give you at a moment's notice? Like, no, I don't. I'd have to go work on this and think about it and all that. And so it's a weird thing. If you're a young theorist, a young philosopher, and you want to do this seriously, people are going to treat you in a weird way where they think you can just it's just there. And there's not all of this incredible sacrifice and work that goes into studying these texts and commenting and thinking about it. I mean, years of work on this stuff to do it. And there's a level, like, they don't treat thinkers as craftsmen. If you are a great basketball player, if you are a great chef, everybody knows what it took to become that. If you're a philosopher or a theorist, they act like it just doesn't take any work or anything. So that's a weird thing you got to watch. People do this intellectual fetishism where it's like all of the intellectual or theoretical magic, philosophical magic is just there embodied in you, and it's not spread out this across years of labor and blah blah blah. So it's a weird thing. Rebecca, what are you thinking?
Well, I'm trying to think. Like, I'm not sure if this is off the mark with what Dave originally said. Hey, guys, talk about this. But like, I can only speak associatively. So
whatever you want. Yeah.
Okay. So, like, man, I struggle so much with trying to actually do the kind of work that would enable me to actually live out some kind of an intellectual life. And a lot of that is because this is my explanation. I hope sometimes I wrestle with myself as to whether or not this is an excuse, right? But I feel as though I've been stultified by my experiences in grade school. I feel as though just having to deal with a lot of failure, pressure, and anxiety, like writing makes me nervous. Like approaching actually writing something seriously makes me nervous. I unconsciously avoid it at almost any cost, which is utterly like painful because with all the reading I've done over the last 10 years, which has been sparse and unrigorous, admittedly, but I have got a pretty good handle on a lot of different concepts, ideas, as well as even like the legacy of various thinkers. With all of that, it'd be really nice to maybe like put that into words, my own words, to use it to actually create a map or understanding of the situation, at least as far as it's relevant to my own understanding. Maybe it would be something worthwhile to one person, maybe even just a very few, but at the very least, it could stand as the basis for helping to like educate people on at least the most basic aspects of like the kind of philosophical and theoretical work that I'm interested in. Personally, I would love to be able to teach like basic metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, and meta-ethics in like high school. I would think that would be, I feel like I could already do that now.
That's awesome, yeah.
That would be hella cool, But it's hard to do that when you haven't developed the discipline, and more importantly, because maybe discipline's not the issue. Where I've feel as though I've been structurally conditioned to be neurotic around actually like doing the kind of things that are necessary to like make that sort of thing happen. And then that's also not even getting into the structural problems with actually trying to do that at all. Like how many people are teaching philosophy in high school, and how many high schools are willing to hire a philosophy teacher?
Yeah.
Like that's incredibly difficult to try to work out, right? Incredibly difficult.
Totally.
Like I have like only as far as like things I'd actually want to seriously dig into and seriously like what can I actually make as a contribution? Like there's a few things in terms of like combining metaphysics, psychoanalysis with in order to like create an understanding of like I don't know, talk about transgender stuff. That's the contribution for me is like metaphysics and psychoanalysis together to talk about like transgender stuff. I'd love to do that. I have this whole kind of idea in my head of like gender as a what's it called? Gender as an attempt at solving the irresolvability, a failed attempt at resolving the irresolvability of sexual difference and of sexual antagonism, and the inherent problem of identities, right, and of sexual identity. So like I have this whole thing I've been trying to work out with that, but like I can't get myself to like sit down and actually like
okay. So let me ask you that: have you ever heard Zizek's trick of how he basically taught himself to write books?
I have.
Okay. You just write notes, and you don't.
No, but that's the thing. Look. In school, we had to turn in notes as homework.
Oh, okay.
I was forced to write notes as homework my entire life, and I avoided it at all costs. It has been ingrained in me. Like I absorb a lot from listening, but I also miss a lot, and I'll absorb a lot from reading, and then I'll miss a lot. But I absorb most than maybe the average person, as it turns out. I'm weirdly lucky in that respect. So even though I never took notes, I actually did extremely well on stuff like tests. I just couldn't do busy work. So I don't even know how to properly take notes because I avoided it my entire life. I went through my entire undergrad. I never took notes, and like I got A's, even in the difficult philosophy classes. Even in I had this one class that was on Kant. We read literally every single page of the first half of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Yeah, I got all the way up to the antinomies of reason, right? I read every single thing. I would read over passages multiple times because I'd lose track of what I was reading, and because Kant is so fucking dry. But I actually like how he writes. And I was actually teaching other students because they were struggling. And I never wrote notes. I never wrote notes once. But I was still able to understand that content well enough to be able to give people a better understanding of what they were struggling to even begin to comprehend through reading alone. So like,
what about talking into like making audio files and then you talk it out and then you can have it transcribed?
you know, that's something.
I
definite.
I use Evernote just for this, even though I like Google Docs. I use Evernote to do voice recordings that I transcribe, and because it does really good AI transcription of voice notes, it just instantly spits out my words, and then I could always clean it up if I want to. I can add on to it, but like the thing is I think some people don't take audio video stuff seriously, and so the message of the medium is in a certain sense entertainment, right? But also
Hey, Dave, hold on 1 second. I just realized it's 8. I gotta go. I didn't realize it was this late.
Okay. Well, we love you. Goodbye.
All right. It's good to meet Laurie. Great to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you too.
All right. Take care.
Yeah, and I'll probably want to go to bed in an hour and wind down in a half hour. But I mean, probably start closing out here in the next 10 to 15 minutes, if that's all right with you all. Yeah.
Yeah. Besides, I need to do the reading for Nina Powers' course. So I've been trying to do that all day today, and I keep getting distracted in part by the EMSTU.
And
What's that voice recording app called again?
I think Evernote, right?
Yeah, Evernote's good. Evernote's good for a lot more than just that, but it's worth it just for that. But it's not just for that. It is the environment that it builds. It builds a good environment. But I was just trying to say the message of the medium. We just like to say it's TMI, FOMO, and like presentism, right? Presentism. And TMI, too much information, FOMO, fear of missing out. And then, of course, these things equal ADHD. I'm sorry, that is a better explanation than the DSM-5. So they don't do sociology, I don't think. So they don't do media theory or critical media theory anyway. So and that's all I wanted to say about that. And just also, Rebecca, on the structural stultification of time energy, right? Or when time energy is reversed, and we're talking about energy time now. That's not even in the book. We've been talking about it in the seminars for the last year. But that's a lot more like libidinal time in psychoanalysis. But you're an energy time junkie if you get things done up against the deadline, right? If you're really good at juggling a lot of things and getting things done up against deadlines, then you're going to be an energy time junkie. But, I've got a bell curve here. On one side, you got jack-offs. On the other side, you've got petty bourgeois workaholics in the PMC, But ethical normies are kind of balancing those two things, and they compartmentalize being producers and consumers. And the thing is like the schooling system is meant to kind of create this situation. And, like these people, a lot of people that I love, they've come through the schooling system and they can't do things if there are not deadlines imposed for them, right? They can't impose their own deadlines. And so there's something interesting going on there. But the thing is ethical normies can't, and jackoffs and petty bourgeois workaholics, or as well as the PMC, which are, those are separate things. None of them understand the devotee to a cause. And of course, the PMC often rationalizes its position by some appeal to a calling, because a lot of the things that get captured by the institutions today are rooted in real primordial callings. But those occupations, like noble occupations, those passion-driven occupations, you can be a devotee to the cause and part of this class, and you're actually aligned on these things. But it's also, there's a big question mark there. But more importantly, the schooling system is set up to produce people who are just workers who can be good passive consumers on the weekend, right? And I guess what I was thinking about, because you're talking about like note taking and ADHD. Did you say ADHD?
Well, I don't think I said it. I was diagnosed when I was very young, but
Yeah.
I struggle to actually like do the things I want to do because I am like constantly distracting myself and through anxiety avoiding maybe sometimes unconsciously doing things. I procrastinate a lot, which is also a part of ADHD. Right.
So cheers to ADHD. And I think it's a reason that some of us are free, right? Because distraction is freedom when your whole life has been a prison telling you what to focus on. And so it's like, it's an act of rebellion from your unconscious, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I'll say this, that's for sure. That distraction, if you can sort of accelerate it and take it far beyond mere distraction, can turn into something else. Like, in part, that's what I did when I decided to be voluntarily homeless for 2 months in San Francisco. It was like
When was that?
I was like, oh, that was quite a while. That was a while. It was not that long ago. It was, what was that? 2014, 2014.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'd like slept in the Golden Gate Park and was also on concrete. First night I was slept by this like building that I woke up at 1 o'clock in the morning because there were rats, and then I went to sleep in the lawn, and then the water came on, and I was like, oh shit, well I guess I'm going to Starbucks to get some hot water to make ramen. So
Whoa.
yeah.
So wait, I'm sorry, I cut you off. I kind of interjected to ask about that, but you were going somewhere with it, I think. Yeah.
My point is this, that you can get something can be a distraction, right? You can be like, oh, this is some idea. It could be that impulsive, typical ADHD type of thing is like both distraction, procrastination, and also impulsivity, right? Impulsivity is a core aspect of it, which in a way, impulsivity is quite related to distraction and also could be thought of as a form of resistance against having your, say, attention focused, right? To be impulsive, to just act out, do something spontaneous, is a resistance to like having a specifically controlled sense of like attention and energy.
Yes.
So I was like, right. So not just distraction, but also impulsivity. Like those inattention and impulsivity are both forms of resistance to being controlled in some sense. So I was like, oh, well, this is just some cool, funny, this is some cool idea. I know some gutter punks, I know some train hoppers. It's like, obviously people do this, so why not just do it? And I was all into existentialism. And I was like, fucking like, radical freedom, bitch. Let me just go. I was originally I ended up hitchhiking during that time up to like Portland and back too. Like it was wild.
Nice.
But that became something so much more than just an impulsive decision. It became something so much more than a distraction, something so much more than just procrastinating, say, doing other responsibilities that I would have been doing in those months I was off from school. It was like during the summer. So, and it became something entirely different and became an entirely unique and bizarre, surreal mode of life for 2 months.
Wow.
And so in that sense, something that can just be an impulsive decision, just a distraction, just putting off other responsibilities can turn into something else. Like, it can become accelerated to the point that it goes beyond being a distraction, beyond an impulsive decision. Like I think that's sort of where I was going with that.
Cool. Swole, what's up? Can we hear you? No. Thou art
Hey guys.
muted. Hey.
Hello.
I've been popping in and out all day. I got like the first 5 minutes of the Cutrone and Haz debate right before they like actually started talking to each other about their views of the party. And then I got kicked out of that. And then I saw a little bit of oh God, Lacan guy. What's his name? McGowan. And then I saw Nance. The con guy. And then I saw Nance being real animated about something at the very beginning, like the first 10, 15 minutes of the whole thing. But that's all I got to today. It was a very busy day for me.
So you have
Good to
not
see you
met,
guys.
so you have not seen and nor met Laurie Johnson?
Nice to meet you, Laurie.
Hey, nice to meet you too.
Although Laurie looks familiar. Where would I know her from?
Well,
Christopher
I'm from
Lash.
Kansas, K-State. I'm the author of this book, The Gap in God's Country, a longer view on our culture wars. And I don't know, I'm on Political Philosophy YouTube. I have a podcast, Dust Bowl Diatribes with
Oh, I've seen that. Yes, I've seen some of your episodes. But
Okay,
great show.
good. I'm glad you're not depressed. We get a little bit dark sometimes.
Well, I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Would you like to maybe share an example of what you mean by you get dark sometimes?
My podcast partner Spencer runs that urban farm in Kansas City and is participating in the Catholic worker movement. And a lot of our conversations kind of revolve around how difficult it is to get people to actually help out with labor, money, anything, right? And just the difficulty of the food scene in inner city, stuff that we've talked about a bit. So stuff like that, it's when you really try something really hard, a lot of people do let you down. You also experience personality conflicts with people in your community that can get in the way. And it just turns out to be very, very hard to hang on and keep going. And we also, Dust Bowl Diatribes, we focus on the environment quite a bit and trying to have discussions with people about that who ought to be able to talk about it, but who have never thought of it at all is kind of a constant experience that we have. Whether it's from the world of theology, political philosophy, farming even, hardly anybody seems to have given it any serious thought amongst the intellectuals and idea people that we talk to. So that's just interesting. We get dark in that regard, and we kind of rein it in a little bit, but we try to talk about how it actually makes us feel. Because if you try to do something, and you guys ought to know this too, right? When you really try to do something that you believe in, even the people that you're closest to may not support you or try to understand what you're doing. That's very disappointing. So we talk about stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know if Saul ever picked up on how dark. I mean, maybe we feel darker inside than it's coming out on our podcast.
What is it?
No, Dust Bowl Diatribe.
Dust Bowl, BOW?
Yeah, from the 1930s Dust Bowl. Our first season was all about starting with a book on the Dust Bowl and just talking about that phenomenon, and then moving forward with discussions about what are they called? It's not ecological rifts, but anyway, rifts in our resources and how capitalism moves resources around and cuts the cycle of, fertilization. And and then we moved on to political thought, and now we're kind of in this political theology zone. But we're always coming back to the environment and how it relates to those topics.
Yeah, and Swole has a channel as well. And so, yeah, you both, I imagine, could have amazing conversations together. When are you going to get your channel going, huh? Swole? It's been kind of in hiatus, hasn't it?
Oh, has it, Dave? Have you not been paying attention to my channel the last 6 months?
Am I not getting notified? Maybe. But
apparently you're just saying, Swole's got a new video. Doesn't matter to me. I don't need to watch that. I got lots of great stuff on there.
Tell us about it. What do you got on here?
I just had Cutrone on 2 days ago. I had Reed Kane on a couple days before that. I've talked to 3 trans people and autogonophiles in the last 6 months. Let's see here. What else we got? I had Reed Kane on before that again. I had Cutrone debate my old Trotskyist leader, the Canadian leader of the Trotskyist IMT in they debated, and that was like huge. That blew up actually. That video alone, like lots of people got into that. And shared it over.
Why did I not see it? Yeah, I didn't
had a
see
whole
that.
series debunking you and Nance going on your Paul Matic diatribe. Like you guys are missing out.
Wait, what?
There was no Paul Matic diatribe.
Yes, there was.
No, there was.
I got a whole series debunking.
Shut up. Really? Okay, so anyway, that's cool. And Alex, we haven't heard from you in a while. How's it going? Just wanted to see if we're going to be closing out pretty soon, Swole, by the way. But yeah, how's it going, Alex?
Going all right. Going all right. I really, at the end of Nance giving his piece, I guess I aligned it with my, I guess you'd call it, struggle with just like finding purpose and like really leaning into meaninglessness and like it's just feeling like you're being dragged through. And this is how I felt about high school. I'm just like, why am I here? What's this about? What the heck's going on? Same thing with college. And after that, stopped going to college, trying to find myself and find purpose somewhere. And it started out with a book on Taoism. It's called The Tao of Pooh. And I love that book. And it just like, I was like, oh my gosh, this is kind of where the purpose seed was planted. And, it just grew into something crazy. It was one book, two book, and then a whole shelf. And nowadays it's, there's a lot to choose in regards to purpose. And I don't know. It's hard not to judge other people's. And I just really see something here in this collective of Theory Underground. And I really just want to shout it to the rooftops. Guys, you got to come to this. It's amazing. We got to talk about this stuff. But, you get some people who care, some people who, dismiss and all that jazz. And yeah, it's I don't know where I wanted to go with that, but it was that focus on purpose. And I think that's just what time energy is all about, is allowing people to find that and to find what isn't meaningful for them. And it's that's just kind of a struggle I've always dealt with, is that meaninglessness. And I want to thank you, Dave and Nance, and everybody here for being a part of this and starting this. And it's incredible. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're muted, Dave.
I thought my audio was broken.
No.
I've been muted that whole time. Whoa.
The whole time. The whole time.
I thought we were having a whole back and forth. No. I'm joking. Well, we're about to close this thing out. Anybody else want to say anything? I kind of look into the future. There's like, what do you all want to see in February? Mid-February. Conversations. People. I don't like to take requests in the comment section, but I would listen to you. I'm going to have on Ian Thompson. So that'll be cool. We never have enough Heidegger on this channel.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
What?
I was just going to opine that I think I would like to have a conversation with Laurie and Samuel.
Ooh.
That might be interesting. I don't know if you know Samuel Lonkar, Laurie. He's a very interesting fellow, and he is very focused on, I guess, finding meaning, finding purpose, finding humanness, but he's very forward looking. And not to say that you're looking backward, but you are, to me, you seem more grounded or rooted. And he seems more outward looking, you know, ad astra, onward to the stars, in a way. I don't want to totalize him either, but I think that would be a great conversation.
He's also like really into history too. So it's like oh yeah, he was the recipient of the best like piece in the Underground Theory volume, Popular Choice Award, you know, and he gave a very special keynote at TUCon in October, and Samuel Loncar's Becoming Human project is really cool, and everyone should check it out for sure. And yeah, I would love to host that. I love to be like, this person would be really cool with this person, and it was real neat. It was like a little bonus that Laurie and Todd got to meet.
Yeah, I agree, and I'd be open to that. You know, I'm not. Yeah, you're right. I'm not backward looking, but I'm just not. I am pretty dubious about technological acceleration in particular. But that doesn't mean I'm like, let's go back to the horse and buggy days and not use technology.
Yeah, I think I just to be frank, I think I'm probably the most silly accelerationist person out of all of Theory Underground, and I think I'm very critical of accelerationism. But I also do believe that we will live in the fully automated luxury. It may not be luxury, but we will definitely live in a fully automated, roboticized world in the future. And I don't like to moralize about accelerationism. So I don't want to call myself an accelerationist, but I think I am more convinced of acceleration than most other people. But I think we need people who want to like champion the human, so we can move into that future and still retain something worth retaining.
Yeah, I think we can use technology at a human scale and advance technology we could if we wanted to, while keeping it under control so it doesn't dehumanize us. So yeah, I'd welcome a conversation like that.
I think I need to have Nance on at some point on my channel. I don't know what to talk about yet, but there's something there, and I just have to figure it out what it'll be. Also, I've been bugging Mike and Dave for a little bit to chat with Dwayne Monroe, the Marxist tech analyst, who's very skeptical of the kind of AI stuff, and for Marxist reasons, but also non-Marxist reasons. And
I want to.
Maybe I'll send you guys some stuff to convince you. But
no, I'm already convinced. I've already talked to him. Yeah, I think so. If it's the same person I'm thinking, then yeah, we've been talking, but a little bit. Anyway, yeah, no, it's gonna be awesome. But everybody, we're about to close this thing out. I just want to say thank you for participating. It was great to have you all aboard for a while. Nance, high five. We did it. Yeah, big day. How long was this stream? Let's double check. This was
it's a shorter one. 11 hours.
Oh yeah, nice and short.
11 and a half. That's short for us.
Yeah, that's true. Our record, Laurie, is 17 hours.
That's incredible.
But Nance and I also did. We once did we did a 12-hour and a 12-hour 2 days in a row.
Well, it was actually 13 and 14, but we only got 12 and 12 recorded.
Yeah, because it cuts off after 12. Yeah. But those were unlisted. Nobody else has seen those except for a few people. And that was us doing Heidegger in Ruins and just responding and riffing off of it and having a great time. It's a great book, actually. I know a lot of people hate it, but I think it's a good book. I think people should be a little more open-minded and actually take it seriously. But yeah, I mean, it was actually a pretty influential book on my course. So anyway, I guess I just want to say thank you. And I hope you all have a good night.
You too.
Thanks, Dave.
Bye.
Thank you. Dave. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you all. Thank you.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Theory Underground exists to cultivate the conditions necessary for a working class intellectual renaissance that goes beyond old political categories or other identitarian niches. At TU, autodidact workers with earbuds and professionals who see no future in existing institutions or movements are able to challenge their doxa and develop an understanding of the situation we are in.
If you subscribe at theoryunderground.com, you'll get access to a package of courses, including my Intro to Fault Line Theory, which includes Intro to Nick Land and Intro to Slavoj Žižek. These courses are being woven with the 3 courses that take place on a month-to-month basis, spread out throughout the year of 2025. Those courses are 12 Core Concepts and the Fundamental Problems with the Situation Today with social theorist David McGowan, 12 Essential Political Thinkers with political theorist Benjamin Studebaker, and The Philosophy of Nature with philosopher Nina Power.
The way these all get woven together at a deeper and more meta level is through the ongoing research seminars led by David McGowan, Benjamin Studebaker, and Michael Downs, where they engage with one another's work by sharing developments from their own perspectives, theory, and research.
If you subscribe at higher levels and support our work, we'll support your development with bespoke teaching. Alone and unaided, we struggle to grasp our situation in its fullness and formulate a meaningful response. By working together and pooling our energies, we can do better. Join us at theoryunderground.com/subscribe.
There'll be 2 kinds of people in 10 years. Those who said, I knew all along Theory Underground was going to make this huge difference. Those are the people that are like Nance, who were on the sidelines at one point and then said, nah, I'm going to get in. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and I'm going to go hard. And then there's another kind of person, a person who waits in the wings, collects receipts, and who will say in 10 years, oh yeah, I was there. I saw that happen. And then they'll gossip monger. Listen, if you want to get involved, get involved. But if you're going to sit there in the bleachers, well, here's some popcorn. I hope you have fun.
Oh, hey, Dave. What are you up to?
Hello. I'm grading right now. So.
Grading? Well, what's that?
Oh, this? This is a G2 pen. It might be the best pen in the entire world because the price point is perfect for working class people like us. More importantly, cartridges are replaceable. The ink, it glides, but it doesn't smudge too bad. And most importantly, you can do that. And it's really fun.
That's pretty cool.
We at Theory Underground are not sponsored by Pilot, nor does Pilot endorse this commercial. Theory Underground is funded by contributions from viewers like you. Thank you.